Chapter 541 Transformation Successful. Purple Ring. Gushi reached out and picked up the ring and put it in front of his eyes to take a closer look. At this time, the ring had changed from the original silver to red. The main body of the ring seemed to be composed of hair stained with red wax and wrapped around iron wire. It doesn't look particularly conspicuous. The surface of the ring is a one made of polished red gemstones. The tip of the ring is specially sharpened so that it can be used as a makeshift weapon. There is also a line of words engraved on the inner wall of the ring. Class of 3317 of the Bonewind Academy. I will always be number one. When he got the ring, Gushi also got all the information about the new ring. And the ring in front of him had turned into a qualified purple outfit. Evil Champion, purple. Ring. Equipment requirements. The first graduate of the 3317th class of the Netherwind Academy. Attributes, all attributes plus 3. Special 1, hard bones. The wearer's life plus 300. Mana plus 300. Special effect 1, after wearing the equipment, 300 blood points will be automatically deducted every hour. And 300 mana points will be automatically drained every 6 hours. Special 2, champion spirit. Morale plus 3. Leadership plus 1. When all soldiers reach level 10, there is a chance that they will become champion soldiers. Special impact 2, after wearing the equipment, 10 subordinates will die randomly every day. The level and identity of the dead subordinates are uncertain. Special 3, distortion reward. After killing the enemy, it will be possible to distort the enemy's body and flesh, and obtain various special rewards. Rewards include but are not limited to potions, arrows, materials, etc. Special effect 3, after wearing the equipment, half of the life will be deducted as a sacrifice at the end of each battle. Mosaic bit, empty. 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 Explanation. You have offered yourself to the evil god, and everything about you will be under the evil god's gaze. Looking at the new ring in front of him, Gushi was silent for a moment. He didn't expect that when this ring was a championship ring, it had an auxiliary effect. Now that it has been upgraded, its effect is still mainly auxiliary. But after various enhancements, the effect looks pretty good. Gushi had heard of the type of soldiers called champion soldiers. It is a kind of existence similar to a brave man, but it is not an isolated case like a brave man. How to put it? They are like the bone dragon skipping the ghost dragon and taking the path of the blood dragon, or the angel skipping the archangel and turning into the seraph. However, judging from the current situation, Gushi is not sure how high the probability of transformation will be and how strong the transformation effect will be. The only thing that is certain is that the champion army will be much stronger than the normal army. After thinking about it seriously, Gushi also thought that the improvement of the ring in front of him was pretty good. At least, there was nothing that dissatisfied Gushi. Gushi even took out the jade piece he had collected for a long time. This inlaid piece had arrived in Gushi's hands a long time ago. But he had been waiting for jewelry with holes to appear, and it had never been inlaid. This time it gave Gushi a chance. Gushi took out the jade piece and placed it in front of the evil championship ring. Without waiting for Gushi's order, a red hair stretched out from the evil champion and swallowed the jade piece. Then a prompt popped up in front of Gushi. Please select the skill to upgrade. Looking at the information popping up in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. At the beginning, Gushi thought of many ways to upgrade his skills to level 4. At that time, this thing was regarded as Gushi's last resort. He even thought about what would happen if there were still skills that he had not reached before he was ready to advance. At level 4, he would use this thing. But I never expected that Gushi has now been promoted to a hidden profession. And now that he has reached level 5, this thing is useless. So Gushi said calmly, add it to the knowledge of the dead. After confirming the improved skills, Gushi put the evil champion ring back on his left index finger. The moment the ring was put on, another message popped up in front of Gushi. I found that you are wearing purple equipment. Please activate the suppression and purification characteristics of the Fox Eye Ring to suppress all negative effects. Seeing this message, a smile flashed in Gushi's eyes. This is what he wants. Without the suppressive effect of the Fox Eye Ring, Gushi would not dare to play like this. Suppress. Under Gushi's command, the Fox Eye Ring worn on the index finger of his right hand lit up. An orange light popped up and landed on the evil champion. Then the color of the ring changed from red to light of orange. All negative effects are gone. Now the evil-eyes champion ring is as clean as a blue suit, without any negative effects. This situation made Gushi quite happy. However, he was only happy for a moment. As the effects of the jade peas came into effect, a large amount of information poured into his mind. This was something he had never encountered before. However, Gu Shi soon understood that this was a sign that his knowledge of the undead had reached level 10, and he was injecting the necessary knowledge into Gu Shi's mind. These newly injected undead knowledge is no longer just the undead knowledge of skeletons, zombies, ghosts, vampires, and ghost dragons. There are many things that Gu Shi doesn't know about. And the most important thing is that before, Gu Shi was only told what undead souls there were, how to deal with which undead souls, and how to deal with them. But he did not tell Gu Shi how some important undead were produced, if he wanted to train such undead, how to select materials, and how to transform them. It can be said that having reached this step, Gu Shi's foundation for the undead transformation technique has finally been laid. It will no longer just rely on materials to be piled up like before. And this change also made Gu Shi feel moved. It just so happened that Gu Shi had just upgraded to level 5. If possible, he could try to transform the undead into a powerful undead and make his own contracted undead. While Gu Shi was thinking about this, Xiaoya walked out of the Steel City gate carrying Jing Longing. Grown-ups. Xiaoya's appearance surprised Gu Shi. As an intelligence officer, Xiaoya was sometimes willing to act as a guard for Gu Shi's men. But she still focused more on intelligence. Why did she run out this time? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Demi? Or is Aladovita under attack? No. Sir. A group of strange new undead appeared in Aradovi City just now. Luna checked it, and found that they were transformed by the Death Edict. But this group is a little weird. One of their leaders is extremely powerful. So I need to ask the adults to see how to deal with it. New undead? Gu Shi immediately realized that they were the evil corpse eaters that were killed before. They were affected by the double death. And now all of them have become new undead and joined the city of Aridov. Bring them out, and I'll see what to do with them. Chapter 542 Powerful Special Troops. Under Gu Shi's order, some new undead appeared in front of Gu Shi. At first, Gu Shi thought that the evil corpse eaters would turn into ghouls or zombies after being affected by the Death Edict. Otherwise, with their chubby appearance, they would turn into sutures if they were above level 8. It's not impossible to blame. When these undead appeared, Gu Shi was stunned on the spot. What crawled out from the Steel City gate was a sludge monster in 3 colors, green, gray and blood red. These sludge monsters are all as tall as normal people and have round bodies. They look like the evil corpse eaters from before. No matter what color they are, their bodies are translucent. Standing outside, you can see bodies that have been digested to the point where only bones are left, as well as arrows and various weapons inserted on the surface. With their appearance, Gu Shi knew that they must be undead creatures. It's just that this kind of mud monster doesn't match Gu Shi's previous imagination. At this moment, a huge black sludge monster that was piled up like a hill and was 5 meters high squeezed out of the Steel City gate. Compared with other sludge monsters, the appearance of the sludge monster in front of me is obviously different. His body is not translucent. No matter what angle you look at from outside, you can only see the black liquid under the skin. As for inside, there was nothing. This thing is like an enlarged water-filled balloon. But when it comes over, all the sludge monsters around it will automatically make way for fear of being sucked in. This situation also surprised Gu Shi. However, he stepped forward to check the situation of these sludge monsters. And he understood what was going on. Bone-eating sludge, level 8 summon troops experience, 0/8500. Attack 25. Defense 30. Life 400. Skills, devouring strengthening, swallowing nearby items during battle to temporarily strengthen combat power. Self-destruction will definitely occur before death, self-destruction. The power of self-destruction is 5 times the vitality. Those ordinary sludge monsters are better than normal level 8 troops. This may be because they die relatively quickly. Most of the evil corpse eaters have not been stimulated by the death of their companions to reach level 13. However, it is also obvious that this is a meat shield unit with high defense and high blood. It can be used to replace the Maze Devourer, which suffered serious damage, and serve as a defense in front of Gu Shi. If that doesn't work, you can put it out and devour it. Even though the description of devouring enhancement was not detailed enough, Gu Shi was able to find it out through the undead knowledge and other knowledge. This kind of devouring enhancement has some different variations. If you swallow flesh and blood, the sludge monster can quickly recover its life. Devouring weapons can temporarily increase the attack and defense of the sludge monster. The most important thing is that they can swallow part of the magic. If they swallow too much, They can also give the sludge monster magical attributes, but the chances of that are quite low. On the contrary, it is not as improved as the sludge monster that devours weapons and equipment. As for the changes in the colors of the sludge monsters in front of us, it is not that their attributes are different, nor that they swallowed something different when they came out. The main thing is to look good, and there is no other meaning. On the contrary, it was the giant black sludge monster that was the real reason why Shaya came out to inform Gushi this time. Bone-Eating Swamp, Level 13 Semi-Solidified Unit Experience, 0/100000. Attack 55. Defense 60. Life 550. Skill, Swamp, can turn into a swamp that swallows enemies in place, covering an area of up to 10,000 square meters. Fusion, can swallow all objects, including soil to strengthen one's body. Split, can cut one's body and transform it into level 8 bone-eating sludge. Looking at this information, everyone can understand that this bone-eating swamp cannot actually be regarded as a level 13 undead soldier. This should be considered a mobile camp that produces bone-eating silt. The reason why Shaya came out all the time was probably because the bone-gnawing swamp was devouring things in Aladovi City. Saya. Where did they appear in the first place? In the demon plant area. The big black guy is somewhat out of control. Although he suppresses his nature, the ground will be swallowed up automatically wherever he stands. Just in that moment, the magic plant area had already lost a lot of plants. It seems there is really some trouble. Gushi nodded to show his understanding. This bone-gnawing swamp is obviously a good thing, but it cannot be thrown into the city of Aladovi. If this was really thrown into the city, his location would be swallowed up within a few days. But if you don't bring it, it's not a waste. Gushi walked around the bone-gnawing swamp, with many thoughts passing through his mind, before finally deciding. Let him eat outside first. I have to wait until I study this matter. As Gushi spoke, he pointed at the candies being eaten by the evil bone locusts. No matter what, there are so many candies in front of you, which should be enough for the bone-eating swamp to devour for a while. During this period of time, the bone-gnawing swamp would not cause much trouble to Gushi. As for what will happen after the bone-gnawing swamp returns to Aladovi City, Gushi plans to handle it in the same way. All those candies can be transported back to Aladovi City and spread on the ground so that they can find a way to delay the speed at which the bone-chewing swamp devours other things. At least it can be delayed until Gushi finds a better way to deal with it. In the previous battle, Shaya did not follow, and she was also surprised when she saw the huge candy here. However, after seeing that the bone-eating swamp could easily devour this candy, Shaya felt relieved. As long as you can handle it. Well, Shaya, you came out just in time. I have to transport all the things here, and it will take some time. You can help me explore the way forward to see what kind of things I will encounter next. Enemy. This battle was actually a bit of a loss. Gushi thought about this battle against the evil corpse eaters. If he could find out the number of enemies at the beginning, he wouldn't have made the final boss so big and the subsequent fight so difficult. Shaya happened to be here now, and Gushi still needed to rest here for a while. So he planned to ask Shaya to check the information. At least Gushi should know who the enemies he will face next, and how many there are. Only in this way can Gushi no longer have the same problems as before. After receiving Gushi's order, Shaya responded decisively. She twisted directly in front of Gushi, and her body disappeared into the void. Gushi glanced in the direction of Shaya Liun, and didn't pay any more attention. Instead, he watched the process of his men carrying the candies here. At the same time, he also discovered that the bone-eating swamp was lying at the place where the evil corpse eater died, devouring the gastric juice and useless red hair left by the opponent. Chapter 543 Second Level. Before Shaya came back, and before the things here were emptied, Gushi was idle, and wandered around the bone-gnawing swamp. He needs to consider whether there is anything that can be changed in the bone-eating swamp. This is also the unique effect after his undead knowledge reaches level 10. However, Gushi discovered that the bone-gnawing swamp could provide a direction for transformation. But in order to successfully transform it, one needs level 8 in undead research, level 4 in magic knowledge, and level 4 in war mechanics to get started. If this requirement is not met, it can be forcibly transformed, but the possibility of transformation is quite low. There was even a hint that if Gushi mastered the abilities of puppets, machinery, potions, and alchemy, there should be more progress. But the problem is that Gushi doesn't know these things yet. The only way he can see the direction of success is the path of war mechanics. This made Gushi couldn't help but shake his head. Knowing too much was not a good thing. If he didn't know these, he would definitely release this bone-eating swamp during the battle, letting him guard one side and act as a line of defense in front of the formation. Now, Gu Shi hesitated. Should this thing be used directly on the battlefield? Or should it be kept for experimentation? Just when Gu Shi was confused, Shea also stepped back. How about it? Gu Shi, who was sitting on the evil coffin and drinking wine, raised his head. After the battle, he asked someone to bring fresh drinks from the tavern to replenish the mana consumed this time. Originally, returning to the city and taking a nap was the best option for Gu Shi to replenish his mana. But the current situation did not allow Gu Shi to fall into a deep sleep. He could only restore his physical strength and magic power through the drinks delivered by the tavern. It turned out that a new chef came to the tavern, and Gu Shi's tavern finally came out with new food. But there are too many strange foods on this road, and Gu Shi is still a human being now, so he dare not eat anything on this road. At most, I just drink a little wine to replenish my mana. We have already seen the enemies in front of us. If we go further forward, there will no longer be candy like this. The ground is filled with various roasted chickens and pigs. There was a group of strong men inside who kept eating and drinking. After eating, they would get up and fight directly. After fighting, they would eat again. It felt quite weird. Hearing this situation, Gu Shi frowned. This scene sounded like the Hall of Valor in Nordic mythology. If it was really there, then Gu Shi would be much better off. The people in the Hall of Heroes can be regarded as undead. His Death Lord ability can affect it to some extent. Even if there is no way that the Death Lord's skills can't take them all in, they probably won't take the initiative to attack. But even with this thought, Gu Shi was still prepared for a fight. What about the number of people? Have you seen the boss? There are 1,500 people. Among the enemy are archers, spearmen, and some special units. Their equipment is quite obvious. Even when eating or sleeping after eating, their weapons and equipment will be placed beside them. They are all the kind of people who can tell what type of military they are just by looking at their weapons. At the end of the road, there was a table with 3 people sitting on it eating non-stop. I guessed that the 3 of them were the boss this time. 3? Gu Shi shook his head and directly rejected his previous idea. The road at the back is probably not the legendary Hall of Valor, or even an imitation of the Hall of Valor. There's no point in guessing here. In the end, you have to fight and get ready to go. After many thoughts flashed through his mind, he paused and finally stood up. As he moved, his troops quickly gathered together. Some new undead troops made up for the previous losses, protected Gu Shi among them, and prepared to move forward. As for the Steel City Gate, Gu Shi did not put it away. There are still a lot of candies and other materials that have not been collected here. In order to prevent the ghost team from sending the things here to the Garrison City Gate behind, Gu Shi simply left the Steel City Gate here. Under Gu Shi's order, 1,000 bone-gnawing muds that had just been transformed also moved forward. Even the bone-gnawing mud, after absorbing most of the gastric juice, moved to the vicinity of the bone-gnawing mud, preparing to let's go together. Gu Shi didn't say much about this situation. The level of this bone-gnawing swamp is already level 13, which is the same level as the incarnation of death. It can be regarded as one of the highest level beings under Gu Shi. So if he wants to follow, just follow. In this way, when there are some situations where he can just attack directly, Gu Shi won't need to use the incarnation of death. After all, Gu Shi's mana is already quite high now. Even if it is not doubled, there are still 6,000 or 7,000 mana. Every time he leaves most of his mana unused and releases the incarnation of death, Gu Shi feels a little heartbroken. But he can't just maintain the extremely low point of 100 mana. If he really did that, something would really happen, and it would be too late for Gu Shi to drink the magic potion. Therefore, when resting, Gu Shi could only replenish his mana. And when considering not using the incarnation of death, he would use less. It just so happened that there was a top of Boneshore Swamp at this time. Although the direction of this guy's transformation has not been decided yet, it would be quite good to use him as an ordinary soldier. So he didn't care about the situation in the bone-gnawing swamp. He was even considering whether to find a hero to lead the bone-gnawing swamp and bone-gnawing sludge. If so, would it be better to call it Camp Bone Eater or Camp Swamp? Just as Gu Shi was thinking about this matter, their team turned around and entered another corridor. When entering this corridor, Gu Shi found that the style of painting here was obviously brightened. In the surrounding environment, the wall presents a unique bright blue, like an artist's palette, which contrasts sharply with the red carpet spread on the floor. However, the carpet looked a little messy at this time, and was covered with oil stains. On both sides of the road, There are all kinds of mouth-watering grilled fish, grilled chicken, and roasted pig. These delicacies are carefully served on large white plates, as if they are the protagonists of the feast. They are steaming, exuding an alluring aroma, and shimmering with oil. Between the barbecues, there are piles of meat buns like hills. Each meat bun is about the size of a fist. If you don't pay attention, it will roll over on the carpet. Whenever he walked near these foods, there was always a voice in Gu Shi's heart, wanting him to stop. Eat, eat, squat down and eat. One portion will fill your blood. However, under Gu Shi's order, even the evil bone locusts and bone-eating sludge that could devour everything did not touch the food. They all focused on the monsters in the food. Chapter 544 Testing. When Gu Shi came with his troops, the monsters who were eating and drinking all turned to look at Gu Shi, just like the evil corpse eaters in front who kept eating sweets. These guys in front of them also kept eating. However, he is different from the evil corpse eaters. No matter how they eat, they have not turned into a ball shape. Instead, their muscles and sizes have become more and more outrageous under the stimulation of so many foods. When they raised their eyes from the feast, Gu Shi was shocked to realize that these people were like giants, sitting more than 3 meters high, and the muscles all over their bodies seemed to be twisted lines, giving them powerful strength. Their heads and faces are covered with red hair, completely covering their faces and making them look like red-haired gorillas. At the same time, they grabbed roasted chicken and roasted pig in their hands, stuffing them into their mouths one by one like ordinary people grabbing candies. The golden fat slipped from the corners of their mouths and dripped on the red hair on their chests. All became shiny. But as Shea said, even when these people were eating, they did not forget their identities. Their weapons were placed on the people around them, so that people could see their occupations at a glance. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gu Shi couldn't help but complain. It would be nice if Demi was here. All Titans, she likes them the most. After saying this, Gu Shi stood up from the evil coffin, held up the cold wind staff, and said decisively, "Set up the formation and prepare to fight. Arroyo." This time the Black Spear Battalion is ready to attack. Under Gu Shi's order, all the undead quickly took action. They still put the defensive undead in the front as before, and the shooters, mages, and healing troops in the back. Gu Shi himself, with some powerful undead, stood in the middle of the team. When Gu Shi and the others moved like this, they were immediately noticed by some guys. They pushed away the food in front of them and stood up with weapons in hand, carrying heavy two-handed weapons such as sledgehammers and battle axes. These guys lowered their heads and rushed toward Gu Shi. Everyone is doing this. Don't they have any other means? Gu Shi complained in his mind. But the movement of his hand was not slow at all. He raised his hand and put down the tendril of the dead. Then Gu Shi glanced around and his eyes fell on the roasted chicken, roasted pig, and roasted fish. With a thought in his mind, before Arroyo rushed out with his troops, the cold wind staff pointed at the food. Corpse explosion. Boom. Gu Shi himself never thought that these already baked things could also be fried. And because after being roasted, the corpse exploded with the effect of fire. This time, with the explosion, the enemy who had just been tripped by the tendrils of the dead was blown up directly, and the red hair on his chest was burned by the flames of the explosion. However, this guy was not dead. He patted his chest with one hand to wipe away the flames on his body, grabbed the tomahawk on the ground with the other hand, and prepared to kill in the direction of Gu Shi. At this time, Gu Shi had discovered the most suitable fighting method for him. He pointed directly towards the bottom of the hill made of barbecue. Corpse explosion. Boom. 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 After several corpse explosions, a large amount of barbecue was blown up into the sky and hit heavily on the monsters that rushed over. Then Gu Shi's cold wind staff also turned to them, using these roasted meats to cause certain damage to the enemies. At this time, Arroyo had already led the Black Gun Battalion to the enemy. At this time, these guys were in a hurry due to the corpse explosion. Arroyo took this opportunity and struck the enemy with an axe. But with this cut, Arroyo knew something was wrong. The muscles on these guys are so thick that if he strikes with all his strength, there is no way to break through the opponent's muscles. Not only did Arroyo feel this way, the Black Gun Battalion he led also encountered the same situation. The Black Gun Battalion, which had been attacking forward with unrivaled success, encountered for the first time in existence that it could not penetrate. The spear pierced the enemy's body, but it couldn't penetrate too deep. It only stuck after less than 3 centimeters. Not to mention killing the enemy with such an attack. No one would believe it even if it was said to break the defense. Seeing this situation, Arroyo also became anxious. He knew he had met his match. If he didn't think of a way, not only would he not be able to kill these guys, but he might also have to pay for it himself. So Arroyo gritted his teeth and used a technique he hadn't used for a long time. Poisoned. Stab forward hard. Hold him back. Under Arroyo's command, all the skeleton spearmen and zombie spearmen held their spears hard and pushed forward against the enemy. However, Arroyo still underestimated the strength of the enemies in front of him. After being held up by the spears, they not only were not afraid, but laughed loudly, and the warhammer or tomahawk in their hands hit the spears and spears heavily. With this blow, many soldiers from the Black Spear Battalion were shaken open, and their spears were ejected. Then these guys bumped forward, and the heavy hammer hit the spearmen. Although these spearmen look like tin soldiers, they are still skeleton spearmen or zombie spearmen. For skeleton soldiers, blunt attacks from hammers are the most deadly. With this hammer blow, most of the spearmen fell down. When they fell, the spearmen behind them were also affected, and the originally neat battle formation immediately fell into chaos. Seeing this situation, Gushi raised his hand, and the skeleton priest appeared and replenished the blood of the troops of the Black Spear Battalion. This did not make the situation worse. At the same time, the skeleton shooters and skeleton mages standing nearby and behind also started to attack. This time the test shot. In the last trial, they found the weakness of the evil corpse eater. Although it was not used in the end, it also speeded up the progress of the battle. It was the same this time. The muscular man like a mountain in front of him must have his own weaknesses. But Gushi couldn't find them yet. But at this moment, Iaro, who was knocked back a few steps, suddenly yelled, "Black and gray impact." Then the spearmen of the Black Spear Battalion, who were still standing, were wrapped in the black ash that shrouded their heads and rushed forward for a certain distance. Gushi didn't even see clearly how this was done. He only saw black ash pouring out overwhelmingly. The effect was no worse than when the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon, was born. The most important thing is that Gushi didn't understand what was going on. He only saw them rushing forward a certain distance and rushing behind these monsters. At the same time, messages popped up one after another. Skeleton Lancer, summon, kills the evil muscle beast, level 7. You get 1 experience point. The Black Spear Battalion gets 1 experience point. Arroyo gets 1 experience point. And the summons gets 99 experience points. Chapter 545, Ghost on the Battlefield. Arroyo. What's going on? Gushi, who was speechless, immediately contacted Arroyo through the mind's eye he had just obtained. He looked really confused in this battle. Hadn't Arroyo been beaten back just now? How come he rushed forward all of a sudden? At this time, Arroyo was there and said excitedly, "Sir, release the ghost. They are afraid of the ghost." "How did you know?" Gushi looked puzzled. "Sir, the black ash of our Black Spear Battalion has stabilized and has now developed several new moves. Just now was one of the moves. You can use black ash to turn all the undead spearmen into a ghost state and attack forward under the strong wind. Because I am not very proficient in this trick and have never used it before, but I am sure they are afraid of ghosts." After hearing Arroyo's judgment, Gushi immediately changed his attack method. "Ghost troops. I understand. All ghost troops attack." At Gushi's order, a group of ghosts flew down from the sky. However, this time when Gushi sent out troops, he mainly brought skeletons and zombies, and not many ghosts. When watching the ghosts pounce, Gushi also stared at the battlefield. As soon as it was confirmed that ghosts were effective against this enemy called the Evil Muscle Beast, Gushi would immediately release the last city gate and mobilize the ghost troops inside. Just as the ghost pounced, the first wave of probing attacks from the skeleton shooter and skeleton mage had already been launched. The effect of the previous Black Spear camp attack was the same. The skeleton archers' arrows fell on these evil muscle beasts, but they had no effect. The arrows stuck in their bodies, and they didn't even react. Looking at this situation, Gushi was wondering whether he should find time to upgrade the skeleton archer. Otherwise, if they are taken to the battlefield, they will be of no use at all. At most, they can only be used to clean the battlefield. At this time, several poisonous gas bombs hit the faces of some evil muscle beasts, and their reactions made Gushi discover the problem. The other magic resistance of these evil muscle beasts is also relatively high, but the poison resistance does not seem to be very obvious. Meanwhile, ghosts can really deal with them. After discovering these 2 points, Gushi immediately placed the main city gate on the battlefield. At the same time, he ordered to the city, mobilize all ghosts and fog corpse witches to attack. After the order was given, Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Notify the ghost team and ask them to come over. Just leave the cleaning work of the battlefield ahead to the skeletons in the city." As Gushi's order was issued, ghost troops began to gather quickly in the main city gate. At the same time, a ghost team that transformed into Bai Wuchang also quickly caught up from behind. However, before they arrived, all the other evil muscle beasts in the hall had already stood up. They raised their weapons, pushed away the food in front of them, and rushed towards Gushi. It is different from some of the evil muscle beasts that Gushi and the others finally killed before. These newly stood up evil muscular beasts were of different heights. The taller ones were mostly carrying weapons such as machetes, hammers and battle axes, while the shorter ones were holding swords and shields. Behind them, there was a group of people holding bows and arrows. After they gathered together, they immediately rushed towards Gushi. Although their charge was chaotic, it was a trouble for Gushi. The sky canopy of bones. Gushi immediately released the bone canopy. As this move was released, a sandstorm formed by bone fragments appeared in front of Gushi. This layer of sandstorm was 5 meters thick. Looking from a distance, it looked like a huge ball of bones, enveloping everything within a 300-meter radius centered on Gushi. Nothing inside the white bone canopy can be seen from the outside. But Gushi, who is inside the white bone canopy, can see the situation outside very clearly. As the sky of bones rose, those evil muscle beasts also happened to rush nearby. The archers who rushed behind did not care about anything else, but fired at the sky of bones. When their arrows flew into the sky of bones, they were immediately shredded into pieces by the bones. After this attack test, the evil muscle beasts were not stupid. They turned around and attacked the other undead. Although they were unorganized, they had to admit that the combat power of these evil muscle beasts was strong enough. Under their attack, Gushi's undead were no match for them at all. Soon a group of undead died in battle. However, in the chaos, Gushi finally discovered that just as Arroyo said, the evil muscle beast was restrained by the ghost. All their attacks are physical attacks and cannot cause much damage to the ghosts. At the same time, all their attributes are focused on their muscles, and their souls have not received any strengthening. Attacking their souls is the best way. It can be said that when ghosts fight these evil muscle beasts, a level 5 ghost can have a 1-to-1 casualty ratio with a level 8 evil muscle beast. This situation made Gushi see an opportunity. Are you afraid of ghosts? Then bring in more ghosts. Gushi, who was protected by the sky of bones, immediately raised the cold wind staff and used spiritualism on the fallen corpse of the evil muscle beast. Even if the soul recalling tower is not placed on the battlefield, Gushi's current spiritualism has been strengthened to a 9+5 effect, and the success rate of spiritualism has already exceeded 100%. Under his on-site soul summoning, some dead evil muscle beasts immediately became undead. Gushi specifically controlled the direction of the undead souls, and did not choose the zombie direction that was most suitable for the evil turned muscular beast in front of him. Instead, he turned them all into ghosts. Then a special kind of ghost appeared on the battlefield. This kind of ghost is a pearl-colored translucent existence, more than 5 meters tall, with muscles all over its body, and its legs unable to lift off the ground. If it weren't for that translucent appearance, no one would believe that they were ghosts. You successfully used the necromancy technique and obtained a battlefield ghost, level 4. 1 necromancy experience point. Battlefield ghost, level 4 experience, 0 out of 750. Attack 8. Defense 6. Life 15. Skills, sweeping attack. Ghost constitution. Spirit attack. As this kind of battlefield ghost appeared on the battlefield, the balance of victory began to shift towards Gushi. This kind of battlefield ghost is very familiar with the weaknesses of the evil muscle beasts. As soon as they appear on the battlefield, they immediately rush towards the evil muscle beasts with swords in front of them. They are the leaders of these evil muscle beasts. Only by killing them can the rhythm of the battle be controlled. Chapter 546. The boss takes action. As soon as the battlefield ghost appeared, the situation on Gushi's side improved. Although it is not obvious whether these battlefield ghosts are really suitable for this kind of battle, they still know the weaknesses of the evil muscle beasts. Anyway, under their attack, the evil muscle beasts fell a lot. Gushi seized this opportunity. Every time an evil muscle beast fell, he released a spiritual summoning spell to add a new battlefield ghost. These new battlefield ghosts will immediately attack other evil muscle beasts. At this time, Gushi also saw something that was not recorded on the skill list of the battlefield ghost. The reason they are given the word battlefield is definitely not because they are big in size. but because they can really go to the battlefield. When they first appeared, like other ghosts, they did not have any weapons in their hands. But when fighting against the evil muscle beasts, they will have a corresponding weapon in their hands along with the enemy's weapon. If the enemy uses a sword, then they use a sword and shield. If the enemy uses a spear, then the weapon in their hand will be a dagger. Anyway, they are weapons and equipment that are in perfect harmony with each other. When fighting, you will always find the enemy's weaknesses. They are even quite shameless when they take action, always liking to launch sneak attacks and sieges. Watching the 5-meter-plus big man sneak around behind him, Gushi felt that he had picked up a good soldier this time. At this moment, Gushi's gaze towards those evil muscular beasts changed. He stretched out his hand and stared in the direction of each evil muscle beast. As soon as the evil muscle beast died, his spiritualism would immediately fall away. After a few times, the evil muscle beast also discovered that something was wrong. They immediately turned their attention to Gushi's direction. But there was still a thick layer of white bones in front of Gushi. So what if they looked over? These evil muscle beasts couldn't even rush in front of Gushi. Not to mention that under Gushi's order, new ghosts also rushed over. They immediately joined the battle and entangled all the evil muscle beasts through ghost means. This also gave Gushi more opportunities. He had time to summon souls one by one to replenish the strength of the ghosts on the battlefield. Gushi originally thought that things would go on smoothly like this, but he never expected that when the number of evil muscle beasts killed in the battle exceeded 300. A voice came from the end of the hall. "It's so noisy that we won't let anyone eat." The sound was like thunder, startling everyone on the spot. Even Gushi was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, Zai discovered that at the end of the hall, 3 taller evil muscle beasts were sitting there eating and drinking. Different from ordinary evil muscle beasts, they were sitting in front of a square table, which was piled with food such as roasted beef and roasted pig. They had white napkins tied on their chests to prevent oil and water from dripping onto their chests. Around the square table are the plates and bones left over from their meals. This time it was the evil muscular beast in a red short coat on the left who spoke. After roaring this, he reached out and grabbed the roasted whole beef in front of him, and tore it apart with force, just like tearing a roasted chicken leg, and stuffed the beef leg into his mouth. At this time, Gushi also understood that the 3 people in front of him were probably the bosses of the evil muscle beasts. I don't know why they didn't end up, but it was impossible for Gushi to stop fighting because of their voices. Ignore them. Kill them! While Gushi ordered the ghosts to continue killing the evil muscle beasts, he stared at the 3 people over there, without slowing down the movement of his hands. He used the spiritualism techniques one by one to quickly transform the dead evil muscle beasts into battlefield ghosts. The boss has appeared, which means that the battle has reached a critical point. If these evil muscle beasts are not dealt with quickly, Gushi is afraid that the rest of the box will be affected. Gushi's guess was correct. When 500 evil muscle beasts were killed in the battle, the evil muscle beast boss, who roared just now, finally couldn't sit still anymore. He lifted up the square table in front of him with both hands. He opened it, stood up and strode towards the battlefield. This evil muscle beast is taller than the normal evil muscle beast, reaching over 7 meters in height when standing. Gushi noticed that he was not covered in red hair like an evil muscle beast. The only part that turned red was the steel needle-like beard under his chin. However, the mutation on his body was more serious. When he stood up, it could be seen that his legs had turned into recurved sheep's hooves. On the muscles under the red shorts are white eyes. After standing up, he didn't give Gushi any chance at all and punched the nearest battlefield ghost to him. When he punched it, the pearl-white battlefield ghost turned pure black. And then the body cracked from the location where the punch was struck, turning into black powder and falling to the ground. With just this strike, Gushi could see how powerful the opponent's attack was. At the same time, he also understood that ordinary battlefield ghosts were no match for this one. Gushi pointed his hand and said, "Ghost Dragon, go up and hold the guy down." When the Ghost Dragon attacked, Gushi turned his head and glanced at the battlefield not far away. "Ghost, use all your strength. Don't worry about the battle here. Kill the evil muscle beast as soon as possible. I can hold on here." Under Gushi's order, all the ghosts seemed to be furious, not caring about their own safety, and launched a full-scale attack. In order to ensure that these ghosts could continue to fight, Gushi invited the blood clone that Isabella had given her for the first time. After the blood clone stood up, he first took a look at the situation on the battlefield, then turned around and walked into the medical tent dragged behind the evil coffin. Then blood-colored clouds began to appear in the sky. and a kind of diluted blood dripped from the sky. When the blood fell to the ground, it evaporated quickly without causing any changes. But when it comes to the undead queens, the situation is different. A red halo appears on their bodies. As long as they are not killed immediately, their lives will be replenished. Once they discovered this situation, the undead leaders stopped paying attention to defense issues. Now they only had one idea: to surround and fight the evil muscle beast. At this time, the evil muscle beast boss and the ghost dragon have also fought together. As a kind of ghost dragon, the ghost dragon actually also has the characteristics of a ghost. Although it is only level 11, it can fight on par with the enemy boss. This gave Gu Shi a lot of peace of mind. At least the current situation was beneficial to him. Chapter 547 Boss's Combat Mechanism. Boom! As Gu Shi increased his investment and support for the troops, and with more and more battlefield ghost data on the battlefield, the number of casualties of the evil muscle beasts finally exceeded the 1,000 mark. When the 1,000th evil muscle beast was killed, the one on the right of the three people sitting at the end of the hall eating also stood up. He was not like the previous one at all. He even yelled a few words in advance. He directly overturned the table and smashed it onto the battlefield. After the table in front of him was thrown out, it exploded directly in the middle of the battlefield. Several battlefield ghosts who were fighting in the battlefield were blown into black ash on the spot without checking. Then this evil muscle beast also rushed out. Unlike the evil muscle beast in red, who was still entangled with the ghost dragon, the one in front of him had no clothes on. His skin has turned green, and the hair on his head and chest has turned red. His hands are thick and the fingers are sharp. When his body moves forward, a slight electric current will appear on the surface of his body. It's obvious that he is completely different from the previous one. At this time, Gu Shi was about to raise the cold wind staff and prepare to summon the incarnation of death. Unexpectedly, the giant skeleton that had been following Gu Shi took a step forward. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. You want to deal with him? Gu Shi had also noticed the bosses of the evil muscle beasts. They were probably not as high as the evil corpse eaters in the previous level. Their levels should be between 10 and 11. Otherwise the evil muscle beast wouldn't have been able to fight so well with the ghost dragon. But the giant skeleton is only level 9. Can he really do it? At this time, Gu Shi was also a little hesitant. At this moment, the ghost dragon hovering in the sky flew high again, opened its mouth more than 100 meters away from the red-clothed evil muscle beast, and spurted out a dragon's breath. The evil muscle beast wanted to jump up and drag the ghost dragon down. But just as he was about to jump, several battlefield ghosts rushed over nearby and used their own means to drag the evil muscle beast down. Seeing the evil muscle beast being enveloped by the dragon's breath, Gu Shi suddenly changed his mind. The evil muscle beast fighting the ghost dragon is dead. With the ghost dragon's guarantee, it doesn't matter even if the giant skeleton cannot defeat the green-skinned evil muscle beast, as long as it can hold the enemy back. In this way, Gu Shi doesn't need to release the incarnation of death in advance, and the mana in his hand can do more things. For example, quickly summon the souls of the evil muscle beasts that have not yet had time to summon their souls. Then come on! As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, the giant skeleton rushed out. When he rushed out of the sky of bones, he raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning hit the green-skinned evil muscle beast. The evil muscular beast was also shocked after being hit by lightning. He didn't expect that someone would hit him with lightning. So he turned his head and stared at the giant skeleton. At this time, the giant skeleton stretched out his hands, and 2 purple electric current balls appeared on his hands. Seeing the giant skeleton's movements, the evil muscle beast felt that he had been provoked. He balled up his body, flicked his legs downwards, and crashed into the giant skeleton. At this time, the giant skeleton moved forward, and his hands with lightning thrust forward to support the evil muscle beast that rushed over. Click! The giant skeleton's body was not as strong as he thought. Under the impact, many bones on his body were cracked. But the giant skeleton ignored all this and instead caught the evil muscle beast. And the lightning in his hand hit the evil muscle beast. This collision did not kill the giant skeleton, and the evil muscle beast was not discouraged. Instead, it stretched its body and clamped the shoulders of the giant skeleton with its hands, and its body emitted a powerful electric current. However, he did not notice that when he released the electric current, the giant skeleton's mouth was open. The reason why the giant skeleton jumps out on its own is because of this current. Now that the electric current was injected into his body, he didn't even care about the bruises on his body. Now he is constantly absorbing the electric current injected into his body. and working hard to control the direction of the electric current. At this time, the ghost dragon's dragon breath had also killed the red-clothed evil muscle beast. There was a ding in Gushi's ear. Ghost dragon, summoned object, kills the evil monster boss evil muscle beast, level 11. You get 1 experience point. And the summoned object gets 1009 experience points. The evil muscle beast dies. And the levels of the other 2 boss level evil muscle beasts increase by 1 level. Note, there are 3 bosses in the evil muscle beast. One of the ordinary evil muscle beasts will be dispatched when 500 of them are killed in battle. The boss starts at level 11. And the remaining ones will increase by 1 level after each one is killed, with the highest level being 13. Looking at the information that popped up in front of him, Gushi understood the battle mechanism of this level of boss. No wonder the fight here is like this. And the last one is still eating there. It turned out that he was waiting for the last 500 evil muscular beasts to die in battle. This is actually a good thing. If you encounter a player who knows how to control the battlefield, you can control the situation and fight the 3 bosses separately. Of course, there are also fierce players who wipe out all the evil muscle beasts in one breath. Release the 3 bosses together and fight them separately when all the opponents are still at level 11. But for Gushi, the news came a bit late, and he had no choice. When the ghost dragon was idle, Gushi decisively ordered, "Ghost dragon, attack the boss of the hit car." The ghost dragon had killed a boss this time. It was when he was full of confidence that under Gushi's order, he flew towards the position where the giant skeleton was fighting without even thinking about it. However, he did not expect that because this evil muscle beast was stronger than the giant skeleton, he could still pay attention to the surrounding situation while the electric giant skeleton was being used. When he saw the ghost dragon flying towards him, he knew what the ghost dragon was planning. So he immediately lifted up the giant skeleton he had caught and placed it in front of himself. At the same time, the current in his hand did not disappear, and was still being injected into the giant skeleton's body. When the ghost dragon flying in the sky saw this situation, a look of disdain flashed in its eyes. The relationship between the ghost dragon and the giant skeleton is really good. But he, the ghost dragon, could tell that the giant skeleton was an immature titan when he was alive. The conflict between dragons and titans has been sworn enemies for generations. Although they have both become undead, the problems between them are engraved in their bones. It is impossible to scare away the ghost dragon with a giant skeleton. Without thinking, the ghost dragon opened its mouth and sprayed out its dragon breath. At this time, the giant skeleton also suddenly moved. Chapter 548, The Coming of Age Ceremony of the Battlefield Ghost Boss and the Giant Skeleton. Bang bang. The shoulders of the giant skeleton grabbed by the evil muscle beast suddenly exploded, and its arms fell to the ground on the spot. The evil muscle beast was still considering whether he had grasped it too hard, but the giant skeleton seemed to have fallen apart and fell to the ground. However, when he fell, the lightning power that had just been injected into his body followed the control of the giant skeleton and sprayed out from the mouth of the giant skeleton, hitting the evil muscle beast. Although the evil muscle beast in front of him also used the power of lightning, the giant skeleton really shocked him, so he was sprayed from the front by lightning. Under this blow, the evil muscle beast's body was paralyzed for an instant, and it was this moment that gave the ghost dragon in the sky an opportunity. And the dragon's breath sprayed out directly and landed on the evil muscle beast. Although the evil muscle beast's level increased by 1 level due to the death of another boss, his combat power was not directly doubled. This dragon's breath, with a ghost effect, sprayed on his body, causing him great damage immediately. But the dragon's breath did not kill the evil muscle beast. He still had the strength to raise his hands and prepare to shoot a bolt of lightning into the sky. But at this moment, the giant skeleton lying on the ground twisted its body, got in front of the evil muscle beast, opened its mouth, and bit the evil muscle beast. Under this bite, the evil muscle beast's body couldn't help shaking. It was obvious that the bite just now was quite painful. The ghost dragon also took this opportunity to pounce in front of the evil muscle beast and opened its mouth to bite the evil muscle beast's head. This time, the evil muscle beast's head was also bitten. Although the giant skeleton couldn't deal with the ghost dragon, he understood that he had contributed to this battle. He must fight to the end, and at least give him the battle experience. Bring it. So he turned his body up and bit the evil muscle beast's left hand with one bite. Then he sucked it hard, and the power of thunder and lightning was transmitted from the evil muscle beast's body to his body. This distracted the evil muscle beast. His right hand formed a fist and hit the giant skeleton's head with one punch. At this time, the ghost dragon also turned over and bit the evil muscle beast's neck, and moved its body upwards. With a start, he wanted to fly into the sky with the evil muscle beast. Such an attack increased the damage to the evil muscle beast and also distracted it, preventing it from attacking the giant skeleton next to it. In this 2-on-1 situation, after more than a minute, the evil muscle beast was finally torn into 2 pieces by these 2 men. Ghost Dragon, Summoned Object, kills the evil monster boss Evil Muscle Beast, level 12. You get 1 experience point, and each summoned object gets 667 experience points. The Evil Muscle Beast dies, and the levels of the other 2 boss level Evil Muscle Beasts increase by 1 level. Hearing the news, Gushi also showed a smile on his face, and he issued new orders to his troops. Kill all the Evil Muscle Beasts and prepare for the final boss battle. After finishing speaking, Gushi prepared to summon the soul of the boss that was torn into 2 pieces. Although the Battlefield Ghost summoned is only level 4, the quality of the Battlefield Ghost summoned from this boss level corpse will definitely be better. But just as Gushi was about to make a move, he discovered that the giant skeleton was piecing its broken arms back together with its body while absorbing the lightning power from the dead Evil Muscle Beast. Gushi could see the needs of the giant skeleton at a glance, so he turned his attention and set his target on the red-clothed Evil Muscle Beast that had just died in the battle. You use spiritualism successfully and get a Battlefield Ghost boss, level 4, and 1 spiritualism experience point. Battlefield Ghost boss, level 4 experience, 0 to 750. Attack 9. Defense 7. Life 20. Skills, Sweeping Attack. Ghost Constitution. Spirit Attack. Team Command, 40 people. Pity. Gushi took a look and didn't expect a boss level corpse. In the end, only 1 leader emerged. It would be great if a hero emerged from this. At that time, Gushi can directly hand over these more than 1,000 battlefield ghosts to the heroes for management. Now it seems that it can only be used temporarily. You select the manpower first, replenish the troops, and cooperate in the battle. Although he felt a little regretful, Gushi quickly made arrangements. We are about to fight the last boss. That guy's level has been upgraded to level 13. He only relies on the Ghost Dragon and the giant skeleton. I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat him. Gushi must transform most of the Evil Muscle Beast corpses into battlefield ghosts before the boss is activated. In this way, he can also have a plan to deal with some unexpected situations. As for the Evil Muscle Beast boss, that was divided into 2 parts, Gushi took another look at the giant skeleton. He is still absorbing the last of the current, which is beneficial to the giant skeleton. And there is still some time, so just wait. With the addition of the leader of the battlefield ghosts, a group of battlefield ghosts were quickly organized on the battlefield. 40 battlefield ghosts quickly followed the leader, and the weapons in their hands quickly changed, becoming a team with swords and shields in front, spears on both sides, and bows and arrows in the end. They quickly formed a triangular battle formation and rushed directly towards the Evil Muscle Beast that was still fighting. It was obvious that when he waved his hand just now, the battlefield ghost leader already knew the situation in front of him and how he could kill the most enemies. This battlefield ghost leader is also ambitious. He wanted to take this opportunity to increase his level and gain some advantage in the final fight against the boss. Until the final boss takes action, with their current level, they may not be able to join the battlefield. So now that there is a chance to kill the enemy, the battlefield ghost leader is quite active. At this time, the giant skeleton had also absorbed the electricity from the Evil Muscle Beast. At this moment, he raised his newly connected arms upwards, and a bolt of lightning emitted from his body from the inside out. Then the giant skeleton's body was quickly enveloped in purple electricity, and it stood directly on the battlefield. This situation naturally attracted Gushi's attention. Gushi still had a good impression of the giant skeleton, who was always following him. He was about to see if he could help the giant skeleton in any way, when he heard a ding in his ear. The giant skeleton has absorbed enough thunder and lightning. Its quality has been improved, and it has activated unfinished tasks during its lifetime. Do you need to help the giant skeleton complete the task? Looking at the prompt in front of him, Gushi responded decisively without thinking too much. Help. Chapter 549. Promoted to the Bone Titan. Subordinate mission. Unfinished coming-of-age ceremony. Task description. A dead titan thought about the coming-of-age ceremony that he could never complete. And now, he sees the hope of completing the coming-of-age ceremony. Task requirement. Kill a giant dragon, 0/1. Task reward. Promote to become a young titan. And gain level +2. Explanation 1. When a titan reaches adulthood, he must kill a dragon alone. just as some dragons must kill a titan alone when they reach adulthood. Explanation 2. You only need to arrange the direction of your subordinates' tasks, and the rest is their own business. Looking at the message that popped up, Gushi thought seriously. Can this be cheated? If possible, the 6 bone dragons hovering above the main city gate can be considered giant dragons. After thinking for a moment, Gushi waved to the giant skeleton. The giant skeleton was so excited at this time that he didn't even see Gushi's greeting. He didn't react until Gushi got a little angry and wanted to yell. As soon as the giant skeleton saw that something was wrong, he quickly ran to Gushi, lowering his head and not daring to move. Looking at the giant skeleton, Gushi pointed at the bone dragon on the other side of the main city gate. Go and complete your coming-of-age ceremony and get everything done before the guy gets shot down by us. The giant skeleton glanced at the bone dragon hovering above the main city gate and knew that this was an opportunity specially arranged for him by Gushi. So he nodded his head to Gushi and quickly headed towards the main city gate. Gushi paid no attention to what happened next and started the process of summoning the spirit of the evil muscle beast again. This time, the evil muscle beast boss was torn into 2 pieces, and a new battlefield ghost boss was also given. Compared with the previous battlefield ghost boss, the one in front of me is obviously stronger and can carry more battlefield ghosts. As soon as he appeared on the battlefield, he took away 50 battlefield ghosts and started a crazy killing mode. Gushi's summoning speed couldn't catch up with his killing speed, and it is obvious that the style of this battlefield ghost leader is completely different from that of the other one. His attack methods are more radical, and he attacks the enemy directly. There is no shield holder in his team. His team was all equipped with frontal attack weapons such as knives, swords, crossbows, and spears, and his attack methods are somewhat similar to Arroyo's. He rushes in front of the enemy and launches the first wave of attacks. If it doesn't kill him, then he switches to subsequent attacks and directly bypasses the ones in front. This kind of attack is directly effective. It can be said that just by doing this, the kill rate of the evil muscle beast increased instantly. The last few hundred evil muscle beasts were under their attacks, and their numbers were getting smaller and smaller. While Gushi was summoning the spirit, he stared at the person at the back of the hall who was still eating. Although this person hadn't made a move yet, you could tell from the speed of his eating that he actually knew what was going on here. But because the other evil muscle beasts were still alive, he never moved. Even if the 2 companions sitting at the table eating together were gone, he did not put down the food in his hands. It wasn't until there were less than 10 evil muscle beasts left on the battlefield that he slowed down his movements and raised his head. At this time, Gushi turned around and glanced at the situation behind him. The giant skeleton was still fighting with the bone dragon. This made Gushi couldn't help but shake his head. What was going on with this giant skeleton? When he didn't have this mission before, wasn't he very good at fighting bone dragon? Why can't he defeat the bone dragon now that he has to complete the mission? If you are capable of such a mission, you should do it as soon as possible. I've already dragged everything out until this point. So what's the point of you being stuck like this? Looking at the situation over the giant skeleton, Gushi finally gave the order. Put it off a little longer, and I'll take care of all the bodies here. Afterwards, Gushi turned to Shea, who had been watching the battle, and said, Shea, go to the city to see what kind of new things have emerged in Aladovi after these evil muscle beasts died in the battle. Guys, bring them all out if you can. Gushi's idea was very clear. The effect of the double death ability was just right. After the death of these evil muscle beasts, new corresponding undead troops will definitely spawn in Aladovi City. Those ordinary evil muscular beasts are only level 7. But that's not the point. The point is that 2 bosses just died here. One at level 11, and the other at level 12. If they are transformed into undead, they must be at level 11 or 12. Release them. Add the ghost dragon, and the upgraded giant skeleton, and 4 against 1 should be able to deal with the final boss. Shaya has been following Gushi to watch the battle, and she understands the situation in front of her. As soon as she heard Gushi's instructions, she understood what Gushi was planning. So she immediately turned around and entered Aladovi City along the main city gate. When passing the main city gate, she glanced at the giant skeleton. Why are you so useless? You can't even defeat a bone dragon. When the giant skeleton heard this, he also understood that Shea was helping him. He stretched out his hands and gave up his original idea. Finally, he turned the lightning into a lightning chain, put it on the head of the bone dragon, and forced it downwards. A pull? With his pull, the bone dragon that was still attacking in the sky was dragged to the ground. Then the giant skeleton let go of its handle, and the lightning chain turned into a chain and wrapped around the bone dragon. The giant skeleton turned forward, rode on the bone dragon, and punched the bone dragon on the head. This bone dragon was only transformed from a level 7 red dragon after death, and its level is also level 7. The giant skeleton had never knocked him down before, because he wanted to take the opportunity to practice the Titan's arrow that could only be mastered by the Titan clan. But Shea's passing just now reminded him that he had taken too long, so he could only give up his original idea and just master the two skills of Lightning Bolt and Lightning Chain. Although it is a pity to miss the opportunity to practice the Titan arrow, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, he is no longer a living Titan. Now he has a chance to complete his coming-of-age ceremony, which is pretty good for him. How can he pursue too much? That's it for now. The giant skeleton punched him hard. Then a voice came to his ear. Even if you die, you must kill the dragon and die. This is a Titan. You can inherit the name of Titan and start preparing your Titan armor. Hearing this sound, a purple lightning broke through the sky and hit the giant skeleton. And Gushi also heard a ding. The giant skeleton completes the coming-of-age ceremony and becomes a Bone Titan. Bone Titan, level 11. Summon experience, 2766/9000. Attack 23. Defense 19. Health 220. Skills, Lightning Arrow, Lightning Chain, Lightning Walk, Bone Spear. Chapter 550 The Final Blow. The giant skeleton completed the coming-of-age ceremony and strode behind Gushi. At this time, his appearance had changed slightly. His height had grown from more than 5 meters to more than 7 meters tall. At the same time, he no longer walked around empty-handed like before. He was holding a bottle in his right hand that was completely free of charge. A spear made of bones. If you look closely, you will find that the tip of this spear is the skull of a bone dragon. This was made from the corpse of the bone dragon that he killed. This is also the tradition of some Titans. The dragons they kill make their own weapons and equipment. However, after the Titans mastered the power of thunder and lightning, few Titans practice this custom anymore. Now the Bone Titan has picked up all this again, which is probably an accident. When the Bone Titan stood next to Gushi, the Ghost Dragon also landed next to Gushi and glared at the Bone Titan. In his opinion, the Bone Titan in front of him would be his biggest enemy in the future. He had to observe it first and see how to deal with it in the future. Gushi just smiled at this situation. These are just two unique soldiers, not heroes. The conflict between them does not require too much consideration. At this moment, a group of huge zombies, over 5 meters tall, also walked out of the main city gate. These zombies were different from normal zombies. Gushi had seen most of the zombies before. They were either skinny or fat like a ball. But the zombies in front of them are actually strengthened muscular men. At the same time, on their bodies, you can also see the rivets and iron pieces that were driven into their bodies. It's like an upgraded version of Stitches, and a bit like Frankenstein. When they walked out, there were two different beings following behind them. The two men were obviously taller. One of them had an iron chin, and the other had a completely mechanized waist joint. These undead quickly stood behind Gushi, waiting for Gushi's order. Electric Zombie, level 7. Summoned object experience, 0/750. Attack 20. Defense 22. Life 120. Skills, Electric Shock Restart, 50% chance of being resurrected when killed in battle. Plague Throwing, can be thrown at the enemy. Throw plague bombs or other poisonous magic potions at the location. The effect is 2 times the attack power. Electric Zombie Warrior Iron Chin, level 11. Summoned object experience, 0/1500. Attack 23. Defense 25. Life 180. Skills, Electric Shock Restart. Heavy Blow. Limb Replacement. Electric Zombie Warrior Broken Waist, level 12. Summon experience, 0/1750. Attack 24. Defense 26. Life 190. Skills, Electric Shock Restart. Jump Slash. Half Body Ejection. A defensive force. Gushi made a judgment as soon as he saw this attribute. It was obvious that these were not ordinary soldiers. There might be only 1,000. No. There should be 1,500 electric zombies in the team. After they die, there will be no more. If not for this, Gushi felt that they could be used to replace the Labyrinth Devourer and become the direction for the zombie army to advance. Now, Gushi could only shake his head and temporarily put aside such thoughts. He hoped that next time the same troops would die in front of Gushi and be picked up by Gushi's talent and turned into this kind of electric zombies. Everyone is here. Let's get ready to unleash the monsters. Gushi gave an order, and the two teams of battlefield ghosts dragging the evil muscle beasts took action at the same time. And the last 10 evil muscle beasts were killed. When they fell to the ground, Gushi quickly added a few spiritual spells, and then heard a voice. Anyone who disturbs me while I eat will die. After saying that, he stood up. This evil muscle beast boss was different from the previous two. Next to him was a spear that was taller than him. When he stood up, Gushi noticed that he was wearing thick armor, which was full of Japanese mecha Jaxalu fusion style. The most important thing was that the helmet on his head had an eye on the front and 2 on the side. 7 horn-like things. As he stood up, a visor fell from his helmet, completely blocking his face. The Bone Titan, Iron Chin, and Broken Waist will hold him down, and the Ghost Dragon will attack. Seeing this guy flipping the table, Gushi immediately gave the order. Gushi still used his original judgment. These evil muscle beasts were afraid of ghosts. So the Ghost Dragon, which was most likely to bring a blow to the evil muscle beasts, was placed at the back. Among the other 3, 2 are famous for their defense, which is just right for resisting the attacks of the evil muscle beast. In a 3-on-1 situation, it is still possible to hold back the evil muscle beast. If all else fails, Gushi will consider creating an incarnation of death. But at that time, I am afraid that all 4 of them will die. Under Gushi's order, the 4 rushed out at the same time. 2 electric zombie warriors rushed to the front. Although the movement speed of the zombies was obviously slower, these 2 were relatively tall. They were more than 7 meters tall. They could walk 5 or 6 meters forward with 1 step. There is a limit to slowness. Behind them was the Bone Titan holding a bone spear. When he ran forward, lightning began to gather on the tip of the bone spear. As for the Ghost Dragon, it has already taken flight. He flew high into the sky and began to prepare Dragon Breath. After all, only Dragon Breath could do the best damage to the evil muscle beast. At this time, the 5 bone dragons flying above the main city gate were also flying here. They stared at everything in front of them. If necessary, they would rush out and join the battle immediately. Waste. At this moment, the evil muscle beast wearing heavy armor roared, and with a sweep of the spear in his hand, the Iron Chin was swept away. But Duan Yao used a jump to dodge the blow. However, with such a jump, he let out the Bone Titan, who was following behind. When the Bone Titan saw this situation, he immediately threw the bone spear that gathered lightning power. The evil muscle beast struck back and knocked the spear aside. But at this time, the Broken Waist happened to fall behind the evil muscle beast. Without saying a word, his waist automatically separated, tightly blocking the evil muscle beast's back. When the Ghost Dragon in the sky saw this opportunity, it breathed out at the evil muscle beast. The gray-white dragon's breath with ashes hit the evil muscle beast's chest head-on. When the dragon's breath sprayed down, Iron Chin, who was knocked out, also got up from the ground. He rushed towards the evil muscle beast immediately. Beast stretched out his hand to block the right hand of the evil muscle beast holding the gun, preventing him from having a chance to draw the gun. It can be said that the 4 people cooperated well and suppressed the evil muscle beast in the first time. Chapter 551, Soul Resurrection. New Hero. Gushi never thought that even at this point, this evil muscle beast would still have the idea of making a comeback. When his right hand and back were stuck, he actually reached out his left hand and grabbed it behind him. He could see that his strength was limited, and all the power came from the Broken Waist behind him. As long as he throws the Broken Waist away, he can regain control of the situation. But just as he stretched out his left hand, a bolt of lightning struck his left hand. This piece of lightning did not cause much harm to him. Instead, it turned into a chain and wrapped tightly around him as soon as it was turned in his hand. The evil muscle beast took a look and found that it was the Bone Titan who had taken action. He used his new skill Lightning Lock. This time the evil muscle beast really couldn't move its whole body. Even so, the evil muscle beast would still turn around and try to bite off his waist and jam his arm. To stand out is to be unwilling to yield. At this moment, the Ghost Dragon took a deep breath again and spit out a breath of dragon breath. This time, the dragon's breath shrank rapidly. If the previous dragon's breath was a large-scale attack, then the dragon's breath in front of him was like a precise laser impact, hitting the evil muscle beast's chest directly. The damage caused to the evil muscle beast by the last attack was not over yet. This attack came again. This time, the evil muscle beast could no longer withstand it. and his chest was cut open by the dragon's breath on the spot, revealing the flesh and blood under the armor. But this evil muscle beast did not die just yet. He was still struggling there. He even exerted force with both hands, moving them toward the middle, preparing to grip the spear with both hands. This situation made Gushi speechless. It's just a level 13 boss, not a threshold level. So how could there be such a big difference? Although he looked puzzled, Gushi didn't want to delay any longer. He raised the cold wind staff and prepared to release the incarnation of death. His levels have increased, and both of his death avatars are now level 13. At the same level, dealing with a level 13 being should be no problem now. Just as Gushi was about to release the incarnation of death, the ghost dragon breathed its third time. The dragon's breath this time is different from before. This time the dragon's breath is sprayed out like a fireball. As soon as the dragon breath was sprayed out, the ghost dragon roared. Then the body rushed towards the evil muscle beast at a speed similar to that of a dragon's breath. It can be seen that he has already planned it. If dragon breath cannot deal with the evil muscle beast, then he will do it himself. Fortunately, the third dragon breath was finally successful. Under this wave of dragon breath, the evil muscle beast was blown away on the spot. An Iron Jaw, who was holding the evil muscle beast's right hand, was now only holding one arm. The one with broken waist was the most unlucky one, as he was blown away by the explosion. Finally it hit the ground hard. What was pressing on his body was the body of the evil muscle beast that was blown into two pieces. The white bone titan on the other side also dragged one of the evil muscle beast's arms. But he didn't hold his arm like Iron Chin and didn't let go. He shook his hand and shook off the arm that was dragged back by the lightning lock. The lightning turned into lightning arrows and struck in the direction of the evil muscle beast. After this attack, the fragments of the evil muscle beast on the ground did react a little. The helmet of the evil muscle beast flew up under the attack of lightning, and it looked like it wanted to pounce on the nearby barbecue and feast on it. But the ghost dragon flying over hit the pair of helmets, knocking the helmet to the ground, and then kicked it hard, crushing the helmet directly. As the helmet was crushed, the voice he wanted to hear finally came to Gushi's ears. The ghost dragon, summoned creature, kills the evil monster boss evil muscle beast, level 13. You get 1 experience point, and each summoned creature gets 365 experience points. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned the handle, and the death incarnation spell he originally wanted to cast turned into a necromancy. A spiritual spell landed on the fragments of the evil muscle beast on the ground. As Gushi moved like this, the flesh and helmet that had been blown to pieces kept gathering together. Gushi's mind moved, and he discovered that these fragments actually had the idea of forming zombies. Such thoughts made Gushi quite dissatisfied. Gushi had actually seen the situation of the ghosts on the battlefield. He would be more suitable for such a battlefield than zombies. After the death of this evil muscle beast, the same electric zombies will definitely appear in Aladodi City. There is no need for Gushi to have another zombie here. So Gushi interfered with the transformation of the evil muscle beast after death. When the flesh and armor gathered, Gushi controlled the power of the undead and set the flesh and armor on fire. In the flames, flesh and armor quickly melted, and a 7-meter-tall black ghost wearing Japanese armor walked out. His left hand was on a long sword at his waist, and in his right hand he held a spear that was more than 1 meter taller than him. After walking out, he immediately lowered his head towards Gushi. Gushi was stunned for a moment and quickly checked his information. You successfully used the necromancy technique and obtained an undead hero, level 4. Hero potential: 1 necromancy experience point. Yagyu, level 4. Summon: undead hero experience, 0/2500. Attack 3. Defense 2. Health 55. Mana 20. Talent: Ghost Master after level 4. Every level up. Ghost attack +1. Skills: Bloody Battle after the battle begins. Every 100 soldiers lost. The attack power of all soldiers under his command +1. Multi-weapon mastery. Leader can command 70 soldiers plus 7 leaders troops at the same time. Looking at the undead hero in front of him, Gushi muttered directly, Japanese? But why is it called Yagyu? Although he muttered this question, Gushi still took him in. With so many battlefield ghosts here, they could just be managed by Yagyu's men. Therefore, not long after this black ghost stood up. He had more than 1,000 soldiers under his command. As for whether he could manage so many soldiers, Gushi didn't think about it too much for the time being. Anyway, the current battle is over, And it's time to give way to the troops, who sort out the ghosts on the battlefield. After arranging the battlefield ghosts to go out, Gushi turned to the ghost team that was coming over and said, "You are responsible for cleaning the battlefield. These foods, go and call the tavern chef over and ask him to come over and see if he can take these foods back." Under Gushi's command, the ghost squad and other undead quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Soon the first batch of items was delivered to Gushi. Chapter 552, Cleaning the Battlefield. You got 3,119 copies of blood-boosting buns. You get small grilled chicken, white, *66. You get medium roasted pig, green, *39. You get the big roasted beef, blue, *9. You get evil muscle, level 6, *18. You get evil bloodline, level 7, *1. You get the fell spear, blue, *1. Blood replenishing buns, gray, a type of bun made by someone unknown. Eating this type of bun replenishes 30 blood points. It can be eaten in battle, and can be imitated for cooking. Small roast chicken, white, a roast chicken made by someone unknown. Eating it can replenish 50% of your health. It can be eaten in battle, and can be imitated for cooking. Medium roasted pig, green, a type of roasted pig made by someone unknown. Eating it can replenish 100% of your health. It can be eaten during battle, and can be imitated for cooking. Big roasted beef, blue, a kind of roasted beef that I don't know who made it. It can be eaten by a team of 50 people. After eating it, all members can replenish 100% of their health. It can be eaten during battle, and can be imitated for cooking. Evil muscle, level 6, the most essential part of the evil muscle beast is edible. After eating, the attack power of soldiers below level 6 will increase by 3 points. Evil bloodline, level 7, the special bloodline of the evil muscle beast is condensed, and can be eaten. After eating, you can divide your power into the bodies of the same kind in the team to achieve a balance with all the same kind. After the death of the same kind, strength will be increased by 1 to 1.5 times. Fell spear, blue. Polearm. Attack, 16 to 19. After equipped, Constitution +2. Equipment requirements, Strength 2. Agility 3. Constitution 3. Special 1, Sharpness +3. The spear has the effect of +3 attack power. Special 2, Vampire. Use a spear to kill the enemy. There is a 50% chance to absorb 20% of the enemy's life to replenish your own loss. Explanation: this is just an ordinary spear. If it weren't for some evil energy, this thing would be of green quality at most. Looking at the things being delivered one by one, Gushi more or less understood what he had gained this time. Among the things obtained this time, the weapons and equipment are not the focus. The focus is on the food and the ideas for cooking the food. These kinds of food, from gray meat buns to big blue roast beef, are all good food. And I don't know how much the chef in the tavern can cook. While Gushi was thinking about this matter, a group of people were also driven out from the main city gate. Among the people who came out, there was one wearing a chef's uniform with a skull with the word tape painted on his left arm. As soon as the skeleton appeared, he immediately looked around. Because of the previous battle, most of the barbecue was scattered on the ground, and it was no longer edible at first glance. The whole food that can be eaten has been gathered together and placed in front of Gushi. The chef quickly walked over to one of the barbecues, took out a roast chicken from the plate, put it to his mouth, and took a hard bite. This taste contains bacterial strains, fennel, and white seeds. The chef murmured the recipe for roast chicken while eating, and finally raised his head. After eating this, you can replenish your life in large quantities. It's a very interesting recipe. Can you replicate cooking? Gushi asked. Yes, but it may not necessarily achieve the same effect. After all, the materials will be somewhat different. The food here looks like it is cooked by hand, but in fact it is obviously not a replica. If you use cooking techniques, the effect will be similar, but not the same. The chef expressed his judgment immediately. How long it takes? It doesn't take long. But where is the material in question? This kind of roast chicken can be replaced by an owl. But roast pig or roast cow? There is no such thing in the city. Gushi wanted to say, "Owl, thank you for your choice." But he really couldn't get enough ingredients. Forget it. You research the formula first. And when I have the design drawings of a farm or livestock building, I will build it first. Facing the chef's question, Gushi could only answer this way. Okay, now that these recipes have been researched, the tavern can be upgraded, and then the wine girl can feel more at ease. Listening to the chef's words, for some reason, Gushi always had the feeling that the chef in front of him was a little licking dog. However, Gushi doesn't care about many things about the ordinary undead in his city. As long as they don't cause him a lot of trouble, Gushi won't care about what they do. Okay. Then I'll ask them to send all the food to you. Can you make the buns too? Okay. But it's not necessary. This thing is garbage. The chef said immediately that in his opinion, all the food in front of him had no technical content. Except for the steamed buns. All the other food here is baked. And you can tell at a glance that there is no pot. In this way, many cooking skills cannot be used. And the food produced is not very delicious. If it weren't for the good attributes of these foods, and the fact that they required various food recipes, the chef wouldn't have come over to take a second look. At this time, Gushi pointed at the smashed food. Can those things be eaten? No dogs will eat those things. The chef didn't even look at the smashed food on the ground. Sir, I think you should not think about these things. Even if these things are shipped back, they will be treated as garbage. But I do have an idea. You could collect these things, compress them into balls, and use them as catapult stones. Gushi thought for a while, and finally waved his hand. Forget it. You don't need to do anything here. I'll just take care of it. You can go back and take care of the recipe first. After sending away the chef, Gushi called in the bone-gnawing sludge from behind to see if they would eat the beaten food. But it turns out that there is nothing that bone-gnawing sludge doesn't eat. Not only did they eat the broken food, but they also ate the broken dishes. At this time, Gushi was already thinking that after the evil temple was finished, he might not prepare a swamp area for the mud swamp, but a garbage area for them. Their ability to eat anything is truly terrifying. If this were placed in various urban areas, I am afraid that the ground would be emptied in a few days. The bone-eating muds had no idea about Gushi's plan. They only knew that the things in front of them looked delicious, and were very nutritious for them. Now that they had nothing to do, they might as well eat. Chapter 553, the even weirder third level. After packing up everything, Gushi did not move forward in a hurry. Instead, he rested on the spot and replenished his troops. In the previous battle, although the battlefield ghosts had joined, some troops still suffered heavy losses because they did not have a clear understanding of the enemy's situation at the time. Especially the Black Spear Battalion, because of the super defense of the evil muscle beasts. They almost didn't get wiped out by them. As for ordinary skeleton soldiers, many of them had died in battles before. If Gushi hadn't brought in the ghost troops later, I'm afraid that all the skeleton soldiers and zombies brought by Gushi would have been wiped out. Now Gushi needs to replenish his troops and adjust the proportion of the troops. I don't know how many enemies I will face next. During this period of time, Gushi also replenished some mana. At the same time, he also saw the new electric zombies that were resurrected in Aladovi City through talents. He is different from the hero Yagyu summoned by Gushi. This electric zombie did not become a hero, but he also became an elite, which was considered an upgrade for the warrior. It can be said that the last evil muscle beast brought more benefits to Gushi. At least the two previous ones didn't give so many benefits. After resting in place for 3 hours, Gushi also received news from the rear. They had emptied all the candies from the first battlefield. Now the undead being transported from behind are coming here. Putting down the book in his hand, Gushi drank the wine in his hand in one gulp and then stood up. Yagyu followed with the battlefield ghosts, the electric zombies, corpse witches, skeleton shooters, and skeleton mages followed. The other troops stayed to clean up the battlefield. Under Gushi's order, the undead army quickly reorganized, and finally formed an undead army of 5,000 people to follow Gushi. In Gushi's team, there is another level 13 electro-activated zombie named Demon Helmet. Now even if he doesn't use the incarnation of death, Gushi still has level 13 people under him. As for the evil spear, Gushi gave it to Arroyo. Although Arroyo's battle axe can also be used, this evil spear is obviously better for him. This can be regarded as Gushi's compensation for Arroyo. After all, Arroyo's Black Gun Battalion suffered heavy losses this time. In the next period of time, Arroyo is afraid that he will focus on rebuilding the Black Gun Battalion. He was afraid that he would not be able to participate in the next battle. After preparing all the troops, Gushi put away the main city gate and led the troops towards the gate at the back of the hall. As the door opened, Gushi was also shocked by the scene before him. At first, Gushi thought that he would encounter a large number of enemies eating here. After all, the first 2 levels were like this. But here, there are people affected by evil spirits. But they are not eating. They are cooking various foods. What shocked Gushi was that in this huge space, There was a huge egg 150 meters high, rice that was taller than a normal person, and a piece of rice that was more than 1,000 meters long. Huge slices of bacon. There are also cabbage shreds that are more than 600 meters long, potato shreds that are more than 500 meters long, etc. It can be seen that the food placed here is enlarged countless times. A small piece of it is enough for Gu Shi to eat for decades. Seeing Gu Shi coming in with his troops, all the chefs who were cooking food stopped what they were doing. His eyes stared at Gu Shi with gleaming eyes. It can be seen that as long as Gu Shi moves, they will pounce on him, cut him into pieces, and make various dishes. What are you doing? At this time, a voice rang out. You are very brave to stop halfway through the dish. Do you know that as soon as you stop, you can eat the pot of food? Pour it away. Pour it all away. I did it again. Washed the pot, and made it faster. The sound was quite loud. So loud that Gu Shi, who was standing at the door, heard it. He looked up and looked in the direction from which the sound came, and found a 6-meter-tall puppet chef walking back and forth. Lying in the chef's hair is a human-sized mouse. He was grabbing the chef's hair and controlling his direction. It is obvious that this mouse is the boss of this level. But Gu Shi is not quite sure what the situation is at this level. Why does it look like the rat version of New Oriental? Should we call out the chef, who just returned, to ask him whether we need to pass the food battle to pass this level? Before Gu Shi could figure out what was going on, the puppet chef, who was walking back and forth between the stoves, turned around and faced Gu Shi. The mouse lying in the hair also saw Gu Shi. Yeah, it's a bunch of rats. How dare you come here? Go up and kill them. Gu Shi was immediately speechless upon hearing this. You are the mouse. But as soon as the mouse barked, all the chefs excitedly dropped their kitchen utensils, pulled out their kitchen knives, and rushed towards Gu Shi. These chefs are different from the mutated people outside who have eaten too much. They are of normal size. When they ran, Gu Shi could see that their strength was about level 7. Compared with the soldiers in the first 2 levels, their strength is obviously much weaker. But Gu Shi never takes it lightly. When he saw the enemy running over, he immediately ordered, activate the zombies' front defense, and the skeleton archers and skeleton mages should be ready to test. Under Gu Shi's order, the skeleton archer and the skeleton mage quickly got ready. They set their bows and arrows, raised their staffs and lit fires, waiting for the enemy to come closer. At this time, Gu Shi, who was standing on top of the evil coffin, also raised the cold wind staff. His target was the 150-meter-tall large egg closest to him. Gu Shi really wanted to test whether the egg was dead or alive, and whether he could use the corpse explosion technique. Just as Gu Shi was about to take action, someone in his team roared, "Shoot!" As all the skeleton shooters let go at the same time, the bone arrows with metal arrows flew out, nailing the fastest rushing chefs to the ground. Skeleton archer, summon, kills evil chef, level 7. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point, and the summon gets 19 experience points. Skeleton shooter, summon, kills the evil chef, level 6. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point, and the summons gets 11 experience points. Wait, why did he die so quickly? Looking at the messages that kept popping up in front of him, Gu Shi had a look of disbelief. Are the enemies in the last level so weak? Why was he killed as soon as he turned around? Chapter 554 Achievements Earned. While Gu Shi was still confused, more than 600 chefs who rushed over were all killed by the attacks of skeleton shooters and skeleton mages. Gu Shi was also a little surprised when faced with an enemy who charged forward desperately regardless of his own strength. Regardless of any defense, or even armor, he couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. Whether he had gone to the wrong place. It was so difficult to fight before. But why was it so easy to defeat all the minions in this level? Just when Gu Shi was wondering, another group of identical chefs appeared next to the stove. They didn't need the mouse's order at all. They threw away the spatulas they were holding, pulled out the kitchen knives on the chopping board, and pointed at them again. Gu Shi rushed over. Invincible? Gu Shi was shocked. But he still commanded his troops to kill them. At the same time, Gu Shi also opened the Steel City Gate outwards, making plans to use the Steel City Gate for defense in case of an accident. The skeleton shooters, who could kill the enemy, were also mobilized to the City Gate Tower, ready to deal with the enemy. At the front of the battle formation, the battlefield ghosts and electric zombies are also ready for battle. As soon as the chefs rush in front, they will attack. This wave of chefs is no different from the chefs who were killed by random arrows before. They are all the kind who fall to the ground dead in the middle of a mindless rush. Then the third wave of chefs appeared next to the stove again. They made the same move and rushed over without hesitation. After this happened 3 or 4 times, Gucci also felt something was wrong. This is not over, right? Although Gucci himself is not afraid of these. On the contrary, he hopes that there are as many weak enemies as possible. But the current situation always made Gucci feel a little weird. Maybe the chef in front of me is not the key. Gucci's eyes couldn't help but turn to the huge ingredients placed on both sides of the kitchen. If these are the key to the boss's attack, then let these chefs die again. I really don't know if I will encounter such a weak level 7 chef in the future. It would be a shame not to take this opportunity to add some undead to Aladovi City. Thus, a balance was formed between Gucci and the mouse. The chefs rushed over to die one after another, and Gucci killed one after another. In the end, even the weakest ghost team stepped forward to take advantage, hoping to take this opportunity to replenish their numbers. When the chefs spawned the 20th wave, Gucci's eyes suddenly widened. He noticed that the level of the chef spawn had dropped. The original level 7 chef was now level 6. It seems that these chefs are not endless. Pity. He thought these chefs could keep fighting. Looking up at the hill-like pile of corpses, Gucci thought for a moment and said, "It's already more than 10,000. It should be enough." When Gucci was speaking, a huge red soul summoning tower appeared behind him. The moment the soul calling tower was released, the soul fragments of the chef who died on the battlefield turned into meteors and quickly flew towards the soul calling tower. Gucci took a step back and leaned directly against the soul calling tower. All his mana was concentrated on the cold wind staff. And then he pointed towards the soul calling tower. Spiritualism. Then the red part of the top of the summoning tower quickly lit up, and the red light shot out directly and landed on the pile of corpses that were blocked outside. As the red light fell, Gucci realized for the first time that his mana could be consumed so quickly. A large number of arms stretched out from the pile of corpses, and the chefs who fell on the road began to turn into various undead. Skeletons, zombies, ghosts. There are no special enhancements or excessive new ideas. They are just the most ordinary soldiers. They don't even have weapons in their hands. Their only advantage is their number. Gucci only had 1 point of mana left this time, and all the other mana was invested. In this wave, he summoned a total of 7,599 new undead souls. This number is considered Gucci's limit, but it is not the limit for corpses here. Go up a few people and bring these undead down for reorganization. Give them weapons and ask them to get out of the way. Don't stand in front of them. Death incarnate. After having someone take away the undead that had just crawled out of the pile of corpses, Gucci pointed his cold wind staff outward, and 2 incarnations of death rushed out from under the black fog. After the death incarnation was released, Gucci held them back. Gucci would not let go of such a good opportunity to kill undead. Now that the chef was still rushing forward, Gucci did not intend to waste it. So after more than 7,000 new undead were sent back to Aladovi City to replenish weapons and equipment, Gucci's troops once again began to kill the chefs who rushed over. Gucci, on the other hand, sat down directly and drank wine to replenish his mana. After he had enough mana, he got up and used the soul summoning tower to summon souls on a large scale to create undead. The mouse lying on the head of the puppet did not stop all this, but just yelled at the chef for being useless, and why he hadn't been able to deal with Gucci and the rats. Gucci soon discovered that something was not quite right. The chef's skills seemed to be unable to keep up with his imagination. Chefs at level 6 only spawn 10 waves. Chefs at level 5 only spawn 5 waves. And chefs below level 4 can spawn as many waves as their levels. After Gucci killed a wave of level 1 chefs, he noticed that there were no new chefs at the stove. Then, there was a ding sound in Gucci's ear. You killed all the chefs in the kitchen of the evil god temple and completed an achievement. Chef Killer. You receive the achievement reward and title. You get the achievement statue. The Slain Chef. You get the achievement title, Violent Gourmet. Achievement statue. The Killed Chef, green, can be built in a city. The probability of producing a chef in this city is increased by 10%. And the recipe research speed is increased by 5%. Achievement title, Violent Gourmet, green. When equipped with this title and eating food, the magic effect produced by the food is increased by 5%. Can such a good thing happen? Gucci didn't think that he just wanted to get enough undead materials, and if he delayed here for a while longer, he would actually get such a reward in the end. It seems that sometimes an inadvertent choice can bring many changes to the situation. At this moment, A new light appeared next to Gushi's stove. Gushi also became excited when he saw this. Could it be that these chefs would be refreshed after they were finished? Just when Gushi was about to send his men to kill the spawned chefs again, he found that beside the stove, all the spawned rats were giant rats standing upright. When they refreshed, the mouse lying on the puppet suddenly screamed. The chefs have left. Brothers, the carnival has begun. Chapter 555 Boss Attacks. Gushi never expected that there would be such a change here. But it doesn't matter. The corpse of a mouse is also a corpse. And it can also summon spirits. But at this moment, the mice did something that Gushi couldn't think of. They did not rush directly towards Gushi and their defense line, but instead pounced on the corpses of the chefs, dragged them to the stove at the back, and processed them in preparation for cooking. Gushi was shocked by their actions. Then Gushi immediately realized that these rats were fighting for his body. This is intolerable. Go. Kill them. Take back all the bodies. Under Gushi's order, the first batch of battlefield ghosts rushed forward. They had been waiting at the edge of the battlefield for a long time. But the previous chef was killed before he could even rush to Gushi. In addition, Gushi wanted to replenish the number of people in the ghost team, so he did not send them on. It was different now. After Gushi gave the order to attack, they rushed out immediately. The one who rushed to the front was naturally the hero of the battlefield ghost, Yagyu. Gushi found that the heroes under his command all seemed to have the habit of taking the initiative to move forward. The same thing happened to Yagyu, who brought 2 boss-level battlefield ghosts. They rushed directly to the front line. Yagyu quite straightforwardly conjured up a spear, lowered the tip of the spear, and stabbed it in the direction of the rat that was as tall as a person. Then the tip of Yagyu's spear was like a bulldozer, and 7 or 8 rats were skewered on the spot. As Yagyu attacked, all the battlefield ghosts also joined the battle. Mouse didn't expect that Gushi's troops would rush out on their own initiative. He didn't react for a moment, and was killed by the battlefield ghosts on the spot. Battlefield Ghost, Summon, kills the evil rat, level 7. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point, and the summoned gets 116 experience points. However, these rats were not as incompetent as the chefs. They were just unaware. After reacting, they took the initiative to pounce on the ghosts on the battlefield. These rats are of a relatively high level, and their attacks come with effects such as rapid attack and siege. That is, when there is another mouse near a mouse, their attack power will be increased. The greater the number of rats, the higher the attack power. Although the battlefield ghost itself belongs to the ghost category and has a certain immunity to physical attacks, under such attacks from all directions, the battlefield ghost also began to suffer losses. After taking a look at the situation on the battlefield, Gushi waved his hand and said, "Ghost team, drag all the corpses back to me. Electrically activate the zombies, and push the battle array forward to prepare to support the ghosts on the battlefield." Isabella stared at the ghosts on the battlefield to ensure that they survived on the battlefield. The blood clone Isabella is now Gushi's most suitable medical practitioner on the battlefield. As soon as she heard Gushi's order, the bloody clouds began to push towards the battlefield. I don't know how Isabella can tell which ones are enemies, and which ones are her own. Anyway, the rain of blood can replenish the blood of ghosts on the battlefield. But it is of no use to rats. The mice fought for a long time, and finally injured the battlefield ghosts. As soon as they turned around, their injuries were healed. This was a huge blow to the rat soldiers. And some rats had no idea of continuing the fight. On the contrary, when the hero Yagyu of Battlefield Ghost saw this situation, he immediately made a gesture backwards, gave up defense and attacked with all his strength. Yagyu, that's enough. It will take time to replenish your blood later. Seeing that something was obviously wrong with Lu Sheng's actions, Gushi contacted him immediately. Sir, it's okay. It's just a layer of blood cloud. There's no problem. Before Yagyu could answer, Isabella said with a smile, to be honest, there weren't many places where Gushi needed blood replenishment. The fighting methods of his men are quite extreme. Whenever you encounter an enemy, you always rush towards them. Either the enemy will die or you will die. Not to mention minor injuries. Serious injuries are rarely seen, and there is really no need to replenish blood. So Isabella has always been relatively free. This time, she only used less than 1/10 of her mana, and the life force in the blood cloud had not been used up yet. Just as something changed happened on the battlefield. The battlefield ghost rushed a little too hard, and even rushed towards the puppet chef. The battlefield ghost who rushed over had already killed the head, so he didn't think much. When he saw the rat lying on the head of the puppet chef, He also slashed his sword on the rat. This mouse had been screaming there all the time. And after being beaten like this, the mouse became angry. Do you know what you've done? I'm going to chop you into pieces and make soup with you. After speaking, the mouse pulled the puppet chef's hair, and the puppet chef slashed at the battlefield ghost. This battlefield ghost's own strength is not bad. At least it is not a trash character, but a battlefield vanguard that has been fought on the battlefield. Its level has been upgraded from level 4 at the beginning to level 7. Facing the knife of the puppet chef, he really didn't take it seriously at first. He struck the puppet chef on the head with a sword from the front, trying to chop off the mouse. But he never expected that this mouse would actually do what he said. He said he would cut the battlefield ghosts into pieces. And he actually cut them into pieces. His knife was quite fast. When the knife was drawn, the body of the battlefield ghost was cut open starting from the arm. And it was cut into pieces after pieces of baton-sized, pearly white translucent flesh. The mouse standing above the puppet chef was still there, and said, "This piece of meat will disappear after soaking in water. It seems more suitable for making stock." Just that a battlefield ghost was killed did not attract the attention of Yagyu and the others, let alone Gushi at the rear. At this time, they were still attacking ordinary mice. However, as they were fighting, they discovered that something was wrong. It turned out that the puppet chef had also joined the battlefield and easily killed many battlefield ghosts. Faced with this situation, Gushi immediately adjusted his strategy and sent out the 2 death incarnations he had prepared. These 2 incarnations of death have been out for a long time, but they have been waiting for Gushi's orders and have not attacked. So the mouse on the puppet chef thought that the 2 incarnations of death were Gushi's guards, just like the ghost dragon behind Gushi. As soon as the incarnation of death rushed out, the mouse muttered, "Bone dragon. These bones are the most suitable for roasting. I will dismantle this bone dragon later, and put it in the pot, and roast it over high fire first. If you cook it with stock again, it will taste absolutely delicious." Chapter 556 Kill. A green beam of light spurted out, and the death dragon's breath immediately hit the puppet chef. Then the incarnation of death, Bone Dragon, realized that he had made a mistake. The real power of the puppet chef was not in the chef, but in the mouse. But the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon, was not stupid. As soon as he raised his head, the death dragon's breath moved upward. But it was already too late. The moment the death dragon's breath hit the puppet chef, the mouse shrank back. The puppet chef put on a chef's hat to protect the mouse inside. Unless the puppet chef is dead, none of the injuries will hurt the rat inside. Moreover, Gushi and the others could easily figure it out. Even if the puppet chef was killed and the rats inside fell out, Gushi would not be able to find the existence of the boss among so many rats. The god of death drags the enemy aside to fight, and the bone dragon handles the rats and kills them all. Gushi immediately judged the situation. He also understood how the enemy would act next. Now all we can do is drag this puppet chef aside and get rid of the rats here first. If the chef is difficult to deal with, use the incarnation of death to deal with it. If the rat is easy to deal with, then let your troops speed up. After receiving the order, Death, the incarnation of death, immediately rushed towards the puppet chef. The puppet chef slashed at the incarnation of death, the god of death. But the god of death responded with a sword and blocked the blow. At the same time, 3 curses fell on the puppet chef. Although the puppet chef is a puppet, curses are universal, and will have the same effect when they fall on the puppet chef. Every time the god of death continued to release curses, it weakened the enemy's combat effectiveness. At the same time, the long sword on his back right arm also kept attacking, resisting the puppet chef's kitchen knife. Each opponent's knife is very powerful, and can cut into bones. If you don't react quickly enough, or your swordsmanship isn't good enough, you might not even be able to dodge, and will be cut into pieces. Death Incarnate, the god of death, can only keep moving his position, and use some means to neutralize the enemy's attacks. Fortunately, Gushi's troops on the other side were quite powerful, and they killed most of the rats immediately. The remaining mice were too flexible and ran around in the kitchen, and some were not killed. Originally, this situation would not affect the subsequent battle, but Gushi was very worried that if there were still rats, even if the puppet chef was killed, some other problems would arise. So Gushi ended up quite simply, Death Ripple. As the death ripples were released, all the rats running around paused. The undead under Gushi immediately rushed in the direction of the rats, and some hidden rats also appeared under the influence of the death ripples. The undead troops, especially the battlefield ghosts, quickly killed all the rats here. And Gushi was not idle either. He released several more death ripples, his eyes constantly moving, looking for any rats that might still be there. Only after he was sure that no other mice were alive, Gushi pointed at his men. At Gushi's movement, the incarnation of death glared, and the melting light hit the chef's hat on the head of the puppet chef. The melting ray has the effect of destroying all objects. Although it is not as useful as the death dragon's breath, it has different effects in some cases. When these two melting rays of light went down, the chef's hat melted away, revealing the mouse underneath. The mouse also understood that in terms of its own abilities, it was definitely no match for the two incarnations of death. The only means he can use is the puppet chef. If this skin is gone, he will be dead. So he didn't care about anything else now. He controlled the puppet chef and jumped towards it, hoping to jump onto the body of the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, and knock the bone dragon down. But he never expected that the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, would follow Gushi for so many years. I don't know how many kinds of sweets I have on my body. This time, the incarnation of death, the bone dragon's initial target is a large number of chefs, those who are relatively weak. So the kit he added was Crystal Storm. After using the death dragon breath before, the death incarnation bone dragon did not return it for replacement. The peripheral kit around him now is still Jingma Storm. As soon as the puppet chef jumped up, he immediately activated the Crystal Storm. A large amount of powder-like crystal fragments poured into the puppet chef's body through the broken places on its body surface. These crystal fragments are so tiny that even a mouse can't stop them. The crystal fragments entered the puppet chef's body and quickly wore out the mechanical parts in the puppet chef's body. The puppet chef, who originally moved very fast, became slower and slower. And finally there was an obvious lag. This was a good opportunity. The incarnation of death, the god of death, had been beaten unhappy for a long time. He rushed forward immediately, and the long sword in his hand penetrated directly into the body of the puppet chef. After Death Incarnate came out, facing all the enemies on the scene, the characteristic warning line of Fear Fangs was already on. After such a long period of strengthening, the attack power of the long sword in the hands of the incarnation of death, the god of death, has been increased to an unknown level. Because he couldn't keep up with the enemy's attack speed, he had never been able to use the Fear Teeth. It's different now. The puppet chef's movements have obviously slowed down. This is the opportunity that the incarnation of death, the god of death, needs. He pierced the puppet chef's body with one sword move. And then the fearful fangs swung up and down, and each sword could cut open the puppet chef's body. Finally, he turned his hand back and swiped his fear fangs, cutting out the puppet chef's neck and decapitating the puppet chef's head. Originally, for this kind of puppet, even if the head was chopped off, nothing would happen. But who let the control of this puppet lie in the hands of the mouse lying on the puppet's hair? After the human head was cut off, the mouse could no longer control the puppet. The human head rolled on the ground, and the mouse was thrown out. When Death Incarnate Bone Dragon saw this situation in the sky, he shot down a melting light without even thinking. When the mouse landed on the ground, it actually wanted to escape. But the melting light came too fast. He only had time to start before he was hit by the melting light. In the next moment, the rat's skin and flesh melted away on the spot, leaving only the bones. Gushi thought the mouse might have other changes, and was nervous for a moment. It wasn't until there was a tinkling sound that Gushi breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 557 Achievements and Battlefield Gains. Death Incarnation, Spell Product, kills the evil boss Evil Chef, level 13. You get 5,215 experience points, experience plus 5%. And your subordinates can get 313 experience points. Without activating the evil ingredients, you killed the evil monster boss the Evil Chef, and completed an achievement, the Evil Cook God. You receive the achievement reward and title. You get achievement statues, Twisted Ingredients. You get the achievement title, Evil God of Cookery. Achievement statue, Twisted Ingredients, green, which can be built in the city, and can automatically produce 30 units of ingredients every day. The lowest quality of ingredients is green, and the highest is blue. Achievement title, Evil God of Food, green. When eating food with this title, the magic effect of the food will be increased by 5%. Title combination, the Evil God of Food and the Violent Gourmet can be combined into the blue quality title, Food Devourer. Combined title, Food Devourer, blue. When equipped with this title, a buff can be added at any time when eating food. As messages popped up one after another, Gushi finally understood that the enemy in front of him had been killed. But he never expected that he would achieve another achievement. It turns out that the huge ingredient nearby can be moved. Gucci guessed that if he did not hit the chef but touched the ingredients, he would probably anger the rat above the puppet chef's head. Lure this guy out in advance. Moreover, these ingredients may have some effect. I don't know if they irritate the rats or something else. They should be able to suppress the rat's level or combat effectiveness. It's just that Gucci was focused on dealing with the chefs and ignored other things for the time being, which resulted in the situation in front of him. Let him pick up 2 achievements for nothing. Gucci, who wanted to understand this, waved his hand. Clean up the battlefield and transport all the corpses of the chefs back to Aradovi. As for the corpses of these rats, Gucci hesitated for a moment at this time. The corpses of these rats were actually quite good. At least they were relatively large in size. The smallest rat was as tall as a normal person when standing upright. If you dragged them back to summon the souls, you should be able to summon a batch of troops. However, the troops that were summoned were probably not normal undead. Gucci felt that the possibility of animal undead was relatively high. If the soul is not summoned, the corpse can be decomposed into enough food, fur and bones. After taking a look at the chef's corpse, which man had not yet finished cleaning, Gucci finally said, "The ghost squad, come and decompose the corpse. Oh, and let the dead-eye musicians come over to see if they can get any benefit from these rats." Under Gucci's command, the undead under Gucci acted quickly. The number of undead in this wave was quite large. After all, when a large number of chefs died in battle before, Gucci summoned at least 10,000 new undead. Although they were driven back to the city of Aryov during the battle, they escaped again when the battle was over. As for the ghost squad, this time the harvest can be considered quite big. The chefs were too weak, so Gucci let them attack freely. Now every ghost team looks like a large team of more than 300 people. If the ghost team here is fully deployed, some people will believe that they have 100,000 people. It can be said that the current ghost team is Gucci's front man. It's just that Gucci himself didn't have that idea. He just used the ghost team as coolies to carry items, and had no intention of letting them act as a front. The ghost team didn't realize that their status could actually be improved. They did whatever Gucci asked them to do. Asked them to dispose of the rat carcasses, and they will dispose of them seriously. When the dead-eye musician got Gucci's order and drove out of Aladovi city, the rats had been almost dismembered. Only some blood was left where the rats had been killed, and even the bones had been taken away. Faced with this situation, the dead-eyes musicians also looked reluctant. They didn't want to run away in vain. So these dead-eye musicians started playing at the place where the mice originally died in the battle. As they played, music rang out in the kitchen. One after another, shadows of rats as tall as normal people crawled out from underneath. They ran around the dead-eyed musician and then disappeared behind him. At first, Gucci felt a little sorry for the dead-eye musician. Seeing the situation in front of him, he felt that the dead-eye musician's harvest this time was pretty good. At least the trip wasn't in vain. At this time, the ghost team had already begun to decompose the body of the puppet chef. At the same time, Gucci also noticed something. The ghost team actually dismantled all the stoves here and wanted to transport them back to Aladovi city. Gucci was speechless about this. Only taverns in the city use stoves. Why did the ghost team transport these things back? But after taking a look at the quality of the stove, Gucci had some guesses in his mind. Most of the stoves in front of me are made of stainless steel. Even if they are useless when they are taken back, they can be melted and used as metal materials. Anyway, it is not a loss to carry them back. In the end, Gucci failed to stop all this from happening. But he never expected that after moving all the stoves, the ghost team would focus on the huge food. They began to move the huge food here like scraping the ground. Gucci even saw that they found a kind of flour particles the size of a human head from nowhere. This is quite difficult for these ghost teams. If Gucci came to clean the battlefield by himself, he really wouldn't be able to find anything valuable. Of course, some high-quality materials and items were soon delivered to Gucci. You got 2,937 kitchen knives. You got white cloth, white, *179. You get special seasoning, green, *39. You get blood oil, blue, *14. You get the chef's memory core, gray, *1. You get the puppet's broken power machine, gray, *1. You get the glory of the plague, blue. Mission item, *1. Kitchen knife, gray, a not very good kitchen knife. But it is quite useful when cooking. After being integrated into the weapon, it can add some special attributes to the weapon. White cloth, white, a white cloth with oil on it, which can be used in tailoring, first aid, etc. Special seasoning, green some seasonings that I don't know where they come from. No one knows the ratio of ingredients in them. I only know that this seasoning will taste delicious even if it is made of stone. Blood oil, blue, a kind of grease extracted from blood water. This is a special cooking material that is only used when making extremely high-quality food. Chef's memory core, gray, this is the memory of an unknown chef. If you study it, you can get at least 5 special recipes from it. The broken power machine of the puppet, gray, this is the material removed from the puppet chef. This represents the main power of the puppet. Someone may want to get this thing. Gloria plague, blue. Mission item, this is an inconspicuous piece of rat skin, but it records the glory of both positive and negative sides. Plague or delicacies. Chapter 558, the secret of the evil temple. Gushi took the rat skin that was brought to him and looked through it carefully. There was no difference in the front of the rat skin, but on the back of the rat skin, there was a set of recipes and requirements for all the food at the banquet. When he took the rat skin, a voice came from Gushi's ear. Ding! You found the quest item. You can activate a temporary quest. Temporary mission, Plague Feast. Task description, according to the recipes and requirements. Arrange a plague feast. Quest requirements. Recipe completion, 0/12. Plague feast held, 0/1. Task reward. Blessing from the plague guest, depending on the quality of the food and the completion of the banquet. Note 1. The food brought by rats, no matter how delicious it is still filled with plague. Explanation 2. Plague and death are twins. Only death can catch up with the plague. Looking at the temporary task in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that everything had changed after the promotion. The tasks of various deputy positions were also assigned one by one. Plague goes well with death. But Gushi is not a necromancer who takes the plague route. If this fell into Lukai's hands, it might be a treasure. But if Gushi used it, it would be somewhat of a waste. Rolling up the piece of rat skin, Gushi considered whether he should ask Lukai after he went out this time if he wanted this mission. If so, let him exchange for the purple outfit. Gushi was thinking while listening to his men's report on this battle. For Gushi, the biggest gain this time was not the stainless steel stoves and the huge food. What really satisfied Gushi was the wave after wave of chefs who rushed over to die. 12,000 people died at level 7. 6,000 at level 6. 3,000 at level 5. And then a total of 6,000 people at level 4 and below died. Even without spiritualism, there would still be 27,000 more undead in Aradovi City. Not to mention that Gushi used spiritualism to complete 2 soul callings, including 14,000 level 4 undead of various kinds, plus more than 10,000 corpses. It can be said that just like this, not counting other things, there were more than 50,000 new undead troops in the city of Aridov. For Aradovi City, these undead people can be regarded as filling the most missing population of Aradovi City. I believe Luna should be quite happy now. After all, Luna has always been troubled by the fact that Aradovi City is so big, but there is no population. Now that more than 50,000 people have entered, I believe that the population of Aradovi City will soon be enriched. While Gushi was thinking about this matter, Shaya, who had gone ahead to explore the way as soon as the battle was over, ran back. Sir, there is no way ahead. What? Gushi couldn't help but jump up when he heard this. There is no road ahead? Could it be that he was heading in the wrong direction? Gushi suddenly became nervous, and at the same time his eyes began to look up and down. Or is the passage in the opposite direction? While thinking about it, Gushi asked, What do you mean there is no way ahead? Is it the end? Yes. The situation outside is very strange. Sir, please come and take a look. At this time, Gushi could no longer care about anything else, and followed Shaya with the Bone Titan, Ghost Dragon and others. They walked around the now empty kitchen and opened the door at the back. As the door opened, Gushi finally understood what Shaya meant when he said there was no way ahead. Outside the gate is a huge balcony. The entire balcony is the size of 5 football fields. But what really surprised Gushi was not this, but the blue sky and white clouds, and the strong wind blowing directly outside the balcony. It was obvious that Gushi and his party had already reached the outskirts of the evil temple. The kitchen just now was already at the end of the corridor, behind the door he had opened. What kind of situation is this? Is it going to go up or down? Gushi hesitated for a moment, and then ordered decisively, Ghost Dragon, fly out and see if there are any stairs nearby that you can climb. The Ghost Dragon decisively flew out of the balcony. But before it flew a few meters away, a strong wind blew, and the Ghost Dragon was hit hard against the nearby wall. This collision was so serious that the ghost dragon was knocked to pieces, and lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. The bone titan also ran to the ghost dragon and stabbed the ghost dragon's eye socket with the bone spear, as if he wanted to see if the ghost dragon was dead or alive. At this time, Gushi finally understood that the falling evil temple was falling relatively slowly when viewed from the sky. But that was due to the high position of the evil temple. In fact, the speed of this thing is the same as that of a meteor, which is ridiculously fast, not to mention flying out. Even if you walk to the edge of the balcony, the wind can blow you away. Now Gushi has no choice. Is it really possible that he can only fight here? Why don't you go back and see if there are any doors on the road that you haven't discovered yet? But this shouldn't be the case. It's unreasonable for the ghost team to move and find places they haven't discovered yet. Just when Gushi was not sure where he was going, he suddenly looked up and found that above the balcony, there was a huge, red-haired finger stuck on the wall above. Gushi was stunned for a moment. Then he took a small box from his pocket and held it in his hand with his fingers. Then Gushi raised the box above his head and observed the box from all angles. Then Gushi realized that the finger was the finger of the red-haired Tauren Ladajuan that Gushi had seen before when he entered this world. This evil temple was placed directly into Studstrup's world by him. After defeating the 3 bosses of the evil god temple, they will eventually come to the balcony here. I'm afraid they have already determined their target, and will knock off the fingers that are holding the evil god temple. As long as the finger is knocked off, the evil temple will not slowly lower itself, but will fall into the world of Studstrup. Although it may cause natural disasters such as earthquakes or big explosions, but it's definitely better than the evil temple station there. Gushi thought about it for a while, and didn't know how Fong Kong and the others were fighting now. He was considering whether he should go and inform Fong Kong and the others. But just when Gushi was about to turn around, he stopped. Gushi sighed. It was okay to notify Fong Kong, but there was no way for Li Donna and Yuan Shihua to notify. The conflict between the two of them is worse than their life and death enemies. They will definitely deploy heavy troops on their back line to prevent sneak attacks. If you go by this time, you may be attacked as an enemy. Let's wait until the appointed time arrives. Now Gushi plans to give it a try first, and see if there is any way to hit that finger in the sky. Chapter 559, The Final Battle. The Hand of the Evil God. Looking at the fingers that were at least 300 meters away from him, Gushi only hesitated for a moment before he had an idea. Now Gushi's fighting method is to start fighting in the City of Death, and encounter the incarnation of Death when he is defeated. At this time, it is natural to be the incarnation of Death. Gushi glanced at his remaining mana. Although he had replenished a lot of it while his men were cleaning the battlefield, it was not to the point where he would feel bad if it was all wasted. Gushi raised the cold wind staff, pointed it at the huge finger above, and roared decisively, Death incarnate. As Gushi's mana was drained, black mist poured out on the spot. The incarnation of Death, Bone Dragon, who had received Gushi's reminder, replaced all the weighted equipment on his body, and even many of his bones were removed. The purpose is to make the incarnation of Death fly higher. After rushing out of the black mist, the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of Death with its eyes gouged out, kept heading in the direction of the finger. 300 meters was not a high height for him. Just by rushing upward, the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, had already rushed in front of the finger. Without paying attention to any orders, the incarnation of Death immediately sprayed out the breath of death as soon as it approached the finger. As a green light erupted, the skin on the finger quickly turned gray, which was affected by the death effect. But the next moment, the situation became wrong. His finger flicked down and knocked the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, to the ground. Then he cut off his finger on the spot and hit the ground with the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of Death. The broken finger fell onto the balcony and instantly turned into a monster covered with red hair, over 15 meters tall, and looking like a giant bull-headed gorilla wearing armor. When the monster landed, Gushi also noticed that there were 2 lines on his body connecting to the top. This shows that he is just a means of using his fingers to deal with himself, and he can go back at any time. Death God, Shea, go and cut those 2 lines. Gushi was very aware of the situation of his men in front of him. The Bone Dragon, the incarnation of Death, was useless now. But the God of Death, the incarnation of Death, had just been recruited together, and he could still fight. As for why Shaya was asked to cut off the bloodshot behind this guy, it was because Jing Longyin had the ability to cut through everything. After the 2 men rushed out, The followers following Gushi also took action at the same time. Without Gushi's order, the Bone Titan immediately threw a lightning arrow at the giant beast in front of him. 3 electric zombies and ghost dragons also rushed towards the enemy immediately. The 3 electric zombies knew very well that they were the strongest human shield in front of Gushi, although the ghost dragon had already rushed up at this time. It was obviously the main attacker, and they were the ones in control of the situation. It's just that they rushed out a bit slowly, allowing the ghost dragon to take the lead. However, the ghost dragon really had no defense. When it rushed in front of the enemy, it opened its mouth and was choked by the huge monster like a chicken. Then the monster kept smashing the ghost dragon to the ground. And every time it smashed it, a piece of the ghost dragon would be smashed out. If the ghost dragon was not in the ghost state, it might have died in just a few strokes. At this time, the 3 electric zombies no longer cared about laughing at the ghost dragon's arrogance. They pounced out at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, while one of them hugged the big guy's right hand from the front. It's not that they don't want to hug their waists, just because of their size. Facing the monster in front of them is like a first-grade child facing an adult. It's pretty good if they can hug their thighs or arms. It's almost impossible to knock someone down. The leader of the elite electric zombie magic helmet is similar to the other 2 in other places, but his head wears a helmet with his face completely filled inside. This helmet gives him good defense. At least, he won't be directly beaten to death like the other 2. So he rushed to the front position immediately. But they still thought too simply about the monster. Seeing the 3 electric zombies rushing over, the monster just threw the ghost dragon in his hand outwards, and the huge ghost dragon smashed into the demon helmet, sending the demon helmet flying away. Iron Chin and Broken Waist did not stop because the magic helmet was smashed away. As undead, they never care about death. Whether it is their own death or the death of their companions, it has no impact on them. Seeing the magic helmet being smashed out, their actions had no impact. They immediately pounced on the enemy, in order to ensure that they could hold the enemy back. They even used their best method. The iron jaw bites the enemy's arm quite simply, and the body with a broken waist will be broken into 2 parts, stuck on the opponent's muscles. After shaking it twice, and finding that he couldn't shake off the 2 electric zombies on his arms, the monster immediately changed his plan, and smashed his arms upwards heavily. He planned to use his own strength to smash the enemy into pieces. But when he bent down, the incarnation of death, the god of death, came right in front of him. In his left hand, the incarnation of death, the god of death, was holding the 3-headed flail. Just wave at him. As he waved, the 3 skulls on the flail flew up, and flew into his nostrils without the guy paying attention. Then under the spell of death, the incarnation of death, the 3 skulls entered the monster's body and cursed it. The incarnation of death, the Grim Reaper, did not expect this curse to have any effect. He only wanted to destroy the balance in the monster's body. At the same time, the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death that was knocked down by the monster, also got up. The attack just now did not kill the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death. He still had at least 1/3 of his life left to fight. There was no defense around Gushi at the moment, so he would naturally jump up immediately and prepare to attack the monster. At this time, Gushi was not idle either. He opened the Steel City Gate immediately. The heavy Steel City Gate just hit the monster's back. Gushi originally wanted to knock this monster down, but he never expected that this monster would be so powerful. After being smashed down by the Steel City Gate, he was not knocked to the ground and even used his shoulders to force it. Lifted up the Steel City Gate. The earthbound strange dragon didn't know what to do at this time. Although he turned into a water clone and was not afraid of any physical attacks, there were some things that he was not afraid of. This monster grabbed the body of the earthbound dragon and actually tried to pull him out from under the Steel City Gate, which made the earthbound dragon quite speechless. He never thought that after the size difference became larger, he would be beaten like this. Chapter 560, The Defeated Monster. Just when the earthbound dragon was about to be torn into 2 pieces by the monster, the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death, rushed in front of the monster again. He jumped directly on the monster, tearing and biting it. However, due to flying reasons, Death Incarnation Bone Dragon had all the kits removed from his body. Now he has nothing installed on him. Without the Death Dragon breath, his attack power is not strong at all. He pounced in front of the monster, but it was just annoyance to the monster. The monster waved its hand and knocked out the incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon. At this time, the incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon was constantly hovering above the monster's head. Don't let monsters hit you. because there are no cumbersome kits. The flying speed of Death Incarnation Bone Dragon is obviously much faster. It's okay once or twice, but if it happens more times, the monster will become angry. He roared and jumped up, trying to withdraw the Incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon. His jumping attracted the attention of Shea, who had already touched the monster's back. Many arrangements of the Incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon are controlled by Gu Shi. Shea glanced outside the balcony and suddenly understood something in her heart. So she did not launch an attack, but maintained a sneaking state and followed the monster. The Incarnation of Death the Grim Reaper also noticed the situation here at this time, and he began to curse the monster continuously. However, the curse this time was not a curse of weakness, but a spiritual curse of recklessness and violence. In order to make this monster crazy, the monster kept jumping up to catch it under the influence of the Bone Dragon, the Incarnation of Death. Step by step, he jumped to the edge of the balcony. At this time, the Incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon turned around in the air and was about to pounce on this monster. As soon as this monster saw the Incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon rushing towards him, he stood up and jumped, trying to catch the Incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon that he had never caught. When the time comes, he will slam the Bone Dragon to the ground and break it into pieces. But at this moment, Shea, who had been following the monster, took action. She slashed at the bloodline behind the monster, cut it in two. The special effect of Jing Longing is activated, and the two bloodlines behind the monster are disconnected at the same time. Then the Incarnation of Death the Grim Reaper jumped forward and hit the monster with his body. He thrust the sharp teeth of fear in his hand forward and slashed with the trajectory. The monster was led to move forward a few steps. In front of him was the edge of the balcony. The height of his jump exceeded the height of the balcony railing. When Death Incarnate Bone Dragon saw this situation, he turned around and rushed out. The monster also pounced and caught the Incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon. However, the two bloodlines behind him were cut off, and he jumped out of the balcony again. Even if he caught the Incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon, he still jumped out of the balcony. The strong wind outside the balcony immediately swept him in. Only then did the monster realize that it was not on the ground, but that the evil temple was located high in the sky. The monster wanted to turn around and jump back, but Gu Shi, who was following from behind, had already arrived. He pointed the cold wind staff at the monster. Death Incarnate. Under Gu Shi's spell, the black fog surged out in all directions. This time, the Incarnation of Death the Bone Dragon added everything that could increase the weight and smashed heavily on the monster. With this collision, the monster was pushed out more than 100 meters and could no longer jump back to the balcony. Seeing the monster disappear into the air at a higher speed, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Shea shouted repeatedly, "Sir, get out of the way!" When Gu Shi heard this, he ducked aside, and then he found two electric zombies rushing to the balcony carrying two bloodlines. They held the two bloodlines tightly, as if they were suppressing something there. When they rushed to the balcony, they immediately released the bloodline outward, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the bloodline. It felt like red oil spurting out from the ground, pouring in continuously. Gu Shi took one look at this situation and couldn't help but ask, "Has anyone up there gone to see it?" Shaya shook her head. At this time, she also understood what Gu Shi meant. These two bloodlines are the best stairs. Climb up along the bloodlines, and you may be able to see the situation above. At this time, the Incarnation of Death, the God of Death, who had just been released, stood up immediately. He put away the weapon he carried on his back arm, quickly grabbed the bloodline and climbed up. Gu Shi didn't stop him when he saw it. He just stood behind and watched. The two electric zombies held the bloodline tightly to prevent the bloodline from moving randomly due to the spurting of blood and affecting the upward climb of the Incarnation of Death, the God of Death. It took about 10 minutes before the Incarnation of Death, the God of Death, climbed to the top of the bloodline. Standing at the top, the Incarnation of Death, the God of Death, was making the safe movements towards Gu Shi. Seeing this situation, Shea planned to climb up, but Gu Shi stopped her. "It's okay. I have a way." After saying that, Gu Shi pointed his finger at the top of the evil temple, and the steel city gate that had just been nearly lifted by the monster was lifted up by Gu Shi. Gu Shi also took the opportunity to release the main city gate. His method was very simple. As long as it was safe, he could transit through Aladovi City. As for climbing up, that is impossible. Just now, Gu Shi saw the Incarnation of Death, the God of Death, crawling all the way. This bloodline is not particularly strong. When Death the incarnation of death, climbed up. He almost fell down several times. The incarnation of death was not afraid of death. But Gucci did not want to experiment on himself. Now that he could transit through Aladove City, why did Gucci have to climb it himself? Besides, Gucci is still worried about whether there is something else waiting there. Gucci doesn't dare to go up alone. He can put a city gate up to ensure that his troops can enter and exit freely. This is what Gucci wants. The best choice for interest rates. After putting the city gate up, Gucci finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shea, I don't have many people on hand right now. You stay here and watch. I'll go up and take a look first. Sir, do you want me to go up and explore the way first? No. The incarnation of death is up there, which means it's relatively safe up there, and I won't encounter any danger when I go up there. Regarding Gucci's words, Shea wanted to persuade her again, but didn't know where to start. In the end, I could only watch Gucci step on the evil coffin, holding the cold wind staff, and rush into Aladove City. In the city of Aridov, Gucci ran along the main city gate towards the steel city gate. This is the shortest of the 3 city gates in Gucci. Even so, Gucci also saw many new undead residents in Aladove City. He felt that his Aladove came to life in the battle with the chef just now. Chapter 561, really demolishing the city. After rushing out of the steel city gate, Gucci saw an even larger platform. This is the top of the evil temple. It was empty here, except for a huge hand located right above the platform and a downward staircase in the middle of the platform. Gucci looked up at the huge palm in the sky and found that a section of the ring finger had been broken off, leaving only 2 downward bloodlines. Gucci knew what was going on as soon as he saw it. The monster he had just worked so hard to get rid of was the knuckle of Lita Wan's ring finger. Standing in this position, no matter which finger Gucci moved, he would release another monster similar to the one just now. With just one shot just now, it was so difficult for Gucci to hit. Now he hasn't heard the notification sound of the monster's death. All of a sudden, the 4 tribes came out, and Gucci was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat them. Moreover, Gucci had some doubts in his heart. He could make the incarnation of death climb up from the outer wall or drop it through the city gate. What should Fong Kong and the others do? Could it be that I'm overthinking it? That I don't need to hit here to defeat the evil temple? I just need to hit the stairs in the middle of the platform? With a puzzled look on his face, Gucci hesitated for a moment. But in the end, he didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he walked to the middle of the platform and looked down at the stairs. When looking down, Gucci found that the bottom of the stairs seemed to be closed, and it seemed that the door below had not been opened. Standing on the stairs, Gucci thought for a moment and quickly came to the position close to where he came up. Shea, go back and check where we fought just now to see if there are any mechanisms that haven't been activated. If not, just go all the way back to the hall where I first came in and see if there are any changes there. The news was spread through the eye of the mind, and Shea responded immediately. Sir, please don't worry. I will deal with it right away. While Shea went to check the situation, Gucci was not idle. The previous situation of the monster made Gucci realize that the enemy was too powerful. It is definitely impossible to hit hard. He spent so much effort on just one. And if there were 4, he would probably be beaten to death. Gucci thought for a moment. What if the place where the handle is held was removed? For example, if this layer of the platform and the layer below are demolished, the evil god temple below will fall down directly. As for how to dismantle it, Gucci would care about these things. The necromancer's best skill is digging 3 times underground. Now Gucci has enough undead under his command. Letting these undead come and dismantle things is a trivial matter for Gucci. Thinking of this, Gucci acted quickly. A large number of undead poured out from the main city gate, and the first batch to appear were the new undead located in the main city area. Most of them are undead that have just been transformed by the chefs, who were affected by the double death of Gucci's talent. Originally, they were going to form a formation in the main city area. Now that Gucci needed them, he didn't organize a team and just divided an area directly. Dismantle. Gucci was relatively rational and did not dismantle everything directly. When he dismantled this platform, he also took a small box for experiments. Without the support of the ring finger, the box can still be held steadily. But without the thumb and little finger, the index finger and middle finger will not be able to control everything. Therefore, the goals of Gucci's demolition are also in these 2 directions. Of course, Gucci didn't remove the railing on the edge of the platform first. Gucci was not stupid. That thing was used to protect him. After removing it, Wouldn't he be thrown out? So Gushi quickly moved the main city gate placed on the platform to a different position, and then delineated the area and asked his undead men to dismantle it. Although Gushi's undead demolition team previously claimed to be 3 feet high, they had never dug the ground. At most, the 4 tiles on the ground looked good, so the 4 tiles were shipped back. This time it's different. This time it's really demolished. After Gushi made the request, the undead souls called out by Gushi did not immediately start taking action. They discussed it first, and finally invited a few undead from Aladovi City who looked different. Although most of these undead spirits look like zombies and skeletons, they actually have proper clothes on them. These are special undead spirits that Gushi invited back from the mysterious academy. They were all construction masters, and Gushi arranged them into the engineering team camp. Their presence, although they could not speed up the construction of buildings in the city, could make them look better. The most important thing is that with their presence, the architectural style of Aladovi City will be more unified. At the same time, they can also take over the work of building upgrades. It can be said that their existence is quite meaningful to Aladovi City. But this time, they were all invited out. After walking around on the platform, they finally decided on how to start dismantling it. First of all, digging downwards forcefully will not work. Digging hard is the easiest option. But Aladovi City will not get any benefits. Everything that is dug out, no matter what the original material is, will eventually become garbage. Although garbage can be sorted, why must it be sorted when good things can be dismantled? So each of these men took their men to study on the top of the platform. And finally they chose to start dismantling it from the stairs in the middle of the platform. When demolishing the building, their movements were not very big. An undead architect, who looked like a ghost, was quite discerning. He could tell where there was a structural problem at a glance. He could often demolish a building with just one finger. Blockbusters are coming. There is no need to spend a long time beating and smashing like before. And a zombie architect is there to organize people to do the hardest work. They rush to the front and appear wherever strenuous work is needed. Even the electric-activated zombies, a combat unit that Gushi had just obtained and had little power left, were also working hard in this team. The items that were dismantled were immediately taken over by the ghost team. Once something is in their hands, as long as they can lift it, it can be delivered to the main city gate in an instant. Then the undead who were already waiting at the main city gate quickly sorted these materials, pushed them, and transported them all into Aladovi City. After everything is sorted out, the next step is the waiting process. During this process, Gushi stayed at the main city gate, listening from time to time to the information reported by the undead responsible for the appraisal. Bring back a piece of blue quality building material. Found a piece of purple quality wood. Recording it. I found a small architectural design drawing. Where's the architectural designer? Come and check what it is. Chapter 562. Some troubles encountered during the demolition process. Sitting at the city gate, Gushi felt that he had really made a fortune this time. Although he didn't know what level of existence the evil god behind the evil temple was. The quality of the evil temple was definitely not bad. As long as the materials are not smashed randomly but carefully removed, the quality will not be lower than blue quality. If these materials are taken back, they can at least improve the quality of the buildings in Aladovi City to a certain extent, and can even directly upgrade some buildings. And the benefits they get don't end there. During the process of demolishing the city, they would occasionally find something buried inside, such as a secret room behind a certain wall, some treasure chests that were stuck in the wall at unknown times, and the like. Sometimes when demolishing some rooms, you can also get some architectural design drawings. The quality of these things is not lower than blue quality, and sometimes there are even good purple quality products. This made Gushi quite happy. This is improving the quality and level of Aladovi City. At first, Gushi was still worried about how to solve the problem of building materials after the city of Aladovi in other eras was destroyed. Once these things come in now, what problem can't be solved? All problems can be solved. Just when Gushi was happy, the soul eye hanging on his chest flashed, and Shaya's voice came from Gushi's mind. Sir, we really found something in the place where we fought all the way. What did you find? As soon as Gushi heard it, he knew that the crux of the matter had arrived. According to the normal process, he definitely did not walk to the balcony and climb up along the outer wall. After all, the height is 1 to 200 meters, and it is still working at high altitude. The average player does not have such level. I checked on the balcony and found that there was a magic circle on the ground. The magic circle was completely arranged, but there were 3 depressions on it. If you don't search in detail, There is no way to find it. Then I walked back to check out the 3 battlefields we fought on. Because we dismantled it relatively thoroughly, I quickly found the floor tiles corresponding to the 3 grooves. I have placed these 3 floor tiles in the grooves in 3 places. Then a light beam teleportation array appeared on the balcony. After I entered the teleportation array, I found that I would be teleported to the first hall. At the same time, in the hall, the door where we entered emitted a blue light, and the light was concentrated in the middle of the hall. It seems to be extending towards the ceiling at the top of the hall. It looks like there is a door on the ceiling that is not open, and the light beam is the way to open the door on the ceiling. After Shea's explanation, Gushi could almost understand some of the circumstances behind it. According to Gushi's guess, there will be 3 bosses behind each of the 4 doors in the Evil Temple Hall. After killing these bosses, a floor tile suitable for the magic circle on the last balcony will appear at the location of each boss. By activating the magic array on the 4 balconies through these floor tiles, an upward door and stairs will appear, and all players can then follow the stairs to the platform on this floor. In the end, like Gushi, they will face the giant hand that can be seen when they look up. It's just that Gushi didn't take the usual route and climbed up directly from the outer wall, and he had already demolished half of the platform. This left Gushi speechless. He didn't know what it would be like when several other players came out after fighting monsters, finally climbed the stairs, and came to this platform, only to find that the platform was gone. Gushi thought for a moment and then asked quickly, Shea, when you came back, did you see anything behind the other doors? No. All the doors are closed. But judging from the slowdown of the door on our side, they haven't opened it yet. As an intelligence officer, Shea would collect detailed information even without Gushi's order. At the same time, she was also very clear about what Gushi was more concerned about. Gushi thought for a moment and decided to communicate with Fong Kong and the others first. But just when Gushi wanted to contact Fong Kong and the others, he was somewhat helpless to find that they had not left any contact information. Even if Gushi wanted to notify them, he had no way of getting in touch with them. Looking up at the palm above, Gushi gritted his teeth. This is because they missed the opportunity. So don't blame me for being the only one. Demolish it. Shea, go to the hall and keep an eye on it. If there are any changes in the hall, come and inform me directly. After speaking, Gushi waved his hand and started the work in front of him. He asked Shea to inform him when Fong Kong and the others came out that he had no intention of bringing them up. Instead, he wanted to tell Fong Kong and the others that he had already taken down the Evil God Temple. If the Evil God Temple fell too fast, he hoped that they would find a way to protect themselves. Don't fall down with the Evil Temple and die. As for the platform above, Gushi will not give it up. Seeing that the platform in front of him had turned into a busy construction site, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. Because there were too many undead in his hands, Gushi's undead had already begun to dig downwards. According to the current plan, it will take about half a day for Gushi to dig the platform to the point he wants. Calculating the time, there is still more than a day left until the time agreed with Fong Kong and others. So Gushi still has the time under his control. Just when Gushi was feeling confident, new information came from below. This time, the message was sent by several electric zombie warriors dragging their bloodlines. The magic helmet among them was an elite being and could communicate like a hero. When he discovered something unusual, he contacted Gushi immediately. Sir, the bloodline is no longer spurting out, and it is also shrinking back. Gushi was also shocked when he heard this situation. He thought the giant hand didn't care about such a minor injury. Now it seems that this is not the case. But his reflex nerves are farther away, and his reaction speed is slower. But in this case, the idea of stalling for time may not work. Gushi took a look at the many unexcavated platforms, hesitated, and said decisively, speed up, give up some unnecessary things, and prioritize our original plan. Gushi knew very well in his mind what his main goal this time was. The key was to dismantle the platform and destroy the Evil God Temple. Other gains are calculated separately. Under Gushi's command, the speed at which his undead dismantled the platform increased significantly, and the top platform and the surrounding walls changed visibly to the naked eye. At this time, the undead architect who was directing the demolition work of the platform also found Gushi. Sir, we have discovered something, and we ask you to come and take a look. Chapter 563, The Tail King's Battlefield Discovered in Advance. Gushi was a little helpless when he heard it. It was already halfway dismantled. So why was it so troublesome? Although he felt unhappy, Gushi quickly walked to the architect. What did you find? The architect quickly led Gushi to a location. When we were digging here, we accidentally dug up the ceiling of the lower floor. Sir, where are you looking? Gushi looked along the spot dug out by the architect. He found that more than 70 meters below, there was a huge space. This space was somewhat similar to the hall on the lowest floor. But in the hall, there is a huge glass-like disc. Looking down from this disc, you can see the space that Gushi and the others entered when they entered the temple of the evil god. Around the hall, Gushi could see the stairs spiraling upward. Gushi pointed to the stairs and asked, "Those stairs? It's the road leading to the upper platform. But the door is sealed now. If you don't consider the door, just follow the stairs and at an adult speed. You can reach the platform in 3 minutes at most. Then this is where the final boss is." Gushi looked at the layout inside the hall and had some guesses in his mind. However, the hall below was empty, without any sign of anyone. And Gushi had no idea where the boss was hiding. You don't have to wait for everyone to come up before the boss appears. Gushi couldn't help but think. But now that the boss can't be defeated, he will definitely not go down from below again. When Fong Kong and the others open the passage below, Gushi is afraid that the upper platform will be demolished by Gushi. What boss will we fight then? Okay, I understand. Don't dig any further, lest you fall down and get stuck. Dig in other directions. We don't have much time, Gushi said to the architect. The architect nodded affirmatively and immediately went down to make arrangements. At this time, Gushi still had things to do. The bloodline of the electric zombie was almost gone, which meant that the evil god Li Duan had already reacted, and he had to speed up. If he didn't wait for Rieta Wan's reaction, it would be too late to dismantle the platform. But just as Gushi was about to leave, an unintentional glance made him stop. Gushi noticed that in the corner below, there was a treasure chest covered with ice and snow. Now Gushi couldn't walk. This is a treasure chest. And given the location of the treasure chest, I'm afraid you won't be able to see it at all when you first come up. It will only suddenly appear after you defeat the boss. In other words, this thing is a post-war reward. If you didn't see it, forget it. If you saw Gushi, you wouldn't just let it go. He thought for a moment and made a decisive decision. It's impossible to jump directly. What is Gushi's best skill? The City of Death. As soon as Gushi raised his hand, the steel city gate placed on the balcony was moved to the hall below. Then Gushi immediately summoned the evil coffin, preparing to go through the main city gate, and then through the steel city gate. Come out. It takes a while to go back and forth like this, but it is better than safety. There is no need for Gushi to think about what will happen if he accidentally falls down like a trapeze artist. Nor does he need to think about how to get up after falling down. When the city gate was thrown down, the earthbound dragon in the steel city gate immediately came out of the steel city gate and stared at the surroundings. However, because the passage in the hall below has not yet been opened, the mechanism for the appearance of the boss has not yet been activated. So even if the earthbound weird dragon circled around the steel city gate, no weird guy appeared. Only then did Gushi feel at ease, and quickly left in the evil coffin. A few minutes later, Gushi rushed out of the steel gate and went straight to the treasure chest covered by the refrigerator. You open the snow-covered treasure chest, purple dot. You got 5,733 gold coins. You get stone, green, asterisk 67. You got mercury, asterisk 18. You got sulfur, asterisk 12. You got gems, asterisk 16. You got soldier recruitment coupon, level 8, asterisk 4. You got building stone, level 1, asterisk 5. You got the building strengthening stone, level 3, asterisk 3. You got the ice and snow arsenal design blueprint, medium size, asterisk 1. You got the ice magic tower design, core, asterisk 1. You got the ultra freezing cold storage building design drawing, core, asterisk 1. You got cold marrow, green, asterisk 3. You got the evil ice and snow fruit, blue, asterisk 1. You got ice crystal, purple, asterisk 1. Ice and snow arsenal design, medium size, use 500 resources. 10 units of stone. And 10 units of wood to build an ice and snow arsenal, medium-sized building, in the city. It can be used to store weapons and equipment, and provide support for all troops in the city to change gear, can be upgraded. Ice magic tower design, core, use 2,500 resources. 10 units of stone. And 10 units of wood to build an ice magic tower, core building, in the city. The level 1 magic tower can research and learn 4 magics. Magic, the aspect will be mainly in the direction of water attributes, can be upgraded. Ultra freezing cold storage building design, core, use 2,500 resources. 10 units of stone. and 10 units of wood to build an ultra-freezing cold storage core building in the city, which can store at least 300,000 units of materials, mainly for storing food or mainly frozen items, can be upgraded. Cold marrow, green ice marrow extracted from ice can be used to strengthen weapons and equipment. When used on weapons, it can obtain a +5 or higher cold attack effect. And when used on armor, it can obtain a +5 or higher water resistance effect. Evilized ice and snow fruit, blue ice, and snow fruit transformed by evil spirits can be used to strengthen weapons and equipment, and can also be used to strengthen the undead or ghost realm. The effect is related to the strengthened weapons and equipment or undead. Ice crystal, purple crystals condense by absorbing the extreme cold breath in the sky. It can strengthen a blue weapon and equipment to purple quality, if the weapon and equipment itself has cold attributes. Its power will be improved after strengthening, such as weapons and equipment themselves have fire properties, and the negative effects will be weakened after strengthening. Are you going to get purple equipment directly after level 5? Looking at Bing Jing's sex, Gu Shi couldn't help but murmured. This is the second material that can upgrade blue weapons to purple quality. Although it is good to use it to upgrade the weapons in your hands, this method is not satisfactory. But now was not the time to think about this. Gu Shi quickly put away these things, and then poked his head to look around. However, Gu Shi did not notice that after all the things in the snow-covered treasure chest were taken out, a slight clicking sound came from under the treasure chest. Chapter 564. Let's withdraw. Warning. Warning. The self-destruction system of the evil temple is activated. The evil temple will explode automatically in 10 minutes. Please rush to the top platform to escape from the evil temple within 10 minutes. I warn you again. The evil god temple's self-destruct system is activated. Just as Gu Shi was about to pass through the steel gate and return to the upper platform, a voice suddenly rang out. Then Gu Shi heard a rumbling sound, and all the nearby doors opened, and the stairs leading to the platform above opened. Gu Shi was stunned at the first moment. What kind of situation is this? He didn't see any red button and pressed it. How could he still blow himself up? Gu Shi, who was speechless, glanced at the ice and snow treasure box in front of him, and suddenly had a guess in his mind. Could it be that there is a self-destruct switch under the treasure chest? If this is the case, then the layout of this evil temple is really justified. After finishing the 4 passages behind the 4 doors, go back to the hall below and come up to fight the Tail King. After killing the Tail King, he immediately started to self-destruct after dividing the spoils, without even having to think about how to deal with the evil temple. This whole journey has already been calculated. As for reaching a safe place, if you can't fly or can't leave, that's your own business. Don't blame others if you die. However, the last king of the evil god temple never expected that Gu Shi would act so unconventionally. Not only did he not fight up from below, but he went directly to the final platform, demolished most of the platform, and took away everything in the treasure chest without the Tail King showing up. As a result, the self-destruction system was triggered in advance. At this time, Gu Shi couldn't care about anything else. He raised his hand and took away the steel city gate, then jumped on top of the evil coffin, and rushed toward the stairs with the evil coffin. It took Gu Shi only 2 minutes to reach the platform. At this time, Gu Shi had almost dug out the east and south sides of the platform. But Gu Shi noticed that several activated teleportation arrays had appeared on the ground before digging began. It seems that this is the way to escape from the evil temple. I just don't know if Fong Kong and the others below can escape. While Gu Shi was thinking about it, he began to order Xia to call the troops to retreat to various city gates. He didn't know that Fong Kong and the other 3 were in a completely confused state at this moment. Although the 3 of them are of higher levels, the number of troops they have is not as strong as Gu Shi's. It was not like Gu Shi's situation where the number of troops could be increased by fighting. When they fight, they always test first and find out the enemy's situation before taking action. Currently, Fong Kong is making the fastest progress among them. He has defeated 2 bosses and is preparing to move towards the 3rd boss. The remaining 2 have just reached the 2nd boss. In fact, Fong Kang's initial calculation was correct. They had 2 days to defeat the 3 bosses, and finally 1 day to defeat the tail boss. But now, they had just defeated the 2nd boss. And why was the evil temple about to self-destruct? Only 10 minutes are given, and they don't even have enough time to run out from here. Fong Kong felt anxious at this time, and ignored the battlefield that had not yet been cleaned, and directly put away all his men. Finally, he opened the box-like thing on the layer, and took out a golden oil lamp from the penultimate layer. He placed the oil lamp in front of him, and wiped it gently. A blue-skinned elf, with a tornado-like lower body appeared in front of him. This was the legendary wish-making genie. What are your needs? Send me to the nearest escape point. Fong Kong initially wanted to ask the elves to send him to the hall. But after thinking about it, he was not sure whether the hall could escape from the evil temple. So he immediately changed his mind. 10 days. The wishing lamp god put forward his conditions. Okay. Fong Kong responded decisively. If he didn't respond, he would probably die here. So the wishing dungeon blew in the direction of Fong Kong. And in the next moment, Fong Kong disappeared from the battlefield with his box. At this time, Gu Shi was watching the time while directing his men to do the final dismantling work. There are still a few minutes left. It would be nice to get a little more. Now Gu Shi couldn't care much anymore. He was demolishing the materials near the city gate. And he himself is waiting in front of the portal. At the last minute, he will give up everything and teleport away. But just as he was taking apart these things, a blue light flashed in front of his eyes. And Fong Kong suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing Fong Kong, Gu Shi was also stunned for a moment. Hello. How are you doing? Which boss have you defeated? Fong Kong, who had just come over, was still confused. After seeing Gu Shi, Fong Kong finally realized. Gu Shi, is it you? Did you trigger the self-destruct system? It's not that I triggered the self-destruct system. It was that after I defeated the Tail King, I got out of a treasure chest. As soon as I took out the contents of the treasure chest, it immediately self-destructed. Gu Shi was not going to say that he climbed up from outside and took the treasure chest without beating the Tail King. He knows the player's personality very well, and he doesn't want to be targeted. You killed the Tail King? This is unreasonable. I'm just going to fight the third boss. Gu Shi shrugged. I have enough troops, so the battle will be faster. Look, I have tens of thousands of Bai Wuchang alone. Gu Shi pointed at the ghost team flying in the sky, still sighing in his heart. Why didn't he have the skin of an angel? If he could make the ghost team look like tens of thousands of angels. Even if he didn't say that he had killed the Tail King, Fong Kong would have thought that Gu Shi had killed the Tail King. Fong Kong glanced at Gu Shi's ghost team, and finally sighed. It's better to be a necromancer. The more troops he fights, the more troops he has. Unlike us, each of my soldiers is researched and made by myself. If one of them dies, I will feel sad for a long time. Gu Shi was not embarrassed to say that he had taken advantage of his talent this time. It's even more embarrassing to say that the ghost team looks like there are many people. But in fact, hundreds of ghosts are considered one person. At this moment, Fong Kong suddenly looked around. Where do you think Li Donna and Yuan Shihua went? Upon hearing this, Gu Shi asked curiously, how did you get here? I spent 10 days of my life and asked the Jinn to send me a wish directly. Fong Kong said something, and the next moment, Fong Kong clapped his hands. It's bad. Li Donna and Yuan Shihua are afraid that they will go back. If they meet together, it will be over. When Gu Shi heard it, it was really like this. It would be better if we just go back. At most, they were not sure whether there was a portal or something in the lobby at the beginning. But if Li Donna and Yuan Shihua bump into each other, they will have to fight. But now there is no time. Gu Shi thought for a moment and said, never mind. Gather the troops. Shea, call everyone up, and we will retreat. Chapter 565 The Big Explosion in the Evil Temple. Because the retreat had been planned long ago, Gu Shi's troops were able to withdraw quite quickly. It only took less than a minute for tens of thousands of people to be gone. After closing the 2 city gates, Gu Shi glanced at the time and saw that there were only 2 minutes left. Gu Shi didn't want to wait any longer. He looked up and saw that the palm of his hand was still holding the evil temple, which made Gu Shi feel a little regretful. There is no chance of destroying this palm. If only he hadn't taken the contents of the empty treasure chest so early. Gu Shi sighed inwardly and muttered, life is not as it should be. 9 out of 10 times. Then he stepped into the portal. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Fong Kong was speechless. What kind of thing is this? You have already broken through your own line, defeated the final boss, and taken away all of his treasure chests. You say that your life is not going as you wish. What else do you want to do? Fong Kong muttered and looked up at the sky. He found that the hand that was holding the evil temple seemed to have a broken finger. An idea appeared in Fong Kang's mind at this time. No way. That guy wouldn't want to knock this palm off. He must be a lunatic. After muttering this question, Fong Kong finally didn't stay here any longer. Time was running out. He didn't worry about Li Donna's situation anymore, and just walked out of the portal in one step. At this time, Li Dana, whom Gu Shi and the others were worried about, gave up the fight with the boss, just as they had guessed, returned along the original path, and rushed into the hall. In the hall, the portal to leave the evil temple has also been opened. After all, the evil temple is not a place where death is inevitable, and people will not be allowed to leave. But for Li Dana or Yuan Shihua, their luck is not very good. If they can develop the skills of their front and rear feet, they can leave smoothly. But they ran out from behind the passage they attacked at the same time. After meeting in front of the portal, they originally suppressed some thoughts in their hearts and prepared to leave here first. But no one knew who snorted first. So the two sides started fighting in the hall. They considered the situation at the scene at the beginning and did not make a killing move or release their troops. One used an axe and the other used magic to fight on their own. But as they continued to fight, they got into trouble. Not caring that they only had a few minutes, they released their troops one by one, and the two sides started fighting in the hall. Their military strength and strength are similar, but their attack methods are somewhat different. Li Dana's mage men have no combat advantage in close combat and are small in number, but they can strike at long range. Yuan Shihua's puppets were just the opposite. They were strong in melee combat, and like Gu Shi's undead, they didn't worry about morale at all and could just rush out to fight. The most special thing is that this time when Yuan Shihua defeated the first boss, he got many shiny clothes puppets with special characteristics. They can fight each other, and as long as they can put their bodies together, they can bounce back most attacks. So Yuan Shihua released these clothes puppets to rebound Li Dana's range attacks. But he never expected that Li Dana was also ruthless. And she had a forbidden curse force in her hands. This is the most terrifying existence in the mage army. They usually appear on the battlefield, but they never take action. Instead, they need someone to protect them until they need to be used. Their power can be seen. Their first spell is a forbidden spell. A large number of people will die. It was the same this time. Li Dana became angry when she saw the spell being bounced back. Aren't they just some rags? If you put a forbidden spell on them, I don't believe they can't burn you. At Li Dana's order, only a few forbidden spell mages gathered together. They formed a circle, held hands, and recited the spell. However, Li Dana did not consider the current environment. The spells used by the forbidden mage are random. When using them, just know that they will use the corresponding spells according to the environment. At the same time, when using a spell, it can also cause resonance in the nearby environment, increasing the attack range, lethality, etc. of the spell. It can be said that when encountering a forbidden curse, only a being like the Black Dragon, who is not afraid of any magical attack, can escape. This time, the forbidden curse mage recited the incantation as before, but what they triggered was the energy that was preparing to explode in the evil temple. When the forbidden curse mage took action, it happened to be when Gu Shi stepped into the portal, and when they released the forbidden curse, it happened to be when Fan Kong left. When Fan Kong left, all the portals were closed, and then the entire evil temple exploded on the spot. This forbidden spell triggered the huge explosion in the evil god temple ahead of time. At the beginning, Li Dana thought that a forbidden spell would not take much time to cast. As long as she used the forbidden spell to kill Yuan Shihua, she would have about half a minute to enter the portal. Then she could still leave alive and kill that annoying Yuan Shihua. But she never expected that the forbidden spell released would be like this. As the explosion sounded, the fire spread directly outwards, with the evil temple as the center. The sky was dyed vermilion. Everyone in the world of Stutterstrup below felt something unusual in the sky. They all looked up to the sky. In their eyes, a new sun suddenly appeared in the sky. However, this phenomenon lasted less than 10 minutes before disappearing. Then the sky changed back to its original color, and only those with sharp eyes could see that a palm with red hair on fire was quickly retracting from the sky. And all this has nothing to do with Gu Shi, Fan Kong, and others. Little did they know that they officially left at the last moment. If they hadn't left early and were counting down the last few dozen seconds to leave, they might have died in the explosion. After all, when the portal is sealed, their flying speed cannot compare with the shock wave of the explosion. All they knew was that after they came out of the portal, they were immediately knocked to the ground by the explosion shock wave coming from above, and the hot breath almost roasted them to death. When everything calmed down, Gu Shi got up and looked at the situation around him. He found that his current location should be in the center of the Alpine Castle and the White Castle. The huge explosion just now destroyed the colorful buildings nearby. Now the surroundings are all burnt black hard plastic, emitting a pungent smell. Looking up at the sky, Gu Shi was stunned and said with fear on his face. The time was wrong. The explosion happened earlier. Chapter 566 Mission completed. Although Gu Shi was a little scared, he was still in a good mood. The evil god temple exploded in the sky, which meant that his mission was completed ahead of schedule. Even if Lita Wan lets in another evil temple, it won't be able to take away Gu Shi's gains this time. Sure enough, at this moment, a ding sound arrived. The evil temple explodes. Main mission, Battle of the Evil Temple completed. Main mission, Battle of the Evil Temple. First round mission description, prevent the evil temple from falling into the world of Studstrup, completed. Task rewards, purple equipment, 1 piece must be produced. Blue equipment, 3 pieces must be produced. Green equipment is random. Please return to the corresponding force to receive your reward, and be escorted out of the Studstrup world by this force. Note 1. If you do not receive the mission reward in time, you can stay in Studstrup world for 24 days. Note 2. In the absence of external enemies, the major forces within the world of Studstrup are in a state of conflict. Gu Shi stared at the message that popped up. He didn't expect that someone would need to send him out this time, instead of just leaving at his word like the previous times. But think about it. Before, he and the world he participated in had to take a special passage to leave. Now they were dragged in temporarily, and there was no special exit passage for them. Of course they have to go back to their previous power and ask someone to send them back. Thinking of the black dragon in the shadow crown, his eyes lit up. When he just opened the treasure chest, he got 4 level 8 soldier recruitment coupons. There are another 20 black dragons in total. Just think about it. Now the number of black dragons will exceed those rubbish red dragons. During the battle, he released the black dragon, and the feeling suddenly came back. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's eyes became brighter and brighter. Now he wanted to jump on the evil coffin as soon as possible and rush to the shadow castle of Shadow Crown. But just when he called out the evil coffin, he found that Fong Kong was riding over on a weird vehicle. Brother Gu, it's a good thing we left early. Otherwise we would have died on top. As soon as he saw Gu Shi, Fong Kong screamed immediately. Yeah. Who would have thought that the evil temple's self-destruction would not be on time? By the way, have you seen Li Donna and the others? No. I'm afraid they won't be able to come back. Fong Kong shook his head. But I have already contacted Alexander, and they should have received news of the completion of the mission. Then we will go to them together. This time, despite our small number, we destroyed the evil temple. If they don't give us the 6 blue outfits they promised, then we must make them look good. Gu Shi then remembered that Alexander and the others had stayed in Studstrup world because they were unable to lead troops into the evil temple. There were 4 of them at the beginning, and Alexander only had 3. So they agreed to give 2 of the 3 blue pieces of equipment that completed the mission to the players who went to the evil temple to share equally. Now only Gu Shi and Fong Kong are back alive. If Alexander and the others do something, then there will probably be a battle between them. Just when Gu Shi was about to agree, a voice came from the distance. They are here. Come quickly. Gu Shi looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was Alexander riding his horse towards this side. Behind him were Su Chun and Ai Chi Sheng, who couldn't go there together. Seeing that Gu Shi and the others were still alive, their faces were quite happy. Even Su Chun, who was like a wooden man, nodded to Gu Shi. Alexander even said, "Oh my god. You succeeded? I really can't believe it. I thought we needed to wait for the evil temple to fall before we can enter. Wait, where's Donna? We couldn't come back. The evil temple self-destructed early. We didn't meet them when we left," Gu Shi said lightly. After hearing this, the 3 people with smiles on their faces also fell silent for a while. They all understand that not meeting each other when they leave means they will never come back, although there is no deeper connection between them. As players who fight together, hearing such news will feel somewhat sad. Too bad for them. Yeah, I've obviously completed my mission, but I haven't been able to come back. Alexander and the others were silent for a while, but then they started talking over there. Of course, as they talked about the next thing. Alexander was quite trustworthy, and he said directly, "As you can see, after we go back this time, we can actually leave. But we must give you the 2 blue suits we promised you. There's no way I can justify not giving it. This is what I think. It just so happens that we are all here. So let's make it clear. What do you want? I'll go to the Stu royal family and see if I can get it in exchange." Fong Kong glanced at Alexander and found that his eyes were upright, and he had no intention of defaulting on his account. So Fong Kong said, "Let's do this." I will be the guarantee. The three of you will take out the lists given by your respective forces, and each of us will pick one item. When the time comes, you will place the items in the designated location, and I will deliver them." When Alexander heard this, he did not respond immediately, but looked at Gu Shi. Gu Shi also knew that he couldn't go with them to get the equipment, and now he could only rely on Fong Kang's credibility. Fong Kang also understood what Gu Shi meant. He patted Gu Shi on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Brother Gu. The one who recruited me here is from the astrology station. They have a very convenient way of sending things." After hearing this, Gu Shi was half relieved. And at this time, Alexander and the others also took out the lists given to them by the forces behind them. Gu Shi actually saw the exchange information for Archangel and Golden Dragon in the list. However, considering the status of Alexander and the others among these forces, it may be difficult to redeem them. As for the weapons and equipment of these three forces, Gu Shi just glanced at them and lost interest. He thought for a moment, took a look at the approximate price of the blue equipment, and then started to choose items of the same price. Fong Kang was a little surprised by Gu Shi's idea. "You don't want the blue suit? If you don't need it yourself, you can give it to your subordinates." "My men all wear purple suits," Gu Shi said calmly. In response to Gu Shi's words, everyone at the scene rolled their eyes. But they didn't dwell on the matter anymore, as long as the price of what Gu Shi wants does not exceed that of blue equipment. As for whether it can be exchanged for it, it does not require the existence of high-level troops such as archangels. There is nothing that cannot be exchanged for it. Chapter 567 Choosing to Redeem. Stu Royal Family, Wings of Light Cathedral and Golden Forest. After carefully comparing these three lists, Gu Shi finally selected the item that was most suitable for him. The Stu Royal Family is full of human style, but there are some dwarves on their griffins, which shows that they have a certain intersection with the dwarves. This was not what Gu Shi was interested in. At the same time, he also knew that it was impossible for the griffin to be open to the outside world. And Gu Shi's goal was not these. He was interested in the most inconspicuous system in the hands of the Stu Royal Family. Carriage station building design small. Special use 200 resources. 5 units of stone or 5 units of wood to build a carriage station, small building, in the city. When there are 2 carriage stations in the city, you can set off at a scheduled time and conduct 2 transportation between stations. There is no upper limit on the number of stations. The more stations, the faster the departure speed. If it was just a small building, Gu Shi would not be so concerned about it. But the following explanation made Gu Shi understand that this was the best choice for him. Dimi is currently attacking the city of Aladovi from another time period. Although I don't know the current situation, it is not a problem to capture the Aladovi city here. By then, Aladovi city will have 2 large urban areas and a satellite city. Without arranging some public carriages, communication between the cities of Aladovi will become quite difficult. The carriage station in front of him would be a good investment for Gu Shi. Gu Shi had already made plans. After returning, he would first arrange a carriage station in Aladovi Tower, the main city of Aladovi, and the strange mirror space. After everything is stabilized, the layout will be arranged according to the distance between urban areas. This carriage station is a good thing. I believe Luna will arrange everything. The situation at the Cathedral of Wings of Holy Light is not much different from that of the Stu Royal Family. Both are oriented towards humans, but the Cathedral of Wings of Holy Light takes the route that is mainly based on priests. As an undead, Gu Shi really has nothing to choose from here. After all, even if he didn't care, he couldn't let his undead use the Holy Light. So this time, Gu Shi couldn't use all kinds of weapons and equipment. The only thing he could look at was a set of Holy Light skins among their redeemable equipment. The reason why the set of soldier skins is called a set is entirely because they start from the first level soldiers and servants, all the way to the top level soldiers, the Holy Swordsman. It is a set of 7 skins. The most important thing is that this set of skins has no equipment requirements and can be combined at will. You can put the spearman in the skin of the priest and use it as bait. Or you can put the bloody knight in the skin of the squire and let them pretend to be cannon fodder. It can be said that with this set of skins, Gu Shi can play many tactics. However, Gu Shi also had to admit that playing a priest made him feel dirty. They have researched this kind of thing, and I am afraid they have played it themselves countless times. AI Qin Sheng, who backs up the Holy Light's Hope Cathedral, is also a little surprised that Gu Shi only needs 1 set of skins and no other equipment. He wanted to persuade Gu Shi. Although the equipment in the Holy Light's Hope Cathedral might not suit Gu Shi's wishes, there were other things that could be used. Holy water or various potions are more suitable. These are all good things. It would be a waste to change a set of skins now. But Gushi just smiled and said, "Change it for me. I have my own plan. This set of skins is quite useful to me." Seeing that Gushi had said this, Ai Qingsheng would naturally stop trying to persuade him. Anyway, such an exchange would be beneficial to him. And he was only trying to persuade him out of moral persuasion. It doesn't matter if Gushi doesn't want to. Finally, there is the golden forest behind Su Chun. In addition to blue equipment, there are many things that can be exchanged. In the golden forest, there are different races, including elves, dwarves, various beasts, and existences such as tree men. There are minerals, wood, architectural plans, etc. that can be exchanged. Gushi had spent a long time selecting before deciding on the target he needed for this exchange. Different from the previous two directions, Gushi set his eyes on a statue in the golden forest. The quality of the statue is blue and has no other effects. It is just placed in the woods for decoration. It is equivalent to the auxiliary building in Aradovi City. However, Gushi knew very well that as soon as the first statue entered Aradovi City, there would be more similar auxiliary buildings in the city. So Gushi's investment was not considered random. He needed this statue. However, in the eyes of Su Chun and others, Gushi's needs were a random choice. Su Chun wanted to speak up and persuade Gushi. But Su Chun was like a wooden person, not very good at talking. And Ai Qingsheng had tried to persuade Gushi before, but in the end he didn't. And Su Chun didn't intend to do anything more. He just glanced at what Gushi needed to exchange and nodded to show that he understood. After replacing the things he wanted to exchange, Gushi looked at Fong Kong aside. Compared to Gushi, Fong Kong understood better what he needed. While Gushi was still choosing, he had already completed his selection. Seeing Gushi looking over, Fong Kong said to Gushi, "Brother Gu, don't worry. I will deliver the things to you. But you shouldn't leave so soon. Right? I'm going to wait for Shadow Castle. If all goes well, we'll leave early tomorrow morning. Then you should hurry up. Let's do this. I will send these things to you through the stars, so that you can still receive them even if you exit the Studstrup world." Of course Fong Kong understood what Gushi was worried about. Isn't this just because I'm afraid that I won't do my best? Therefore, he had better explain this matter clearly in advance, so as not to force Gushi to cross several urban areas and come to his city to cause trouble for him. However, Gushi was also speechless. "You didn't even leave any contact information. What do you mean by teleportation through the stars?" In fact, Gushi wrongly blamed Fong Kong. Their city is quite special. There are large and small game guilds in their city, and all the players in their city do not use animals to communicate with each other. They never admit mistakes when they recognize someone, because everyone has a corresponding horoscope. They identify people through their horoscopes and contact people through their horoscopes. As long as that person is still alive, they can contact him through means such as astrology. So when they meet the players, there is no need to exchange contact information. But Gushi didn't know all this. He thought Fong Kong had squandered his exchange items. Fortunately, Su Chun and the others also saw what was going on here, and stepped forward to persuade them and explain the situation. Otherwise they would start fighting here. Chapter 568 Waiting and Arrangement. After understanding what Gushi was worried about, Fong Kong finally changed to a contact method that he felt was quite outdated, ensuring that Gushi could definitely contact him through normal means. After completing all this, Gushi breathed a sigh of relief. He looked in the direction and drove the evil coffin towards the Soul-Eating Valley. Because the main mission has been completed at this time, Gushi has no worries in his heart, so he is naturally not on the road like before. At this time, Gushi still had time to observe the situation around him. This time, Gushi found that the entire evil god believer area had been completely destroyed. Along the way, all I saw were various buildings blown away by the shock wave, and black plastic melted by the extremely high temperature. Everything that I had seen along the way is now gone. If Xie Coffin hadn't been able to tell the difference between north, south, east, and west, and memorize the map, Gushi might not have been able to find his way back to the Soul-Eating Valley. Back outside the Soul-Eating Valley, Gushi found that the Soul-Eating Valley had also been affected to a certain extent. After all, this was one of the main battlefields. As soon as Gushi entered the valley, he saw that the bone fragments on the ground had been burned into white ash, falling from the sky like snow falling from the sky. Just seeing this scene in front of him, Gushi knew that the Soul-Eating Valley that Shadow Crown had built over the years was finished. It would take only a few decades to recover. and the place would probably never be as grand as before. Fortunately, Shadow Castle did not abandon the station in front of it because it was bombed. After Gushi entered the soul-devouring valley, he stopped at the place where he had left the Shadow Castle. Start waiting in place. Even if Gushi is stationed in the wild now, he still has a good reputation. Once the Steel City Gate and the Soul Calling Tower were opened, basically no one dared to jump and explode in front of him. As the Steel City Gate opened, Gushi began to count the gains from the evil temple. As for the parts of the platform that had not been removed, Gushi didn't think about them. The big explosion in the sky just now made Gushi understand that if he had been more greedy, he might not be able to come back now. Therefore, Gushi will not despise all the gains now, but will think that he has earned them. While Gushi was counting the harvest, Luna also floated out. Grown-ups, you're here. Have you started building the architectural designs I just showed you? As soon as he saw Luna, Gushi asked. Construction has already begun. As Luna spoke, she floated in front of Gushi. There was some food in her hand. Looking at the roasted owl that had just been roasted, Gushi pressed his forehead. The chef brought back so much food. But didn't he come up with something new? No. Not only did the food brought back not provide more recipes, but the chef became confused because of the excessive food. Now the only thing in the tavern is roasted owls. There is no more alcohol. Only water to drink. Can we still play like this? Gushi was speechless. If I had known, I wouldn't have let the chef go out to see the food. We can't help it. The chef has shut himself off. He said he has never seen food cooked using only roasting. If the food is all cooked by song, then what is the use of a pot? Regarding this question, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. It was only at this time that Gushi felt that Aladovi City was slowly becoming more alive. At least it won't look like a dead city with no popularity like before. He casually tore off a piece of roasted meat from the roasted owl and tore it into his mouth. Gushi chewed it carefully twice. It's okay. The taste has changed somewhat. It's edible. Luna patted Gushi's face, pointed her finger, and a mirror appeared beside her. Then Luna took out a set of tables and chairs from the mirror and helped Gushi arrange it. At this time, Shea also walked out of the Steel City Gate carrying a huge parasol. When she walked past the earthbound dragon, she stepped forward and kicked it heavily. Will it rain a little? I haven't seen the sun so bright. Seeing this situation, Gushi couldn't help but shook his head. What happened today? Did something happen in Aladovi City? What's the matter? I've seen you tired these past few days, so I sent you this thing to let you relax. Shea laughed softly there. No. Something doesn't feel right. There's something wrong with the size of this umbrella. This style is Demi's umbrella. Right? Tell me. Did something happen to Demi? As soon as Gushi saw the umbrella, he had some suspicions in his mind. Before he entered the Mystic Academy, Demi had gone to fight the Aladovi City in other periods. At first, it was said that it would be defeated within a few days. As a result, Gushi has already completed his promotion. But Demi has not yet achieved results. Now that this happened again, Demi felt uncomfortable. Demi wants to borrow troops. Seeing Gushi ask, Luna finally said something. Before, when there was no one in Aladovi, it was Demi who always accompanied Luna. The relationship between them is quite good. Luna is also willing to speak for Demi. Transfer it to her. Her situation is that the city has been captured. The guards are insufficient, and it has been occupied by others. This situation is very common. If we didn't develop while fighting before, we would definitely encounter the same situation in the end. Now we have sufficient troops, not to mention other things. Among the newly recruited undead, there are probably more than 6,000 level 7 ones. If we take half of them, there will be 3,000 people. No matter what, it is enough. Although they haven't counted them yet, Gushi knows very well how many troops there are in the city now. The weapons and equipment in the city may not be so complete, but the level 7 soldiers must have started to replenish their weapons and equipment now. The weapons and equipment of the 3,000 people should have been replenished by now. If Demi does not have enough troops, these troops can be arranged. Unexpectedly, Luna shook her head and said, Demi wants to activate the zombie army. Hearing this, Gushi was stunned for a moment. And then he realized that Gushi and the others already knew Demi's preferences. Be huge, preferably zombies, ghosts, and vampires. Give it to her. In addition, the battlefield ghost troops will also be sent over. Let Yagyu follow Demi. You tell Demi directly that I will give her another 10 days to capture the remaining territory within 10 days. The battlefield ghost troops, led by Yagyu, will be drawn. to her men. If we cannot defeat them within 10 days, then I will separate the battlefield ghost troops and lead them under the leadership of Yagyu. She will never get involved. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Luna understood that this was Gu Shi's bottom line. And after seeing the battlefield ghost, if Dimi loses this army, he will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. But seriously, Dimi really dragged out the fight for too long this time. Luna was too old to say anything to help Dimi, so she could only respond, I will make it clear to Dimi. If it doesn't work, I won't help her anymore. Chapter 569, Change to 20 Black Dragons First. After waiting for about an afternoon, the Shadow Castle finally appeared in the Soul-Eating Valley again. When the castle gate emerged from the ground, Lynch ran out immediately. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else. He quickly ran to Gu Shi and looked at Gu Shi seriously. Oh my god. You succeeded. I knew you could do it. Come in quickly, and let me tell you that this time, thanks to you, we will make a big fortune this time. As Lin Chi spoke, he dragged Gu Shi into the gate of Shadow Castle. Gu Shi wanted to speak along the way, but found that he couldn't get a word in, no matter what he wanted to say. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lynch would immediately lead him in another direction. Fortunately, Lynch is not the kind of person who makes things difficult for others. He arranged everything. 1 purple outfit, 3 blue outfits, plus 7 or 8 green outfits. There was no choice in terms of purple equipment. Gu Shi would take whatever they gave him. The only thing that can be guaranteed is that the negative effects will not be high. In Lynch's words, this is the advantage of the Shadow Crown. When they were creating purple equipment, they relied on the power of the crown to suppress the negative effects to almost nothing. Hearing this, Gu Shi wanted to tell them that the crown on your head doesn't suit you. But Gu Shi was a little hesitant, because he was confused at the time and couldn't figure out whether the golden crown of thorns was the sleeping beauty or the spinning needle used to prick his finger and smear blood on the top of his head. You can choose blue equipment. If you don't like the blue equipment here, you can exchange it for something of equal value. You can take any green equipment you want as long as it does not exceed 10 pieces. But what Gu Shi has always wanted to ask is there still a black dragon? He got 4 more soldier recruitment coupons, and he should be able to recruit black dragons now. While talking, Gu Shi and the others returned to the hall of Shadow Castle. When he led Gu Shi here, Lin Chi said to Gu Shi, wait for me. I will ask them to help you prepare the passage for leaving. If you want to rest, there is a tavern over there where you can eat and drink. If you want to exchange it directly, just ask Quartermaster Damera. I've explained everything in detail. If you want to take a stroll, you can walk around the Shadow Castle by yourself. Except for the red door that cannot be entered. You can freely enter and exit other places. Thank you. Don't worry about me. I'll look for it myself. As Gu Shi spoke, he turned his gaze to Damala, not far away. At this time, Damera didn't know what happened. He was sitting in the corner, drinking a drink that was as black as sewage. Mr. Quartermaster, we meet again. This time I'm here to claim my reward. By the way, before I claim the reward, I want to ask, are there any more black dragons? No, there is no black dragon at all. Damala jumped up when she heard this. It's okay, as long as you can redeem it. These are 4 level 8 soldier recruitment coupons. Give me 20 black dragons first. With a smile on his face, Gu Shi stuffed the soldier recruitment coupon into Damala's hand. There are black dragons that can be recruited. What should I do with the soldier recruitment coupons? Should I keep them to give birth to cubs? At this time, Damara's face was full of anger. I said no. That's it. Hurry up. There is something on the redemption list. That means it can be redeemed. It's not like you don't know the effect of these soldier recruitment coupons. So there are 20 black dragons. I'll wait here. As Gu Shi spoke, he sat down. Seeing Gu Shi like this, Damala's face became quite ugly. But he had to admit that the soldier recruitment coupons that Gu Shi took out were not meant to take these big guys away from the black dragons in their inventory. It's just that the thought of Gu Shi taking advantage of this made him feel unhappy. Just wait for me, Damera said through gritted teeth. Seeing Damala turn around and leave, Gu Shi smiled nonchalantly. Anyway, I can't stay here for long. So of course, I just want to take all the benefits and leave. As for whether he would offend the quartermaster, Gu Shi didn't really care. After all, he was not his quartermaster. No matter how many things he has in his hands, they are not his own. What can he do to Gu Shi? In the end, it's not about redeeming it honestly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Damera to come back angrily. followed by 20 strong black dragons. The black dragons are all here. Please take stock. Damala looked at these black dragons with some reluctance. Although these black dragons were not from the Shadow Castle, if they appeared in the Shadow Castle, they were considered to be from the Shadow Castle. He really couldn't bear to hand over these things. Seeing Damala like this, Gushi couldn't hold back. So he directly released the main city gate and quickly took in all the black dragons. When sending it in, Gushi also gave special instructions. Send it to Aladovita and let Princess Anna handle it. After everything was taken care of, Gushi turned to look at Damara. Don't worry about the purple equipment for now. We'll talk about that last thing. We'll do the green and blue equipment first. I studied your list while I was waiting for Shadowkeep. On the way, Lynchie also said that because I am in a special situation, there are some things that can be redeemed without reputation. So I want these things. As Gushi spoke, he took out the list and pointed down. This blue one, this blue one, and this blue one, and the green one. I want this one, plus this one. As a quartermaster, Damara knew exactly what he had to exchange here. And the things Gushi pointed out required reputation before he could exchange them. But he couldn't stop Gu Interest from redeeming it, because Gu Interest's reasons were quite reasonable. At this time, Damara could only accept this matter, gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement, and put these things one by one in front of Gushi. At this time, various messages kept popping up in front of Gushi. You redeemed Shadow Mist, blue. You redeemed Shadow Trail, blue. You redeemed the Shadow Armor Blueprint, blue. Recipe. Shadow Mist, blue special mist that can be blended into a dark sky curtain or other similar effects. After integration, the sky curtain will have a part of its own spirituality. The duration, intensity and effect of the sky curtain will be improved, and the operability will also be improved. Get promoted. Shadow Track, blue, a special track that can be integrated into the mount, giving the mount the ability to move in the shadows. Shadow Armor Design, blue. Recipe. Use the recipe in the blacksmith shop to make a blue quality chest armor. Shadow Armor. Players, heroes, and soldiers can equip it. The properties and effects will change after equipping it. Chapter 570. The Strengthened Evil Coffin. 3 blue items were taken out immediately. When he got these 3 blue items, Gushi ignored the green items placed one by one and directly activated the Shadow Mist among them. Gushi and his city have not yet mastered the dark sky. But Gushi was not thinking about this. You know, Gushi mastered another skill called Sky Curtain. The White Bone Sky Curtain. This is the advanced skill of the Necromancer, which can only be learned after mastering the Bone Storm. After picking up Shadow Mist, Gushi immediately released the Bone Canopy. A large number of white bone fragments centered on Gushi, shrouding Gushi. As soon as Gushi moved, Damara immediately jumped out. He thought something was going on. But after the Bone Canopy was released, Gushi threw the Shadow Mist in his hand. Then the color of the sky of bone slowly changed from white to black. Finally, all the bone fragments shrank inward. And finally, under the guidance of Gushi's right hand, they turned into a cloak made of black mist made of white bone fragments. It was draped on Gushi's back. Bone Sky Curtain, Level 1. Alienation. It consumes 70 mana points to shrink a bone sky curtain behind the player to form an automatic protective layer. If someone attacks the player, the bone sky curtain will automatically expand and kill the attacker, forming automatic protection after the level. The player will automatically deduct 35 mana points per hour. As new information popped up in front of him, Gushi knew that his choice was correct. As soon as this Shadow Mist was added, the Bone Canopy mutated, forming a defensive canopy that could automatically follow around. This kind of thing is equivalent to the Bone Shield that is always with you, and it is the best protection for the Necromancer. Although 35 points of mana are deducted every hour, this amount of mana is nothing to Gushi. Gushi never used the Incarnation of Death to drain all his mana. Now Gushi has gotten used to it. 35 points of mana is just a drizzle to him. After his first success, Gushi did not stop. He took the Dark Locust and threw it directly towards the evil coffin. This time the evil coffin took the initiative to open the lid of the coffin and swallow the black jelly-like dark track. Then the evil coffin quickly disappeared into the darkness. If Gushi hadn't been able to feel the evil coffin, Gushi would have thought that the evil coffin had escaped on its own. At this time, Gushi also understood that this was the evolution of the evil coffin, and it might take a while. So Gushi picked up the 9 pieces of green equipment and props placed in front of him. Compared with the blue props and green props that can be used now, Gushi thinks more about the effect. Walking up to Damala, Gushi reached out and picked up something that looked like a doll. You got the scapegoat, green, *3. You got the book of death, green, *3. You got rotten sludge, green, *1. You got the death tablet, green, *1. You got the black death bug recipe, green. Recipe, *1. Stand-up doll, green, a stand-in doll specially made by the alchemist. It is hung on the body, and can be used to resist an attack with an instant death effect. Book of Death, green, a book that records the content of death. After reading it for 3 to 5 hours, you can learn various knowledge about the undead. The knowledge is random. Rotten sludge, green, the sludge from the sewers of Shadow Castle can be used to fertilize fields, providing fertility for hundreds of acres of farmland for a year. Necromancer tablet, green, a tablet that records the summoning method of a certain undead. You can summon an undead through the tablet. Random level. Random occupation. Random quality. Black death bug recipe, green. Recipe, cooking recipe. You can cook black death bug. Black death bug is an exclusive food for the undead. After the undead eat it, the soul fire will be slightly improved. Unlike the blue ones, these green props were all picked out by Gushi from a lot of useless things. This seemed to be in line with Gushi's wishes. At least when I pick up these things, Gushi doesn't feel any loss. Okay, let's go see the purple clothes. As Gushi was speaking, the evil coffin that had disappeared into the shadows before appeared in front of Gushi again. At this time, the evil coffin changed again. The previous evil coffin has completely changed into a metal style. The outer sh.l of the evil coffin is still made of metal, but the color is no longer stainless steel, but a matte black, which does not look like a metal texture at all. There are many luminous talismans affixed to the outer sh.l of the coffin. From a distance, they look like fluorescent sticks at night, flashing continuously. The iron chain originally wrapped around the outer sh.l of the evil coffin is still there, but it is covered with various large and small lights. It looks like the red and green neon lights in the city, and the brightest one here is at the front of the evil coffin, of a self-floating lamp. This feeling left Gushi quite speechless. This evil coffin suddenly changed from metal style to cyberpunk heavy metal style. The most important thing is that the size of the evil coffin has also changed significantly. The evil coffin in front of me is obviously 5 meters long and 2 meters high. It looks like a small van. After circling the evil coffin, Gushi reached out and grabbed the iron chain on the surface of the evil coffin. Before Gushi could exert any strength, the iron chain threw Gushi onto the evil coffin. Gushi found that there was just a place for him to sit on the top of the evil coffin. It seemed that this time, he didn't have to worry about the evil coffin running too far and being thrown out. Evil coffin, blue +1. Mount. Undead players and their heroic mounts can move at a speed of 350 km per hour, and can be temporarily accelerated to 650 km per hour, limited to 45 seconds. It can automatically find paths, automatically recognize maps, automatically jump into shadow space, and move in shadow space. It can seat one person, 1/1, can tow 2 temporary carriages, 1/2, and comes with 3 storage spaces, 0/3, and 5 inlay spaces, 1/5. Explanation 1. The talismans attached to the outside of the evil coffin will not glow when not activated. Those talismans that glow are the effects of being activated. Note 2. When entering the shadows, the daylight in front is used to guide the way, and the neon lights next to the evil coffin exist to prevent people from attacking the evil coffin. Note 3. Although the evil coffin has been strengthened, it is definitely not the most comfortable to sit on. If you want to make the evil coffin comfortable, you still need to put something into it. Chapter 571 Purple Outfit Belt. Looking at the evil coffin that had completed its promotion, Gushi's expression also became better. The situation of the evil coffin in front of us has been improved again. Whether it is the riding comfort, the speed of the evil coffin itself, or the number of things that can be added to the evil coffin, all have been improved. It can be said that the strengthening of the evil coffin this time is of great significance to Gushi, even as much as getting a piece of purple equipment. Seeing Gushi circle around the evil coffin, Damala stepped forward and said, "How do you feel? Are you satisfied with the reward we gave you?" At this time, Gushi had nothing to choose from. If you still say you are not satisfied with such a reward, forget about saving Gushi's face. I'm very satisfied with the reward this time. You didn't make things difficult for me. Although we walk in darkness, we still act uprightly. As Damala spoke, she also gave Gushi a blank look. She was clearly blaming Gushi for cheating the black dragons away from them. Although Domera also understood that if Gushi had not taken out the soldier recruitment coupons, these black dragons would not have appeared. But handing over the black dragon from your own hands is cutting off his flesh. He couldn't change his attitude towards Gushi who cheated the black dragon from him. Okay. If you are satisfied, come with me. Let's get the purple outfit. Once you get it, don't show up in front of me. As soon as you show up, half of my heart will be gone. After listening to Damala's words, Gushi also smiled. Of course he could hear the meaning behind Damala's words. But so what? Just saying a few words can save you a piece of meat. Even if a small piece of meat can be exchanged for 20 black dragons. He will do it again next time. Domera stretched out his hand and summoned a strange black horse. The horse's body was like an evil coffin, hung with various neon lights. Follow me. Don't get lost. Damala turned over and jumped on the horse, then glanced at Gushi. Gushi immediately understood what Domera meant, and immediately sat on top of the evil coffin, pointing at the strange horse, signaling the evil coffin to follow. The next moment, Gushi's eyes went dark, except for some colorful lights flashing around the evil coffin. He couldn't see any color at all elsewhere. However, this darkness only lasted for a moment. The next moment, Gushi's eyes lit up, and then he found that he had arrived in another room in the Shadow Castle. The room in front of me is about 3,000 square meters in size. In this room, every few steps there are purple weapons placed on weapon racks or equipment racks. At this time, Gushi and the others were standing on the periphery of the room. Gushi could tell at a glance that the things placed in this circle were all mass-produced purple clothes. Further inside, there are relatively better purple equipment, and the only one Gushi can get this time is one of them. As for the rest, there are some top-notch items. Those things are also available in the Shadow Castle, let alone an outsider like Gushi. Even if the speakers of the Shadow Crown come, they can't take them away directly. Listening to Damala's introduction, Gushi also knew that he didn't have to expect to get those top-quality items, as long as the remaining props were of good quality, had lower negative effects, and were not mass-produced purple equipment. Then there would be no problem. Damala brought Gushi to the middle floor, then turned around and asked, "What kind of weapons and equipment do you need? I think you don't have all the equipment on you. Do you want me to help you choose it?" Gushi thought for a while, then took a look at the equipment on his body, and found that just as Damala said, the equipment on him was not complete, including breastplate, belt, trousers, cloak, wrist guards, gloves, and shoes. All are missing. With this thought, Gushi glanced at the equipment racks here, focusing on the equipment in these directions. The last thing Gushi liked was a belt. The belt looks full of the style of the Shadow Crown. The entire belt is made of black hard leather, and the surface of the belt is also inlaid with a string of silver thorn patterns. This belt is obviously used by a wizard. There are obvious hooks and waist bags on the left and right sides and the back. It is obvious that many small items can be put in it, such as keys, magic potions, magic materials, and so on. Gushi was very clear about his need for magic potions. In battle, Gushi needs to constantly replenish his mana, so this kind of belt is the most useful to Gushi. That belt. Gushi stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the belt. Selected? Damala glanced at Gushi. Selected? Gushi didn't hesitate too much. After setting his goal, Gushi basically had no intention of changing his mind. Domera glanced at Gushi, reached out to take off the belt, and handed it to Gushi. You get Thorn Shard Purple. Thorn Shard Purple. Belt. Defense, 22. After equipping, Wisdom plus 5. Equipment requirements, Wisdom 15. Special 1, Thorn Net. Equipped with a Thorn spell effect. Melee attacks will have 50% damage rebound, and long-range attacks will have 75% rebound damage. Note: rebound damage does not mean that you will not be injured. Special effect 1. After wearing the equipment and activating the Thorn Net effect once, the skin will be stung by thorns every hour, similar to the needle prick effect. Painful but not harmful. Special 2. Extremely fast access. The access effect of various props stored in the belt is increased by 200%. When taking magic potions, you don't need to make the action of drinking potions. And when using magic materials, you don't need to make the action of using magic materials. Special effect 2. After wearing the equipment and activating the rapid retrieval effect, your fingers will feel a cutting pain every time you take the magic potion. Special 3. Temporary use. When the items or magic potions stored in the belt are used up, You can temporarily condense and take out similar materials or magic potions. Must be replenished within 3 hours afterwards. Otherwise this effect will be temporarily sealed for 3 days. Special Effect 3. After wearing the equipment and activating a temporary retrieval effect. Every time you take the used props or magic potions, your palms will be burned by strong acid, painful but not harmful. Explanation. Don't look at it. This thing doesn't hurt much. But it is extremely insulting. It just doesn't hurt you. It just makes you feel pain. Looking at the information about the belt in front of him, Gucci finally understood why Lynch said that the negative effects of the purple equipment of the Shadow Crown were extremely low. Gucci really wanted to say, please give me 10 pieces of this kind of negative effect that doesn't even cause injury. Looking at Gucci's expression, Damara said lightly, please gain respect in Shadow Crown and then consider redeeming the purple equipment. After saying this, he also raised his head and looked around, indicating that due to his respectable reputation, he could only change to the mass-produced purple clothes outside. Chapter 572 The Super Effect of the Orange Ring. Regarding this situation, Gucci hesitated for a while, and finally gave up the idea of gaining the Shadow Crown's reputation. It's not that Gucci doesn't plan to gain reputation here, but that he doesn't have the time. Let's not talk about the reputation issue. Only when the reputation is reached can you have the opportunity to redeem it. What about the funds for redemption? In the end, after working for a long time, the one who took advantage was the Shadow Crown. While Gucci could only get a few popular purple outfits at most, those things were placed on the periphery, indicating that their properties were not as good as the thorn fragment that Gucci had just obtained. Gucci would not do such a cost-effective thing. Forget it. A purple outfit is enough for me. Gucci smiled, and then wrapped the thorn fragments around his waist. When the thorn shard was equipped, he heard 2 dings in his ears. Ding! I found that you are wearing purple equipment. Please activate the suppression and purification properties of the Fox Eye Ring to suppress all negative effects. Ding! You have prepared a purple belt, a replica of Thornheart. If you equip Thornheart, you can replace the negative effects of this equipment. No need to suppress it. Gucci said something in his mind. It's not a waste to suppress such a trivial matter. But this thing is actually a better imitation of the purple belt. No wonder it is called a thorn fragment. This is probably the material found in the forest full of thorns. Gucci didn't expect that after he said this in his heart, a new sentence would pop up with a clang. The suppression and purification effects are activated, and the negative effects of purple equipment are halved. Regarding this news, Gucci couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that such a situation would happen again. Gucci thought for a while, and activated the effect of the thorn net. And then he felt the negative effect. However, the pain like needle pricks mentioned in the negative effect has now become like wearing a sweater and being covered with burrs. A pricking feeling. The Fox Eye Ring is very powerful. Gucci didn't expect that Fox Eye Ring said that the negative effects of other purple equipment would be reduced by half. And it would actually be reduced. It feels like even without the purple equipment of the Shadow Crown, Gucci doesn't have to worry about any negative effects. With this thought, Gucci adjusted his expression and said to Damara, I can do this here. Can you take a look at the others? Of course. You can look at it as you like, but you can't move. Damala was also thinking about letting Gucci see the strength of the Shadow Crown at this time. As soon as Gucci suggested it, he made a concession gesture. Gucci was not polite and rushed directly to the innermost circle. In the innermost circle, there are a total of more than 20 pieces of equipment. But Gucci could tell at a glance that the best things here should be a scepter, a thick-covered magic book, and a branch with tender green leaves. The rest are not as good as these 3. However, among the remaining items, Gucci saw the true form of the thorn fragment. The thorn heart. It was a belt of the same style, except that the thorns on the surface of the belt were golden, and it was inlaid with a green gem. This thorn heart is placed relatively inner in the inner circle. Gucci estimated that based on where the Heart of Thorns was placed, it should be among the top 10 purple items in Crown of Shadows. As an imitation of the Heart of Thorns, the Shard of Thorns is actually not that bad. As Gucci walked around, he kept familiarizing himself with the empty spaces on the thorn fragments. Because they are not inlaid, the empty slots for hanging potions are not reflected in the equipment description. After putting on the belt, Gucci felt that the design of this belt was quite good. There were 4 potion positions on the left side of the belt. From the outside, it looked like 4 test tubes could be inserted. But in fact, they could hold 4 different magic potions. Each magic potion can store 6 bottles. In order to use it quickly, Just press your hand on the potion position, and the potion will be used automatically. You no longer need to pour it into your mouth as before. The position on the right is the adventure prop position, which corresponds to keys, water, fire and food. 16 keys can be placed in the key chain. The water and food position can hold 5 days of food. As for the fire position, there are flints and wood, allowing Gushi to light a fire on the spot at any time. This ensured that Gushi could survive safely in the wild. At least, he would not be thrown into the wild with nothing. As for the waste position, for small bags can be hung there. The current 4 packages were given by the thorn shards at the beginning, because we are not sure what kind of owner will get the thorn fragments in the end. The package given is the most basic material package. From left to right, there are 16 grids of herbal medicine bags, or bags, enchantment bags and magic material bags. As for better material packs, there are also some. In the Shadow Crown, there is a 24-slot shadow material pack, which can be used to store materials obtained in the shadow. But these all need to be exchanged with Damera. If not, then you need to find a professional bag maker to order them. Anyway, Damala won't give it away for free anymore. Not even if the King of Heaven comes. Gushi didn't force anything. He just touched his waist and found that because of the extremely fast access to this skill, getting things from behind was not as troublesome as expected. As long as he thinks about it, things will automatically appear in his hands. But at that time, his fingertips would hurt as if they were pricked by needles. Gushi felt that this kind of pain was still bearable. After walking around here, Gushi walked to a relatively outer place. Gushi discovered that here, there were not all imitations of the best purple equipment in the inner circle, like the thorn shards. There were also some equipment here that were obviously not in the Shadow Crown style. Although Gushi had no access to these equipment, Gushi learned a lot just by observing and studying their appearance. And Damala is also a qualified quartermaster. As long as Damera is not asked to take out the things and just asks him something about the origin of these equipment, he is still willing to answer. In this question and answer exchange, Gushi slowly understood some of Damera's mentalities. He is the kind of person who doesn't want others to take advantage of him. Gushi's 30 black dragons were equivalent to digging up his roots. He was able to give Gushi face only because these black dragons were not the stock of Shadow Crown, but came with Gushi's soldier recruitment coupons. Otherwise, he would have started fighting with Gushi long ago. After walking around here, Gushi asked Damala again for some details about the evil coffin jumping in the shadows, and finally left the room and returned to the original hall. Chapter 573 Exiting the World. After hanging around in the Shadow Castle for 2 days, Gushi finally received a few things from Fan Kong, just as Alexander and the others promised. They returned to their respective backgrounds and immediately chose to exchange items and settle their accounts first. However, Fan Kong received another message, saying that he had discussed it with Alexander and planned to stay in the Studstrup world for a while to build up his reputation and so on. If Gushi needs anything, they can also provide it. However, Gushi regarded these words as polite words. He felt that after he left, there wouldn't be many opportunities to connect with the Studstrup world. Now that he had everything in hand, Gushi had no need in the Studstrup world. So he found Lynch and made a request to leave this world. No problem. The teleportation array was ready yesterday, but you haven't come over yet, and we haven't activated it yet. We can send you away at any time now. Regarding Gushi's request, Lynchi didn't have any excuse and directly brought Gushi to the place where Gushi appeared in the first place. At this time, a large number of black-robed mages had gathered together. Gushi could notice that the crowns of thorns on their heads were covered with blood. It was obvious that their crowns of thorns had been strengthened. These black-robed mages were all beaming with joy, as if they had taken advantage of them. When they saw Gushi come in, they all nodded politely. It was obvious that he wanted to stay and rest for a few more days. After sending Gushi to the altar, Lynchi took Gushi's hand and said, "Mr. Gu, we will always remember everything you have done for our Shadow Crown. We have always hoped to cooperate with experts like you, and I don't know if we will have the opportunity to cooperate again." After hearing this, Gushi thought for a while and finally said, "Yes. If there is a chance to cooperate in the future, this is my contact information. If you need anything, you can contact me directly." As Gushi spoke, he took out an owl. Gushi wanted to leave behind something noble, but the problem is that Gushi is only at level 5 now, and he doesn't have anything to prove his identity. The owl is the only messenger who can contact him. Lynchi did not have any dissatisfaction with Gushi's reaction. He took the owl with a smile and handed it to a black-robed wizard beside him. Then Lin Chi looked at Gu Shi. Mr. Gu, are you ready? Ready. As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, Lin Chi raised the staff in his hand. Ready. Send. Then Gu Shi felt his eyes darken, and his body seemed to have entered a pipe. His whole body received a strong impact and was directly set into the air. After Gu Shi got used to the pressure, he found that he seemed to be back to the situation when he first entered this world. At this time, he was standing in the void, looking at the Studstrup world placed in the viewing box below. Perhaps because the evil god Lita's scroll is no longer there. The viewing box in front of him no longer focuses on the area where the 7 previous forces were located, but instead shows the entire world of Studstrup. Gu Shi in the sky could see quite clearly that the place where they fought before only occupied about 1/10 of the entire area of Studstrup world. More than half of the remaining area is covered with green woods, and castles of various sizes are dotted among the woods. And within these castles, about 1/3 of the land has been transformed into the colorful plastic Lego style of the followers of the evil god. It seems that the invasion of the world of Studstrup by the evil god Lita's scroll was not limited to the area of the Stu royal family, but targeted the entire world of Studstrup. Although they have prevented the invasion of the evil god Lita one this time, it does not mean that they have won. At most, they have only prevented the arrival of the evil god temple. If the evil god Lita one wants to invade, he will still invade, and the rate of erosion will only be faster, without any slowdown. I'm afraid this world can't take it anymore. Gu Shi shook his head and sighed, but he was also helpless. At most, he could take one more look at this world before he was sent out. When Gu Shi came back to his senses, he was already standing at the portal square of Chaoyang Guild. Before Gu Shi could come to his senses, he realized that the atmosphere in the portal square was obviously not right at this time. The portals in the square kept opening, and players came out of the portals one after another in a hurry. Some of them advanced in small groups. Some marched directly in a group of 40 people, and some walked together in 2s and 3s. No matter what, this is different from the situation when Gu Shi entered the world of Studstrup before. Just standing here for a while, Gu Shi smelled a scent of war coming in the air. Could it be that another world of the Chaoyang Guild was attacked? This idea flashed through Gu Shi's mind immediately. But he didn't feel like it, because he noticed that the player in front of him did not have a hurried look on his face, except for his quick actions. Instead, he had an excited look on his face. This clearly means that something good has happened to them. Gu Shi thought for a moment, and he seemed to remember that during the Balian festival, he had the right to open up a giant world that originally belonged to the Steel Ghost Claw Guild. Could it be that they were recruited to participate in land reclamation? If so, should he participate? Gu Shi's heart kept spinning. Gu Shi has now passed level 5. And when he last met with the president, he had already agreed with the deputy leader of the Liang Mage Group that he would join the Liang Mage Group. At that time, he could also participate in land reclamation. Thinking of this, Gu Shi became excited. After experiencing several previous battles, Gu Shi was now more energetic. He will definitely participate in the land reclamation matter. So Gu Shi looked around and quickly found a record clerk on the other side of the portal who was free. Hello. I want to ask you something. As Gu Shi spoke, he casually stuffed a 100 mana magic potion over it. The record clerk calmly mixed his hands and took the magic potion away. You say, what's going on with them? Are they trying to open up the giant world they got from the Iron Ghost Hand? No. They are the masters of the major legions, who are opening up Wasteland in our guild's world. They are not coming out this time to open up Wasteland in the giant world. They have a big job this time. Chapter 574, a major event concerning the fate of the game world. Ah? Got a big job? Gu Shi was stunned when he heard it. He quickly asked, do you know what kind of job it is? What are the requirements for participating? This news is not difficult to find out. I heard that someone in Yuanzhou City is preparing to reach level 30. And they want to mobilize support from level 10 players in each city to prepare for the creation of the century. This is a big scene that will last for decades. Just this morning, the president just issued a new order. Originally, all the players above level 8 in the Guild World's Wasteland Development Group were transferred out and planned to be taken for special training to see if they could hit level 10 within this year and lay a good foundation for the future. If your level is level 5, then it will be fine. After level 5, although the upgrade is slow, you will definitely be able to catch up when recruiting later. When Gu Shi heard the term Genesis, his mind exploded. When he was in school, he learned about Genesis. This is just a nice-sounding term announced to the public. In fact, The serious term is called real-world bridging and docking space stabilization technology. This is actually an act of self-rescue for players in their world. Balian City, where Gu Shi is located, as well as Chiofeng City, Hanya City, and other cities upstream and downstream of Balian City, are all new cities that branched out from Yuanzhou City. Yuanzhou City was not originally called this name, but Beiluyi. Approximately 5,000 years ago, Beiluyi City encountered the game's reverse movement and was dragged from the real world to the depths of the game world. Nearly 50 million people in the entire city were sent to this place together. Since then, the players of Origin City have been working hard to find a way back to the real world. After more than 5,000 years, a total of 39 new cities have been separated from Yuanzhou City. After ups and downs, there are still 29 cities in existence, with a total player population of about 4.2 billion. Among them, there are a total of 31 recorded level 30 boss players who are still alive. Each player who is preparing to reach level 30 will conduct a genesis, using the world he has conquered to build a bridge to the real world. After that, this boss level player will sit in the game world he created for 100 years, ensuring stability and smooth communication between all worlds. 100 years later, this world created by the boss will become a stable world where you can walk freely. Players in Yuanzhou City rely on this method to build bridges one world at a time and slowly approach the real world. Everyone has a concept in their hearts. As long as everyone works together, they can one day escape from the depths of the game and return to the real world. As for the creation this time, the teacher also focused on it when Gu Shi was studying in school. Because when Gu Shi was in school, there were exactly 499 recorded acts of creation, and this was considered the 500th creation. According to what the teacher said, all the places that can be opened up have been opened up. Doing it again may be the best time to gather the last strength, break through the game barriers, and fight back to the real world. Over the years, players in various cities have also thought so. They have been waiting for a few level 29 players to complete the prerequisite tasks and take the step to advance to level 30. Now that this was right in front of him, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. I can reach level 8 now. Where can I sign up? Gu Shi said excitedly. As soon as this person tells him the address, Gu Shi will immediately choose to upgrade himself. Isn't it just level 8? He should have enough experience. He will definitely not miss this battle. By then, he will train with the guild for a year and accumulate experience. He already has the Bone Dragon, and the prerequisites for reaching level 10 have been completed. When the official recruitment begins, he will definitely be able to participate. Think about it. By participating in Genesis, not only can you get a lot of experience and equipment, but you can even get guidance from senior bosses. You can take root in the unstable world and build your own city. In history, every creation is a transition of players' levels and status. The lords of many cities and the ancestors of many families all got their start by participating in Genesis. I missed this opportunity, and I don't know when I will wait until next time. It's no wonder that Gu Shi's eyes lit up when he mentioned this. No. Don't. Please don't. The record clerk quickly stopped Gu Shi from messing around. At this moment, a person patted Gu Shi on the shoulder. Gu Shi looked back and found that Li Xinghui had stood behind Gu Shi at some point. Looking at Li Xinghui's attire, Gu Shi's heart moved. Brother Li, have you already signed up? I want to sign up too. Where can I sign up? Yes, I have already signed up. But you can do it. Are you about to reach level 8? Li Xinghui looked Gu Shi up and down. No, but the experience is enough. I saved some before. The promotion to level 5 has been completed. It's time to upgrade. Gu Shi smiled, but his words were full of confidence. Upgrading was really not a problem for him. Okay. Don't mess around. I believe you. But don't rush to sign up yet. This time, it was not about registration. Not everyone was in a hurry to sign up. Originally, the president did not want to spread the news so quickly. But other guilds have already said it. And we have to make it clear. Otherwise, if this matter is spread by rumors, it will end up in chaos. There is such a thing as Genesis. But not now. The time was set for one round later. 12 years later? Why did you bring it up so early? Gu Shi is somewhat curious. Not just now. For some players, they may not be able to do much in 12 years. But Gu Shi believes that with his current situation, he can definitely reach level 15 in 12 years. If Gu Shi really had that level, even if he didn't participate in Genesis himself, the big boss would come and invite him. Why else? Do you think Genesis is just a big boss entering the game? There are a lot of things going on there. Just counting the number of people who initially participated will take half a year. It will also take at least a year for all the players to rush to Yuanzhou City. There are also reformation, joint training, finding a few more game worlds to try out, adjusting the positioning of players, improving the tacit understanding between players, etc. It won't be possible in 6 or 7 years. It starts 12 years from now. If everything goes well. If something goes wrong, it may take a few more years. After hearing this, Gu Shi also realized that there was so much truth in it. He thought that Genesis was like playing a game by himself. When he was happy, he could just open a game and jump in. Now it seems that this is not the case. But new questions arise. Then what is the purpose of recruiting people this time? Chapter 575 Opportunities brought by Genesis. For the sake of the guild's inheritance, Li Xinghui said directly. Just think about it. This gathering took 12 years. And the subsequent battles will take who knows how many more years. We can't let the guild and Bai Lianqi ignore it just for the sake of this creation. Besides, not everyone can participate. To sign up for Genesis, you must be at least level 10. If all the people leave, what will happen to the work in the city, and what will happen to the city's defense? This of course involves recruiting people for training, and then selecting suitable candidates to participate based on the training situation. The remaining personnel will be left behind to take charge of the inheritance within the guild and the protection of Balian City. What kind of person is suitable? Gu Shi asked as soon as he heard it. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. We don't know the standards yet, but we will say there will be 2 training classes. One for all level 4 players. This is intended to give all level 4 players a chance, borrowing the power of the guild to force them to level 5. The other is for all players above level 8, in order to push these players above level 8 to level 10. Hearing this, Gu Shi immediately felt something was wrong. Wait a minute. Brotherly, why do these 2 training classes feel like something's not quite right? As you can see, this is actually an arrangement for players who have no potential. After participating in this training class, there will basically be no opportunities in the future. Those who are forced from level 4 to level may 5th not have the opportunity to step onto the threshold of level 10 in the future. As for those who are pushed to level 10, they are just cannon fodder at best, and the guild will no longer give them any support. Having said this, Li Xinghui patted Gu Shi on the shoulder and said, "Your situation is different. You have obvious potential, so don't participate in this training class." Having said this, Li Xinghui glanced around and said, "Let me tell you secretly. Do you still remember the giant world land reclamation rights that you snatched from Steel Ghost Hand?" "Of course I remember. This is an opportunity. You can apply for the right to open up the giant world. All the top executives know about this, and they are ready to let all the children with potential in their families participate. This is an opportunity. Now all players who have passed level 5 can apply to open up Wasteland. As long as they do not borrow the power of guild training to reach level 10, then this player will be recognized by the guild." Finally, he was reported to the Lord of Balian City and was considered a talent with special potential. Special talent? What can this do? Gu Shi became somewhat curious when he heard this. "I'm not sure about this, but I heard that the first city lord, Bai Lianqiu, was a special potential talent back then. After that, she was recommended to participate in the 175th Genesis. Finally, she reached level 29 and her potential was exhausted. Only then did she come here and establish Balian City. Do you remember the 18th city lord? He was the one who failed to reach level 20 and turned Balian City into a ghost town. He also started as a talent with special potential and participated in 2 Genesis games. He originally hoped to reach level 30 and become the first Genesis boss in this city. But he was seriously injured while participating in the 3rd creation, and finally had to come back and died outside Balian City. But you have also seen that all the ghost areas near Balian City were left behind by him. He even left a lot of inheritance in Balian City. If you think about it, you should be able to understand how big the gap is between special potential talents and those cannon fodders pushed up by the guild training camp." As soon as Gu Shi heard it, he understood the difference, and he also understood what he should choose. "Thank you, brotherly. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what's going on here. It's nothing. I brought you out of the Chaoyang Rays Guild, so I naturally want to help you. And since you have so much potential, you will definitely be great in the future. This is just an early investment on your part. Besides, I need your help with something. Brotherly, please speak. You also know that I am currently at level 8. I will definitely participate in this training camp. After that, I will not be able to escape as cannon fodder. It's fine for me. But if I don't take care of the kids in my family, I'm afraid they won't be able to pass level 5. I don't dare to ask for much else. Even those boys in my family, if they really can't survive in the future, please help them. Naturally, Gushi would not refuse such a request. No problem. Brotherly. Don't worry. I'm not the kind of ungrateful person. If something like this really happens, I will help you without you having to say anything. Thank you, brother. I won't say much else. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. I can't do anything else, but I can still get some information. Okay. Then I won't be polite. After listening to Li Xinghui's words, Gushi also became polite. Yes. What are we so polite about? By the way, if you want to go now, hurry up and sign up to open up Wasteland. Although there is no upper limit for the number of places to open up Wasteland in the giant world, there are not many good places. If you go late, it will be unlucky to enter the game at the beginning. Land. It's not good for entering land reclamation. You should sign up now and decide on your location first. You can do the rest after you adjust your time. After hearing what Li Xinghui said, Gushi realized that there was still such a saying in the world of land reclamation. If Li Xinghui hadn't reminded him, he might have suffered a big loss in this regard. Okay. I'll be there now. Thank you, brotherly. It's okay. Who is related to whom between the two of us? Gushi didn't stay here much. He got up and left quickly. However, after Gushi left, Li Xinghui always felt that he had forgotten something. He thought about it seriously, but it seemed that there was nothing related to him. Then it doesn't matter. So Li Xinghui left quickly and ignored the matter again. In fact, both Gushi and Li Xinghui had forgotten that they had agreed to let Gushi join the Liang Mage group. But as soon as Gushi came back, he went to the mysterious academy. Then he turned around and promoted himself to the next level. After I came back, I encountered this incident. Until now, Gushi has not reported to Liang Mage group. Gushi himself didn't know about this, but Li Xinghui thought Gushi knew about it. So neither of them said anything about it. In this way, Gushi perfectly missed the last chance to join the Liang Mage group. However, Gushi himself did not know this. At this time, he had already arrived at the new portal located at the end of the portal square. The situation here looked a little strange at this time. There were obviously not many people standing in front of the new portal, but Gushi felt that many people were paying attention here. Chapter 576 Goal: Open up a new world. Don't go any further. Just when Gushi was about to walk to the newly built teleportation gate, a subtle voice came to his ears. Gushi paused and was about to check where the sound came from. When the sound rang again, go around to the back of the portal from the left side. Faster. Gushi's heart moved, and he roughly understood what was going on. So he pretended to be passing by, quickly walked from the left side of the new portal, and went around to the back of the portal. After arriving here, Gushi found a thin layer of mist appearing in front of him. As he walked over, the thin mist automatically dispersed in all directions as if it had consciousness. Only then did Gushi see clearly what was behind the mist. A recorder was sitting at a desk recording something. Beside the desk, 7 or 8 players were surrounding him. These players are all around level 5 or 6. But their decorations are quite complete. It is obvious that they are children of families within the Chaoyang Guild. Only the children of these families have a complete set of equipment, but do not wear purple equipment. In the eyes of these family children, as long as the family's inherited purple clothing has not been handed over, they still have a chance. For this opportunity, they will never let the negative effects of other purple equipment affect their potential. Gushi glanced around and found that there was no one he knew. So he stood aside and lined up calmly. Gushi's appearance also aroused discussion among the children of these families. Why is he here? Hasn't he already joined the Sun Mage group? That's just a preliminary selection. With his strength, whether he can join or not is still a question. I don't think so. It doesn't mean that he has mastered one of the 3 divine skills of death. If such a person cannot join the Liang Mage group, then who else can join? You know all about Lao Huangli. He has mastered 2 of the 3 magical skills of death, which are said to be Death City and Death Incarnation. In this Balian festival, he was directly ranked first. Is this true? Have I been playing games for so long that my brain has become rusty? Why haven't I heard about this? It must be true. Look at the ring on his left index finger. Isn't that a championship ring? If you get first place in the Netherwind Academy, you can get one. What's so great about a blue quality one? You're stupid. I'm showing you the blue quality. That's a purple outfit, and a purple championship ring that needs to be recognized by the same class of players in the city. His reputation is earned through hard work. While they were discussing there, Gushi also lined up and came to the desk. The recorder turned the page in the notebook without even raising his head. You should know the rules of pioneering. Because it's a new world. The various rules are unknown. And the guild's forces haven't entered yet. That world is in a state of wildness. The guild can't give you much support. It can only send you in and find a good place for you to put it. If you want to get out, you must send a signal one day in advance to confirm your location. Each player can only enter and exit the wasteland world once a month. If it doesn't work, you must find a way to hide it. Because in the world of pioneering, there is only one life. And when you die, you are truly dead. Gushi listened and nodded. He had only heard about the matter of opening up the world. But he had not participated in it. So he didn't know a lot of details. And everything the recorder said was right in Gushi's blind spot. Now that the recorder is willing to talk, Gushi is willing to listen more. The recorder was also very happy to see Gushi being so honest. And he started to talk more. There is no main quest in the world of reclamation. And we do not recommend you to take on the main quest. Because the basic situation of this world is not clear. If you take on the main mission, you will only be pushed by the mission. Before you enter, you can set a goal for yourself. If you can't set a goal yourself, you can go to the Government Affairs Hall to pick up the corresponding tasks. But it's better to pick a goal for yourself. For example, when you enter for the first time, you must first ensure that you can survive safely in the new world and build a city or a base. This way you can have a safe place when you want to leave. When you come back later, you will have the corresponding foundation. And there will be no need to rebuild the city or anything. If you really can't make it, there is a good way. The sewers and cemeteries are the best places for us to hide. As a necromancer, hiding in the sewers or cemeteries is the least likely to be discovered by others. First find out where you are hiding. Then go out to inquire about information and consider how to act. By the way, this time, the land reclamation is not organized by the guild. So your behavior may cause some trouble to other guild members. So please try to exercise restraint when the time comes. If there is a conflict, don't start a fight in the world of land reclamation. As for the players from other guilds, let them die. As the recorder said this, Gushi kept nodding his head and writing it down one by one. Because Gushi's attitude was better. They talked for a longer time. The recorder was so happy that when arranging the placement for Gushi, he secretly picked a good place for Gushi. Take this note. Before entering the new world, show it to the administrator of the portal, and he will send you here. This location is good. It is an ancient battlefield. And on rainy days, there will be evil soldiers taking advantage of it. Few people go there. But this matter is not a big deal for us necromancers. You can settle down quickly there. From this place to the south or east, about 200 miles away, there is a village in each. Although the corresponding situation has not been explored, it is the most convenient location to contact. It will be more convenient no matter how you take action. Listening to the recorder's words, Gushi knew that the other person really took care of him. So Gushi said with a smile, "Really? That's great. If it weren't for you, I don't know how I would open up Wasteland." One side put something on the table. What Gushi took out was a miniature magic potion that the skeleton mage extracted and condensed. Gushi had too many of this magic potion that instantly replenished 100 mana. Even if he drank it every day, he wouldn't be able to finish it. But for ordinary players, this is good stuff. Especially for someone like the recorder, who usually doesn't have the opportunity to participate in various game worlds. Such a small magic potion is already a pretty good harvest. Putting away the miniature magic potion, the recorder looked at Gushi with a hint of a smile. Remember, before entering the Wasteland world, you must get a 2-machine exit signal. It is easy to use and flexible when exiting. Don't make a mistake. Chapter 577, The Goal of Opening Up a New World. After knowing the details of the land reclamation, Gushi took the things assigned to him and left quickly. This time Gushi was not in a hurry to enter the giant world that was about to be opened up. After learning so much information from the recorder this time, Gushi must sort out the contents first. This time I got a little more knowledge. And Gushi needs to sort it out. Also, he had just come out of the world of promotion, and there were many things that had not been sorted out. So he also had to go to the city of Aridov to sort them out. There are a lot of things here, and we need to wait 2 days to discuss them. With this thought, Gushi quickly arrived at the location originally arranged for him to enter Aladovi City. Gushi didn't even go to his own house. but entered Aladovi City directly. A trip back to Aladovi City. Luna and Shea appeared next to Gushi. Seeing the two of them appear, Gushi knew that nothing happened in Aladovi City at this time. After all, when something really happens, neither of them will be there. Let's go. I just need to go to the library. Let's talk about the current situation. Gushi glanced at them and led them towards the library. The reason why he went to the library was because among the undead that Gushi subdued in the mysterious academy last time, there were several intelligent beings. After they joined Aladovi City, they have been working in the library. Some of them were responsible for copying. Some were responsible for organizing books. And some specialized in writing novels. No matter what, these 7 or 8 people are definitely smart. Gushi just took advantage of the opportunity in front of him to talk about the land reclamation and asked them what they thought. At the same time, Gushi also has to consider what he can get from going out to open up new land this time. After experiencing these games, Gushi has grown up. He first began to consider what his goals were in participating in each world. The purpose of going to the Mystery Academy is to learn the Death Edict. And the purpose of Studstrup World is to advance to the Death Witch Lord. So this time to open up the world. What does Gushi need to get? After finding a place to sit down in the library, Gushi raised this question in front of Luna and the others. For a moment, everyone, including the undead ones called by Gushi, fell silent. To be honest, Gushi has not yet fully digested the resources in his hands. Of the 2 other areas of Aladovi City that have been opened, only one is fighting, and the other has not yet started. If these 2 places are conquered, there will be at least 100 large empty spaces for large buildings that need to be filled. There will only be more medium and small open spaces. Gushi's architectural design drawings are a bit out of date, and now Gushi is considering whether he needs to start repeating the construction. At this time, it is somewhat inappropriate to come back from outside to grab territory. As for the newly opened world, it is still a question whether there will be new architectural plans there. It is somewhat unreasonable to rush there for some uncertain things. Gushi's men, especially Luna, knew the situation best. Hearing Gushi's question, she stood up and said, "Where are the resources? Among our current resource points, there is only one crystal mine, and all other resources come from past harvests. It's pretty good now. The stone and wood we need now can still be found from materials dismantled in the city. But as the city level increases, the level of the buildings in the city will also increase. When a building reaches level 4, rare resources need to be invested. If we don't have resource points, it will be very difficult in the later stage. Okay, this is a direction." Gushi thought about it seriously and found that this was really a problem. In fact, this problem has already begun. Corpse Witch and Magic Tower actually require various rare resources to build from the beginning. And this is just the beginning. The various temples and dragon tombs for training bone dragons are all big consumers of resources. This is because the undead consume relatively few resources. If it were other cities, resources would have been tight. Before, the resources in the city of Aridov were sufficient. And Gushi had never thought about the things involved. But now that Luna brought it up, Gushi knew that this matter had to be resolved. At least at this stage. You must ensure the cost of stone, wood, and metal, and then consider the resource points of various rare materials. With Luna's speech, Shea also said, there is also the problem of population. The current population of Aladovi City is still too small. For such a large city, the total population is less than 100,000. This is unreasonable. Even when the original Victoria City was first built, the number of people was not less than 100,000. Due to population reasons, many buildings in the city cannot operate. The current city is more like a huge military camp. But this is unreasonable. This is also an aspect. I have considered the population issue from the beginning. Now that I have activated my talent, it is just right to deal with this problem. So this is a problem. But it is not the main one. Are there others? Gushi expressed his thoughts. He had always kept this in mind, and did not need Shaya's reminder. However, Shaya's words alerted several others. An undead man who looked like a skeleton, but had a brain under his skull stood up. He pushed his skull so that the brain wouldn't come out so easily. "Sir, in fact, population is still a serious problem. But we have never considered it before. This time, more than half of the new undead obtained by the Lord in the war are not suitable for fighting. But they are combat units. Which is actually very embarrassing. Now in our city, the ratio of soldiers to other workers is seriously unbalanced. Especially as high-level combat troops begin to appear on our side. This imbalance will become more serious. After hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but ask, is the situation now so serious? Yes. The balance has been broken, the undead said with certainty. Sir, you control the Death Edict and the ability of the Death Lord. In the next world, you should take advantage of this and recruit people into the city. Yes, if possible. Large-scale soul calling should also be included. No matter what, the labor force cannot be missing. Several undead people said something to each other and revealed Gushi's biggest problem now. Gushi did not respond in a hurry at this time, but thought seriously. Finally, the goal of opening up a new world was determined. Occupy resource points and provide resources for Aladovi City. Occupy the outlying villages and provide population for Aladovi City. These two are the main goals. And then, there are some secondary goals, such as treasure hunting, information exploration, etc. These are all things that can be done or not, and do not affect Gushi's land reclamation. Chapter 578 I Want a Dragon Kingdom. After deciding on the target, Gushi was not in a hurry to open up Wasteland. The matter has been settled. But Gushi is not so anxious. At this time, he was more concerned about the situation in Aradovi City. He even went to Aristevita and had a talk with Princess Anna. Princess Anna was very happy about Gushi's promotion to become the Lord of the Dead Witches. However, Princess Anna was somewhat depressed when she heard that Gushi was going to open up a new world. It's such a pity that the battle here hasn't ended so soon. Otherwise, I would drag you to Westminster Abbey. Gushi reacted after hearing this. Yes, he still had a copy that he could play 4 times. Can I survive with my current strength? Of course, not to mention anything else. We have 30 black dragons on hand. Speaking of these black dragons, Princess Anna's expression also became serious. Sir, these black dragons cannot be kept here forever. It is true that the entire area of Aradovi City is a mirror image. But due to our presence, this place has begun to become undead. If we continue to do this, these powerful black dragons will all turn into bone dragons. Is there any way to create a separate space for the black dragon, like the weird mirror space? Gushi finally asked. Princess Anna blinked. Unless you can find the abandoned dragon kingdom, there is really no way. The kingdom of dragons? Gushi knew very well what it was. It was a gathering place for giant dragons. There were at least 50 dragons inside. The abandoned dragon kingdom that Princess Anna needs here is definitely not to go there to find the dragon kingdom that was abandoned by others. She definitely has to fight with the giant dragon once. Gushi's heart trembled when he thought about the fighting power of the giant dragon. This clearly feels like making dumplings just to make some vinegar. The dragons in his hand, including the bone dragon and the ghost dragon, are only 60 in total. Even if the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, is added, there are only 61. In order to obtain the abandoned dragon kingdom and conquer a dangerous place filled with more than 50 giant dragons, Gushi didn't think there was anything wrong with his mind. Okay, I'll try my best. But this kind of thing may not be found. Apart from this, are there any other alternatives? Princess Anna glanced at Gushi and said, No. Now that I have given you an alternative, you will definitely go for the alternative. So forget it. Remember that the current red dragon can still support for 2 years, and the black dragon can support for a longer time. But it can only support 5 years at most. After this time, no matter how strong they were in life, they are all bone dragons. Okay, I'll try my best. Don't worry. I will protect these giant dragons. But don't keep holding these giant dragons in your hands and let them go out to fight. I know. I've been keeping an eye on this side, and it's not time to let them out yet. Gushi was about to ask when he would release the black dragon, but he found that layers of shadows appeared in the sky from time to time. This is? Feeling that something was obviously wrong, Gushi's expression turned serious. When Dini's side captures the Tudor-era Aladovi City, there will be a new era of Aladovi City connected by road. Aladovita needs to retain enough troops. Looking at Princess Anna's calm expression, Gushi said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry. I don't know. It's okay. I also got this information from the Crow. When we start to attack Aridov City from other periods will come to us in waves like the sea. My lord, are you ready? Regarding this news, Gushi was surprised at first, and then he laughed. Aladovi City is not the real difficulty here. What is really difficult to deal with is the monarch who is sealed deep in this space. Anna, this time I don't want to face the princess. But my friend, I want to know from you how powerful that prince is. Level 45. The upper limit of this space. Princess Anna glanced at Gushi and said lightly. Hearing this, Gushi felt like a flat tire, with no power left. I have worked so hard for so long. Fought so hard to grow. Calculated this and that. But in the end, I am still not even a fraction of the other persons. This made Gu Shiqing extremely embarrassed. Perhaps seeing that Gu Shi was in a bad mood, Princess Anna hurriedly comforted him. Don't be discouraged. Have you ever thought that maybe when the prince was imprisoned, he was already level 45? He has not grown in these years, because the upper limit of this space is so high. Gu Shi rolled his eyes at Princess Anna and said, If you can't speak, don't speak. However, after being interrupted by Princess Anna, Gu Shi was no longer so discouraged. At the same time, he is still comforting himself. His current experience can be upgraded to at least level 8. Coupled with the effect of Death Incarnation at level 8. He will soon have 2 Death Incarnations reaching level 16. Isn't it a step closer to level 45? At least 1 digit has become 2 digits. While Gu Shi was calculating there, Princess Anna said again, Don't worry. The prince's goal is not in this space. His goal has always been the Kingdom of Britain. There is no way to attract his attention here. Gu Shi's mentality has actually improved a lot now. It's okay. I'm just worried about whether the troops here are enough. Gu Shi currently has only 5 heroes under his command. And coupled with the potential of the 2 leaders, there are only 7 heroes who can safely lead their troops. As for the Aladovi city that needs to be defeated now, there are still 6 periods in total. Although Aladovi city will only have 1 more period at a time, it will not drag away too many of Gu Shi's troops. But garrisoning and suppressing also require troops. The troops under Gu Shi's command were not that large. The troops that had just summoned souls and double deaths were still being identified and redressed. And they had not yet formed combat strength. This also dwarfed Gu Shi's military strength. Now Gu Shi is not sure how many troops he can bring with him to open up Wasteland this time. There are enough troops here. And the newly captured Aladovi city does not need so many troops to garrison. If you need troops, just call them. Princess Anna also saw Gu Shi's thoughts. He said it quite directly. Okay. I understand. I will take care of the army affairs. You can keep an eye on Aladovi city in other periods. After we take it all down, I will accompany you to Westminster Abbey. Princess Anna smiled happily. Okay. Chapter 579 Preparations before opening up Wasteland. In the following time, Gu Shi stayed in Aladovi city for about 3 days, helping Luna deal with many things. He also personally replenished the troops in the city. However, the most important thing for Gu Shi during these 3 days was seeing the fairy tale characters that appeared this time in the library. Gu Shi never expected that the one who would appear this time would be the Golden Crown of Thorns. No, it would be the Sleeping Beauty Princess. When she saw Gu Shi, she even smiled at him. What a coincidence. Facing the Sleeping Beauty Princess, Gu Shi smiled awkwardly. It's not a coincidence. I came here specifically to find you. Looking for me? Gu Shi was a little confused. What did you want to do with him? This girl is not an undead spirit. Yes. You also know that the previous location of my castle has been razed to the ground. Although I repaired the magic from you in advance and moved the castle, I can't guarantee when the evil god will come again. So I hope to leave a mark on you. Gu Shi scratched his clothes and took a step back with a strange look on his face. At this time, Princess Sleeping Beauty also understood Gu Shi's reaction, and her face immediately turned red. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about my Sleeping Beauty castle. I want to put down a projection of the castle here for you. Please do me a favor. Princess Sleeping Beauty pulled Gu Shi's sleeve and kept shaking it. It's not that I won't help you. You may not understand the situation here. Everything here will be affected and will slowly turn into undead attributes. Gu Shi was somewhat helpless about the Sleeping Beauty Princess request. Originally, it was just a matter of adding 1 more castle and marking out 1 more piece of land. But there are some things that you really can't just invest in them. What if Princess Sleeping Beauty wants to use her castle one day, and when she comes back, it turns into a cemetery, which is hard to explain. Gu Shi has seen the strength of the Sleeping Beauty Princess before. He couldn't resist it alone. That's what you said. I'm not worried about it. Do you still remember the experience when you entered my castle? After being asked by the Sleeping Beauty Princess, Gu Shi realized that it was really unreasonable to say that entering a castle that requires the use of the 3 magical skills of death was a living castle. But regardless of the Sleeping Beauty Princess in front of him, or everything he had seen in the castle before, Gu Shi thought that they were all alive. At least they were weak and alive. With their appearance, Gu Shi didn't dare to send death ripples nearby. If you let one go, a whole castle will die. Okay. I've already reminded you of what needs to be reminded. If you think it's okay, then I'll mark a place for you. Thank you very much. In return, Princess Sleeping Beauty stood up as soon as she heard this, and expressed her gratitude to Gushi. No, I don't. Gushi quickly refused. Gushi knew the strength of the Sleeping Beauty Princess very well. While you can put castles and fortresses on the battlefield, you can put my Sleeping Beauty castle on the battlefield. Ah? That's it? Seeing Gushi's reaction, Princess Sleeping Beauty also understood something. She pulled Gushi's sleeve. What? Can't you? Sure. Sure. Gushi said repeatedly. But how are you going to project it? Luna, come here and see where we can project a castle. Looking at Gushi's embarrassed expression, Sleeping Beauty Princess couldn't help but laugh. But the happier she smiled, the less Gushi dared to look in her direction. The last time he saw her smiling so happily, Gushi almost fainted. Soon Luna floated in from outside. After listening to Gushi's story about Sleeping Beauty Princess, Luna did not immediately mark out a piece of territory, but asked in detail about the situation of Sleeping Beauty Castle. For example, how large the area of the castle will be and who will own the castle. The most important thing is whether to put only the castle or the towns below the castle together. This is critical. You must know that Victoria City was just a town near Victoria Tower at the beginning, and it finally developed step by step. If Sleeping Beauty Castle only had a projection of the castle itself, that would be fine. At most, it's just like having an extra Aladovita, which can be thrown out during battle. But if there are towns nearby, the situation is different. It is equivalent to opening a new satellite city. And there are many things to consider. For example, the development direction of the city, the safety of the city, etc. are all under consideration. Sleeping Beauty Princess also smiled awkwardly at Luna's question. With a town, it doesn't matter where my castle is. But the situation here is a bit special. I will have relatively more believers. Even if I just put the castle in, I can quickly gather a town of believers. Princess Sleeping Beauty still explained the situation. Gushi and Luna looked at each other and already made a decision in their hearts. But Gushi finally said something. Then I let your castle leave a shadow in my territory. Who will have the final ownership? It's yours. I just want to leave a mark. The castle and the like are actually not important to me. What I want is for someone to remember my castle. Everything is yours. After hearing this, Gushi and Luna looked at each other again, and finally made a decision. In this way, the Sleeping Beauty Castle appeared about 150 miles away from the main city of Aladovi City. This location is from the direction of Demi's giant garden. In order to open a road leading to this location, Gushi and Luna built a fourth building specifically in the giant cemetery area in the past few days. City Gate. The school gate can be opened and closed horizontally. This is the starting point of the road. And a carriage station is also located here. Every morning and evening at 6 o'clock and 12 o'clock, there will be a special carriage traveling between Aladovi City and Sleeping Beauty Castle. Of course, if you don't want to take the carriage, that's fine. At Gushi's coffin speed, it takes about an hour to go back and forth, which is much faster than waiting for the carriage. The carriage station is now mainly used for transporting various supplies. Of course, the Sleeping Beauty Castle does not require Gushi to build it himself. They will be in a trusteeship mode. When Sleeping Beauty left, she only enlightened a pea seed in the library. After the pea seed was planted, the thorn forest was automatically generated. After the thorn forest occupied a large enough territory, Gushi could see the castle spire of the forest from the outside. It can be said that Sleeping Beauty Castle was put in directly this way. As for the villages and towns outside the castle, they were just outside the thorn forest, where the carriage station stopped. Chapter 583 Days of Harvest. When the projection of Sleeping Beauty Castle was launched, Gushi and Luna came here specifically to evaluate the sale. In their eyes, it was not a bad idea to agree to Sleeping Beauty Princess's request this time. All they paid was to leave a mark belonging to the Sleeping Beauty Princess in the territory. What they got was a powerful castle and a self-operating satellite city. The scope of Sleeping Beauty Castle, in addition to the tall castle, also includes the thorn forest outside. This area is quite large. Although the thorn forest has just started, it already covers an area of more than 1,000 acres, or more than 60,000 square meters. The forest is full of thorns, large and small. If the owner of the castle had not come in person, no one could pass through the forest. As for the forest that is part of the castle, when Gushi can release the castle onto the battlefield, He can also release the forest together. This situation is equivalent to Gushi dragging the battlefield to his own home court. It can be said that this alone is enough for Gushi to make a decision. Not to mention that the current thorn forest is still expanding. And soon this forest will become a barrier in the direction of Aladovi City. As for the towns outside the forest, they are also trusty towns. Gushi didn't need to consider anything at all for this town. He didn't need to consider how many plots there were in the town. He didn't need to consider whether there were suitable architectural plans in the town. He didn't need to consider the source of the town's population. Gushi just needs to set the direction of development. After discussing with Luna, Gushi finally decided that the town that had not yet begun to develop would exist as the first resource town under Aladovi City. After all, this place is backed by a thorn forest, and just cutting some wood is enough for Aladovi City to consume. At the same time, Gushi and Luna also discovered something. The thorn forest blocked the influence of the blood maple tree, and some of Gushi's non-undead subordinates would no longer transform into undead in the thorn forest. This allowed Gushi to see a way out. He quickly sent all the Minotaurs, Pegasus cavalry, and Cyclops that he had obtained from the fire pile here. Although there are not many of them, there are certain times when they are quite useful. At least the thorn forest left some different seeds for Gushi's troops. Except for the matter of Sleeping Beauty Castle. During the past 3 days, Gu's rest time was mainly focused on several newly built core buildings. The Ice Magic Tower, the extremely freezing cold storage, and the Ice and Snow Arsenal are the focus of Gushi's attention during this period. The reason it took so long was because of the choice of where to build the new magic tower. There are also various additional buildings. Gushi and Luna spent a lot of effort to squeeze out a place in the upper city area to build the Ice Magic Tower. As for other buildings, such as libraries, there is no way to squeeze in, so we can just forget about it. Of course, after the Ice Magic Tower was built, it was also affected by various linked buildings. The linkage effect of the Bone Magic Tower, the Magic Amount +1, the linkage effect of the Fairy Tale Library, the Magic Amount +1, the linkage effect of the School Library, the Magic Amount +1. With this series of effects, the number of spells that can be researched on the first floor of the Ice Magic Tower has changed from the original 4 to the current 7. The most important skill for players to learn is Destruction Magic, allows players to learn high-level destruction magic and enhance the effect of magic. And it comes with an extended skill, Ice Master. Players and heroes can learn 3 spells. Ice Blade consumes 30 mana points to add a cold attribute effect to the designated weapon. The number of weapons shall not exceed 1,000. After the enchantment is successful, the weapon will have a cold +3 attack effect, which lasts for 24 hours. Ring of Severe Winter consumes 10 mana points to release a ring of ice at the designated location. The damage is Intelligence *30, and the range of influence is Perception *20 meters. Deep Freeze consumes 5 mana points to freeze an enemy. The enemy cannot move, but you cannot attack the enemy. Magic troops can learn 3 spells: Ice Cone, Ice Storm, Ice Ring. These spells are somewhat different from the spells in the Magic Tower before, because they are all ice spells. Their power is biased. Skeleton mages have difficulty learning them, and they must be used by 2 or 3 skeleton mages in coordination. The most important thing is that at this time, Gushi discovered that the skeleton mage's basic spells at the beginning also played a certain role at this time. The skeleton mage, who first mastered Ice Arrow, learned these 3 spells the fastest. Then, there are the skeleton mages who master poison gas bombs. Those skeleton mages who master fireball and lightning arrows cannot learn these 3 spells at all. As for the corpse witches, they can learn them when they come over. But the effects of these 3 spells released by the 2 corpse witches under Gushi are not as good as the cooperation of several skeleton mages. At this time, Gushi also understood that these spells also have direction restrictions. If you don't reach that level, you won't be able to learn them even if you want to. So Gushi no longer made things difficult for the corpse wizard. He simply called all the skeleton mages who mastered the ice arrows and asked them to study them specifically in preparation for forming an ice magic unit in the future. Apart from this matter, Gushi spent all the rest of his time on the Ice and Snow Arsenal. After the Ice and Snow Arsenal was built, Gushi asked the blacksmith shop to work overtime to build various weapons, and sent some of the weapons from the barracks to the Ice and Snow Arsenal first. Weapons can be upgraded only when the number of weapons in the arsenal reaches the standard. However, even if Gushi stared so hard, the arsenal still did not meet the conditions for upgrade. According to Gushi's estimation, it would probably take 2 to 3 days to upgrade the arsenal to level 2. Gushi couldn't wait any longer. He directly told Luna that after the arsenal was upgraded, he would send the corpses he brought back from the mysterious academy last time to the Bloody Temple together with the blood essence. Borrowing the power of the Bloody Temple, transform them all into Bloody Knights. At the same time, priority is given to upgrading the main Magic Tower and Ghost Electric Tower. After completing the upgrade, directly build the Blue Temple. As for the other things, Gushi did not impose any mandatory requirements. It is precisely for this reason that Gushi's idea of asking the blacksmith to help upgrade the Cold Wind Staff also came to nothing. As for using ice crystals to upgrade the Cold Wind Staff, Gushi was a little hesitant. After all, his Cold Wind Staff has the potential to be upgraded to purple quality, unlike the championship ring, which is just a blue waste. In this way, Gushi's upgrade of the Cold Wind Staff was finally postponed until Gushi set off for the New World. His staff was still of blue quality. Chapter 581 New World. Game number 41Y6JD5T04LA01 World login is enabled. Please enter the game number. Game number confirmed. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30 welcomes you. Since you are entering the world of 41Y6JD5T04LA01 for the first time, according to the game rules, you will be randomly cast. It has been confirmed that you have detailed coordinate information. If you change the placement location, you will be placed at the coordinate location. Since this world is a wasteland world, there is no main mission in this world. You can exit at any time through, but not limited to, signal point locking. A new world begins. In the world of the Immortal Dynasty, the Doffing Dynasty has reached its third end. This dynasty has been ruling this land since 3,000 years ago. Ghosts, gods, heaven, luck, aristocratic families, sects, demons, cults, all kinds of forces are behind the dynasty. The roots are intertwined, affecting the operation of the dynasty. Originally, the Doffing Dynasty had a chance to be overthrown. But every time it seemed that the Doffing Dynasty was about to disappear, ghosts, gods, and emperors would personally come to the rescue. In the end, the Doffing Dynasty successfully survived 2 crises at the end of the dynasty, and also turned the dynasty into the current situation where ghosts and gods are rampant. Now the third apocalypse is just around the corner. Whether it will be a matter of failure or whether Doffing will be revived again depends on the game between the ghosts and gods behind the dynasty. As the information in front of him slowly disappeared, a cold wind blew in his face, and the scene in front of Gushi slowly stabilized. Gushi found that the location where he appeared was at the bottom of the valley between 2 mountains. The valley in front of him was quite big. From where Gushi stood, he looked around and saw that everything was filled with vermilion soil. When he looked towards the nearby hills, Gushi found that there was not a single tree on the nearby hills. As soon as the wind blew, a strange fishy smell hit my face. Is this cinnabar? Gushi's death knowledge has now reached level 10, and he is well aware of all kinds of things related to the undead. It can be said that even if Gushi now enters the underworld and grabs a handful of soul, he can know which part of the Yellow Springs Road he is on. The anomaly immediately fell into his sight. He could tell at a glance that this valley had been artificially filled with a large amount of soil mixed with cinnabar and blood. This kind of blood contains a strong fishy and yang energy, and it is obviously the blood of a rooster and a black dog. And it was obviously just a layer. Some of the soil in front of you is new. Reaching out and grabbing a handful of dirt from the ground, Gushi frowned. The situation in front of him made Gushi a little puzzled. This was a method used to deal with ghosts, but the amount was probably too small. The aura just now was obviously very strong. But when Gushi grabbed it now, he felt that in the valley in front of him, he probably only killed a chicken, a dog, and 2 tails of cinnabar. Normally, with this amount, let alone fighting ghosts, I'm afraid it wouldn't even be able to bear the Inchi. How did they achieve such a great effect with this little thing? Just when Gushi was confused and didn't know what was going on here, footsteps were heard far behind him. Gushi felt happy. It seemed that he had met someone just after entering this world. Now he could finally get some information. But just when Gushi was about to turn around to see who was coming, he heard a voice. You dare, thief. Gushi felt something was wrong as soon as he heard this. He turned around and saw 3 men in white robes with long swords in their hands rushing towards him. Behind this man stood a middle-aged hunter wearing hunter's clothes and carrying a long bow. The smell of blood on this middle-aged hunter was quite strong. When Gushi turned around, he immediately had the feeling that he saw a tiger standing there. Thief? Thief, your sister. He was attacked as soon as he arrived, which made Gushi very angry. Who are these people? How can they be called thieves whenever they come? Gushi didn't even think twice, and pointed his cold wind staff at the person who was coming. Magical arrows. 3 flying swords made of ice flew out, and faced the 3 swordsmen in white. The 3 swordsmen in white also reacted very quickly. When the flying sword flew out, they slashed forward. The long swords in their hands emitted sword energy, and blocked the flying sword. Gushi could tell from their movements that these 3 white-clothed swordsmen were at or above level 6. He was only level 10. So he had the nerve to dance in front of Gushi. I really don't know how he died. Gushi didn't think much about it. He turned his hand, and another 6 flying swords flew out. At this time, the 3 swordsmen in white had just reacted to the attack. The weakest one's arm had even been frozen, facing another attack flying towards him. The leading swordsman in white said repeatedly, "Please wait a moment. We are not bad people. Wait for your sister. You are not a bad person to me. Maybe I am a bad person. At the beginning, you were very happy when you screamed like a thief. Right? I am not happy now. So you can go to HL now." Gushi didn't want to give these people any face. Who do they think they are? I didn't even ask before, and just launched an attack. Now that I can't beat them, I just say that I'm not a bad person. I bother. Gushi didn't show any face to these guys at all. With a shake of his hand, magic arrows flew towards the 3 swordsmen in white. Seeing more and more flying swords flying towards them, these 3 people didn't understand what Gushi was thinking. So the leader kept slashing out his long sword, and at the same time shouted, "Build a 3-star sword formation." The 2 people behind him moved quickly, and stood behind the leading swordsman in white. But just as they were preparing to set up their formation, one of the swordsmen in white stumbled, as if he had stepped on something. He looked down, and found that his feet were warm. Boom! The big explosion blew the swordsman in white into the sky on the spot. Fire trap. This was a fire trap that Gushi had put down 1 step ahead. The purpose is to trick others in the battle. As it turned out, the effect of the explosion was quite good. The white-clothed swordsman who had accidentally stepped into the trap was directly shattered to pieces, and even a large black hole was blown out on the ground. Just when the swordsman in white was shocked by this, the hunter who had been watching the battle from behind suddenly raised his bow. "That's enough. I don't care how hard you hit me, but if you dare to destroy the ground here, you will all die." When the hunter raised his bow, the shadow of a tiger even appeared behind him. Gushi could tell at a glance that this man was borrowing the tiger's power, although he didn't know what was going on. Gushi was not a coward. If the hunter had spoken kindly, Gushi would not have done anything. But if he had raised his bow, then Gushi would have nothing to be polite about. He raised his left hand, and activated the spiritual lamp. Chapter 582 Tiger Demon. Call out. Affected by the hypnosis of Gushi's mind lantern, the hunter loosened his hand holding the bow, and the arrow already mounted on the long bow struck a swordsman in white with a fishy wind. The swordsman in white never expected that he would be attacked from behind. He looked down at the long arrow that pierced his chest, and then looked at his companions beside him. "Senior brother." The next moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. A soul visible to the naked eye was pulled out of the white-clothed swordsman's body. After a strange force, there were 2 more lines on the white-clothed swordsman's soul face. At the same time, his figure looked a little translucent, and bones could even be seen under the skin. Ghost? Gushi could tell at a glance what had happened to the swordsman in white before him. At the same time, the way he looked at the hunter was completely different. The hunter's attack just now was able to bring the power of a tiger, and even turn people into ghosts after killing people. This was no ordinary borrowed magic power. The hunter is either a spokesman for the tiger, or a tiger himself. Thinking of this, Gushi had no idea of trying again. This time, the battle is probably unavoidable. Gushi turned his hand, and the Steel City Gate appeared behind him. The earthbound dragon in bone dragon form appeared immediately, and roared in the direction of the hunter. As soon as the earthbound dragon appeared, the tiger's shadow behind the hunter solidified on the spot, and roared in the direction of the earthbound dragon. This situation made Gushi couldn't help but complain. What's going on? A fight between dragon and tiger? Although he said that, Gushi definitely had no intention of being idle. He raised his hand, and the large army rushed out from the Steel City Gate. Gushi's original plan was to lead the Black Spear Battalion. However, the Black Spear Battalion suffered heavy losses in the battle against the Evil Temple last time, and has not recovered yet. The only full-scale combat power that Gushi can bring out now is the Bone-Cutting Battalion. As soon as Robbie rushed out with the troops of the Bone-Cutting Battalion, a large number of other undead followed behind him. Gushi had only one idea. If he could hide his identity, he should hide his identity first and find out where he was and what was going on around him. If you can't hide your identity, then use all your strength. At least until no one dares to touch you nearby. Seeing Gushi releasing so many undead souls, the hunter below the tiger also screamed, "Ghost soldiers, you really came here for the ancient battlefield below. Come here and kill them." The hunter's voice was obviously not quite right, and his enunciation was not clear when he spoke, as if someone else was borrowing his body to speak. But Gushi didn't care much anymore. He released the evil coffin, pointed it in the direction of the hunter and struck. Bone Storm. As the Bone Storm rushed towards the hunter, the last remaining swordsman in white couldn't help but shout out, "Are you from the White Bone sect?" Gushi was speechless. He had just arrived here, so he didn't know about your sect. So he ignored the swordsman in white and just pushed his hand forward, and the Bone Storm went towards the hunter. At this moment, the hunter jumped lightly, drew his bow, and shot an arrow at Gushi. However, before his arrow flew very far, the canopy of bones behind Gushi automatically opened, blocking the blow for Gushi. But when Gushi put away the white bone sky curtain, he noticed that black clouds and smoke had risen from the direction where these people were coming from in the distance. That gave Gushi the feeling that it was somewhat similar to the Black Gun Battalion's approach. Under the clouds and smoke, a large number of ghosts were floating towards here. This situation left Gushi speechless. He never expected that he would meet his colleagues as soon as he arrived. At this time, Gushi realized that the tiger behind the hunter was the main enemy this time. The hunter was just the tiger's spokesperson, and even his body was borrowed by the tiger. The ghosts in the black clouds and smoke are all human beings killed and eaten by tigers. Although the principles are different, these things are truly undead. Gushi was not afraid of dealing with the undead. Set up the formation and kill them. Facing the rushing army of ghosts, Gushi decisively gave the order. At the same time, more and more undead troops began to rush out of the Steel City Gate. The troops that rushed out from behind were the skeleton archers and skeleton mages under Gushi. As soon as they appeared, they launched a wave of attacks on the enemies, especially those skeleton mages who had just learned the Ice Storm. They gathered together, with blue light flashing on their bodies, and countless ices were like daggers. They also fell from the sky and struck at the army of ghosts that were rushing over. The ghost troops had obviously never encountered such an attack before. When they encountered the rain of arrows and ice storms falling from the sky, they had no idea of evading and continued to charge forward. When the arrow rain and the ice storm fell into their layer of black clouds and smoke, they reacted and raised their weapons one after another, trying to knock off the arrows and ice picks. But at this moment, the originally confident demon troopers obviously paused. And then, as if they had seen something that frightened them, they wanted to turn around and leave. But they did not dare to run away. This situation also made Gushi feel a little surprised. What's going on? Could it be that these demons have been controlled by tigers for too long and have turned against them? No reason. Gushi turned his head and looked at the tiger who was fighting with the earthbound dragon. Judging from the tiger's current situation, it is obvious that there is no sign of defeat. There is no reason for these minions to be afraid and retreat. Just when Gushi was wondering, he suddenly saw a large group of white things floating out of the Steel City Gate. This situation made Gushi stunned. Why didn't he think of it? The ghost team that became Bai Wuchang came out. The small ghost team looked like 50 to 60,000 Bai Wuchang. With such a force, let alone a ghost, even a ghost king will scare you to the ground. After understanding the reason why the ghost was afraid, Gushi's heart moved. He hesitated for a moment, and finally gave the order. Surround them up and leave them alone as long as they don't attack or run away. After giving the order to the ghost team, Gushi turned his attention to the tiger. All troops, concentrate your fire on that tiger. Tiger also heard Gushi's order, and at this moment he roared in Gushi's direction. The extremely concentrated chi and blood spread outward, and the skeleton soldiers rushing in the front were even dispersed by the chi and blood on the spot. But the number of undead troops released by Gushi was quite large, and those at the forefront were the Bone Titan and the Ghost Dragon. They were now hostile to each other. Under Gushi's suppression, it was impossible for them to fight each other. But in terms of performance competition, they had already become involved. The undead troops in front had just been dispersed by the tiger's energy and blood, and they had already rushed in front of the tiger, using their best skills to hit the tiger. Chapter 583, Kill the Tiger and Collect the Ghost. When the Ghost Dragon Breath and Lightning Spear attacks fell on the tiger, they immediately had a strong effect on the tiger. The Earthbound Dragon on the side saw it, and immediately took the opportunity to bite the tiger on the head. At this time, Gu Shi also saw the strength of this tiger. He should be around level 10 in strength. Either a hero or a boss template. The strength is stronger than the normal level 10. And the health, and attack and defense levels are almost around level 13. But no matter how high it is, it will never be higher than this level. When the Ghost Dragon and the Bone Titan rushed over, his fate was already decided. This tiger is dead. Now when the earthbound strange dragon bites the tiger on the head, the tiger instinctively spreads his breath outward, and wants to use his extremely thick blood to turn away the undead that rushes towards him like before. But the earthbound Weilong has turned himself into a mirror clone. He would rather be beaten by a tiger than suffer the impact of the tiger's energy and blood. When the tiger moved, the mirror clone bounced back the effect of the chi and blood. The tiger himself was not in a state of undead, so he was not affected by the chi and blood. But this could not hurt the earthbound dragon, so he had no way to escape. So the Ghost Dragon and the Bone Titan took this opportunity to hit the tiger again. This time it was the Bone Titan who seized the opportunity, and the bone spear pierced directly into the tiger's heart, staring the tiger firmly on the ground. The Bone Titan, summon, kills Tiger King Tiger, level 10. Boss, you get 1 experience point, and the summons gets 119 experience points. As the tiger was knocked down, the hunter who was fighting the undead paused noticeably. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out, and there was no need for the undead to rush over. The hunter fell heavily to the ground, and his body quickly turned into a mummy, as if all the blood had been sucked out of it. The last swordsman in white had already died on the spot when the undead rushed out. When the hunter fell, Gu Shi noticed that a ghost-like figure emerged from the hunter's body and flew towards the southeast. As soon as he saw this situation, Gu Shi knew that the enemy might escape. He ordered decisively, "The gargoyles are chasing us. Check where the enemy has fled." After releasing the gargoyle, Gu Shi turned around and looked at the ghosts that rushed over at the beginning. Although these demons were shrouded in black clouds and smoke, it could be seen from their movements that they were kneeling. Once the tiger dies, the ghost becomes a masterless undead, and the Bai Wuchangs around them have frightened the courage of these scoundrels. Gu Shi just looked at them. As soon as the Death Lord's ability was activated, they instinctively knelt down to Gu Shi and chose to join him. A dead spirit is impressed by your powerful strength and is willing to join your team. Please ask if you would like to accept their surrender. Accept. You have conquered 317 ghosts, and the Death Lord experience has increased by 317 points. Ghost, level 4. Summoned object experience, 0/750. Attack 4. Defense 4. Life 16. Skills, wit, can retain memories and some abilities during life. Tiger Guard, when a tiger is present down. Combat effectiveness increased by 50%. Looking at the attributes of the ghost, a thought flashed through Gu Shi's mind. With a wave of his hand, he asked the Bai Wuchang-looking ghost team to step aside and pointed at these ghosts. "Do any of you know how to skin it? Come out and take care of the tiger's body." When the ghosts heard this, they pushed and shoved a few times. The last few ghosts that looked like hunters floated out from the group of ghosts. They first saluted to Gu Shi and then stepped forward. Dispose of the tiger's carcass. Seeing the rogue like this, Gu Shi also laughed. It seems that the fear of tigers is limited. At least once they are subdued, their loyalty will not be a problem. So Gu Shi waved to the remaining ghosts. Some people come out who know what's going on. This time, the minions pushed and shoved each other like before. And finally 3 minions came out. Gu Shi took a look and found that these 3 ghosts were dressed differently. The leader said to Gu Shi, "Master, I am the priest of the mountain god temple. This is the head of the nearby Wangjia village. This is Du Shusheng from the city. We all died in the mouth of this wild tiger." At this time, Gu Shi raised his hand, and Shaya appeared behind him. Seeing Shaya come out, Gu Shi said, "Tell me what's going on. Let's start with the hunter. Let's also talk about the situation of the swordsman in white, and why they came in the first place. Attack me, immortal chief. You may have passed by here, and didn't know that this mountain is called Samsara Mountain. It is said that 1,000 years ago, the defeated army of King Chakravartin fled here, and the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Dafeng dynasty laid a dragnet, 10 ambush in front of him, and finally kill him here. At that time, the stones in the nearby valley turned red, in order to prevent the King of Wheels from coming out again to cause trouble to the world. The Immortal Master established a suppression pattern of 5 villages and 1 temple here. In addition, General Wang, who died in battle here, was made the mountain god of this place, and it was agreed that a small sacrifice would be made every year. The ground would be paved with cinnabar, rooster blood, and black dog blood mixed with lus and glutinous rice juice to prevent the Een soldiers, who were suppressed underground, from emerging. A grand sacrifice is held every 10 years, with tiger blood, bull blood, mercury and quicklime mixed together to pave the ground and reinforce the suppression array. Even so, whenever there was thunder and lightning, the defeated army of the Chakravartin king would still take advantage of this place. And over time, this place became known as Samsara Mountain. The mountain temple in the southeast of Shandong has been handed down ever since. About 500 years ago, there was a severe drought nearby, and only 2 of the 5 villages were left. However, the mountain god forced the big sacrifice to start. As a result, the tiger used as a sacrifice ran away and killed more than 120 people participating in the sacrifice. He even overthrew the golden body of the mountain god and usurped the position of the mountain god. It was at that time that the little old man, died. Later, the court sent people to deal with the matter, but they were all beaten back by the tiger. In the end, the court had to admit that the tiger occupied the position of mountain god. The only request was that small sacrifices should be held every year, and he is responsible for guarding the mountain of Samsara and preventing the appearance of the Een soldiers of the King of Wheels. That hunter is the temple blessing of this generation. He usually uses the power of the tiger to practice. When needed, he can become the coordinate of the tiger's position. I don't know what happened to those swordsmen in white. I only heard that he was a swordsman from Bayun City. He came here to find a divine sword that was stolen more than 1,000 years ago. For this reason, he dedicated the temple to Invited. Is this okay? Of course. There is nothing wrong with tigers watching. They have been earning resources for cultivation by selling things buried underground these years. Chapter 584 Mountain God and Wheel-Turning King. Wait a minute. Didn't you just say that Tiger was recognized as the mountain god only after he promised not to release the evil soldiers below? How dare he dig down by himself? What's wrong with this? It's been more than 1,000 years. If reincarnation really existed, the wheel-turning king would have been reincarnated countless times. Besides, the imperial court has no control over it now, and there is no salary. He is a tiger. What does it have to do with the human dynasty? You must know that tigers want to eat people. After hearing this, Gushi looked back at Shaya. Shaya knew as soon as she saw it that it was time to take action herself. So Shaya stepped forward and quickly communicated with Lao Miaozhu. Shaya's sensitivity to intelligence far exceeded Gushi's level. When asking questions, Shaya would point out many things that Gushi had not considered. Gushi stood aside and slowly understood some of what was going on. The tiger wanted to become a mountain god in the beginning. Actually, to save his life. After all, if he didn't become a mountain god, he would be the one to be bled as a sacrifice. But things will be different later. Tiger discovered that this valley was a treasure land. When King Chakravartin fought here, the Dafeng dynasty gathered a large number of aristocratic families, sects and troops to take action. Many things were buried underneath. For more than 1,000 years, a layer of soil has been spread every year, and even the strongest undead have been crushed to death. They secretly take some things and sell them, but it actually doesn't affect them at all. As long as the suppression array is not destroyed, it will be fine. The reason why the hunter was so angry before was entirely because Gushi's flame trap was so powerful that it directly blew up a pit, which was visible to the naked eye and destroyed the sacrificial soil covering it. Otherwise, he would not jump out to fight against Gushi. At most, he would just watch Gushi and the swordsman in white fight with each other. In the end, he might even get some good stuff from Gushi. But it was different now. Because of a small explosion, the hunter not only lost himself, but also the mountain god. Although the hunter finally turned into a stream of light and fled towards the mountain temple. What was the point of escaping there? Once the tiger died, the mountain temple had no meaning to exist and would eventually become a dead end. At the same time, Gushi also learned about the situation of the other two. The village head is not so bad. He was the head of the nearby Wangjia village. More than 100 years ago, because the tigers were eating people too ferociously, he took the lead in resisting the tigers, and was eaten by them in the end. Scholar Du went to Beijing to take the exam. When he passed by this mountain, he learned about the wheel-turning king. He was very poetic and wrote a poem. But he was eaten by a tiger. It can be said that the three of them were all controlled by the tiger at the beginning. And no matter how resentful they were, they could not resist the tiger. Now that the tiger is dead, they are free. And when Gushi asked those with brains, They naturally stood up in order to get a good opportunity. Gu Shi could understand their thoughts at a glance. But now, he just needs some knowledgeable people to do things. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get enough information in a short time if Shea had to rely on him to inquire about the news. So Gu Shi sat down directly on the evil coffin. Miao Zhu, do you think that if I take over the nearby mountain temple, is there any way you can make this area my territory? Master, this is not a problem. At first, Tiger fought 3 battles, and won 3 games in a row before he could bow his head to the court. The immortal chief can kill the tiger easily, so he can naturally occupy this mountain temple. But the immortal chief wants to transform the immortal way into the Shinto way? Become the mountain god for more than 100 miles? Of course not. I just thought that the tiger occupied the mountain god position just for some resources. I also want resources, Gu Shi said as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. At this time, Du Shusheng reacted the fastest. My lord, what you mean is that as long as someone can provide resources, your lord will support that person to become a mountain god? Sir, do you think I can do that? I have been studying since I was young, and I have developed a literary spirit in my heart. Although I died at the hands of a tiger, this spirit has not been extinguished. So it was natural for me to convert to Shintoism smoothly. As long as you are willing to support me in becoming a mountain god, I guarantee that all nearby resources will be sent to you. When Du Shusheng said this, the other 2 people reacted. Wang Lijing said quickly, Sir, I used to be the leader of the 5 nearby villages. I know everything about the good things nearby. As long as you support me to become a mountain god, I guarantee that I can provide you with enough resources. Even population. I guarantee that you will have as many sacrifices as you want. On the contrary, Miao Zhu didn't say anything. He just waited silently for Gu Shi's order. It seems you are a smart man. We will provide whatever the immortal leader needs. As long as the immortal leader is satisfied, we will have a chance to take over. This is what the old mountain god has been saying all the time. So many generals were killed here. Some with higher levels and stronger strength than him. He could become a mountain god not because he could provide what the immortal leader wanted. As things, Miao Zhu said slowly. What if I want the ones buried in the ground? Dig, Miao Zhu said with certainty. If the tiger can dig it, we can dig it naturally. Then dig this place. Whoever digs what I want will be the next mountain god. Gu Shi pointed to the ground. Gu Shi had no plans to dig up this place before. But when he knew what was buried underneath, Gu Shi already had his own ideas. Sir, it's easy to dig it out. But how can you hide it from the surveillance of the court? Once the Chakravartin king is released, he will definitely be filled with resentment. The person buried underneath is definitely not the Chakravartin himself. Gu Shi glanced at Miao Zhu. No, if it was the Chakravartin himself, the arrangements for suppression nearby would not be so simple. However, this is also one of the 3 vanguards of the Chakravartin, with 10,000 heavily armored cavalry. As an old man who has followed 2 mountain gods, Miao Zhu will definitely know more about everything suppressed down here. 3 pioneers? Tell me about the situation of the Chakravartin. Miao Zhu hesitated for a moment and looked to both sides. At this time, Gu Shi discovered that Shusheng Du and Wang Lijing had already begun to sneak away. They ran to the side of the ghost to select manpower and prepare to dig in advance. Don't worry. You can talk about your own things. It doesn't matter if they do this. Miao Zhu felt relieved when he heard this. He knew that no matter how good he was, it was useless. The main thing was that Gu Shi liked him. What he can use now is a wealth of knowledge. If you don't show yourself well now, when will you do so? Actually, the Chakravartin king should not be called this name. He was a rebel who suddenly appeared 1,000 years ago. He has no name and no surname. And he comes from nowhere. It was reported that he was raising a heavy horse privately at home, and the court sent someone to deal with it. It was discovered that the heavy cavalry was privately maintained. But it was not the 5 people reported, but 500,000 people. No one knows where his heavy horse came from. Some people say that he opened the reincarnation channel and brought out all the heroic spirits who died in reincarnation. That's why he is called the wheel-turning king. Chapter 585, Mountain Temple Ahead. When it comes to the title of King Chakravartin, Miao Zhu is still a little embarrassed. After all, judging from the situation more than 1,000 years ago, let alone having 500,000 heavy cavalry. Even if you only have 50,000 heavy cavalry, you can still say that the days have changed, and the artifacts are easier to use, and you have to be virtuous. Man, this is natural. But who would have thought that the imperial court would just say, "In soldiers and ghost generals." This is because they want to establish a ghost kingdom on Earth. Then it attracted siege from all the forces in the world. Even the cult came to participate. 500,000 heavy cavalry, plus various auxiliary troops and infantry. Altogether there were at least 1,600,000 or 700,000 people. And they were cut into pieces just like that. Step by step. They were swallowed up by the Imperial Army. The one who escaped here was one of the 3 vanguards of the Wheel-Turning King. Under the Chakravartin King's command. There are 1 commander, 2 generals, 3 vanguards, 4 food supervisors, and 10 great generals. Except for the first commander, who commanded 50,000 heavy cavalry. Each of the others commanded 10,000 heavy cavalry. And the rest were led by the Chakravartin himself. The vanguard was chased here and finally was ambushed from all sides, and killed by an army of 50,000 to 60,000 men. At that time, more than 10 famous generals in the imperial court were killed in the battle. Think about what the Dafeng dynasty has become after this battle. Since then, the various sects and aristocratic families that were originally in opposition have stepped forward in one fell swoop. They followed the royal family's orders not to reveal their capital city. And they couldn't even leave their own palaces. The actual control of this area actually falls in the hands of the Taoist sect of Wenshan Road. The tiger defeated the master sent by Wenshan Dao, and was able to secure his position as the mountain god. Now that Gu Shi has killed the tiger, Wenshan Dao will not come over to meddle in other people's affairs, as long as it does not arouse so much resentment. After sighing, Miao Zhu also talked about the Wheel-Turning King. This information immediately silenced Gu Shi. This Chakravartin is truly powerful, with 500,000 heavy cavalrymen under his command. I don't know if this is a knight level or a death knight level. But no matter what, with such strength, they can go sideways anywhere. In the end, he was destroyed. How aggrieved this man must be. But this also made Gu Shi understand that the water in the world in front of him was quite deep. Although this mountain god is only level 10, there may be a level 20 boss behind any sect. It's better to consider your own small goals first, and take root first. Okay. You said it in detail. Did you see those skeleton soldiers? Now they have almost picked out the demons. You take those skeleton soldiers to work. I'll tell you directly. I don't need food or anything like that. I need various ores. When the temple keeper heard this, he knew that Wang Lijing was kicked out directly. Now the only person who can compete with him for the mountain god position is Du Shusheng. So he quickly stepped forward to greet Gu Shi's skeleton soldiers and took him to a certain location. Start digging from here. There must be something underneath. Gu Shi glanced here and winked at Xia. Xia quickly came to Gu Shi. My lord, I'll go over there. No. The mountain temple matters whether we can put down roots here. I should go over and handle it. Just keep an eye on me here. If the suppression circle here is destroyed and the Yin soldiers appear, don't stop me. I'll wait until I get back. Gu Shi originally wanted to stay where he was, waiting for the suppressive magic circle to be removed, and directly take away the evil soldiers and ghost generals. But the mountain temple is the key to Gu Shi. Gu Shi cannot give up his foundation for a wave of undead troops. For this reason, Gu Shi quickly made a decision and asked Xia to keep an eye on him. Gu Shi took part of the troops to the mountain temple for a walk. At least the souls of hunters who escaped must be recovered. We can't let him run away like this. After jumping on the evil coffin, Gu Shi raised the cold wind staff in his hand, and the ghost dragon appeared behind Gu Shi. At the same time, half of the undead army was automatically divided, and under the leadership of the undead leader, they followed Gu Shi. Seeing Gu Shi leading his troops away, the temple keeper and other ghosts had different reactions. But they did not forget about their own work and continued to work hard. After leaving the valley, Gu Shi discovered that the road here was quite difficult. Outside the valley, all you can see are mountains. It was not without reason that more than 10,000 heavy cavalry could be wiped out here. The group charge of heavy cavalry cannot be used here at all. And even those heavy cavalry sometimes have to dismount to fight. Moreover, the hills here are layer upon layer, and an army can be ambushed anywhere. This tactic of ambush from all sides is most suitable to be carried out in a place like this. Entering this mountain forest is equivalent to entering a dragnet. Without some skills, it is impossible to escape. Not long after Gu Shi entered the mountain forest, the gargoyles who were sent out had returned, and they had found the location of the mountain temple. Judging from the reaction of the gargoyles, there was no defense at the mountain temple, so Gu Shi could just go there. However, Gu Shi still didn't let his guard down. Although it was slower to advance with the troops, it was safer. Gu Shi had just entered this world and didn't understand everything yet. Gushi didn't want anything to happen in any corner. They circled several mountains, and finally appeared at the location of the mountain temple. As he approached the top of the mountain, Gushi immediately felt a strange feeling. The mountaintop in front of us is clearly a beautiful place with beautiful scenery. The sun shines naturally in the mountains and forests looking at it from a distance. It is full of natural atmosphere. But for some reason, Gushi felt that the mountains and forests in front of him were dark and gloomy. When the mountain wind blew by, there was a fishy smell that was completely different from the style of the mountains and forests. Is this here? Gushi stood on the evil coffin and looked towards the mountains and forests, and finally asked this question. Several gargoyles nodded affirmatively. They came here following the souls of hunters. Gushi thought for a moment and pointed towards the forest. March. Under Gushi's command, the skeleton soldiers began to move forward. As the skeleton soldiers led the way, Gushi also discovered the cause of the abnormality in the forest. It turned out that the tiger was not a human being at all. Everything he ate was spit out directly and thrown into the forest. It's a good thing he didn't get close. Once he got close, there were all dry corpses under the trees and in the grass. Even a necromancer like Gushi couldn't stand such an aura. Soul Calling Tower. After releasing the Soul Summoning Tower, Gushi did not step directly into the mountain temple. Instead, he stood on the Soul Summoning Tower, raised the cold wind staff, and pointed at the mountain forest. Spiritualism. Chapter 586 Mountain Temple. This time, Gushi entered this world after eating and drinking enough and taking a good sleep. Although some mana was consumed in the previous battle, this mana was far less than the total mana after replenishing the mana and going through another magic vortex. Up to now, Gushi still has nearly 14,000 points of mana in his hands that have not been consumed. Through the Soul Calling Tower, Gushi dissipated all this magic power. He no longer needs to light corpses one by one, control souls, and perform more than 10,000 times of spiritualism. But even so, the range of spiritualism in front of them only covers a small area in front of the mountain temple, and there is no way to expand it to the top of the mountain. From this we can also see what the tiger, as the mountain god, has done in these years. As the spiritualism was released, Gushi found that the effect of the spiritualism this time was not very good. A large number of corpses rose from the ground, but it was obvious that they had not been infused with souls. Those corpses were not complete. Most of them were mutilated. After getting up, they had no fighting power. They had only level 4. But they were not even cannon fodder. Gushi knew what was going on as soon as he saw it. The previous mountain god was a tiger, and all the useful souls had turned into ghosts. The useless souls were by the tiger's side and had no chance of turning into ghosts. As soon as something abnormal happened, they would be directly washed away by the tiger's energy and blood. Gone. As for the mutilated corpses, that's easy to understand. If you still want to find intact bones that have been chewed by tigers. You're kidding me. Gushi stretched out his hand, held up the cold wind staff and said, Death incarnate. Under the black mist, 2 incarnations of death flew out. As soon as they appeared, Gushi opened the main city gate behind him. God of Death, take all of these back. Send them to the cult church, and turn them all into skeletons of doom. For such soulless and incomplete undead souls, Gushi didn't even think of treating them as civilians. His first goal was to transform these undead souls into doomed skeletons. As a level 6 unit, the skeletons of doom are actually made up of multiple bone fragments. Each doomed skeleton requires a large amount of bones to make. In Gushi's opinion at first, training 1 skeleton of doom was worse than training 10 skeleton soldiers. So when the Labyrinth Devourer became an important defensive force in front of Gushi, the doomed skeleton couldn't even be trained. It's different now. Most of these undead are incomplete, and their levels are relatively high. Just in time to transform the doomed skeleton, the incarnation of Death, the god of death, took a look at the undead wandering aimlessly in the mountains, and understood what Gushi meant. He also understood why Gushi called him out at this time. At this time, only the incarnation of Death, the god of death, can bring these undead souls back. So the incarnation of Death, the god of death, stepped forward and waved the scythe of despair in his hand. Under the guidance of his scythe, the undead finally lined up and entered Gushi's main city gate one by one. Entering the city of Aladovi, the incarnation of Death, the bone dragon, spread its wings and flew towards the mountain temple above. When the incarnation of Death, the bone dragon, flew upward, a puff of black smoke came from the mountain temple. The black smoke resisted the entry of the incarnation of Death, but was directly pushed away by the incarnation of Death's forward rush. when the black smoke gathering in the mountain temple was broken. A bang came to Gushi's ears. Then the Inchi condensed in the mountain forest was like a flood that had opened a floodgate, quickly rushing towards the surroundings. The incarnation of death, the bone dragon, took this opportunity to continuously hover in the sky and absorb most of the Inchi. The incarnation of death, the god of death, who was guiding the undead into the city of Arida below, had no such idea until he saw what the bone dragon did. Then he reacted. This is an opportunity to strengthen the incarnation of death. So he kept waving his hands, trying to absorb part of the Inchi. But most of the Inchi was absorbed by the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, on the top of the mountain. And the part of the Inchi that came down was also scattered. And the incarnation of death, the god of death, was still a little slow in taking action, and only took away a very small part of it. But even this part allowed the incarnation of death, the god of death, to take advantage. He had an extra robe made of black mist on his body. At least now he no longer looks like before, just a bare skeleton. Faced with this situation, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the Inchi accumulated by Tiger Mountain God over the years is gone, and everything that prevents him from entering the mountain temple is gone. At this moment, the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, also fell in the mountain temple. As soon as Gushi saw it, he knew that this was telling Gushi that there were no enemies in the mountain temple. So Gushi drove the evil coffin and rushed towards the mountain temple. After rushing to the mountain, Gushi discovered that the mountain temple in front of him was actually not too small. The area within the wall was at least 1/3 of an acre. That is more than 800 square meters, judging from some ruins left on the site. The original mountain temple was still very large. However, because Tiger is a mountain god, most of the buildings have collapsed, leaving only a main hall covering an area of about 200 square meters. In the main hall, the golden body of the previous mountain god fell to the ground long ago and was broken into several pieces. There was even a problem with one of the main beams in the main hall. It was tilted a lot and was exposed to wind and sun. I am afraid that in a few years, this mountain temple will be gone. After jumping off the evil coffin, Gushi took the cold wind staff and stepped into the gate of the mountain temple. At this time, the incarnation of death lying on the mountain temple, the bone dragon, also moved to make way. Gushi took a look around and knew that this mountain temple was originally a structure with 2 courtyards, a standard Chinese temple style. It's just that after Tiger took over, no one has maintained it for a long time, and there is nothing left here. Even the bricks on the ground are no longer good. When people walk over, their feet are scattered all over the ground. Walking up to the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, Gushi noticed something like an iron pestle stuck on the ground when the bone dragon stared at a certain spot. What's this? Gushi reached out with a curious look on his face, and was about to pull it out when he heard a ding in his ear. Ding. You have come into contact with the entrance to God's domain. Are you ready to capture, destroy, or give up? Gushi's mind was spinning very fast, and just the message that popped up made Gushi understand what kind of users this thing had. This is probably the entrance to the mountain god's territory. It's like the castle tower you encountered at night during the Balian Daisai. It can be captured or destroyed. If it is destroyed, I am afraid that some resources, land deeds, and architectural plans will be harvested. But for Gushi, what he needs now is not the land deed. What he wants is resource points. Gushi smiled slightly and said with certainty, capture. Chapter 587, occupying the mountain temple. Following Gushi's order, the mountain temple that had almost collapsed in front of him quickly expanded outward, and its area became 100 times its original size. From the original 1/3 of an acre, it has become a large area of more than 100 acres. At the same time, a layer of black smoke quickly covered the sky, and the sunlight was blocked by the smoke. When he looked at the mountain temple again, Gushi found that the entire mountain temple had completely changed. In the original location of the east and west side halls, there were many more tents tied up with rags. The location of the main hall changed from the still visible mountain temple to a huge blue stone. A corpse over 5 meters long was lying in front of the stone. The upper body of the corpse had been almost eaten away, and there were a few drops of dark golden blood on the ground. It was obvious that this half-gnawed corpse was the golden body of the previous mountain god. Watching the tiger chewing carefully without wasting any food, you can tell how precious this body is. Looking behind the big blue stone, Gushi found thousands of prepared tiger skins stacked behind him. Gushi was stunned by this situation, and then he realized that these tiger skins were probably the descendants of the tiger mountain god. But no matter how strong they were, They could not survive the Tiger Mountain God. Over time, after the descendants of the Tiger Mountain God died, the skins were dried in the shade and left here. If there was no way to dispose of them, the bones might have been soaked in wine. However, no matter how large the mountain temple area is, it cannot hide the fact that there is no human habitation here. Maybe when the old mountain god and the Tiger Mountain God were still there, there would be some servants or ghosts here. But when Gushi came in, there was nothing here. At this moment, Shea and Luna also entered the scope of the mountain temple. Grown-ups. Luna, you're here just in time. Take a look at this piece of land. Is it useful? Luna is the one who knows the most about urban architecture among Gushi's 3 contracted undead. Seeing Luna come in, Gushi's heart was half relieved. Luna walked around here and finally landed next to Gushi. My lord. The situation is similar to when we first gained the city of Aridov. The location of the large bluestone is where the core meeting hall is located. Outside, you can arrange 1 large plot, 2 medium plots, 3 small plots, and the rest are gone. The most important thing is that this is not a death city. Maybe because it is far away. And satellite cities are not considered either. The almost not corpses are of no use at all. They can only be regarded as somewhat spiritual materials. And Lord Quality can also see that. Blue Quality. Not as good as Princess Anna's half-skeleton. As a qualified necromancer, Gushi could see many things at a glance. So if we use this corpse as an energy source, we can think of ways to expand this territory outwards. Based on the current situation, we can arrange 2 large plots, 3 medium plots, and 5 small plots. Peace. Gushi still believed in Luna's judgment. But Gushi still asked, where's the tiger carcass that I killed earlier? I remember I just asked those ghosts to skin it. The carcass hasn't been disposed of yet. The bones were also dismantled. Luna said immediately, I heard that the bones have been sent to the tavern and are ready to be soaked in tiger bone wine. Now there should be only some flesh and blood and internal organs left there. If that thing is used here, I'm afraid it won't be able to support a large plot. At most, it can only add 1 medium-sized plot and 3 small plots. That means 2 large plots for medium-sized plots and 8 small plots, which is just enough for this city to be upgraded to level 2. After having the Death City, Gushi still learned some specialized knowledge of the territory. Although in some judgments, Gushi is still insufficient. But if you really give him a city, he can build it with a lot of bumps and bruises. Yes, this is probably the limit here. Even if we can fill it with more things, it will be almost the limit when it is upgraded to a level 3 city. It can be used as a resource point. But if we really want to build a main city or something, I'm afraid there is no chance of that here. Regarding Luna's judgment, Gushi also nodded. After determining the upper limit here, Gushi had already located the mountain temple. He had the same idea as Luna, and viewed this place as a resource point. This place is not treated as the main city. Seeing Gushi nodding in agreement, Luna took over the affairs here and started to deal with them. Sir, let's lift this rock first and bury this body. No matter what goals this city sets, the assembly hall cannot escape. I know. Aren't there a few architects in the city? Just let them come over to plan the land. By the way, now there is a key question. Can a carriage station be built here? I'm afraid it's a bit confusing. Luna understood Gushi's thoughts. But the carriage station is not omnipotent. It must be transferred through some means. The best way here is to arrange a mirror here, and use the weird mirror space to carry out the transfer. Transit. When Gushi heard this, he shook his head. No. It's too close. And it's not that convenient to store in store. Remember the Hearthstone we arranged in Victoria's City? That is one method. But there is only one Hearthstone, and it has been used. We now have no props for cross-realm play. It's okay. We don't have it. I believe there will be some in the guild. Let's build this city first. And concentrate our resources here first. We can just transport a batch back every time we come here. After we get the cross-game props, we will build an inn or a trading station so that the city can continuously deliver resources to Aladovi. Gushi thought clearly that there were many families in the upper echelons of Chaoyang Guild who had their own cities or spaces. Although they could not directly drop part of the city onto the battlefield like the Death City did, they did a lot of things like building cities, obtaining resources, and obtaining troops. After so many years, they must have many cities in their hands. It is impossible for these people to tear down the developed cities and convert them into land deeds and take them away every time they leave the game. They definitely have a way to connect with the city. Gushi believed that as long as he asked himself and paid some price, he could switch to this method. After all, this is not a secret that cannot be told. Besides, Genesis is just around the corner now, and the senior leaders in the guild are busy trying to reach higher levels, planning to reap the benefits of Genesis. Gushi's request would be of great benefit to the guild in opening up Wasteland, so there was no need for them to refuse. Chapter 588: The Abilities of Architects. When Gushi and Luna were discussing the construction direction of the mountain temple, several architects under Gushi also came to the mountain temple under the protection of the undead army. These architects showed their strength in the last battle at the evil god temple. Now they are considered the treasures of Aladovi City. As soon as they leave Aradovi City, Gushi will send troops to protect them. That attitude is quite formal. These architects did not embarrass Gushi. They have been busy in Aladovi City these days in order to make Aladovi City unified in style and reasonable in architectural layout. They even have the idea of adjusting the Aradovi City area. After being invited out, they made similar judgments to Luna at first sight. The mountain temple in front of him didn't have much development value. Even if Gushi invested a lot of resources into it, it would only be able to reach level 3 at most. As a new city lord, perhaps this is the first city. But Gushi's Aladovi City has almost conquered the territory of other eras, and soon the upper limit of the city will reach level 12. A level 3 city no longer has much appeal in Gushi's eyes. However, if he could add a resource point to his city, Gushi was still willing to invest some resources here. I walked around the mountain temple and listened to some of the things Gushi and Luna had discussed before. Several architects discussed it and finally said to Gushi, "Sir, everything in the city in front of you is of no use. Look at the tents there. They have no meaning at all. But they still occupy such a large space. There is also such a large bluestone, which is really a waste as a meeting hall. From our perspective, the first thing to do is to dismantle it. Then fill it with new soil and level the land first, because it can only be upgraded to level 3. In addition to the meeting hall, only 3 more core buildings can be built. If the adults want to use this place as a resource point, then a warehouse is necessary. In addition, you can only choose between the market and the barracks. And the remaining core building must be a tavern. There will only be 2 large-scale plots, and the city must have the combat power to protect itself. However, there will only be 2 training camps here at most. I think the linkage effect of the training camps will be better. For the medium-sized buildings, 2 buildings are needed to coordinate labor. 1 to link with the training camp, and 1 to communicate with the outside world. On the other side of the small buildings, city gates, moats, arrow towers, and carriage stations are necessary. Even if the carriage station has no way to contact Aradovi City, we cannot guarantee that we will not get other cities here in the future. Therefore, this carriage station must be there. And the rest we can only use to provide combat power and other blessings for the city. After the architect finished speaking, another architect immediately stepped forward and said, "The materials here, because they have been placed in this place for a long time, are the most suitable building materials. My lord, we can no longer count on large, medium or small plots of land. If we want to ensure the safety and development of this city, I think we should deal with the details of the city. Sir, I just took a look around the back and saw a lot of tiger skins dried in the shade. The quantity of these things is relatively large, and it would be better if used to make leather armor. But I still want to apply for these tiger skins. I plan to sew these tiger skins together and cloth them on the ground in front of the meeting hall. By setting up a tiger skin square, I can guarantee that with this tiger skin square, the quality of the city will be improved by 10%. 10% improvement? Gushi was a little confused. Could it be played like this? Yes. He is an expert in building materials. He has been studying how to use materials to improve the quality of buildings since the beginning. Sir, let him give it a try. If he succeeds, I can draw an architectural design for Tiger Skin Square. This is what an architect said. He is the only architect who has the ability to draw architectural design drawings, and also has the ability to construct architectural design drawings. He said that if he could draw an architectural design drawing of Hoopy Square, it would definitely be possible. In other words, the previous architect's proposal opened up another track outside the building space. This situation made Gushi think of something. Wait a minute. I'll give you some soil. You can study the effect of using this soil to build the city in front of you. What Gushi was thinking of was the special soil in that valley that was mixed with cinnabar, rooster blood, and black dog blood. This kind of soil is used to suppress the Een soldiers of King Chakravartin. It takes the power of pure yang. But after so many years, These powers have been affected by the yin qi. And since there has been no tiger blood replenishment in these years, the soil has now become alienated. Gu Shi had asked the demon to dig up the soil before, but he had no intention of transporting the soil back to Aladovi City. But the current situation in Tiger Skin Plaza made Gu Shi see another way of thinking. At present, the site of this mountain temple needs to be demolished and rebuilt. If that kind of special soil can be filled in, will there be more changes? After Gu Shi explained the situation, several architects discussed it again, but they had no way of making a judgment before seeing the actual object. So Gu Shi took a look around and decisively left the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, here. At the same time, a group of troops were arranged to be responsible for demolishing the mountain temple in front of them. As for the dismantled materials, Gu Shi followed the architect's suggestion and did not send them to Aladovi City. Instead, he kept them where they were to be used as building materials for the new city. After arranging everything, Gu Shi returned to the mountain temple's location in the real world. At this time, most of the undead souls at the foot of the mountain had already left. But Gu Shi still noticed that the mountain was littered with mutilated corpses. This gave Gu Shi some ideas about arranging the training camp here. Building an evil temple here might be a good choice. With this mountain of mutilated corpses, it would be a waste of time to spend mana to summon the souls, and then send them back to Aladovi City. It would be better to borrow the influence of the mountain temple in front of you and transform it into the military strength in the mountain temple area. Perhaps with the protection of the Doom Skeleton, the defense of this mountain temple will be improved. While thinking about it, Gu Shi drove the evil coffin through the main city gate, past Aladovi City, turned around and rushed out of the steel city gate, returning to the valley where he fought before. When Gu Shi rushed out in the evil coffin, Miao Zhu, Du Shusheng and Wang Lijing quickly surrounded him. Sir Immortal, we found something good. Chapter 589, Candidate for Mountain God. Seeing the anxious looks of these three people, Gu Shi also smiled. Let's go, and see where you found the good stuff. As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, Li Zhongwang pushed the other two aside, and invited Gu Shi to his side. Wang Lijing's status before was higher than that of ordinary people, and he was somewhat famous among the demons. So the people he recruits are the more obedient among the marauders. After bringing Gu Shi to his excavation location, Wang Lijing introduced it to Gu Shi. Sir, this is where the tiger dug before. There are more goods shipped here. Look, sir, these are what I dug out. While Wang Lijing was talking, he showed Gu Shi what he had gained this time. Those are long swords or other weapons that are still flashing with cold light. It is obvious that after so many years, these weapons still maintain the quality of white or green. In the eyes of some ordinary people, this is already a very good treasure. I think Tiger earns cultivation resources by selling this. But for Gu Shi, these things are not necessary. Gu Shi didn't say what Wang Li was doing. He just walked around here and observed the deep pit that Wang Li was digging and how he treated the soil after digging. Then he turned to look at the other two. These two knew their opportunity was coming as soon as they saw it. Wang Lijing relied on his previous notoriety among the ghosts to force them to work for him, because it didn't rely on a good reputation. And he was in a hurry. The ghosts just threw the dug things on the ground casually. It could also be noticed that the location where they dug was not at the main vein of the valley. In their minds, Gu Shi did not dare to release the suppressed teen soldiers below. So when Gu Shi came over, he had already given up on Wang Lijing. It was when Du Shusheng and Miao Zhu saw this that they realized that their opportunity had come. When Gu Shi turned around, Scholar Du quickly stepped forward. Sir, come here and have a look. I have read the history books about Chakravartin. I have also heard about this battle. Although this battle is not a critical turning point, this time it has the effect of an ambush from all sides. Not all the original soldiers died here. It's just that the pioneer officer is buried here. So this place is targeted. I know what you want. Sir, please take a look at this. I found a complete set of soldiers and horses, as well as weapons, based on my own judgment. Although it has been buried underground for a long time, it has not rusted. The quality is beyond a certain level. Du Shusheng directly invited Gu Shi to the position he had dug. Just as he said, he dug out a complete set of armor for Ma Kai and Knight directly from the ground. Also dug out at the same time were the opponent's weapons, including a spear, 2 scimitars, a meteor hammer, and a hand crossbow. It was obvious that the Chakravartin king knew very well the combat effectiveness of his cavalry, and he never considered the issue of cavalry using shields for defense from the beginning. At this time, Gu Shi did not praise Scholar Du, but picked up one of the Kaijia components and took a look at it. Where did it come from? After being glared at by Gu Shi, Du Shushang immediately explained. A corpse was dug up from there, and several people from the imperial court were killed beside him. Gu Shi glanced at the direction Shushang Du was pointing, and found that Shushang Du's brain was still very useful. He could actually find such a train of thought. But this was not what Gu Shi wanted. He turned and looked at the temple keeper. And you? What did you discover? Chief Immortal, please come with me. The temple keeper brought Gu Shi to a certain location in the valley. There is a huge boulder here that has just been dug out. Perhaps because of the annual sacrifices. The boulder in front of you has turned vermilion. Standing in front of the boulder, Miao Zhu said with a serious face, Immortal Chief. I have something to ask the Immortal Chief. Does the Immortal Chief want to release the Chakravartin King's men? Regarding the question of temple blessing, Gu Shi did not answer directly, but asked instead, if so, what will happen to you? Give me a helping hand. Sir. Before Miao Zhu could speak, Scholar Du beside him said directly. The temple keeper then slowly said, please be careful, and don't harm the people nearby. Looking at the two people, Gu Shi was silent for a moment. Then he pointed at Scholar Du and said, how about you stay with me from now on? As one of my staff? Shushang Du was stunned for a moment. And then he understood the meaning of Gu Shi's words. It seems that Gu Shi has made a decision. Although he knew that the position of mountain god was leaving him, he still lowered his head and said to Gu Shi, Du Yuan has met his master. Well, I have something to tell you now. As Gu Shi spoke, he waved to the ghost team. There seemed to be more than 30,000 by Wu Chang, and they fell in front of Gu Shi one after another. Seeing the scene in front of him, Du Yuan almost fainted. When these Bai Wuchang surrounded the demon army before, they did not dare to move, for fear that these Bai Wuchang would take them away. Now all these Bai Wuchang fell in front of him, which made Du Yuan a little scared. You don't have to be afraid. I only have one request now. You take them and collect all the soil here, which I mean can be seen or even invisible, that has been sacrificed with blood. Pack it up and send it to the mountain temple. You came from there. Do you know where the mountain temple is? I know. Sir, please rest assured. I will definitely do this well. After listening to Gu Shi's order, Du Yuan agreed decisively. He knew that this was the first task given to him. If he could not do this job well, he would have no status in Gu Shi's team in the future. But if you have to do it well, even if you can't get the position of military advisor, you can still get the position of chief executive or deputy director. If Gu Shi had been a little more aggressive, he might have been given the title of Follow the Dragon. So Du Yuan quickly directed the Bai Wuchangs to take action and dig directly into the thickest layer of soil in the valley. The temple keeper just stood there watching. Gu Shi didn't ask, and he didn't say anything, nor did he stop him. Finally, Gu Shi spoke in advance. How many suppression stones are there in the valley? 3 pieces. I remember the old mountain god said that when we first suppressed them, we used the formation method of Sankai pointing 7 stars. Sankai mainly suppressed this valley, and pointing 7 stars mainly suppressed the nearby hills. The core of the formation is located at the mountain temple. It is a large blue stone. It is also the only core of the formation that does not require blood sacrifice. The remaining places all require blood sacrifices, and the standard of blood sacrifices here in the valley is relatively high. The position of the 7 stars is different. A village was built there and suppressed with human momentum. The center of the formation is the stone platform under the big tree in front of the village. Pigs and sheep are usually slaughtered there. It is considered a blood sacrifice that is carried out unconsciously. Chapter 590 The Yin Soldiers Travel. I remember you said before that there are only 5 villages around here. Yes. There is also a ghost village. Miao Zhu is very clear about some of the situations here. That is the resting place for the souls of the soldiers who died in this war. What about now? When the mountain god dies, the ghost village will be gone. A tiger will not leave an area in his territory that is not under his control. After hearing this, Gu Shi no longer struggled with this matter, but turned around and asked, if I dismantle all these formations, will the 10,000 strong army suppressed below appear? When I came here, I heard that there were ghost soldiers passing through here. I'm afraid it won't happen anymore. To be honest, sir, when I followed the old mountain god, I also saw such a situation. But they were no longer the heavy cavalry of the Wheel King. They were just some who died in the battle. New ghost. It's just that when they entered the valley, they were suppressed by the battle formation in the valley, and could never come out again. Only when heavy rain washes away some of the soil do they have a chance to come out to the surface, and then they are buried again. After listening to Miao Zhu's words, Gu Shi also laughed. What's your name? I can't keep calling you Miao Shu. After hearing this, Miao Shu understood the meaning of Gu Shi's words, and he immediately said, the little old man's surname is Wu. Xing Lu. You can call me Wu Lu. Or you can call me Old Man Wu. Okay. Then I'll call you Wu Lu. Someone, come and take this stone away for me. Under Gu Shi's order, the huge stone in front of him was transported back to Aladovi City. When the boulder was lifted, Gu Shi also saw the properties of the boulder. Years of blood sacrifice pure Yang formation stone, blue the pure Yang Sankai formation stone used to suppress ghosts. After years of blood sacrifice, the formation stone has been upgraded from the original green to the current blue quality. Just looking at this attribute, Gu Shi wanted to throw it into Xiamu Lake. But Gu Shi has no time to care about this now. As the pure sun formation stone was removed, the vermilion soil on the ground was dug out, and the sky nearby quickly darkened. Dark clouds began to appear in the sky, and it looked like it was going to rain. Sir, if this continues, too much movement will trigger a reaction from the nearby Wenshan Road. Even if you want to be safe, I'm afraid it won't be possible. Wu Lu persuaded. But Gu Shi was not worried at all. Don't worry. Nothing serious will happen. Wu Lu no longer tried to persuade him. But at Gu Shi's request, he found the other two pure Yang formation stones buried in the valley. These two pure Yang array stones are somewhat different from the previous one. The piece with a big word protruding from it before was the ground stone in the Sankai formation. The remaining two pieces are directly black, only half the size of the previous piece, and the other piece is carved into a human shape, corresponding to the positions of heaven and man. When the two pieces of pure sun formation stone were being transported away, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, and a heavy downpour fell with a loud crash. Amidst the lightning and thunder, an army composed of ghosts came out of the underground. This army is mainly composed of cavalry. They have all turned into ghosts, but they still maintain their appearance in life. They wear heavy armor full of arrows and long swords, and ride horses covered in heavy armor. When they appeared, Gu Shi recognized them at a glance. The armor they were wearing was exactly the same as the armor Du Yuan had dug out before. After they came out of the ground, they ignored the undead who were digging in the mud, and took advantage of the heavy rain to head out. Gu Shi did not stop them, but just watched them leave. Gu Shi could clearly see that these ghost soldiers were covered in green, which represented friendliness. Now was not the time to stop them. Gu Shi wanted to see what they wanted to do. After the ghost soldiers went out, they did not attack anyone else. They just went to the place where they had fought before. Where they passed, the dead ghost soldiers turned into ghosts and crawled out of the ground one by one, quickly joining the team. These ghost soldiers didn't know that the magic circle that had been trapping them had been broken by Gu Shi, and they were free. They thought they were encountering heavy rain like they had encountered before, and they could take advantage of the rain to travel. There is only one simplest idea in their hearts. Because they can still move, they can bring back the brothers who died in the battle. Although after the heavy rain stops, they will be sealed underground again. But it's better to stay together than to be a lonely ghost outside. So they took advantage of the heavy rain and the ghosts' movement speed to quickly run around and recruit their comrades, who had not yet been recruited one by one. In the rainstorm, they also saw tens of thousands of white impermanents working. However, they did not come forward to communicate with them. The two teams were like invisible parallel lines, not interfering with each other. After about 3 hours, the ghost soldiers who came out felt that something was wrong. It seemed that the rain would not stop today. Seeing that they were about to exceed the ambush line of House of Flying Daggers, these ghost soldiers finally turned their horses and headed back. If you take a closer look at this time, you will find that the number of ghost soldiers in front of you is more than double that before. There were about 4,000 ghost soldiers riding war horses, and there were about 14,000 ghost soldiers who were not riding horses and were obviously dressed as infantry and auxiliary soldiers. They are all in a ghost state. Their bodies are either bright green or luminous blue, and their bodies are filled with various things. Now they are heading back to their original position. This time, they finally took stock of their surroundings. When these ghost soldiers came back, Gu Shi took a step forward and stood in front of these ghost soldiers. Guys, can we talk? The ghost soldiers who wanted to go back before the rain stopped were stunned when Gu Shi blocked them. The ability of the Death Lord made them very fond of Gu Shi. Although Gu Shi blocked their way, they had no intention of attacking Gu Shi. One of them even said to Gu Shi, "My lord, please get out of the way and stop me. It will not be of any benefit to you. I have destroyed the largest suppression circle here, and everyone is free." Gu Shi did not give way, but said directly, Hearing this, all the ghost soldiers were shocked. There was a look of disbelief on their faces. If you don't believe it, you can try it for yourself. You can come out not because of the heavy rain in front of you, but because there is nothing to suppress you. Only then did the ghost soldiers react. And the cavalry immediately rode away in all directions. They wanted to see if they were really free, and if the suppressive circle that trapped them was really gone. Chapter 591 The Ghost Soldier's Gift. About 2 hours later, until the dark clouds in the sky dispersed and the heavy rain stopped, the ghost soldiers who rushed out returned to their teams one by one. At this time, although these ghost soldiers still looked like translucent dead faces, the excitement on their faces could not be stopped. After all, they have been trapped here for more than 1,000 years, and many of their comrades have disappeared because there is no hope. They were the only ones who survived. But even so, they all know that they will not be able to survive long after being suppressed. Now it was Gushi who gave them a chance to live. No matter what Gushi thought, all the ghost soldiers now dismounted, knelt on one knee in front of Gushi and said, "Thank you." After this great ceremony, a ghost soldier led his horse to Gushi. "My lord, if you did such a thing and released our brothers, you definitely wouldn't just want to thank us for it. If you need anything, please give me your instructions." Being asked so directly by this ghost soldier, Gushi didn't know what to say for a moment. In the end, he could only smile to ease his embarrassment, and then said, "I have a city. Are you willing to live and fight there?" The ghost soldiers looked at each other and fell silent. Seeing their situation, Gushi was also a little confused. Could it be that there was something wrong with his Death Lord ability? At this moment, the same ghost soldier said, "We just discussed that some of us, who still have some fighting ability, plan to see if we can rescue the brothers who were killed elsewhere. Some brothers who have little fighting ability are entrusted to adults." As soon as the ghost soldier finished speaking, a group of ghost soldiers were separated from the ghost army and stood in front of Gushi. Gushi glanced at them and found that among the ghost soldiers who stood up this time, there were about 1,300 or 400 ghost soldiers on war horses. There were no infantry and auxiliary soldiers on war horses, and the number was about 3,000. Multiple people. It is obvious that the color of their bodies is lighter, and they look like they will disappear if the wind blows. Regarding this situation, Gushi was also speechless. At this time, the leading ghost soldier said to Gushi again, "Sir, I know you released us in order to subdue us. But no matter what, my lord, you have been kind to us, and we can't repay you. This is something left by General Zhou. Please accept it." "General Zhou?" Gushi couldn't help but ask as he watched the ghost soldier take out something like a long sword and hold it in front of him. "Yes, we are under the left-wing forward General Zhou Shirkuan under the Iron Cavalry throne. I am now the oldest surviving officer. Marching Captain Li Dayo. King of Cavalry? Is this what you call your army?" As soon as Gushi thought about it, he understood that the so-called wheel-turning king was probably some propaganda from the Defeng dynasty. "Yes, but my king prefers to be called the cavalry scholar. The king at the time wanted to take the imperial examination. I just asked if someone found out that my family had 500,000 heavy horses, could I still take the imperial examination? But in the end, I was forced to rebel." Li Dayo said helplessly. "We are not what they advertise. The heroic spirits brought back from reincarnation. We are all heavy armored cavalry troops brought out by the Lord himself. Even if they are about to dissipate, their combat experience is still there. I hope adults can give them a safe place to survive. Don't be like other companions who dissipate little by little in the wind in the endless darkness, leaving nothing in the end. Even if I die in battle again, it's better than leaving nothing behind." Gushi glanced at Li Dayo and reached out to grab the long sword he was holding. "Okay, I'll accept your request. We'll see you again indefinitely. I wish the general a safe journey." As soon as Gushi finished speaking, except for the ghost soldiers who had just stood up, the remaining ghost soldiers dissipated in front of him. Gushi was still holding tightly in his hand the translucent sword that looked like a ghost. Holding this sword in the hand feels like holding jelly, as if the sword will automatically fall apart if you apply some force. At this moment, a ding sound was heard in Gushi's ears. "You have obtained the power of the Vanguard Shattered Array purple. Forward Power Shattered Formation purple. Main hand weapon. Attack 25 to 33. After equipping, Agility +5. Constitution +4. Equipment requirements, Strength 5. Agility 6. Constitution 5. Special 1, Charge Slash. When executing this slash, you can have a cavalry charge effect. There is no need to charge or charge. You only need to slash forward. which is equivalent to a cavalry flying at full speed from 100 meters away. Impact cuts this blow. Special Effect 1. After wearing the equipment and activating a charging/effect, the arm bones of the sword-wielding hand will remain fractured and cannot be recovered by any means. Special 2. Formation-breaking music. Every time you kill an enemy in battle, a burst of music will sound around you, which will increase some of the attributes of your companions. Special Effect 2. After wearing the equipment and activating the effect of pause in music once, the ears will be affected, becoming deaf and unable to hear any sound. This effect cannot be eliminated by various means. Special 3. A blow from the shattering knife will shatter the long sword in your hand into fragments and fly forward in a fan-shaped direction, causing at least 500 points of damage to every enemy within the attack range. Can be used once per day. Special Effect 3. After wearing the equipment and activating the broken knife strike effect once, this knife arm is completely shattered and cannot be repaired by effects such as recovery and blood-sucking. Explanation. As a forward, you need to have the belief to break through everything. If you cannot break through everything, then you will be broken with the enemy. Looking at the properties of this long sword, Gushi knew that the effect of this sword was even more terrifying, and ordinary people simply could not withstand the influence of this long sword. After all, the negative effect is either a direct fracture or a direct loss of the arm. The weakest one is still deaf in both ears, and he doesn't know if this striker's power, shattered formation, is trying to make people happy or not. But one thing is for sure, if you really encounter desperate situations, this long sword is really a good sword. If you don't care about the negative effects, you can definitely show good combat power in battle. Maybe Gushi needs another incarnation of death who specializes in fighting with a sword, or a vampire-type contracted undead who doesn't care about his arms. Putting away the forward power shattered formation, Gushi turned to look at the remaining ghost soldiers. At this time, a message also popped up in front of Gushi. There are undead souls who are impressed by your great strength and are willing to join your team. I would like to ask if you accept their surrender. Chapter 592. The Blue Knight Soldier Source. You have subdued 1327 weak ghost soldiers, and the Death Lord's experience has increased by 1327 points. After you conquer the 3,199 ghost soldiers that will dissipate, the Death Lord's experience will increase by 3199 points. Weak Ghost Soldier, Level 2. Summoned Object Experience, 0/250. Attack 2. Defense 2. Life 9. Skills. Combat Experience. The Ghost Soldier has combat experience of Level 7 Heavy Armored Cavalry. Cavalry Charge Sealed. Heavy Armor Mastery Sealed. Warhorse Coordination Sealed. Siege Sealed. Ghost Soldiers about to dissipate, Level 1. Summoned Object Experience, 0/150. Attack 1. Defense 1. Life 4. Skills. Combat Experience. Ghost Soldiers have combat experience of Level 6 Heavy Armored Infantry. Infantry Cavalry Synergy, Under Seal. Heavy Armor Mastery, Under Seal. Weapon Mastery, Under Seal. Siege, Under Seal. Looking at the information about these ghost soldiers in front of him, Gushi almost understood what the previous ghost soldier said, that they were about to dissipate. Without Gushi's arrival, these ghost soldiers might not be able to last for long. However, Gushi still didn't understand. What did their combat experience refer to? Was it their level during their lifetime? Gushi, confused, walked up to a weak ghost soldier holding a warhorse. How should I help you? The ghost soldier raised his head and glanced at Gushi. If we wash away our original identities and change our profession, we can still fight. After hearing this, Gushi was silent for a moment. I know your situation. You are all in a ghost state now, right? All the ghost queens nodded. Their situation was truly a ghost state. It just so happens that there is a ghost power tower built in my city. It is used to replenish the power of ghosts. You go there first and replenish some power. After that, stay in my city. What about you cavalrymen? I have an idea. I have an architectural design drawing of the Blue Temple in my hand, and I am currently working on the construction rules. This fits your situation just fine. The Blue Knights trained in the Blue Temple are ghost cavalry wearing heavy armor. Now that you have ghost cavalry, I believe you can dig out the heavy armor. As long as the Blue Temple is built, you can all transfer to become Blue Knights. I believe that by then all your combat experience can be utilized. Then Gushi looked at the weaker infantry and auxiliary soldiers. If Gushi can immediately set up a training camp for the cavalry, then there is nothing Gushi can do about the infantry and auxiliary troops in front of him. In fact, their best direction is naturally the Black Guard. If not, The undead troops transformed from other infantry can also be used. But the problem is that the roots of the ghost troops in Gu Shi's hands have been fixed. It would be a waste to convert them all into ghosts. There is no other suitable route for them. Facing them, Gu Shi could only say, "As for you, I have no way to guarantee whether we can find a suitable transformation route later. But one thing is for sure. The Ghost Power Tower can replenish the energy you need. To prevent you from dissipating like this, you can stay in my city until I find a suitable idea." These ghost soldiers didn't have any objections to Gu Shi's arrangements. Anyway, they were about to dissipate. And staying there was no longer a matter of staying. Moreover, Gu Shi also gave them hope. At least the Ghost Electric Tower gave them energy, which could ensure that they would not dissipate so quickly, allowing them to wait for the opportunity that Gu Shi mentioned. So these ghost soldiers quickly entered the Steel City Gate and returned to Aladovi City. When they left, Gu Shi transferred another group of troops from Aladovi City. Wang Lijing, now is the time to play your final role. The soil on the ground has been dug up. I hope you can find all the armor buried underground and sort them out. If you can't do this, then just be a ghost. Wang Lijing on the side already knew that he was completely defeated in the competition with Wu Lu and Du Yuan. Although he didn't know why Gu Shi would give him a chance, he knew that he couldn't miss the opportunity in front of him. So he stepped forward decisively and said, "Sir, please rest assured. I will definitely take care of things here and ensure that all the armors are found." Gu Shi thought for a moment, and then said, "Just find armor, weapons, etc. Let's sort out the bodies and bury them." Hearing this, Wang Lijing looked unbelieving. He has already seen that Gu Shi is a person who has mastered the power of the undead. Corpses are also quite important materials for Gu Shi. He thought Gu Shi asked him to handle this matter just to take away all the corpses. Now that Gu Shi said this, he wanted to give up those corpses. However, Wang Lijing's mind was moving very quickly. He understood immediately that it was not what he wanted to do, but what Gu Shi said. If Gu Shi is willing to bury these corpses again, then he can just let these people who have been dead for more than 1,000 years be buried in peace. So Wang Lijing quickly agreed. "Sir, please rest assured. I will take care of everything. Sir, after they are buried, do you want to set up a monument for them?" "No, there's no need. Just bury it." Gu Shi shook his head and left a large number of ordinary skeletons here to help Wang Lijing dig the valley. At the same time, troops from the bone-cutting battalion were left to guard here. After arranging all this, Gu Shi called Wu Lu and took him towards the mountain temple. Wu Lu also understood Gu Shi's idea at this time, which was to arrange for the mountain god. If the ghost soldiers hadn't appeared before, maybe he would have become a mountain god now. For the sake of the mountain god's position, Wu Lu quickly followed Gu Shi. While floating, he was talking to Gu Shi about the future development direction of the mountain temple. The greatest role of the mountain temple in front of you is gone. The Yin soldiers in the valley have been let go by Gu Shi, and there is no longer any need for the mountain gods to suppress them in this valley. So what can the mountain god do in the future? He can't just call himself the mountain god in the mountain temple, and just play there by himself. So Wu Lu had to ask this matter clearly. At least, he had to know what Gu Shi wanted to do by leaving him behind. And Gu Shi happened to want to ask about these things. As they walked towards the mountain temple, Gu Shi asked directly, "Wu Lu, what do you think the mountain gods can do?" Wu Lu's heart skipped a beat, and he said quickly, "Sir, I heard from my old mountain god that as a mountain god, you can actually sort out the earth's energy and collect resources in the mountains." Chapter 593, The Role of the Mountain God. Because he was afraid that Gu Shi would say he was useless. When Gu Shi asked what the mountain god could do, Wu Lu racked his brains and came up with an answer. This statement made Gu Shi look at Wu Lu in surprise. "Oh, what did the old mountain god and the tiger do before?" The old mountain god has a nurturing spirit, and he has a miniature spiritual vein there. If it is not forcibly excavated, it can provide about 30 yuan of spiritual stones every year, which can be regarded as extra income. The old mountain god relied on this to raise a large number of soldiers. The tiger didn't care about this. He didn't live on spiritual stones. He wanted to eat meat. So he raised a large number of deer on the top of the mountain. There were spiritual grasses growing on the mountains. Those deer were also full of spirituality, and were the tiger's favorite. In addition, the old mountain god also has the habit of looking for treasures in the mountains. But the tiger doesn't have that. He just eats. Wu Lu explained the situation here. When Gu Shi heard that there were mineral veins in the mountain, wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Spiritual stone mine? No. It's not a spiritual stone mine. It's a miniature spiritual energy vein. Every year when the spiritual energy gathers together, about 30 spiritual stones will be formed, which is not a large number. Wu Lu quickly explained as soon as he heard this. This thing must be explained clearly. After all, things like Lingshire mine are quite valuable. If Gu Shi really thought that there was a spirit stone mine here, and Wu Lu couldn't hand it over in the end, then he, the mountain god, would be unsettled. Oh, it's not a mine. Gu Shi was somewhat disappointed. But he did not blame Wu Lu. Instead, he took out a portion of the negative energy and transformed it into something like a coin. I don't know the measurement unit here. How much can 30 spirit stones be exchanged for this kind of thing? Wu Lu took over the negative energy, just felt it, and said decisively, 1 piece of spiritual stone can be exchanged for 10,000 copies of this kind of thing. 300,000? Gu Shi calculated in his mind. That's about 800 negative energies, equivalent to a not-so-complete gold mine, which is not bad. In this way, no matter how much I produce each year, I will take 20 spiritual stones and leave the rest at the mountain temple to be used as resources for the development and construction of the mountain temple. Ah, thank you, sir. As soon as Wu Lu heard this, he understood the meaning of Gu Shi's words. It was a good thing that Gu Shi did not take away all the resources. At this time, Gu Shi said again, besides this miniature spiritual vein, what else is there? Please tell me in detail. I will tell you this. I will use this mountain temple as a resource point in the future. Yes. So please report all the resources to me. Gu Shi directly pointed out the role of the mountain temple without letting Wu Lu guess. When Wu Lu heard this, he immediately told everything he knew about the situation. Yes. 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 I have been following 2 generations of mountain gods. I know everything in the mountain gods' territory. Halfway through, Wu Lu suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Gu Shi turned around and asked curiously. No. Sir. Before, the mountain gods only controlled the locations outside the valley. They never touched the locations near the valley. I don't know much about the situation there. Gu Shi understood what Wu Lu was referring to as soon as he heard it. That was the core location of the House of Flying Daggers battle. Neither the old mountain god nor the tiger had any idea of coming over. Now only Gu Shi and the others know that the ghost soldiers who suppressed them here have left. So this is an undeveloped virgin land. No one knows what is buried underground here. Moreover, because of the blood sacrifices of more than 1,000 years and the burial of countless corpses, no one knows what has happened underneath. This requires the mountain god to develop and handle it himself. This is why Wu Lu found a mission for himself and found a mountain god to exist. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's eyes changed when he looked at Wu Lu. He could push Wu Lu to the position of mountain god, but he also had to be able to stand firm. It is now obvious that Wu Lu is a person who has some quick wits and some brains. So it does not seem to be a wrong choice to make him a mountain god. So Gu Shi made arrangements around this point. When Gu Shi brought Wu Lu to the mountain temple, he had already arranged everything. After entering the underworld area of the mountain temple, old Wu's eyes widened. The mountain temple, which was originally enlarged 100 times and covered over 100 acres, has now completely changed. All the tents that had been built in a mess had been bulldozed. The ground was covered with vermilion soil. It was obvious that all the soil came from the valley where the Yin soldiers were sealed and suppressed. This soil spread a thick layer on the ground, turning the entire mountain temple area into vermilion. In the middle of this area, the original big bluestone is gone, and a huge tiger's skin of more than 3,000 square meters is spread on the ground. If you get closer, you can see that this tiger's skin is made up of the skins of many tigers. But now the heavy blood on the tiger's skin was mixed with the red mud on the ground, which directly raised the temperature of the mountain temple in front of him by several degrees. Some undead souls, who are not very strong, may not be able to stand firmly here. When Wu Lu stood up, he could even feel the heat coming from his feet. He looked at Gu Shi in surprise. The meaning is very obvious. Sir, is it really okay for you to play like this? Okay. Hurry up and get there. I'll be waiting for you. Gu Shi ignored Wu Lu's gaze and took Wu Lu to the place where the large bluestone was placed before. At this time, Wu Lu discovered that a large pit had been dug here, and the large bluestone the size of the mountain temple outside had been buried under the pit. On the big bluestone, there were the tiger's flesh and blood, and the corpse of the mountain god that had not been eaten up. The iron awl that brought Gu Shi and now appeared in Gu Shi's hand again. Ready or not? Gu Shi glanced at Wu Lu. Wu Lu groaned, and then quickly said, everything is ready. Gu Shi then pushed the iron cone a little deeper into the pit. You have occupied a territory. Please name this territory. Gu Shi also considered this issue. He initially wanted to call this place the Mountain Temple. But there are too many mountain temples in this world. So it is not appropriate to call them mountain temples directly. Samsara Mountain or Mountain God Territory are not suitable either. The name of Samsara Mountain was given by the Dafeng dynasty. And Shanshanling is related to the mountain god. Neither can reflect the style of the territory in front of me. Gu Shi has been struggling with this matter. Until now. He still hasn't thought of a suitable name. As soon as this prompt came out, Gu Shi simply closed his eyes and said casually, "Name this place Blood Sacrifice Ridge." Chapter 594 New Territory, Blood Sacrifice Ridge. As Gu Shi named the territory in front of him, a voice came to his ears. The Blood Sacrifice Ridge was successfully occupied, and the construction of the assembly hall began. Then Gu Shi saw that the big bluestone in the pit was melting like metal, and it was quickly devouring the tiger's flesh and blood and the unfinished golden body of the mountain god. The melted bluestone did not directly raise a meeting hall or something on the spot, but turned into blue light and quickly spread around. The vermilion soil and tiger's skin on the ground turned into stone slabs. The vermilion soil turned into vermilion stone slabs. The tiger's skin becomes tiger skin growing on stone slabs, which feels as natural as grass growing on a parking space. After everything was transformed, Qing Wang quickly returned to its original position and built a building that was half green and half red. This building is like the mountain temple hall that Gu Shi saw before, with a layout of 4 beams, 8 columns and 3 compartments. Pushing open the door and entering the main hall, there was no golden statue of the mountain god or anything else, but a large square table covered with tiger skin. Everything about Blood Sacrifice Ridge is placed on the square table. The construction of the meeting hall is completed. The Blood Sacrifice Ridge is level 1. And a garrison hero, mountain god, can be promoted. Gu Shi stepped into the hall first, turned around and waved to Wu Lu. "You come in first." Wu Lu walked into the hall with his head lowered, waiting for Gu Shi's order honestly. "I now appoint you as the resident hero of Blood Sacrifice Ridge. That is, the mountain god. From now on, you will be responsible for me and manage the Blood Sacrifice Ridge and the nearby territory." As Gu Shi spoke, he handed the iron all in his hand to Wu Lu's hand. The next moment, there was a ding in Gu Shi's ear. "Would you like to transform the ghost in front of you into a garrison hero mountain god?" Transformation. Transformation completed. Mountain god Wu Lu, level 4 hero, joins your team. Mountain god Wu Lu, level 4. Summon object. Undead hero experience, 0/7500. Attack 3. Defense 2. Life 45. Mana 40. Talent, mountain god, fighting in the mountain forest. Every time the level increases by 1 level, attack and defense of the troops he leads +1. Skills, Ghost Lord, can turn dead enemies into ghosts through soul calling. Garrison, attack and defense +3 for defensive battles in the Blood Sacrifice Ridge. Leader, can command at the same time 80 soldiers +7 boss troops. As Wu Lu completed the transformation, his body became much more solid, although it was still translucent like a ghost in the end. It didn't look like it was about to be blown away by the wind like before. At the same time, his color is no longer as blue as before, but a blue with light gold. It feels like 2 different materials are mixed into the glass. The most important thing is that he is already wearing a tiger skin coat and holding a 2-pronged fork in his hand. Some look like a hunter and some look like a temple blessing. Gu Shi simply ignored his incongruous attire. What he was more concerned about were Wu Lu's skills. "How do you feel now?" "Great. I feel like the whole city is in my control now." "What about the Ghost Master?" "You are not a tiger. So what kind of ghost do you control?" "No. Sir, I can use necromancy. But this ghost is not like the ghost of the tiger. It is more like recruiting servants. And there are not many of them. After all, I can't run outside all the time. Someone has to keep an eye on things outside. Almost every time I level up, I can recruit 5 ghosts independently." Gu Shi thought for a while, and then nodded, understanding the situation. This is almost equivalent to being able to recruit bosses independently. And if that's the case, that's okay. Then Gu Shi walked to the square table and picked up the information placed on the table. At this time, the situation at Blood Sacrifice Ridge appeared in front of Gu Shi. City name, Blood Sacrifice Ridge. City direction, Resource Point. City characteristics. Pure Yang Ghostland, the undead are produced here and have certain resistance to pure Yang things such as sunlight, cinnabar, and dog blood. City level, Level 1, 1/3. Core buildings, 1/4 assembly hall, gives 500 negative energy points every day. Warehouse, not completed. Barrack/market, choose one of two. Not completed. Tavern, not completed. Special buildings, Tiger Square. Pure yang floor tiles. Large buildings, 0/2 bone temple, not built. Sloping roof, not built. Medium-sized buildings, 0/4 owl building, not yet built. Dark prison, not yet built. Altar of eternal slavery, not yet built. Twisted digital street, not yet built. Small buildings, 0/8 corroded moat, not yet built. Iron City Gate, not yet built. Eagle Eye Arrow Tower, not yet built. Carriage Station, not yet built. Iron-Blooded Assembly Point, not yet built. Victory Tower Magic Fountain, not yet built. Campus Radio Station, not yet built. Energy Lighthouse, not yet built. Auxiliary Buildings, 0/12 none. Garrison Hero, Mountain God Wooloo. Garrison Troops, none. Gushi discovered that in addition to the map in front of him, there were also architectural design drawings of these buildings on the table. It can be seen that several architects have copied the architectural design drawings in Gushi's hands and placed them all here. The resident heroes at Blood Sacrifice Ridge don't need to think too much at all. They just need to develop in the direction set by Gushi. The architectural designers even divided the locations and lined up the buildings for all the buildings. Wooloo only had to follow the layout. Flipping further down, Gushi found something else underneath. It was a map centered on Blood Sacrifice Ridge and expanding outwards. Gushi could tell that this was the last thing left by the architects. If Gushi is in the core building and chooses the market instead of the barracks, then some nearby wild resource points need to be processed here. But now this map is empty. At least there are no resource points displayed on the map in front of me. At this time, Gushi simply didn't give Wooloo a chance to react. He said to Wooloo, "Wooloo, please deal with this matter first. You see, this is where we are now, which is the location of Blood Sacrifice Ridge. I will temporarily assign 7 skeleton troop units to you. You need to run through all the nearby resource points. The ones you mentioned before. Those who have possessions will occupy them all. If you need help guarding or developing the area, please write it down, and I will arrange for you to do so. As for those scoundrels who were with you before, you have 20 ghosts now. See if you can use them and keep them. I will send the rest to Aladovi City." Chapter 595. Travel to the Ghost Village. After arranging everything on the Blood Sacrifice Ridge, Gushi let go and threw all the matters here on the head of the mountain god Wooloo. Gushi himself led his troops back to the valley. At this time, most of the things in the valley had been dug out. The red soil was gone, and various armors and weapons were piled aside. The bodies were buried on both sides of the valley, in as shady a place as possible. When he saw Gushi coming, Wan Legion quickly went to greet him. "Sir, you see, everything has been dug out. There must be more down there. But everything in the main area is here." As soon as Gushi took a look at the scene, he realized that Wan Legion had not lied to him. Wan Legion is different from Du Yuan, Wooloo and others. He is the kind of person who doesn't have any opinions of his own. But as long as you give him a scope, he can get things done. If this kind of person is turned into a hero, the best option is to let him circle around resource points to collect materials. When there is no way to turn him into a hero, let him be a supervisor. Anyway, Aladovi City just needs such manpower. You're doing well. I've seen your ability. I'll give you 2 teams of men, and you can search for them from this valley. You must also find the corpses of those who died outside the valley. The armors will be sent to the Blood Sacrifice Ridge, and all the corpses will be sent to this valley for burial." Looking at Wan Legion with an honest look on his face, Guzilia quickly made a decision. At the same time, he waved his hand, and his undead men began to transport all the various armors dug up by Wan Legion back to Aladovi City. Wan Legion did not dare to say anything about Gushi's arrangement at this time, because all the red soil in the nearby valley had been dug out. Du Yuan was also free. Seeing Wan Legion's appearance, Du Yuan immediately stepped forward and said, "Sir, the valley of Samsara Mountain has been cleared. Do we need to clear the road in this valley next?" In the past, the valley was full of gloom and suppressed by the mountain god Tiger. Businessmen did not pass by here, but preferred to take a 1,000-mile detour and go outside the mountain. That is to say, I was passing through this valley because I was greedy for a shortcut and accidentally recited a poem. As a result, I was bitten to death by a tiger. Now that the tiger is dead and the suppressed evil spirit in the valley has been cleared, this place has become a smooth road. Sir, We can build a road here to connect the valley. Then we can send someone here to collect tolls from the caravans, which can also be considered as an income. After listening to Yuan's words, Gushi just smiled and said, "It is easy to build the road. But once this road is built, it will be a bit troublesome for me. Blood Sacrifice Ridge has not yet completed its control of the nearby mountainous area. At this time, with the undead under my command, it only takes about 3 days to build a road. But what about after that? Invite outsiders in? Let others occupy this vacant space." Gushi shook his head. In the area ahead, as long as there was a city, it would be fine. He didn't want to attract unnecessary enemies to himself before he had control of this area. Yuan immediately shut his mouth when he heard this. He knew that what he thought was still too simple. However, he glanced at the valley in front of him and felt somewhat regretful. If the road in this valley is repaired, the caravan can save at least 3 days of traveling through this valley. If the roads at both ends are blocked, the tolls can be collected skyrocketing. Gushi didn't know what Yuan was thinking. If he knew, he would have to think about what Yuan did before. Maybe he used to have a nickname called Jid Wishing. However, Yuan's words still reminded Gushi that although it was not realistic to build a road to connect the valley in front of him, it was a good idea to build a road directly to the Blood Sacrifice Ridge. Gushi still has the blood of an infrastructure madman in his bones. The reason why he denied Yuan's previous plan was because Gushi didn't have enough control over the area in front of him. Building the road now would be tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. Gushi would not do this without stabilizing everything here. But building a road leading to the Blood Sacrifice Ridge was beneficial to Gushi. As soon as Gushi thought of this, he decisively ordered, "Yuan, you are free now. You can build a road from here to the Blood Sacrifice Ridge, and I will arrange new undead for you. As for how to repair it, I arranged for an architect to follow the team, and he would do whatever he said he wanted to do." Gushi thought carefully and finally made a decision. Yuan was about to say that he was also good at road construction. But looking at Gushi's expression, he finally shut his mouth obediently. Soon all the armors dug up by Wang Li were sent back to Aladovi City. Gushi waved his hand and closed the steel city gate. After closing the city gate, Gushi turned to Yuan and Wang Lijing and said, "Okay, you all go do your thing." Wang Lijing reacted quickly and left with the undead arranged for him by Gushi. Yuan still hesitated. In his opinion, this was not what he wanted. He doesn't have to become a mountain god. That's because his goal is to become a strategist under Gushi. It's enough to let him do this kind of chore once. And now he is asked to do it. Doesn't this mean he looks down on scholars like him who can go to Beijing to take the exam? Just when Yuan wanted to tell Gushi what a great plan he had, he found that Gushi had already left with his men. Gushi didn't have time to talk to Yuan here about so many things. The Blood Sacrifice Ridge has been built, and this area has been handed over to the mountain god Wulu. But he still has many things to deal with. The place Gushi was going to now was the only ghost village among the original 6 villages in this mountainous area. Wulu himself had never been to that location. At most, he knew the location of the ghost village. At the same time, I know that the ghost village disappeared a long time ago. As for what was in the ghost village and why it disappeared, he had no idea. When Wulu heard that Gushi was going to the ghost village, he wanted to lead the troops there himself. But Gushi was still counting on Wulu to find nearby resource points. So he stopped him. Gushi led his troops to go to the ghost village for a tour. See if there are any ghosts there. If there are neutral undead there, Gushi can make another wave of profits. So after arranging things here, Gushi went directly on the road. Yuan was full of words. But before he could say anything, Gushi had already turned around and left. By the time Yuan reacted, Gushi, who was driving the evil coffin, had already gone away. Chapter 596, The Mutated Ghost Village. The ghost village is located directly east of the valley, where the mountainous area comes in from the east. This is also a key place for connecting this mountainous area to the outside world. It can be said that if this village was not a ghost village but a normal village, the place in front of us might have already been overpopulated and turned from a village into a town. But this is a ghost village, which not only restricts the development of the village's population, but also prevents the entry of external forces. Normal people, no matter if they are a caravan or something else, would not want to pass by such a ghost village. When Gushi came here, it happened to be dark. He stood on a nearby hilltop and looked at the ghost village below. At this time, Gushi finally understood why Wulu didn't know about the ghost village and said that he could recognize it at a glance. The entire village in front of me has the opposite feng shui of a normal village. A normal village would be built on the south side of the mountain and north of the water, on the sunny side. But here it is just the opposite. The entire village is built on the shady side of the hillside. Even if the sun is still in the sky, there will not be much sunlight in the village. Normally, there will be a pond in front of the village. But the pond in this village is located behind the village, as if the pond is hidden behind the village. But everything was fine. What really made Gushi feel that the village in front of him was strange was that the ghost village was obviously no longer there. But when he stood on the top of the mountain and looked up and down, Gushi found that the village was brightly lit. There are vermilion lanterns lit in front of every house, and no one knows who made them. By the light in front of him, Gushi noticed that in addition to the old houses where villagers lived, there were also many things in the village that should not belong to the village. For example, the stage in the southwest corner of the village and the inn in the northeast are not what a normal small village should have. Although he didn't understand what the situation was, he had already come here, so Gushi would not leave like this. After patting the evil coffin gently, Gushi left the mountain and headed towards the ghost village. As the evil coffin moved downwards, Gushi noticed that the situation on the nearby hilltops seemed to be changing. The mountains and forests are receding, and the villages are growing larger. The ghost village that originally looked like it could only accommodate more than 30 households on the mountain slowly turned into a small town covering an area of more than 100 acres as Gushi got closer. This situation is not much different from the blood sacrifice ridge, where the mountain temple changed. This made Gushi's heart tighten, wondering if the ghost village in front of him still needed another battle. Just when Gushi was about to release the city gate and call for troops to attack, the evil coffin had already rushed into the ghost village along the gate. After entering the ghost village, Gushi found that the entire ghost village was empty, without any human habitation, and there was no yin or ghost energy around it. It felt like a village that had just been built, and no one had moved in yet. Everything is new. Even the floor is spotless. If ordinary people discovered such a situation, they would have been frightened. But Gushi had experienced the very beginning of Aladovi City. He felt at first glance that the village in front of him was dead. The death here does not mean that the village is inhabited by ghosts, but like the situation of Aladovi City in Luna, the village is dead. This feeling made Gushi's eyes freeze. He raised his left hand and said to the special mirror hanging on his wrist, "Luna, this city is dead. Do you want to come and take a look?" Upon hearing the news from Gushi, the special mirror lit up, and Luna appeared in front of Gushi with the help of the power of the strange mirror space. As soon as she appeared, Luna glanced around. This city is not dead. It's alive. But why do I always feel like the city is dead? Although he believed in Luna's judgment, Gushi still asked curiously, because the ghost village in front of him gave him a feeling really similar to the feeling Gushi had when he first entered Aladovi City. Everything around was filled with dead silence. I don't know. The city in front of me gives people a very weird feeling. But I can be sure that this city is not dead. Luna looked around. As an elf from Aladovi City, Luna knew exactly what the dead city should look like. The city in front of her was just empty. Not dead. Her judgment was not wrong. Regarding Luna's judgment, Gushi immediately chose to believe it. If this city is not dead, then you still have to look for it to see if there are any hidden ghosts or something. But just as Gushi was about to move forward, a sharp whistle sounded. Gushi felt a chill all around him, as if he was being stared at by countless people, and his body became a little stiff. Gushi understood that someone was targeting him. Without thinking much, the shadow of the steel city gate appeared behind him. But at this moment, Luna clearly felt something. She quickly stopped her loudly, "Sir!" But it was already too late. The steel city gate fell in the middle of the ghost village. In the next moment, all the lanterns in the ghost village turned from red to white. Then a large number of people appeared in the ghost village. All these figures were half floating in the air, with pale faces, staring in Gushi's direction. As soon as these figures appeared, Gushi felt his life force drain away rapidly, as if his life force had been sucked away by something. Gushi also felt a little regretful at this time. When he prepared the magic potion before, he only considered his own fighting habits, and the magic potion used to replenish his mana took up most of it. As for vitality, Gushi has not thought about it that much at all. In his mind, he still has a scapegoat hanging around his waist. As long as he is not killed, he can ask Isabella to come over to replenish his blood at any time. There is no need to make a magic potion for blood replenishment. As a result, Gushi was immediately speechless when he encountered such a situation. While Gushi was complaining in his mind, he was quickly thinking about how to deal with the current situation. At this time, Gushi noticed that Luna had already rushed in one direction. Looking in the direction in which Luna rushed, Gushi noticed that at the position where Luna rushed, a huge tree burst out of the air, forming a green humanoid creature. Its body is burly, 18 meters high, like an ancient giant. The trunk of this human-shaped tree is densely covered with layers of leaves, like a gorgeous green robe. Under the cover of this layer of leaves, there are countless black jars hanging, each one full of mystery and weirdness. When the wind blows through the leaves, those black jars hanging on the trees suddenly release a white powder. When this powder is sprinkled, it has a strange sweet aroma, but it is a bit stiff. What surprised Gushi the most was not this, but the fact that all the figures that appeared in the ghost village had a silk thread on their heads, connected to the black jar in the white powder. Chapter 597, Temporary Upgrade to Level 6. That's the urn. As soon as he saw the scene in front of him, Gushi immediately made a judgment. At the same time, he took a look at his bloodline, raised the cold wind staff decisively, and pointed in the direction of the big tree. Corpse explosion. Boom! An urn exploded under the leaves of a big tree. As the urn was blown up, one of the figures fell to the ground from a semi-floating state on the spot, lying motionless. Gushi was about to say that he had discovered the other party's weakness, but he felt a sense of emptiness in his body. His life was being drained out of him at a faster rate. If his life could last for 1 minute before, now it's less than half a minute. At this time, Gushi didn't have any fear. He immediately called out Isabella. But before Isabella arrived, Gushi raised the cold wind staff and pointed in the direction of the tree again. Death incarnate. After saying this, Gushi didn't care about anything else and yelled immediately, "Upgrade!" By the time he finished shouting this sentence, his health had dropped to about 20 points. If it was just a little bit more, his life would be reset to 0. Activating the effect of the substitute doll he was carrying, your level is raised to level 6, which will replenish life and magic power. Clear all adverse conditions. Increase physical fitness by 1. And select 2 of the following 5 skills as rewards. Serial Corpse Explosion, Advanced Skill. Can be upgraded. You need to master the level 4 Secondary Corpse Explosion, or the level 1 Corpse Explosion, or the level 1 Continuous Fireball. It consumes 50 mana points. You can use 1 corpse to perform Corpse Explosion. The explosion power is 250% of the corpse's vitality. After the corpse explosion is completed, if there are still corpses nearby, you can continue to detonate the corpse. The power of detonating the corpse again is only 100% of the corpse's vitality. Death Wave, Advanced Skill. Can be upgraded. Needs to master Death Ripple level 3 to learn. Consumes 55 mana points. Changes the Death Ripple from all directions to the specified direction. The power is 1.5 times of the Death Ripple. Flame Arms, a combination skill that can be upgraded. You need to master both Tendrils of the Dead level 2 and Flame Trap level 2 before you can learn it. A large number of arms with flames extend from the ground, dragging the enemy underground and then triggering an explosion. The power of the explosion is equivalent to that of the Flame Trap. Dead Witch Summoning, the exclusive skill of the Dead Witch Lord, which can be upgraded and consumes 50 mana points. It temporarily summons 10 necromancers from the void. The level does not exceed the user's level, and cooperates with the user to use various undead spirits. Spells. Spirit Gathering Magic, a professional skill that can be upgraded and consumes 30 mana points. It can resurrect one's own undead troops on the battlefield. The number that can be resurrected is equivalent to the player's intelligence value. Gushi didn't pay too much attention to the information that popped up in front of him. At this moment, Gushi was more concerned about the fact that his lifespan had not deteriorated any further. It seems that the upgrade just now not only replenished his life, but also cleared away the negative status. At least the big tree couldn't suck Gushi's blood anymore. After making this discovery, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and was in a mood to check out the skills he could choose from. After glancing at the 5 skills, Gushi made a decisive choice. Serial Corpse Explosion and Death Witch Summoning. Gushi can no longer think about the future now. Gushi will choose whatever is needed on the battlefield in front of him. After making his choice, Gushi immediately added a ghost battlefield to the 2 death incarnations, who were already rushing towards the tree. Then he released the bone canopy again. After preparing his own defense, Gushi raised the cold wind staff. When the magic was released, 10 necromancers wearing gray robes and skull masks came out. They carried short staffs made of bones in one hand, and lanterns made of skulls in the other. After walking out, they all bowed their heads to Gushi. Gushi ignored them, and said to them, "Come, let's set off a series of corpse explosions with me." After saying that, Gushi pointed at the urn on the big tree, and the serial corpse explosion was activated on the spot. Compared with the secondary corpse explosion, the power of the serial corpse explosion is not much improved. But there is a characteristic here. That is, when the explosion of the corpse explosion affects nearby corpses, the serial corpse explosion will detonate other corpses. This series of corpse explosions will not stop until all the corpses are blown up. Therefore, in the eyes of the necromancer, chain corpse explosion is a very wasteful spell. If given a choice, Gushi would not choose serial corpse explosions as the direction this time. But now Gushi had no choice. Considering the situation of the big tree in front of him, only serial corpse explosions are the best way to deal with him. So Gushi immediately pointed at the urn on the big tree, where a series of corpse explosions were placed one after another. The necromancers who were temporarily summoned by Gushi didn't need to think about anything at all. They just needed to follow and cooperate. So the big tree kept hearing explosions like firecrackers. Because all the urns are filled with ashes, their vitality is actually not very high. A single explosion may not cause much damage, but it cannot hold up to the large number here. These urns exploded one after another, causing damage to the tree. At the same time, because these urns exploded, the figures that suddenly appeared fell to the ground one by one. Gushi noticed that there was a green light above their heads. This shows that they have changed from an uncontrolled state back to their original undead state. Now they are considered friendly and neutral undead to Gushi. This made Gushi even more satisfied. He took a step forward and faced another wave of corpses exploding towards the tree. With the cooperation of the necromancers, it was too late for Dashu to use the previous tricks to drain Gushi's blood. Gushi kept moving between the necromancers in order to prevent the enemies from locking onto him, and also to be able to hit the urns behind the big tree. As Gushi circled around the big tree, the two incarnations of death had already rushed to the vicinity of the big tree. The incarnation of death, the bone dragon, immediately flew to the top of the big tree and sprayed the death dragon's breath at the crown of the tree. The incarnation of death, the god of death, released a curse on the body of the big tree, and at the same time, the sickle of despair slashed at the root of the big tree. When the knife was cut, it hit the most critical root of the tree, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the ground like oil erupting. When Gushi saw this situation, he suddenly understood something in his heart. He did not release a series of corpse explosions, but pointed his hand at the spot where the blood spurted out, and hit the soul summoning tower heavily, just blocking the blood. Above. Chapter 598. Sorry. I got angry. Come again! The blood that gushed out from the ground was suppressed by the soul summoning tower, and could not burst out. The blood that had nowhere to go flowed into the soul summoning tower, and began to be absorbed by the tower. At the beginning, only a part of Gushi's soul summoning tower was vermilion, which was used to absorb and store souls. Now that he is affected by this blood, the situation becomes different. First, the periphery of the soul calling tower turned vermilion, and then a large amount of bright red moss grew at the base of the soul calling tower. Then strips of crimson vines grew out of the ground and began to wrap around the soul calling tower. After a while, bright red flowers bloomed on the vines. But the big tree seemed to have lost the most important thing, and it was obviously withering a lot. Taking this opportunity, the incarnation of death, the god of death, quickly moved in another direction. With a Desanap and Fear Fangs in his hands constantly attacking the surface of the big tree. After tearing open the skin, humanized blood vessels were exposed underneath the tree. At this time, the bone dragon, the incarnation of death that fell from the sky, glared, and the melting light shot out, hitting these blood vessels. With the two incarnations of death bleeding out, the tree's last bit of life was drained away. As the explosion sound on the big tree slowly stopped, the big tree's figure slowly slid down, and finally fell heavily to the ground. The place where the big tree fell was just behind the ghost village, and the head of the fallen tree directly fell into the pond. At this moment, Gushi heard a ding 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 sound in his ears. You killed the ghost village tree ghost clapper, level 13. And you gained 7,315 experience points, experience plus 5%. The alienated town object is killed, and the blocked Huangquan road is opened. Temporary tasks can be accepted. Your soul summoning tower absorbs soul melting blood. Its quality is improved, and its level is raised to level 2. You have saved a large number of ghost village residents, and have been recognized by the ghost village residents. Some villagers want to join you. I would like to ask if you are willing to accept it. looking at the information that popped up in front of him. Gu Shi also had a smile on his face. Although this battle was a bit dangerous, the rewards were still good, not to mention other things. The quality of the soul summoning tower has been improved and upgraded, which saved Gu Shi a lot of time and resources. Not to mention the fact that the residents of the ghost village joined him. Received. Luna, you handle this. You have conquered 3,339 residents of the ghost village, and the Death Lord's experience has increased by 39 points. Ghost village residents, level 1. Summoned object experience, 0/150. Attack 1. Defense 1. Life 6. Skills. Labor, these are undead farmers. They can adapt to any job. Gathering, when residents gather and live together, some new residents will always be attracted to join. It's a good population. But it's obvious that some of the most important members of the group didn't join. Luna took a look at the attributes of the residents of the ghost village, then looked up at some figures who had just gotten up not far away. Among those figures, there were obviously some who were different from the residents of the ghost village. One of them got up from the ground and took care of his clothes, as if his clothes were more important than others. An old man of unknown age was hunched over, staring at Gu Shi not far away. There was also a woman who had obviously changed a lot of layers of skin, looking at Gu Shi with peach blossom eyes. It can be seen that they are the strongest beings in the ghost village, and the ghost village residents surrounding them should be their direct subordinates. Gu Shi still has a way to deal with these undead souls who have a good impression but are unwilling to join Gu Shi's men. It's just communication. Gu Shi is not afraid of communicating with the undead souls, as long as the undead can talk. They are good undead. Gu Shi pointed at Luna. Luna, take them back, and ask the ghost team to come over. Transport the big tree back, and throw it into the magic plant area. I think this tree is interesting. Luna smiled. She understood what Gu Shi was planning to do. On the one hand, the residents of the ghost village here are going to be taken back. On the other hand, Gu Shi wants to use the number of Bai Wuchang to suppress the ghosts in the ghost village. Let them understand who saved them from things like ghost clapping. Look at the ghosts who were carried away and clap their hands. And then think about your attitude towards Gu Shi. You'd better have some face. Think about it. Gu Shi can kill this ghost clapping hands. He can also kill them. Don't be shameless. Understanding Gu Shi's thoughts, Luna tacitly took away those ghost village residents who were willing to join Gu Shi. At the same time, a large number of Bai Wuchang flew out from the steel city gate released by Gu Shi. They floated in front of the fallen tree ghost clapping his hands. Hundreds of Bai Wuchang attacked together, lifted the tree that had been broken into 2 pieces, and dragged it towards the steel city gate. Just as Gu Shi guessed, when they dragged the ghost away and clapped their hands, the residents of the ghost village, who had not chosen to join Gu Shi, huddled up and shivered. When Gu Shi saw it, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, the truth is only within the fist. If you want others to listen to you, you must have the ability to make them obedient. Gu Shi was very dissatisfied with the previous attitude. It's much better now. Gu Shi was about to step forward when the sound of gurgling water suddenly came from the pond where the ghost fell before. Gu Shi immediately turned his head and looked over there. I happened to find some black ghosts emerging from the water. They were wearing black clothes similar to those worn by short fighters, and they were carrying weapons such as knives. When they emerged from the water, they said arrogantly, "What happened to Sujia village? Why hasn't this passage been used for more than 300 years? Did something happen?" Before they finished speaking, they saw tens of thousands of Bai Wuchangs hovering in the sky, and all the Bai Wuchang's eyes were fixed on them. I'm sorry. I woke up a bit violently, and my eyes were blurry. I didn't see anything. All the black ghosts quickly got back into the water. Gu Shi watched their reactions, and then looked up at the situation in the sky. He also knew that something should not be too big. He waved his hand, and except for the Bai Wuchang who was still dragging the ghosts to clap their hands, the other Bai Wuchang quickly returned to Aladovi City through the Steel City Gate. After most of Bai Wuchang retreated, those black ghosts floated up from the pond again. This time, they were not as arrogant as before. Instead, they lowered their heads honestly, landed on the ground with kind expressions, and asked politely in the direction of Gu Shi, "I would like to ask, what happened here? And why has this passage not sent ghosts to H.L. for 300 years? Chapter 599 Temporary Mission. Evil Spirits Blocking the Road. Sir, can you come over and talk?" Gu Shi, who was sitting on the evil coffin, waved to the black ghost. The black ghost raised his head cautiously, And in the next moment, he felt as if he had seen the Ghost King. Even if the person in front of him is not the Ghost King, he still has the same pomp and circumstance as the Ghost King. He was sitting on a gaudy coffin, accompanied by a powerful and huge undead. The huge skeleton made of unknown materials actually held lightning in his hand. Looking further into the distance, a city gate made of steel stood on the spot. Under the city gate, there is a huge white bone dragon, thinking back to the 30 or 50,000 white impermanents staring at them from the sky. These black ghosts didn't even dare to move. When he came to Gushi, he lay down on the ground. I am Li Liangquan, the patrol officer of Huangquan. I am honored to meet you. Sir. Watcher? Gushi asked curiously. Oh, I'm a temporary worker. Seeing the change in Gushi's expression, Li Liangquan immediately explained. Gushi smiled when he heard this. This man was considered a good person. He was afraid of getting angry and embarrassing the underworld soldiers. So he explained it specially. You are very interesting. Get up. Don't be afraid. I also passed by here accidentally and found that this ghost village was occupied by this big tree. All the ghosts had turned into puppets under the big tree. So I took action to deal with it. What did you just say? Big tree? What kind of tree is it? Li Liangquan did not answer Gushi's question, but asked his own question. I don't know. It seems like it's called clapping. Gushi thought about it carefully and found that he seemed to be really not sure what kind of tree the previous tree was. This is very unreasonable. In the knowledge of the dead, there are some things related to tombs, which introduce the most suitable tree species to be planted in cemeteries and graveyards. For a tree species that is obviously problematic like Ghost Clapping Hand, even if it is a nickname, Gushi should have heard of it no matter what. But he found that he didn't even know what kind of tree it was. It seems that's really the case. Seeing Li Liangquan's understanding, Gushi couldn't help but become curious. What happened? This shouldn't be mentioned in the first place. But since you have the status and identity of the Ghost King, you should actually know about it. About 500 years ago, some sporadic passages into Huangquan were blocked. At first, the patrols would go over to deal with them. But as the situation became more and more serious, the patrols were overwhelmed. More than 200 years ago, all the passages for wandering souls scattered in ghost villages, barren tombs, and shadowy valleys had been abandoned. Now only the mountain gods or city gods still have passages into the underworld. It is open once every 15th day to send the souls of the dead into the underworld. The adults here suddenly opened up. So naturally we wanted to come over and take a look. The ghost clapping hands that adults call are actually poplar trees. Wait, what tree did you say ghost clapping is? Gushi interrupted Li Liangquan directly. Poplar tree. Li Liangquan looked confused. He didn't understand why Gushi interrupted him here. At this time, Gushi closed his eyes slightly. Mulberry, willow, poplar, locust, neem. These are the 5 basic tree species. But I forgot them. It seems there must be something wrong behind this. After opening his eyes, Gushi still ignored Li Liangquan. He checked the message that popped up when Qin Shague clapped his hands. Ding! You accidentally opened the blocked Huangquan Road and discovered some secrets about the Huangquan Road. At this time, you can activate a temporary task. Temporary mission, road blocking evil spirit. Mission description, find out the intelligence and information that Huangquan Road is blocked. Task requirement, find out the corresponding information about Huangquan Road being blocked, 0/3, and convey it to the corresponding personnel 0/1. Task reward, reputation and resources of the soul gathering place, corresponding to the ascertained information. Note 1. Please note that Huangquan Road is not blocked only in the ghost village in front of you. Note 2. When you find out the situation, you will encounter some enemies. At the same time, when you enter the soul gathering place, you will already be the mortal enemy of some forces. Note 3. There are many strange things on Huangquan Road. So don't run around on Huangquan Road if you have nothing to do. After reading this temporary task, Gushi looked at Li Liangquan again. What did you just say? The ghost clapping hands are poplar trees. Li Liangquan looked at Gushi with some confusion. I'm asking about the previous sentence. The passage that was occupied by the silent silence suddenly opened. So we came over to see what happened here. Unexpectedly, we met the sir here to open the way. In fact, with your current strength, you don't need to do such a thing. You just need to go to the nearby mountain god or city god and tell them, and they will open the Yellow Spring Road and let you go in and out. I just came to check out the situation in this ghost village. I didn't expect to be attacked here. They took the initiative to attack me. By the way, all the wandering soul passages scattered in the ghost village, desolate graveyard, and dark valley that you mentioned before have been abandoned. Is this what I mean? Yes, all wilderness passages have been abandoned, and all those who enter Huangquan Road through these wilderness passages will not be accepted, Li Liangquan said with certainty. But his words changed. Of course, it is reasonable for a person like you to enter Huangquan Road from anywhere. It's just that you must not attack the gate of H.L. directly. If you want to enter the underworld, you still have to wait at the soul gathering place first. What kind of place is this gathering place for souls? Because the temporary mission was related to the missions and resources at the soul gathering land. Gu Shi naturally had to ask clearly. If there were all things that had nothing to do with him, then Gu Shi wouldn't run away this time. Ah, this is what this soul gathering place is like. Originally, this soul gathering place was actually a place where ghosts coming from unrighteous ways gathered. However, over the past few hundred years, the number of ghosts coming in unrighteous ways has decreased a lot. So this place has become a place of underworld dealings and smuggling. Not right? Gu Shi's reaction was quick. The non-righteous path you mentioned. Are there other ways besides the wandering soul passage you mentioned before? Yes. The royal family has a special passage to and from the underworld, as well as the upper three gates of the Xianjia sect, and the family tombs of the aristocratic family. They are all abnormal passages. All non-righteous ghosts who want to enter the underworld have to wait in a gathering place for the changing of the guard at the gate of H.L. every 3 days. Some people simply stayed at the soul gathering place and started business in the 2 realms of the underworld. With your strength, it is very easy to enter the underworld. But when you go down, please do not attack the gate of H.L. or disrupt the order of the underworld. Chapter 600 The Entrance to Huangquan Suzhou Village. How to enter Huangquan Road. Is it okay to go down from this pool? Gu Shi did not agree to Li Liangquan's request, but walked to the edge of the pond and looked down. At this time, the water in this pool is dark green. When you look down from above, you will see that it is slowly turning into a passage below. Yes, just go in from here. After going down, there is Huangquan Road. After entering, you can go anywhere as long as you don't go back. There is no road on the Huangquan Road. There are roads everywhere. After looking at the pond again, Gu Shi raised his head and turned to look at the residents of the ghost village who had not surrendered to him. Can they stay here until something happens? Regarding Gu Shi's problem, Li Liangquan understood it instantly. Of course not. Although the ghost village is a village made up of ghosts, it just borrows the right place to allow the ghosts to stay here. When the ghost's lifespan is up, they will enter the underworld on their own, pass through the gate of H.L., and enter the underworld. Sir, the ghosts in this village have been lingering in the world for hundreds of years. After listening to Li Liangquan's words, Gu Shi turned to look at the ghost village residents behind him. They all understood the meaning of Gu Shi's words. Now Gu Shi is considering whether they should stay or go. Gu Shi definitely doesn't want an uncontrolled force to appear in his territory. Even this force maintained a friendly attitude towards Gu Shi. Among the residents of the ghost village, the 3 most conspicuous residents looked at each other, and the old man bowed to Gu Shi grandly. Then he took his own tribe and took the initiative to step into the pond and enter Huangquan Road. This group of ghosts are very clear that they have stayed in the human world for too long. Their lifespan has grown so long that they can no longer sustain it. There is no point in staying here any longer. It would be better for them to go to the underworld and embark on their final journey. As the old man left, the playboy who paid great attention to his appearance walked up to Gu Shi. Sir, I am very grateful to you for destroying that big tree and freeing us, but I will not surrender to you. Of course, I also know what you think. I don't belong here in the first place. I will back to where I should be. I have already written down your kindness this time. If you need anything, you can come to me at Dongreshan Wanhua Cave. This is a token. As he spoke, the fancy man handed something into Gu Shi's hand. You got the sword order, blue, of Dongreshan Wanhua Cave. Dongreshan Wanhua Cave sword order, blue can be exchanged for help from Wanhua Cave once, and can borrow at least 5 level 10 warriors from Wanhua Cave. Borrowing troops? Yes. Our Wanhua Cave is the most famous sword sect. You can borrow various sword masters from us. The flower boy nodded and said with certainty. I came here for training, but I accidentally died here. But as long as I can go back, I still have a chance. So don't worry. This will definitely be useful. After saying that, the man over flowers really left with his men. In the end, the only one left was the woman who had changed countless layers of skin. She looked up at Gu Shi. a trace of determination flashing in her peach blossom eyes. My surname is Sue, and Sujia village was built with my surname. I have been staying here since this ghost village was built, sending ghosts to the underworld, and leaving those ghosts who are unwilling to go to the underworld to end up here. One's own longevity. I don't want to go to H.L. I know that time has been delayed for too long. If we don't go down, we won't be able to survive here anymore. But I still don't want to go to H.L. or the underworld. I also ask you to find a suitable burial place for me when we disperse. As the woman spoke, she looked towards the stage in the village. Then she said to Gushi, "Sir, there is nothing wrong with this village. Please don't destroy it." After finishing speaking, a kind of black sand floated out from the woman's eyes. The black sand did not float far in the air, but fell to the ground as soon as she turned her head. At the same time, all the ghosts that followed the woman turned into this black sand. This situation also surprised Gushi. He knew very well what this black sand was. It was the ghost crystal sand left behind after the ghost voluntarily gave up his life. For some people, this may be something like ashes, but for some necromancers, it is the best magical material. It's no wonder that this woman hopes that Gushi can find a suitable burial place for her. She also understood what would happen to her if she gave up everything. If you don't agree in advance, I'm afraid these ghost crystal sands will turn into magic thrown by Gushi. After all, this woman had seen some of Gushi's serial corpse explosions before. When Gushi was hesitating whether to bury the ghost crystal sand as the woman said, he suddenly discovered that when her body completely dissolved, she still left a complete human skin. It seems that this person is not ungrateful. Gushi shook his head, and finally went straight forward and picked up the human skin. You get blood-painted skin, blue. Blood-painted skin, blue human skin that has been repaired and strengthened many times. After wearing it, it can block one's own ghostly aura. Holding this human skin, Gushi was somewhat speechless. If you want a male skin, Gushi might be able to use it. But if you give it to a woman, Gushi might not be able to use it. On the other hand, the boneless wine lady in the tavern kept saying that she wanted to trim the skin, but she never did. I don't know what she is thinking about every day. This skin is just the right thing to send to her. I hope she can bring different changes to the tavern. After shaking the blood-painted skin, Gu Shijing wanted to roll it up, but he found a land deed falling from the blood-painted skin. Gu Shi picked up the land deed and found that it was actually the land deed of Sujia village in front of him. Sujia village covers an area of 109 acres, has no population and cannot be occupied. There are 2 large buildings in stage. For medium-sized buildings, farmland, leather shop, butcher shop, weapon shop, and 4 small buildings, water shops, stalls, rice shops, pharmacies. 2 special buildings, destroyed social trees, Wangquan entrance. Note 1. This is a village that cannot be occupied or taken away. Those who hold the land title can decide whether to open the village or not, but they cannot affect the development of the village. Note 2. The undead who settle in the village will be able to receive corresponding resource supplements and blessings in the village. Looking at the land deed in front of him, Gu Shi frowned. This kind of land deed that could not be occupied seemed a bit strange. The meaning here is that the village in front of you cannot be occupied or destroyed. It can only provide rest for the undead who want to use the passage to enter the underworld. Holding the land deed can at most deny the entry and exit of other undead souls, but it cannot take away the benefits of this place. With such a land deed in hand, Gu Shi hesitated for a while. Chapter 601 Arrangements for the Ghost Village. Someone, go and call Wang Lijing over to me. Gu Shi pondered for a moment, then turned around and gave the order. At the same time, he also started walking around Sujiakan. At this time, Gu Shi also understood why the ghost village of Sujia village was out of control. There is no core building such as a meeting hall in this ghost village. Or perhaps the core of this ghost village is the fallen community tree. There is no meeting hall, and the social tree has mutated and fallen. How can anyone occupy this place? However, after this tour, Gu Shi finally understood the function of the buildings in Sujia village. The stage can condense the ghosts that are about to dissipate, and its function is equivalent to that of a ghost electric tower. It's just that the stage here is for all ghosts, but the ghost electric tower can only be for ghosts. The inn is a place for ghosts to rest. As long as you live in the inn, the number of souls consumed every day will be reduced, and you will not be destroyed by the wind and the sun. As for some other shops, they are used for the ghost's final journey to the underworld. In these shops, ghosts can sell unnecessary things on their bodies, such as skin, flesh, and bones. You can also buy some things that will be useful after entering the Yellow Springs Road, such as food and water, and some herbs that can be used to deal with monsters and demons on the Yellow Springs Road. It can be said that the ghost will make a transit here. After that, he entered Huangquan Road and never came back. This is not a good thing for Gushi. As a necromancer, what he wants is a steady stream of souls. The Sujiao village in front of us is basically trying to find a way out for the souls who have died nearby. This is not a good thing for Gushi. At this moment, Gushi's gargoyles came here carrying Wang Lizheng. As soon as he was put down, Wang Lizheng ran to Gushi. Sir, are you looking for me? Yes. Look, are you familiar with this ghost village? Wang Lizheng was speechless when he heard Gushi's question. Sir, I am not familiar with the ghost village. I have never been here before. Then go to the village and have a look around. And then think about what you can do if you get this place. Gushi was very aware of Wang Lizheng's ability. But Gushi still wanted to see what Wang Lizheng could bring to him. Wang Li was walking around here. And finally he ran to Gushi and said, Sir, how do you want to collect taxes? Is it a large tax or a small tax? What does big collect say? What does small collect say? If I collect a lot, I will scrape off a layer of skin from all the ghosts who pass by here. If I collect a small amount, I will only receive a little bit at most. And I can only make a small profit from it. However, if the harvest is small, the ghosts will be more obedient. The flesh, skin, and bones they sell are the best materials. And the farmland can also be planted by ghosts. This way, although the income is less, it is sustainable. Hearing Wang Lizheng's words, Gushi was a little surprised. Why did you let me choose a small income? I thought that based on your personality, you would let me choose a large amount. They are all dead. Their flesh, blood, skin, and bones have all been sold to me. What else can I do? Hearing this, Gushi laughed and said, Okay. From now on you can help me manage Sujiao village here. Gushi casually handed over the land deed of Sujiao village to Wang Lizheng. I have only one request. Keep an eye on this village. Whether you are entering Huangquan from here or entering this mountainous area from outside, you must find out for me what they are here for. After listening to Gushi's words, Li Zhengwan also understood why Gushi called him over. He was used to this kind of thing when he was working in Li Zheng. If he puts himself in other positions, he may not do so well. Instead, having him watch here was a relatively simple matter for Wang Lizheng. The most important thing was that Wang Lizheng believed that he could definitely do it well. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about Gushi driving him away. And he would no longer be a wandering ghost. Gushi didn't quite understand Wang Lizheng's reaction. But with a look on his face, Gushi could be sure that Wang Lizheng would arrange everything. After explaining Sujiakan, Gushi was not so anxious. He left the soul-calling tower in Sujiao village to suppress it for a while, and then returned to Aladovi city. After going through a battle, Gushi also needed to take a rest. At the same time, Gushi, who was almost finished just now, needed to find a place to sleep to replenish his mana and energy. Seeing Gushi heading towards the Steel City gate without looking back, Li Liangquan, who had been staying by Gushi's side, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that this matter was in the past. But he looked back at Gushi, still thinking about where this person came from. He was not strong, but his aura was ridiculously strong. I'm afraid this person was released specifically to participate in this election of the King of Hell, which is about to begin. Thinking of this, Li Liangquan was so excited that he didn't dare to think about it anymore. He quickly entered the underworld passage and returned to the underworld road. So Sujiao village returned to its original tranquility. It's just that after losing the social tree, Sujiakan no longer had the clean and new atmosphere it had before. But now it's tainted with a layer of twilight. Gushi didn't know this. After entering Aladovi city, he immediately went to the tavern. At this time, the tavern has been upgraded to level 2. And its appearance has also changed significantly. From the outside, the tavern has turned into a 2-story building. And the hall inside has also become significantly larger. Many undead were busy coming and going in the tavern. However, Gushi noticed that there were more waiters than managers. And there was an undead person cleaning the tables in front of each table. The white-boned drunkard was quite bored and leaned against the window, looking outside with some displeasure. As the only guest in the tavern, the corpse succubus was chatting with the blood warren. Seeing Gushi come in, the corpse succubus stood up immediately. Sir, you are here. What are you planning to eat today? That's enough. Corpse succubus. You have nothing to do here. You've just been waiting here for the man all day long. You're done. The bone wine girl came over with an unhappy look on her face, and finally glared at the corpse succubus. This is a guest of our tavern. You are not from the tavern. Get out of the way. Gushi was already used to this kind of thing. He found a table and sat down, putting the blood-painted skin on the table. Wine lady, bring up your best wine. If there is no good wine, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it away. Chapter 602, On the Road to Hades. After sleeping one night in Aradovi City, Gushi led a group of undead people early the next morning to transport a blood maple out of Aradovi City. There was a community tree missing in the ghost village, so Gushi naturally had to add one. Last night, when Gushi fell asleep in the tavern, the undead in Aradovi City were not idle. The knockdown ghost clapped his hands and immediately followed Gushi's instructions and was sent to the magic plant area, where he was taken over by a creature that looked like an ancient war tree. Gushi was not here, but if he were here, he would know that this thing similar to the ancient war tree appeared in Aradovi City through a double death when he was killing the ghost and clapping his hands. Beings that belong to the treeman category. Soldiers transformed by the effect of the death edict are similar to the undead war ancient trees, and their names are withered ancient trees. After he took the ghost clapping hand that was sent to him, he dismantled such a big ghost clapping hand on the spot, except for 3 units of blue quality wood left behind. The rest were all turned into various large and small branches, inserted into the ground by withered ancient trees. As a withered ancient tree that was transformed into ghost clap hands after death, he knew very well how well this kind of tree survived. As long as it was planted in the ground, it could almost survive. And these newly planted trees have different effects on the withered ancient trees. Maybe it won't be long before ghost clapping hands will become the second undead plant in the magic plant area. Because he took advantage of this, he worked very hard on the withered old trees. When he heard that Gushi needed to take a blood maple away, the withered ancient tree personally dug out the blood maple and delivered it to the tavern. When Gushi woke up, he could just take Xuefeng away without even having to make a special trip to the magic plant area. After leaving Aradovi City, Xue Maple quickly demonstrated the ability to grow special and strange trees. This kind of tree species that can be used to make the 6 paths of reincarnation disc on the Huangquan Road in a strange world also plays a corresponding role in the world in front of us. Before it was planted, the nearby Yin Qi quickly concentrated in the direction of the blood maple tree. It can be seen that this kind of Xue Maple is in the right place in the world in front of him. After planting the blood maple at the location where the ghost clapping hands appeared before, Gushi noticed that there was obviously a small pause in the ghost village in front of him. Although after this pause, the ghost village was still as empty and deserted as before. The village had obviously changed. The feeling is just like powering up a dead cell phone, even though it hasn't been turned on yet. The feeling is obviously different. After planting the blood maples, Gushi walked around the ghost village again and gave new orders to Du Yuan, who was still building roads outside. Let him build the road to the ghost village. As for the undead troops that originally followed Wang Lixin, some of them were assigned to Du Yuan. Another part was transferred to Gushi's hands. After all, the ghost village is a neutral area, so there is no need to station troops here. So Gushi simply transferred these troops to his side, ready to take them to the Yellow Springs Road to take a look. To be honest, as a necromancer, Gushi has always said that he wants to go to the underworld. To the underworld, and to the underworld since he was in school. As a result, he was already at level 6. He had heard of the underworld road, but he had never been to the real underworld. With such a good opportunity in front of him, even if there is no mission on the road to the underworld, he will not miss this chance to broaden his horizons. Not to mention, there are so many things to harvest on the Huangquan Road. If he wasn't worried about causing unnecessary trouble, Gushi could just drive through the City of Death and scrape the land there. After preparing everything, Gushi quickly led his troops and headed towards the pond behind the village. This time, in addition to gargoyles, skeleton soldiers, and skeleton shooters, Gushi also brought ghost troops with him. As for the ghost team, Gushi did not release them. After all, Bai Wuchang's appearance is too intimidating in this kind of world. What if those people in the underworld think these are the real Bai Wuchang? Now Gushi is not ready to be a conspicuous bag. At least, he doesn't plan to challenge the entire underworld. Gushi just wanted to complete the temporary task in front of him. With this thought, Gushizai did not bring the most popular ghost team with him. If you look at tens of thousands of Bai Wuchang floating in the sky, no one on the entire Huangquan Road would dare to block the way. After counting all the troops under his command, Gu Shi turned to look at Isabella, who was following behind him. Ever since he was secretly attacked last time, Gu Shi had planned to keep Isabella's blood clone with him. At least when he is attacked, he can quickly replenish his blood. Life will not be reduced to 0 like before. At the same time, following behind Gu Shi were the Bone Titan and the Ghost Dragon. They are now considered Gu Shi's exclusive fighting force. In a normal battle, Gu Shi doesn't need to ask the Death Incarnation to take action. It is enough for them to take action. After preparing everything, Gu Shi was the first to step onto Huangquan Road. After jumping into the pond, Gu Shi felt a chill in his body, as if he had jumped into an icy lake. And this coldness does not come from the body, but from the soul. Gu Shi even felt like he was going to freeze to death in the water. The next moment, Gu Shi felt himself falling heavily downwards, and a strange floral scent entered his nose. Gu Shi propped up his body and took a look, and found that he was on a red grassland. On the grassland in front of me, a slender red flower bloomed. This painting is somewhat similar to a blood-red chrysanthemum, but the stamens are obviously more elongated. That weird floral fragrance comes from this flower. Unlike the previous ghost clapping, Gu Shi immediately thought of the name of this flower. Flower of the other shore. The sea of flowers on the other side of Huangquan Road. On the edge of life and death. Hope and despair are intertwined. It seems that we have really reached the road to H.L. While Gu Shi was sighing, his men also appeared one by one. Protect Gu Shi in it. However, Gu Shi ignored this at this time. He was concerned about one thing at this time. Where should he go? Although there is no turning back on the road to H.L. You still have to find the right direction. The scenery of the sea of red spider lilies in front of him was the same in all directions. So Gu Shi didn't know where to start. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Gu Shi's ear. My lord. That lord. Gu Shi looked in the direction from which the sound came, and found a skeletal corpse of only 50 or 60 centimeters dancing among the flowers on the other side, waving to Gu Shi constantly. Who are you? Chapter 603, All the Way. Broken bones in infancy? Gu Shi took a look and finally recognized the skeleton in front of him. This is an undead spirit that is neither good nor bad. It is an existence that was transformed from a child who accidentally died under the age of 3 in a place like the underworld. Because these ghosts have not yet reached the end of their lifespan, they cannot enter the underworld. Also, because they are not buried in their ancestral tombs, they often have nowhere to go, and can only wander outside the underworld. Some of the bones that died prematurely don't even have their own names. So even if the family members want to look for them, they can't. It can be regarded as a relatively poor existence in the underworld. The most important thing is that they were relatively young when they died, knew no hatred, and had no obsession. Compared with the undead who died as adults, they had no fighting power. It's not like the kind of unborn baby ghost that can transform into something very evil. Therefore, these young dead can only spend their days and kill time in a place outside the underworld. After understanding the origin of the broken bones, Gu Shi couldn't help but sigh, squatted down, and waved to the broken bones. Hello. This is for you. As he spoke, Gu Shi took out a bit of negative energy and put it into Yao Zhegu's mouth. After eating the negative energy, Yao Zhegu's spirit obviously improved a lot. He said to Gu Shi, My lord, are you here to look for something in the sea of red spider lilies? We have many brothers, and can help you find something. Gu Shi was about to say something. I'm not here to find anything. But when the words came to his lips, Gu Shi obviously paused. I happened to pass by here, but I got lost here. You have many brothers. Do you know the way? I can pay someone to help me lead the way. As Gu Shi spoke, he took out some more negative energy. Seeing the negative energy in Gu Shi's hand, Yao Shan Gu immediately nodded. Don't worry. We are also responsible for leading the way. Where are you going? The entrance to the underworld? The gate of ghosts? The soul gathering place? More than half a step? Or the returning young path? Or the wandering soul road? The dead bones counted the places they could reach one by one. Just like what Tong Xiegu said. They have countless brothers here. Because of their weakness, most places do not guard against them. And they have enough time. And with the connection and help between the dead bones, they are quite familiar with the underworld. Just tell them where you want to go. I plan to go to the soul gathering place. Can you take me there? When he heard that it was not a dangerous place, Yao Zhegu was very happy. If he could go to the safest place, he would of course be willing to take the safest route. Of course. Please follow me. Sir. After saying that, Xiao Zhangu led the way. Gu Shi jumped onto the evil coffin and followed behind. At this time, the broken bones were actually moving forward at a speed that could walk side by side with the evil coffin. Such a speed made Gu Shi feel quite speechless. Do all the undead have such speed? That shouldn't be the case. If everyone had such a speed, he wouldn't have brought turtle-like soldiers like zombies. Fortunately, Yao Zhanggu finally saw that the skeleton soldiers could not keep up with the troops. So he slowed down. At the same time, in order to prevent Gu Shi from getting bored, he also introduced some creatures that existed in the underworld to Gu Shi. Gu Shi already knew these things when he was in school, as well as from the knowledge of the undead. But there is still a gap between the pictures and knowledge and what we actually see. Gu Shi's previous experience was not like the broken bones at a young age. He saw these things every day, and Gu Shi's judgment on some of the situations of these things was still somewhat biased. Now that his bones have been broken, Gu Shi will make up for these deviations one by one. Slowly, a tingling sound came from time to time in Gu Shi's ear. You have mastered some knowledge of the undead through observation and learning. Your level of undead knowledge has been slightly improved. The knowledge level of the undead has been increased to level 9. Under such circumstances, Gu Shi didn't care at all that the journey was slow. But no matter how long the road to Huangquan is, it can be completed in 7 days. Not to mention that Gu Shi didn't walk from beginning to end. He walked for about 4 or 5 hours and stopped with a broken bone. Sir, look, there is the gathering place in front of you. Remember the big red lantern floating in the sky and follow the direction of the lantern. You will definitely not go wrong. After hearing what he said about his broken bones, Gu Shi couldn't help but ask, why? Aren't you going over? No. The soul gathering place is the soul cave. If you go in and get money, you can't get out. It's not easy for us to make some money. Although the premature death bone is small, it is still very clear. Hearing this, Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. It seemed that this young man was also a wise being, and he could not be underestimated just because he died long ago. So Gu Shi jumped off the evil coffin, took out 10 copies of the negative energy, and placed it in Yao Broken Bone's hand. If I want to find you in the future, how should I look for you? Take this and blow it, and you'll find broken bones. Yao Broken Bone handed a whistle made from a piece of bone into Gu Shi's hand. At this moment, Gu Shi heard another ding sound in his ears. You have come into contact with the Bone of Death and have been recognized by the members of the Bone of Death. The reputation system is now enabled and your reputation is now friendly, 1000/3000. After saying this, Yao Zega waved at Gu Shi. Remember to come to us if you have anything to do. We really have a lot of good things for sale there. After saying that, the broken bones flashed directly in front of Gu Shi just as they appeared, and then disappeared into the sea of flowers on the other side. After Yao Zega walked away, Gu Shi turned around and looked at the location of the red lantern. At this time, the red lantern was like a huge balloon, hanging high in the sky. Gu Shi could tell with just one glance that he was still dozens of miles away from the soul gathering place. From this you can imagine how big the balloon is. Now that there was a road guide, Gu Shi couldn't help but speed up. Gu Shi had covered the dozens of miles in only about 30 minutes. As Gu Shi got closer, he slowly discovered a huge undead city appearing in front of him. The city in front of him was full of the majesty of an oriental city. Before he even got close, Gu Shi saw a 20-meter wide moat and a 30-meter high city wall. On the city wall, a large number of skeleton soldiers in armor were patrolling back and forth. The bones of these skeleton soldiers are black in color, and the weapons in their hands are also ancient and outdated. It is obvious that they have been here since a long time ago. There are 9 huge gates outside the city wall. In front of the city gates, a large number of undead are lining up to enter the city. The situations of these undead are different. Some come alone. Some come in groups of 30 or 50 people. And some, like Gu Shi, come with a large army. There are undead of normal height here, as well as some weird undead of different heights. Their existence greatly enriched Gu Shi's knowledge of the undead. Gu Shi almost forgot to enter the city. After observing for a moment outside the city, Gu Shi finally headed towards the city gate. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Gu Shi. Gu Shi, Brother Gu, why are you here? Chapter 604, Meeting Zuiya on the road. Gu Shi looked back, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Zuiya? Why are you here? I'm here to open up Wasteland. But I'm really surprised that you can come. It turned out that the person who appeared behind Gu Shi was Zuiya, whom he had met at the Balian festival. It's just that at this time, he is no longer the leader of a small team like before. Now he is following the three necromancers. Seeing how he greeted him, but did not leave the team. It is clear that he is this team. Part of. Why do you feel surprised? Gushi was a little confused. It was rare to meet an acquaintance from the past. So Gushi naturally wanted to talk more. At this time, the necromancer who was the leader of Zuiya's team turned to Zuiya and said, Zuiya, I'll give you 1 hour's leave. You can find us at the inn later. After saying that, the three necromancers walked to the nearby team, leaving only Zuiya standing there. Zuiya looked at Gushi and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Brother Gu, don't be surprised. People in the pioneering team are always more serious. After all, every step they take here is related to their lives. Moreover, all the masters in the land reclamation team have been transferred away. They are actually under a lot of pressure now. By the way, you haven't said why you came here. Ironclaw lost the right to explore this world to our guild. Now that I have reached the level, plus the matter of Genesis, I will naturally come here to improve myself. Gushi knew Zuiya's situation very well. As the first guild in Balian City, they would only know earlier and more information. So when he explained, he only clicked on the Genesis and said nothing more. But you're coming here alone? Zuiya certainly knew about Genesis. He was surprised that Gushi came to open up Wasteland alone. You must know that opening up a new world is quite dangerous for players. The thing I fear most is walking alone. Even the necromancer who claims to have thousands of troops following him is the same. After all, you can't tell if someone is not careful and will end up paying for yourself. Therefore, when most guilds encounter land reclamation, they join in groups, starting with a group of 20 people. If the guild is weaker, a group of 40 people is also possible. Stronger guilds usually have 4 to 10 people together. Unless there are super powerful beings, 2 or 3 people rarely act together. Gushi came out to open up Wasteland alone, which was somewhat surprising. Just like Zuiya, Skeleton Ichthyosaurus is the #1 newbie this year, so he is also in the team of others. But Gushi didn't understand the logic behind this. Yes, I don't have many friends in Qian Guild. The people I know either haven't passed level 5 and can't come here, or they were taken to attack level 10 and join other people's land reclamation teams. You know my personality. Although I am easy to talk to, I am not the kind of person who will follow orders. Listening to Gushi's self-narration, Zuiya also nodded. He had come into contact with Gushi several times, and had gained and suffered losses. But overall, the left tooth can still be seen. Gushi is willing to cooperate with others, but when encountering problems, he will consider himself as the sinner. If the captain of the land reclamation team is okay, he shouldn't mind one god leading 4 pigs. But the problem is, Zuiya is just a member of the ordinary land reclamation team now. So how can Chaoyan Guild hand over a land reclamation team to Gushi's hands? Not to mention that the Chaoyan Guild's land reclamation team is usually a large group of 20 or 40 people. In this way, it becomes much more reasonable for Gushi to open up Wasteland alone. Zuiya, who understood this, stopped talking about the matter and asked Gushi about his future plans. Are you planning to participate in this Genesis? Of course. Didn't it mean there are still 12 years? With my potential, if I can't reach level 10 in such a long time, I might as well die. What about you? Regarding the creation of the world, Gushi must be involved. I will definitely participate. But my goal is to reach level 15 before participating. Brother Gu, you may not know that level 10 is the cannon fodder soldier in Genesis. If you want to get some benefits in Genesis, you must meet 2 standards. Level 15 before the age of 30. As long as you do this, sign up directly, regardless of whether the guild is not guild or not. Just become the potential seeds and middle-level leaders. Our president directly said that if you meet this standard, you can just sign up and leave. Brother Gu, come here and line up. While Zuiya was chatting with Gushi, he did not forget to lead Gushi towards the queue at the gate. After pulling Gushi into the team, Zuiya didn't forget to explain. There are 3 rules in this soul-gathering place. No fighting is allowed in the city. You have to queue up when entering and leaving the city. And you need to negotiate the price before doing anything. Others can do whatever they want, and no one will bother them at all. You have just arrived, and I am afraid you are not familiar with the city gate officer. I will take you on the path that our team often takes. You can get to know the city gate officer, and you will be able to queue up when entering and exiting the city. As he spoke, his left tooth squeezed in, and he whispered, "It's reasonable to sneak things in. Don't worry. But there are some problems with the Bone Titan and Ghost Dragon behind you. If I ask you later, Just say you are my friend and I should be able to let it go. But speaking of it, Brother Gu, you are really strong. Not long after we separated, you got powerful beings like the Ghost Dragon, and undead like the Bone Titan, which I have only seen in books before. I'm just lucky. But where are the undead under your command? Brothers what? Why don't you bring them with you? I am not as wealthy as you, so I will bring the undead with me. All the undead under my command are contained in battlefield tokens, and can be released during battle. However, battlefield tokens require mastering strategic skills. Otherwise, there will be no way to release troops when the war begins. In our Corpse Fish Dragon Guild, the first requirement for joining the guild is to find a way to master strategic skills in order to facilitate the use of this battlefield token. Gu Shi didn't expect that there would be such a thing. However, he understood it after just one thought. This should be the internal resources of the Corpse Ichthyosaur Guild. Or even their technology tree has reached a certain critical level. Other guilds simply haven't mastered this. At this moment, Gu Shi changed his mind and thought that maybe he had some things that he could ask for from the Corpse Fish Dragon Guild. So when Zuiya was about to bring the topic back to Genesis, Gu Shi suddenly asked, Brothers what? I'd like to ask if there is any way to transport supplies across games. Listening to Gu Shi's question, Zuiya blinked. Brother Gu, aren't you already at this level? When Gu Shi heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that he asked the wrong question again? Chapter 605 Everyone, give me some face. Seeing Gu Shi's confused look, Zuiya couldn't help but shake his head. After Gu Shi joined the guild, he learned something from the guild seniors. In fact, Zuiya didn't understand that Gu Shijin didn't learn anything after he joined the Rising Sun Guild. Before he had time to get familiar with everything in the guild, he encountered a lot of things that pushed him to his current level. As a result, everyone thought that Gu Shi should know many things, but they never thought that Gu Shi actually didn't know much about many things. At least he had not thoroughly studied the knowledge in the technology tree of Chaoyang Guild, the books in the library, and the items sold in the store. So when he encounters something he wants, Gu Shi doesn't even know what to do with it. Although I don't know how Gu Shi got to such a high level. This kind of knowledge is not something that needs to be kept secret. So as Zuiya casually said, transporting supplies across games is actually very simple. Have you ever heard of road signs? This is the most basic way to transport supplies across games. Although it is a bit expensive and easily damaged, it is quite useful and relatively easy to get. Most guilds sell them. If that doesn't work, there will also be some major forces in the game. It is also simple to use. There are just a pair of road signs. Just write the direction on the road sign board and insert it at the intersection. The special transport carriage can go between the road signs along the road. Although this may take time, it is more convenient than sending someone to transport it yourself. Hey, it's our turn soon. Zuiya looked up at the team. While he was talking, they had already reached the city gate official office. At this time, the gate officer guarding the city gate had already set his sights on the Bone Titan and Ghost Dragon behind Gu Shi. It's impossible not to pay attention. After all, the strength of these two is above level 10, and they are relatively powerful existences in this world. Even if the soul gathering place does not refuse any undead to join, undead above level 10 must still be questioned no matter what. General Su, these two undead are. Zuiya was about to step forward to explain, but the city gate officer just glanced at Gu Shi and waved his hand, allowing Gu Shi's undead troops to enter. Zuiya was dumbfounded by this situation. It wasn't until Gu Shi took several steps forward that he reacted. Brother Gu, what's going on? Have you been here before? No, I've only just arrived here. Maybe it's because I'm proud of myself. In fact, when he met the city gate officer, Gu Shi already knew the reason. He saw that all the undead here had a light green color above their heads. If there wasn't someone behind them, Gu Shi might be able to recruit them under his command now. Even so, their favorable impression of Gu Shi is not low at all. When Gu Shi stepped into the city gate, he heard the message from the system. You have come into contact with the soul gathering place. The reputation of the soul gathering place is opened, and the reputation is now friendly, 1500/3000. Gu Shi guessed that when most players came to the soul gathering land, they would start at a neutral level, and would not stop or be friendly. And he started out by being friendly? And that was enough. Regarding Gu Shi's words, Zuiya was also a little speechless. He had just mentioned a hint of the Grand Guild's self-confidence, but he was immediately outdone by Gu Shi. What gives him face? Is this a matter of saving face? How much time and energy did Zuiya spend in the soul gathering place to improve his reputation? The result was not as good as Gushi, who just came here. Zuya was thinking about what he had done these days. However, Gushi didn't notice Zuya's thoughts. After entering the city, Gushi finally saw the situation in the Soul Gathering Place. The city of Soul Gathering Land gave people a very strange feeling, with obvious dividing lines on both sides of the road. The buildings on the left side of the road are neat and orderly, with streets following streets and alleys following alleys. Even the spacing between buildings and the height of floors are exactly the same, as if they were carved out of a single module. But the right side of the road is different. It's a mess. It looks like countless different houses thrown together. The only good thing is that these houses are not stacked on top of each other. Seeing Gushi's look, Zuya finally smiled. You must have been shocked too. But now is not the time to be surprised. Turn around and take a look. Upon hearing this, Gushi really turned around and took a look. He found that no matter how he turned, there were neat buildings on the left side of the road, and a messy environment on the right side of the road. When he discovered this situation, Gushi was really shocked. He had a city himself, but he had never thought that a city could be played like this. You see, the Soul Gathering Place has been here for thousands of years, so it is right that there will be such a change. In the Soul Gathering area, when you look at the road, you cannot look at the buildings on the side of the road, because you can turn around and the buildings will no longer be in their original positions. Therefore, you must learn to recognize the landmarks in the Soul Gathering Land. Did you see it? The landmarks with characters on the ground are the key to finding your way. Our Corpse Fish Dragon Guild has a temporary base in Area B5, and we have booked all the pubs and inns nearby. If I want to go to Area B in 5, just like now, look at the landmarks on the ground and walk to Area B. After that, when you step on the landmark, turn around in any direction. After 5 consecutive turns, you will be facing Area B5. The left tooth rotated like this 5 times and then stopped. At this time, Gushi had a feeling that although Zuya was still standing in front of him, he seemed to be far away. There is a key point at this time. If you make a wrong turn, just take a step back and exit. If you make a right turn, just move forward and you can enter the area you want to go. This is also the case in other areas. If you want to get back to the main road, just take the Area A route. By the way, be sure to pay attention when stepping on landmarks. Landmarks with candles on them are landmarks that have been fixed by someone. It doesn't matter how many times you turn around. The one with rice and incense is used by the inn to attract guests. If you want to stay in the gathering place, you can rent an inn yourself. The rental price of inns here is generally not too high. By the way, the most important thing is that the market is located at the end of the road. As long as you walk 100 steps forward, you can directly enter the market. The market is the only place that is not affected by the rules of the city. You have to be careful about being cheated and stolen there. Don't let anything happen there. If there is a fight, no one will come to help you. Chapter 606 Lee's Inn. After explaining some of the situation in the Soul Gathering Place clearly, Zuya didn't stay for long. He took a step forward and disappeared directly in front of Gushi. Before he left, he said to Gushi, if anything happens, just send me a message. After Zuya left, Gushi also smiled. It felt really good to meet an acquaintance in such a strange place. After laughing, Gushi looked around, and some thoughts flashed through his mind. Saya. Gushi raised his left hand, and the special mirror on his wrist flashed, and Shea appeared in front of Gushi. Grown-ups. Shea, you have heard the previous information. You go and inquire about the situation of the Soul Gathering Place. I will find a place to arrange them first. Gushi pointed at the undead troops behind him. After everyone was brought in, Gushi naturally didn't think of sending them back to Aladovi City. After all, they are here, and they are more or less eyes and ears in the Soul Gathering Place. Maybe the undead army is lucky, and the materials on hand can be exchanged for some good things. But before that, Gushi still had to find a place where they could gather. After looking sideways for a moment, Gushi picked out a landmark. The landmark here is number D. There is a bowl of rice, a plate of fruit, and a plate of fish on the landmark. There are 2 chopsticks stuck on the rice. Based on what Zuya said just now, this means that there is an inn behind the landmark. Judging from the current situation, this inn should not be too expensive. Gushi thought about it and stepped over. The next moment, Gushi was in front of Iwa. At this time, he had appeared in an independent space. A huge inn with a height of 5 floors and an area of more than 10 acres was located in the middle of the space. The first floor of the inn was completely opened up. and the height of more than 6 meters allowed undead of most sizes to enter. In the hall on this floor, there are hundreds of square tables, and a large number of waiters are running back and forth there. Before Gushi got close to the inn, all the windows upstairs were opened, and some human heads holding lanterns in their mouths floated out. As they flew around, he said, "A guest is here. Why don't you little guys hurry up and get rid of him? Invite the guest in." As he spoke, a large number of waiters from the undead shop ran out of it. Most of the waiters in these shops look like skeletons or ghosts, and there are relatively few zombies. They lined up in front of Gushi. "Welcome guests to our Lee's Inn. Guests are invited here. I don't know whether the guest is staying at the hotel or staying at the hotel. Do I need to book the hotel? Book the inn. This is the cost for 10 days. You don't have to worry about me. For the men I brought, you prepare some food according to their conditions." As Gushi spoke, he took out a piece of negative energy that had been condensed into a crystal. This piece of negative energy is almost equivalent to 3,000 points of negative energy. It is considered as 1 day's income of the Aladovi City Council Hall. In a place like the Soul Gathering Land, this kind of negative energy is quite valuable, and most of the undead need this kind of thing to survive. It can be regarded as the foundation of the undead. But various ores, herbs from the underworld, and even bones and corpses are not valuable here. Normally, the undead would pay for their stay in hotels in the city using ores or herbs picked up from outside. It's rare for Gushi to directly use negative energy like this. "Okay, guest. This is enough. Guest, please come this way." As soon as he saw what Gushi had brought out, the waiter at the undead shop immediately welcomed Gushi in. At the same time, the waiter was still there and said, "You can release any mounts you have. We have professional people here to handle the mounts." Gushi took a look and found that this store was really quite professional. Before Gushi even entered, the Bone Titan and Ghost Dragon were already enjoying professional services. The bones of the Ghost Dragon were polished one by one, and there were several specialized chefs boiling a pot of potion for the Ghost Dragon. It looked like they were preparing to paint the bones of the Ghost Dragon. The Bone Titan's side was even more surprising. Gushi had no idea how the store found out about the Bone Titan situation. They actually got some bone fragments with lightning effects as food for the Bone Titan. Gushi's undead troops also received corresponding arrangements, and all the food was corresponding to the needs of each undead. Even Isabella's blood clone sent a cup of blood. Gushi was a little speechless about this. It had only been a few minutes, but everything had been arranged. However, Gushi soon felt the speed of these undead shop waiters. In front of the waiter, Gushi directly released the evil coffin. As a result, the next moment, the evil coffin was dragged aside. Gushi himself had no idea what was inside the evil coffin, but the waiters were knowledgeable. When the evil coffin was dragged aside, one of them took out 2 brazier-like things and kept pouring large amounts of hay into them. When these hays burn, they emit thick black smoke. Then the black smoke was fanned by the cattail leaf fan to the vicinity of the evil coffin, absorbed by the evil coffin, and swallowed into the evil coffin. At the same time, every time the evil coffin is opened and swallowed by black smoke, the waiter will put some flesh and blood into the evil coffin. The sound of chewing could be heard coming from the evil coffin. The suppressed existence in the evil coffin seemed to have been hungry for a long time. In addition, some waiters were taking care of the iron chains on the surface of the evil coffin. They knew very well what these chains were used for. After all, there were too many undead coming and going here, and they had never seen anything. For these iron chains, the waiter's treatment is to oil them. They got some unknown kind of grease and kept applying it on the iron chains. In just a short moment, the iron chains turned white. They also replaced the talismans on the surface of the evil coffin with new ones. They even painted and polished the evil coffin body. It can be seen that the evil coffin is at least much more beautiful because of how they handled it. At this time, the waiter who came to greet us also said in a low voice, "How are the guests? Our family is very professional. Right? By the way, guest, don't you really want to eat something? We also have food prepared for living beings and living people here. After all, from time to time, living beings come to the underworld to hunt for treasures. It is somewhat impossible for them to always eat the food they bring. In addition, if guests need some services, our services are very good, no matter what race they are. We can find them here." Gushi was sweating when he heard this. "Could you please stop changing your tone so quickly? Is this service you are talking about serious? I'm not that kind of person. By the way, this is an oriental world. Are there any vixens? Rabbit spirit can also be used." Chapter 607 The latest information. When Shaya came to find him, it was already the next day. After a day's rest, he had already figured out the situation of the soul gathering place. What Zui had talked about before was just general information. But he did not tell Gu Shi that in this soul gathering place, in addition to their Corpse Fish Dragon Guild, there were 11 other guild bases. Most of these guilds are the top-ranked guilds in Balian City. The only 2 guilds ranked lower, besides Chiyang Guild, was the guild that was the first to discover the game world in front of them. This is actually easy to understand. Most of the players in Balian City take the route of necromancers and death knights as the largest gathering point of the undead outside the underworld. The soul gathering land can be regarded as the largest main city of the undead. Players who come to this world to open up Wasteland will find this place as long as they enter the underworld. As the largest gathering point in the underworld, the place where missions are issued, and the market, this place has become the player's preferred main city. If Gu Shi opens up Wasteland with other players from Chiyang Guild, he will be brought to the soul gathering place in the shortest possible time, and start various tasks around the soul gathering place, and slowly return to the earthly world. But when that time comes, what Gu Shi will do, and when he will leave are no longer in his control. When the time comes, Gu Shi will inevitably have to follow the land reclamation team. Gu Shi, who understood this, did not go there to seek refuge even if he knew that there was a headquarters for the Chaoyam Guild in the city. Is it because the inn I rented is not good? Or is Gu Shi unable to find a job to do? Isn't it good to come alone when you want and leave when you want? So even if he knew about it, Gu Shi would pretend he didn't know. In fact, Gu Shi didn't know that there were quite a few players with similar ideas to him. Especially after the news of Genesis spread. Most of the main members of the land reclamation team were transferred away, and the remaining land reclamation team became unmanageable. Some players did some business in the soul gathering land when they came back from land reclamation, but most of the land reclamation team didn't care much about it. Gu Shi's little thoughts were not noticed by anyone at all. Those people from Chiyang Guild were happy not to come to them. When he saw Shaya, Gu Shi had already changed his clothes. At this time, Gu Shi's equipment was still the same as before, but he was no longer wearing a necromancer's robe, but a light yellow Taoist robe. Regarding this situation, Gu Shi was also speechless. Wait a minute. Is there really nothing wrong with the upper body of this yellow robe? What's the problem with this? It's not a dragon robe or a purple robe. Sir, you are a heavenly master with powerful subordinates. Why are you wearing a yellow robe? The waiter at the undead shop, who presented Gu Shi with a fashionable robe, was speechless. You are just too unsophisticated. When you have time, you can really go to the Soul Gathering Center and see which of the heavenly masters who come down from above is dressed as plainly as you. Yellow robes are all basic. Look at the city gods, mountain gods, and land gods. They are all wearing gorgeous clothes. Although he said that, Gu Shi always felt that something was wrong. Just at this time, Shea also walked in. When she saw Gu Shi changing her clothes, Shea laughed. Sir, what you look like now is the yellow robe you mentioned. I would like to, but this is obviously not the case. Gu Shi rolled his eyes at Shaya. How's it going? Did you find out anything? I found out. Shea nodded affirmatively. She ran outside all night, and not only became familiar with the roads in the city, but also got a lot of news. The most important point here is that there have been many wars outside the Soul Gathering land in recent times. It seems that because it is the end of the Dafeng dynasty, many Ghost Kings saw the opportunity to fight for the dragon and wanted to take the opportunity to reincarnate. In order to reincarnate smoothly or attack opponents in advance, many battlefields have been opened outside of the Soul Gathering place. However, this news has no direct connection with Gu Shi. After all, this is considered a long-term layout lasting 20 to 30 years. But for the guild, this is big news. If a guild can support a ghost and god in this war, it will be a huge change for the guild. It can be said that if the Genesis incident had not dragged away the attention and main arms of the major guilds, perhaps the focus of the major guilds in the next period of time would be on the world in front of them. Hearing this, Gu Shi tapped the table lightly, then pressed his forehead. I can't see through this matter. It would be great if Princess Anna was here. She should be able to see something. Shea nodded with certainty. Of the 3 contracted undead under Gu Shi, the one who is truly directly connected to power is Princess Anna. Luna and Saya are weaker. At least, they don't have much ideas in terms of politics. It's a pity that Princess Anna is being held back by the war in Aladovi City. It would be a solution if we invite Princess Anna here now. At this moment, Shea suddenly said something. Sir, isn't that Duyuan a scholar? Although he looks a little stupid. He should know something about this. Do you want to call him over and ask? When Gushi heard it, he was right. Didn't the man named Duyuan always say that he was a scholar? The kind of outstanding scholar who could go to Beijing to take the exam? He even knew about the wheel-turning king and would write poems for the wheel-turning king. He should have some understanding of the situation of the Dafeng dynasty. It would be a good idea to call him over. Gushi thought about it, took out the whistle that Yao Zegu had given him before, and handed it to a skeleton leader. You go find Yao Zhan Gu to lead the way back to Sujiao village and bring Duyuan down. The skeleton leader, who was pointed out by Gu, she was previously responsible for protecting Duyuan and transporting things. He also knew Duyuan's situation, and could at least communicate with Duyuan for a few words. After receiving Gushi's mission, the skull leader quickly left with his men. When they left, Gushi noticed that the bones of all the skeleton soldiers here had become significantly brighter. It seems that the Li family has done a pretty good job in maintaining the skeletons. After explaining this matter, Gushi started asking about other things. Shaya and Gushi had a perfect understanding of each other, and they knew the tasks and ideas at hand. When she went to inquire about information and intelligence, she always looked in this direction. After telling some important, but not very relevant information to Gushi, Shea proudly told Gushi, Sir, you will never imagine what I found in the market. This time we did not come in vain. Look at this. Chapter 608, The Headless Queen Mission Completed. What Shaya took out was a small porcelain bottle that was not too big. Gushi took it and opened it and looked inside. Inside was a bottle of translucent liquid. For some reason, when I see this liquid, I always feel like I have let go of everything. You get resolved unwillingness, blue. Resolved unwillingness, blue. The energy resolved by the master through completing some unwilling ghost tasks belongs to the purest mind. Gushi was stunned for a moment at the bottle in front of him, reluctant to be resolved. And then he remembered that he had a mission that required this thing. But Gushi doesn't care about the temporary mission now. What he cares about is where did this thing come from? Where did you get it? The ones I bought at the market were in large quantities, and not worth much. Shea casually took out a few more porcelain bottles. Gushi checked it out, and found that these were resolved unwillingness. The quality inside ranged from green to blue. It was obvious that the mission items that Gushi had never been able to find before were really worthless here. It looks really interesting. Is there anything else? Yes. Sir, look at this. Shaya took out a few more things, and placed them in front of Gushi. Gushi took it, and took a look and found that the ones Shaya bought were really rich and varied, with everything in them. Bone pillar design, small, using 300 resources and 10 units of metal. A bone pillar, small building, can be built in the city. After it is built, it can be linked with evil temples and other buildings to increase the output of evil temples. Golden bone paint, green. Formula used in the alchemy laboratory. When used, special gold paint can be prepared. When applied to undead such as skeletons, the hardness of the skeleton bones can be strengthened. Black ashes, green. Special black ashes can be used to strengthen the bones of the undead. The strengthening effect corresponds to the quality of the undead itself. Looking through these things, Gushi couldn't help but ask, did you buy these from the market? Yes. The market is full of such things. Because there are so many of them. They are quite rolled, and the price is not high. Gushi understood the situation as soon as he heard it. It seems that the market in the Soul Gathering Land is a treasure land. If you find time to rest, you must go over and take a look. However, Gushi doesn't have time to deal with this matter right now. Having obtained unwillingness to be resolved, Gushi naturally had to complete the temporary task that he had been pressing on for a long time. You have completed the temporary mission, Blood of the True Queen. Temporary mission, Blood of the True Queen. Mission description: find the real blood of the queen and wash away the resentment of the headless queen. Task requirements: Blood of the True Queen, completed. Unwillingness to be resolved, completed. Task reward: the city adds a feature. Gushi took out the True Queen's blood that the Black Queen had left behind. And then a bottle of resolved unwillingness flew out automatically, merged with the True Queen's blood, and finally turned into a vermilion crystal. Headless Queen's obsession, blue. Mission item: give it to the Headless Queen. And the Headless Queen will add some special attributes to your city. Looking at the last reward in his hand, Gushi turned to Shea and said, I'm going to Aladovi City once. You stay here, and I'll be back soon. After saying that, Gushi took a step outside. The next moment, Gushi appeared in the assembly hall of Aladovi City. Grown-ups, Luna was currently in the meeting hall dealing with Eridav's affairs, because there are relatively more things just delivered. The supplies in Aladovi City are relatively sufficient. Luna is discussing with several architects to unify the style of the existing parts of Aladovi City. Seeing Gushi coming, Luna rushed out immediately. I'm fine. You can do your own thing. I'm going to go to Aladovita. Although Gushi kept saying that there was no need to follow, Luna still followed Gushi. The evil coffin that was released again now clearly feels easier to control. Although there is no obvious improvement in speed, the stability is better. Sitting on the evil coffin, even the wind blowing in the face was affected and no longer affected Gushi's sight. Luna still followed Gushi as before. No matter how fast the evil coffin moved, she could always keep up with it. Luna, this time we came across a good market where various undead-related materials are sold. Is there anything you need in Aladovi City? Yes. The supplies in Aridav are not balanced right now. And a lot of things are pieced together by us by robbing Peter to pay Paul. Sir, does the market really have everything? It should be. Shea walked around in that market. Saya agrees. Then that's okay. Luna's words made Gushi feel quite embarrassed. But he never left the inn after entering the soul-gathering place. And he didn't know much about the situation in the market. Gushi understands that there are times when words should not be spoken carelessly to avoid causing problems. Luna didn't care about this, but asked to go to the market together. Gushi did not refuse this request. After all, the construction of Aladovi City is entirely in Luna's hands. And only Luna knows what is missing in the city. The two of them discussed and came to the Aradavita. When they arrived here, Gushi saw a large number of crow spearmen flying outside the Aradavita. And the red dragons and black dragons stored in Aradavita also all took off. Seeing how they were facing a formidable enemy, Gushi was also stunned. Princess Anna? What happened? Gushi quickly contacted Princess Anna. Sir, why are you here? As soon as she saw Gushi appearing, Princess Anna hurriedly appeared at the city head. Dini has almost captured the Tudor dynasty's Aladovi City, and is now attacking the last city area, in order to prevent invasions from other times of Aradavita. Aradavita is now under full martial law. We're finally going to fight this. How long has this been going on? Gushi couldn't help but shake his head at Dini's situation. But now is not the time to talk about this. Princess Anna, is there any way to take me to Aladovita? I want to meet the headless queen who has been wandering near Aladovita. As soon as she heard Gushi's words, Princess Anna knew who Gushi was talking about and understood that what Gushi was talking about was serious business. She didn't think much and immediately agreed. Okay, I'll let the Crow Lancers drag you up. At the same time, a large number of Crow Lancers flew to Gushi's side, lifted the evil coffin, and flew over the city wall of Aladovita. Chapter 609 New City Attributes. After experiencing the feeling of a crow riding on an airplane, Gushi landed inside the Aradavita. When entering here, Gushi found that Princess Anna had activated all the towers in the Aladovi Tower. As the eldest princess of Britain, she is most familiar with everything in Aladovita. Even if she dies, these memories will not disappear. Aladovita's functions are now fully activated. Even if something happens to Aladovi City, this side can withstand it for a while. After entering the range of Aladovita Tower, Gushi saw the souls of the pair of children on the bloody tower. The two of them were staring at me, as if they wanted to say something. However, Gushi ignored all this and started searching in the big square of Aradavita. Soon he found a carriage parked near the guillotine. The carriage was pulled by a black horse and a black gold-rimmed carriage. Next to the carriage was a woman dressed in queen's attire, with her head tucked under her arm, waiting quietly. Gushi knew as soon as he saw that she was waiting for him. So Gushi quickly stepped forward and asked, "Headless Queen?" The man in his arms smiled. "You can call me Anne Bullen." Gushi understood very well that the Headless Queen named and wanted to tell her past. But that also requires Gushi to be willing to listen. Gushi didn't have time to listen to this now. He took out the vermilion crystal and brought it to Annie. Annie rolled her head, glanced at Gushi, and said something faintly. "Aren't you afraid that I will keep the good things and not give them to you?" "I'm afraid. But look at the quality of this thing." "Don't tell me about quality. I'm just thinking of telling you all my frustrations. Can you listen carefully?" And was a little angry. Gushi had no choice but to close his mouth and nodded seriously. This was a cut scene and was not allowed to be skipped. In the end, he could only stand in front of Anne and listen to her finish her story. Originally, Gushi thought it would be a story of love and hatred. The result was completely different. This is the story of a palace maid who kicked out the queen and was beheaded within a few days of being queen. She was not sure what version of this story it was. But listening to this story, she always had an indescribable feeling. When Annie finished all this, she suddenly said something. I heard that if the exiled monarch in the Mirror Underground Palace wants to open the 6 sealed doors, he needs to sacrifice the heads of a British emperor and a British queen, the blood of a British princess and a British prince, the lives of a brother of the King of Britain and a husband of a King of Britain. Is it possible that you came to the position specifically to behead someone? After hearing this, Annie's face twitched. Of course she understood this, so she was unwilling to give in. Originally, she wanted to express some of her depression while communicating with Gushi, but Gushi directly pointed out her situation, which made her quite unhappy. But she couldn't do anything to Gushi. After all, Gushi's things were delivered and he heard the story. He just told the truth. In the end, Queen Anne could only swallow this breath and took the headless queen's obsession, said by Gushi. After putting this headless queen's obsession around her neck, Annie said to Gushi, Okay, in order to express my gratitude, I will choose a new attribute for your city, overlapping it with Aladovi City. Right? You want to turn all Aladovi City into the same attribute. I could have helped you and turned your city into a similar city. At that time, no matter which period of Aladovi City you occupy, the style and attribute direction will be the same. But I now think that there is a property that is more suitable for Aladovi City. The origin branches out and goes further and further. City of the same origin. As soon as Annie finished speaking, there was a ding in Gushi's ear. Aladovi City activates a new attribute. A city of the same origin. Cities from the same origin. All cities emerge from the same source. But due to different development and construction conditions, and different nearby environments, the style of the city will eventually change differently. And eventually even a completely different city will be formed. Seeing Gushi reading the information about the city's attributes, Annie also burst out laughing. You are coming here at this time, because the Aladovi City of one period is about to be taken down. The Aladovi City of the 2 periods are so far apart. You want to extend the attributes of your original city to the new one. Going to Ladovi City is just a dream. Don't even think about it. This is the result of your bad mouth. Regarding this situation, Gushi was also speechless. He never imagined that, and was a lunatic. However, the situation in front of him did not actually affect Gushi. Gushi never thought about extending the style of Aladovi City to Aladovi City in another period. If possible, Gushi hopes that Aladovi City in several periods will have different attributes and development directions. The current situation is exactly what Gushi wanted. Looking at Annie laughing crazily in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. Thank you. What are you going to do next? Annie looked at Gushi with some surprise. Aren't you angry? What's there to be angry about? It's not a big deal. Anyway, my city's attributes have increased, and I've received the rewards I deserve. I can't just not want it just because my attributes don't suit me. And didn't say anything to Gushi's words. To be honest, with the skill of Death Lord, there are no undead that Gushi cannot affect. When Anne was angry just now, it was just because she felt embarrassed, and that's why she changed her mind. But after the incident, she also felt sorry for Gushi, which was why she had the embarrassing attitude before. Looking at Gushi's look now, Annie thought for a while, and said something. I see that you are close to conquering the Aradovi City of the Tudor dynasty. Then the Aradovi City of other eras will attack you through the Aradovi Tower, making it impossible for you to develop stably. Let me help you. Temporarily seal off the entry points to other Aladovitas, and then open the passages to other Aladovitas after you have taken care of them. After speaking, and said nothing more, got directly into the carriage, and placed the head on her knees. Gushi was a little surprised by Anne's reaction, but he soon discovered that as the carriage left, there were 4 more crows at the location of the guillotine. It is obvious that these 4 crows represent the 4 periods of Aradovi City that have not yet been connected to Aradovi Tower. Before these 4 crows leave, Aladovi City in these 4 periods will not be able to come in. Chapter 610, Capture the New Aradovi City. After Anne walked away, Princess Anna appeared in front of Gushi. She also saw the 4 crows perched on the guillotine. Faced with this situation, she was stunned for a moment, and then said something. That person's life is actually not good either. Yes, what I just said is somewhat wrong. If you have the chance to meet her again, please help me say I'm sorry. Good. Princess Anna nodded. But Gushi also understood that Princess Anna definitely didn't come here for this matter. It should be for the upcoming battle of Aladovi City in other periods. Because of the previous battle in Aladovi City, It was almost impossible to stop at the beginning. In addition, Dimi really took too long. Gushi could clearly feel the pressure. It's different now. Annie's help just now saved Gushi from facing such trouble. The initiative now lies in Gushi's hands. He can take action whenever he wants. Princess Anna came here just to ask about the situation on Gushi's side. Gushi thought for a while, and then said to Princess Anna, "This matter will be stopped temporarily after Dimi conquers the city of Aladovi during the Tudor dynasty. Amilca is transforming the Bloody Knights. Before all the Bloody Knights are transformed, he may not have time to take action. At the same time, we also need to digest the city of Aradovi during the Tudor dynasty, and we cannot defeat it without occupying it. Let's stop this matter for the time being. After the battle is over, let Dimi return. As for the new city, I will find a way to arrange manpower. In the future, people with leader potential will be added, and the rest will be ignored. Let him first attack Aladovi city in different periods to avoid getting some parallel imports." Listening to Gushi's words, Princess Anna could only smile helplessly. Although Dimi's incident may not necessarily be blamed on Dimi, she really took too long. Even Gushi didn't have a good impression of Dimi now. Fortunately, Gushi didn't have many people on hand right now, and he had no plans to give up on Dimi. However, it may be a little impossible for Dimi to become the #1 leader under Gushi in the future. Okay, I will take care of this matter. By the way, Princess Anna, after things here are settled and the new world is temporarily stabilized, I will take you for a walk around Westminster Abbey. This copy must be disposed of. This matter has been pressing in my heart, and I feel uncomfortable. Okay, I'll go with you then. Princess Anna nodded. Now Gushi's strength can easily clear the Westminster Abbey instance. However, what Gushi wanted was not to clear the dungeon of Westminster Abbey. What he wanted was to complete the level perfectly, and what he wanted was to complete the various tasks inside. In the end, corresponding benefits must be obtained. At this time, there is no other reality than bringing Princess Anna with her. Gushi even thought about letting Princess Anna participate in the dungeon. Then would she find various equipment that originally belonged to her in the dungeon? Princess Anna didn't pay much attention to Gushi's thoughts, but she actually wanted to participate in the copy of Westminster Abbey. In reality, she failed. This also made her feel unwilling. She always wanted to win once. Gushi's suggestion just happened to suit her wishes. While Gushi and Princess Anna were talking about this, the ground shook slightly. Princess Anna raised her head and glanced at the sky. Dimi has captured the Tudor city of Aladovi. It seems like today is the right time. Luna, let's go take a look together, Gushi ordered decisively. Because the Tudor-era city of Aladovi had been captured, this meant the battle was almost over. The alert on Aradavada's side can naturally be lifted. Princess Anna didn't need to do anything, and the door to Aladovada opened by itself. Luna, who had been waiting outside, naturally drifted in. Sir, how is the situation? Dimi has captured the Tudor-era city of Aladovi. Let's go there and take a look. After Gushi finished speaking, he jumped on the evil coffin and headed towards the city gate without waiting for the opinions of the two contracted undead. It is also the city gate of Aladovada, and it is also exited from here. Gushi didn't see any action. After exiting the gate of Aladovada, he found that the scenery in front of him had changed. The ground was no longer covered with weeds like before, and a gravel road was paved directly to Aladovada's side. The outline of the city could be vaguely seen in the distance, and Gushi even saw black smoke rising over the city. It seems that this battle was really fierce. Driving the evil coffin, Gushi and the other three quickly arrived near the city of Aladovi. It is obvious that during the Tudor dynasty, the city of Aradovi was already moving closer to Aradavada. The entire city is much larger than the original Aladovi city. When Gushi and the others came over, they happened to see Dimi coming back to mobilize the troops in this urban area. Sir, you are here. Come and see how the battle went. Although he was a little dissatisfied with parallel imports like Dimi, Gushi did not show it. After all, Dimi is one of the most important heroes under her, and now she is the leader of the Rose Corps. Her mission has been completed, and there is no need for Gushi to make a fuss and hurt others in this regard. All of them have been defeated. At this time, there are 10 districts in Aradovi city, except for the 3 districts that we occupied at the beginning and the city that was finally captured. The other 6 districts have all been defeated. Draw. Although he was a little unwilling, Dimi still talked about the situation here. In the beginning, I didn't have enough troops. After occupying the city, I was immediately taken back because there were no troops to guard it. Later, The arrival of electric zombies and battlefield ghosts just made up for the lack of my troops. I pushed to the enemy's rear in one breath. Unexpectedly, the enemies actually contacted each other and started street fighting in their city. The troops of my Rose Corps were okay at the beginning. They were all normal-sized troops. But with the addition of electric zombies and battlefield ghosts, the situation was different. They were too big. In the end, I simply bulldozed the buildings in these urban areas, and then demolished them all. However, because they concentrated the troops in several districts together, this gave me an advantage, and the last city district was captured with almost no effort. Therefore, this last urban area is relatively well preserved. Chapter 6:11 New Aridov City. Dimi also knew that she had not fought well in this battle, and she could not say how hard she worked. She could only ask Gu Shi to walk around these cities and talk about the difficulties at that time. Gu Shi, Luna, and Princess Anna did not embarrass Dimi. They also carefully observed the Aladovi city that had just been taken down and had not yet been completely cleaned. Just as Dimi said, except for the 4 districts which were relatively complete. They could only see a pile of ruins in the other 6 districts. In the ruins, a large number of undead corpses were pulled out and piled aside. Dimi was ready to select corpses with higher levels or higher potential to be resurrected using the altar of eternal slavery. Other corpses with weaker levels were left alone. As for the corpse of Guying in Aradovi city, there is no one. Similar to the shadows that Gu Shi had killed before, all the shadows in this Aladovi city would not leave corpses. However, after they died in the battle, they all turned into strange energy beads. And now the undead under Dimi are looking for these things. According to the original agreement between Gu Shi and Dimi, the spoils were divided in half. Half of the strange energy beads here belonged to Gu Shi. The remaining half of the devious energy beads were used by Dimi to resurrect his soldiers and replenish and strengthen his troops. These are quite important to Dimi, and he can be said to be extremely careful. Seeing Dimi's cautious look, Gu Shi also knew that Dimi understood his situation. But there was nothing she could do about it. Who made her waste several opportunities. If she can't change Gu Shi's impression of her, she may not have any chance in the future. When Gu Shi and the others walked around the Aladovi city at this time, and were about to discuss how to deal with the matter at hand, Dimi suddenly said, "Sir, I would like to apply to participate in the field battle." At this time, Gu Shi and Luna were discussing whether to build a new council hall in Aladovi city during this period. Dimi's words surprised him. Gu Shi turned his head to look at Dimi and stared at her face for a long time. At this moment, Dimi no longer had the laziness he had when he was drinking afternoon tea in the city of Aridov. Instead, he had an iron-blooded momentum that he had shown on the battlefield. Facing Gu Shi's gaze, Dimi did not flinch. She stared into Gu Shi's eyes, hoping to seize this last hope. Good. After a long silence, Gu Shi finally agreed to Dimi's suggestion. Get your troops in order. I will notify you when troops need to be dispatched. Dimi wanted to say that she needed to bring her men into the battle, but the words were on her lips, and she swallowed them. At this time, Gu Shi turned to look at Lu Sheng, who had been standing aside. What about you? What are your plans next? I plan to follow Lady Dimi. I have accepted Lady Dimi's appointment to become the commanding hero of her Grey Soul Battalion. Yagyu has been fighting with Dimi for a while, and has witnessed what Dimi does in battle. He recognizes Dimi's strength, but he also understands that the reason Dimi is in this state is actually because of bad luck. If she didn't have so many demands, didn't have so many ideas, and was willing to fight for Gu Shi earlier, she wouldn't have encountered the situation in front of her at all. But it is precisely because of this that he is optimistic about Dimi. She thinks that what Dimi actually lacks is an opportunity. As long as Dimi can seize this opportunity, she will definitely become the first leader under Gu Shi based on her ambition. Yagyu was betting heavily. And he was betting heavily. Gu Shi didn't know Lu Sheng's thoughts, but he was still surprised by how much Lu Sheng valued him. Then Gu Shi thought that the battlefield ghosts commanded by Yagyu Sheng were non-replicable troops, and would be gone once the battle was over. On the contrary, Dimi has strong control over zombies, ghosts and vampires, and can make these 3 types of soldiers huge. Maybe Yagyu wanted to have a new source of troops to supplement when the ghosts on the battlefield were lost. With this thought, Gu Shi agreed with Yagyu Sheng's decision. Okay, you can follow them then. Now let's replenish the troops lost this time. The electric zombies are different from the battlefield ghosts. They have no heroes, not even bosses. There are only 2 warriors and 1 elite. Their affairs are directly managed by Dimi. Do you want to make up for their battle losses? Dimi's own business. When Dimi went down to reorganize his troops, Luna also happened to raise her head. Sir, I have already calculated that the newly acquired Aladovi city can have at least 27 large plots on the ground. And there will be sewers underground. 9 more large plots can be developed there. Not counting others. Only large plots are counted. And there are close to 40 plots here. And our main city is not even remotely close to here. This is a period of time. If we don't come here specially, the order will be sent from the council hall in the main city, through the gate of Eridavida, and then arrive here now. It will take 5 hours for the special delivery. Build a carriage station. And it will take a day to go back and forth. I don't want to think that when I need to build something in Aladovi city at this time, all the progress will be delayed for half a day to a day. That's reasonable. But if we build a meeting hall here, won't it lead to multiple orders? This is actually what Gushi is more worried about. The newly conquered city of Eridovi cannot be given away just like this. No. The meeting hall is divided into priorities. In addition, other core buildings must be moved over. Even if they cannot be counted as core buildings, they still need to be built. When it comes to the construction of the city of Aridov, Luna is quite domineering. Gushi thought deeply. What Luna said was right. The most important thing here is Gushi's attitude towards the handling of Aladovi city in other periods. The Aladovi city in front of us is just one of the 6 Aladovi cities. If for one city, it would take half a day to a day for the order to be conveyed. Then for 6 Aladovi cities, the government affairs would be directly stalled. For future considerations, Gushi couldn't do such a thing. Okay, let's propose it to the council first, and then we will redivide the city. Forget about the demolished city areas. We will redivide it. We won't be like the previous main city area, where everything must be built in every possible way. This time we have enough land, and all urban areas can be planned slowly. In addition, we also need to find a way to open up the rivers and sewers. If the stage carriage cannot be used and Aladovida is stuck, at least we will have other ways to contact here. After listening to Gushi's words, Luna also said seriously, I understand. Sir, don't worry. I will plan the city in front of me. Chapter 612, Soul Gathering Shopping Group. Until the end, Luna still didn't take the time to go to the market at the Soul Gathering place with Gushi. There are too many things that need to be dealt with in the new Aladovi city that she has just acquired. The construction of the new meeting hall, the construction of other core buildings, and the adjustment of carriage stations, sewers, and rivers all required Luna's personal intervention. The current number of plots of land in New Aladovi city is just an estimate. The final number of plots will depend on Luna's cleaning and layout of New Aladovi city. At the moment, Luna really couldn't move away and followed Gushi around the Soul Gathering place. Fortunately, the Soul Gathering place has been there for who knows how many years. If we go earlier or later, the market will not run away. Gushi had no intention of forcing Luna to come with him. When Luna started working, Gushi voluntarily quit and left Aladovi city without disturbing Luna. But when he quit, Gushi was surprised to find that he actually had a new choice when entering and leaving Aladovi city. He could appear in front of the assembly hall of the old Aladovi city, in the Aladovi tower, and in front of the unbuilt assembly hall of the new Aladovi city at any time. It seems that the City of Death also changes as the city grows. After all, the City of Death is a boost for players, not a constraint, and will not drag them down. After leaving Aladovi city, Gushi appeared in the Lee family and again. Shea was a little surprised to see Gushi returning alone. Sir, isn't Luna willing to come over? New Aladovi city has just been captured. She has too many things to deal with there. I'm afraid she doesn't have much time these days. But she also gave me a list. On it is the current status of Aladovi city. All kinds of supplies needed. It seems we have to make a special trip to the market. After hearing what Gushi said, Shea jumped up decisively. No problem. I'll lead the way now. Don't worry. We still have to wait for someone. Who are you waiting for? Shaya looked at Gushi with some confusion. Princess Anna? She also has some things to buy. But she said she has to deal with some things and will be here soon. Upon hearing Princess Anna's name, Shea immediately shut her mouth. Shea's personality is fearless. But when faced with a powerful boss like Princess Anna, Shea has no guts to mess around in front of her. She could only mutter to the side. What is she here for? She's going to paint Westminster Abbey, and there are some things she needs to prepare. What do I need to prepare to create a copy? Shea was still a little confused when she spoke. And then she immediately reacted. Princess Anna's current condition is not suitable for her to appear in the copy of Westminster Abbey, because there is a living Princess Anna in the copy. Gushi wants to take Princess Anna into the copy of Westminster Abbey. There will definitely be problems when the two princesses meet. But not bringing Princess Anna in, or hiding Princess Anna's identity, is a sign of looking down on Princess Anna. Even if Princess Anna is Gushi's contracted undead, she still has a temper. This temper may last for a long time. So Princess Anna must go to Westminster Abbey, even just once. For this reason, Princess Anna must find a way to resolve the conflict between the two princesses. The market in the Soul Gathering Land contains various items from the Yin and Yang realms, and there will definitely be a solution to this problem. Shea, who understood this, immediately shut up. I was already thinking about which store in the market would have something like this. At this moment, the special mirror in Gushi's hand flashed. Gushi was also stunned by this. So fast? Then Gushi activated the special mirror, and Princess Anna, who had changed her clothes, appeared in front of Gushi. This weird mirror space is really nice. It's much easier to get in and out of the city. At this time, Princess Anna was dressed as she was when Gushi saw her. She was wearing a white robe with gold trim, but she had no decorations on her body, and she did not carry any weapons. The golden griffin originally embroidered on the cuffs has also turned into a black dragon. Dressed like this, it is quite conspicuous in the Soul Gathering place. But Princess Anna didn't care about this at all. After sitting down in front of Gushi, she looked up at Shea. Are we leaving now? Shea has long been extremely familiar with Princess Anna's tone of voice. It's not that she looks down on you. It's just the way she talks. Would you like to eat something? The food here is prepared for each undead's individual situation. It is much better than the tavern in Ladovi City. After hearing Shea's words, Princess Anna also fell silent for a moment. If it were other things, it would definitely not be able to slow down Princess Anna. But the food made in the tavern in Ladovi City is really not delicious, because Gushi is still alive. Sometimes he has to use these things to fill his stomach during the game. But the undead in the city, unless they really need to eat something, are not even willing to get close to the tavern in Ladovi City. Princess Anna could no longer remember how long it had been since she had eaten normally. Although she can get by absorbing the negative energy of Ladovi City every day, Princess Anna sometimes really wants to eat something. Even the British Pigeon or Starry Sky faction would be fine. Then, just eat some. Princess Anna had just finished speaking when several waiters had already started serving her food. The various inns in the Soul Gathering place were heavily involved. As long as people appear near the inn, various services will quickly follow. There is no need to order food at the inn. You just sit there and indicate that you want to eat. What is most suitable for you will be sent to you. If you are a regular customer, what is served will be made according to your taste. This was the case with Gushi before, and the same is the case with Princess Anna now. The waiter quickly served Princess Anna large pieces of meat still stained with blood. According to the external classification, this piece of meat is less than 3-year-old, and there is blood on it. I'm afraid most people simply can't accept this level of familiarity. But for the undead, this is no big deal. There are still some undead people out there who like to eat raw meat. So after determining what Princess Anna needed, large pieces of meat were quickly brought up. Also served were the prepared sauce, and the wine that looked like blood. Princess Anna looked at the dishes in front of her, and was about to try them. Unexpectedly, as long as she didn't like the dishes, the waiter would quickly remove them, and replace them with other dishes of the same type, but with different methods. At this time, Princess Anna was immediately shocked. Chapter 613 Soul Gathering Market. In just one meal, Princess Anna's expectations for the Soul Gathering Land were fully raised. For Princess Anna, if the food here can be made like this, then there must be no problem with the market here. Once a woman's interest in shopping is brought up, even death can't stop it. After eating, Princess Anna and Shaya dragged Gushi out together. At this time, Shaya had already figured out everything about the Soul Gathering place. He is more familiar with the roads here than Zuya. Shaya was dragging Gushi in front. But before she took a few steps, the scene in front of her changed. They came from the weird city streets to a chaotic supermarket. The market in front of us is the same as the street outside. It has a chaotic side and an orderly side. The market is surrounded by fixed stores with large and small signs at the door. Some stores even do more than a dozen different businesses. The inside of the market is chaotic. As long as you have something to sell, you can just take a piece of cloth and set up a stall on the ground. No one will care about your behavior. And of course no one will help you look at the things on the stall. It can be said that the rules in this market are that order inside the store is guaranteed, and the stalls outside depend on luck. According to Shaya's opinion, Normally she should take Gushi around the street stalls outside. Because although there is no guarantee there will always be some good things that are missed. But this time it wasn't just Gushi who came. There was also Princess Anna and the shopping list that Luna needed. The situation was different then. Shaya took Gushi directly to a store on the east wall. There are 7 or 8 signboards at the entrance of this store, with words such as mercenary, herb, keel, lingbao, and pawn written on them. Entering the store, Gushi also saw many wanted posters posted on the wall of the store. The hand-drawn pattern on it makes it impossible to tell who the wanted person is. However, the prices below are relatively high. Here, Inchi stones or Lingsha are used as currency. The most expensive one is the Eastern Rakshasa Ghost King, who is level 14. After his head is retrieved, it can be exchanged for 800 Lingsha. If you think about the annual income of the micro-earth line under the blood sacrifice rich, you can know how valuable these 800 spirit stones are. Seeing this situation, Gushi was thinking about going out for a spin and killing the Rakshasa Ghost King. Seeing Gushi's condition, Shaya pulled Gushi and shook her head at him. Princess Anna also turned her head and looked over at this time. She glanced at the wanted notice posted on the wall, then at the price, and whispered to Gushi, "Don't mess around. The water is very deep here." Gushi was not stupid. He took a second look just now because the price was too high. As soon as Shaya and Princess Anna reminded him, he knew there was something wrong. So he turned his head directly. His eyes swept over the wanted posters, and then focused on the items on the cabinet in the store in front of me, except for the wanted poster posted on the wall at the entrance. The rest of the store is relatively Chinese style. Ordinary items are all displayed on antique display shelves, allowing people to see at a glance what good goods the store has for sale. Seeing Shaya coming in with Gushi and the others, a man in a silk robe walked out quickly. The man's skin was like painted black wood, and his limbs were somewhat stiff when he walked. "Isn't this Miss Shaya? What do you want to buy this time?" "This is my family. I want to buy in large quantities. You have to give me a lower price." Shaya stretched out her hand and pointed in Gushi's direction. When the man heard this, he immediately stretched out his hands and said, "It turns out you are an adult. The way you look at me. Please come this way. Please come this way. I am the boss here. Just call me Lao Coffin." As soon as Gushi came into contact with the old coffin, he knew what he was like. This body is a coffin board. As for how it turned into a human form, Gushi, as a necromancer, didn't know much about this. The only thing that can be seen is that Shaya agrees with him, so there should be no problem. "Hello. I'm here to buy some things for building the city this time, and the quantity I want will be larger. Don't worry. Our materials, soil and stones are all dug out from ancient tombs that are over 1,000 years old. They are absolutely full of energy, and all the wood is the best coffin wood. At least 500 years to start. All the metals were picked up from ancient battlefields. Not only do they contain a lot of energy, but they also have a strong evil spirit, which is definitely not a problem. As for gemstones, I can guarantee that every piece is a sealing stone and cannot go wrong. Did I take a look at the goods first?" Gushi did not completely believe the old coffin in front of him, but asked seriously, "Of course. Please come this way." When Labuan heard this, he knew there was hope this time, and quickly invited Gushi to the backyard. At this time in the backyard of his store, many undead were constantly carrying various things. There are some tombstones that have been engraved with words, as well as some things like coffin lids or vermilion soil. At the same time, some undead came over with a large number of rusty weapons, and classified these weapons normally. At this time, the old coffin said proudly, "Sir, let me see if what I said is correct. All the materials here are good." At this time, Gushi's attention was not focused on these materials. He saw something mixed with swords and weapons. Gushi took another look, and Shaya immediately understood what Gushi meant. "I need all these weapons." The old coffin laughed when he saw it. "Okay, take it aside." But Gushi stood up directly and said, "Put it in front of me." At this time, the undead men under Lao Coffin didn't know who to listen to. Seeing Gushi's reaction, Lao Coffin also understood what was going on. "Put it in front of this lord." 103 ancient battlefield weapons can be converted into 20 units of metal. The extra ones are considered as extras and will be accounted for. Remember, an accountant following behind the old coffin spoke quickly and wrote down the deal. At this time, Shaya pointed to the tombstone on the side and gestured to attract the old coffin's attention. Gushi's eyes were searching for the pop-up messages. Ancient battlefield weapons. Green weapons that have been buried under the ancient battlefield for many years are filled with corpse, and evil spirits. They can be used by undead soldiers or recast into metal materials, with the highest quality being blue. The useless tiger talisman. Green. The tiger talisman has lost its function. There is no breath in it. It just records everything about the owner of the tiger talisman during his lifetime. It can be used by the undead. There will be a 25% chance that the undead leader will be promoted to become hero. Chapter 6:14 The Best Gray. Gushi was very happy after getting the tiger talisman, as if he had taken advantage of it. But his items on the list were bought one by one. Guzina felt quite embarrassed. It turned out that it was not a coincidence that he could see the tiger charm in those swords just now, but a matching method of Laocofen. Every time there was always some mixed in the supplies. For example, the tomb soil will be mixed with a piece of Ganoderma liccitum, and the tombstone will have an epitaph written by a master, etc. Anyway, in every transaction, there will always be one or two such small masterpieces. Even the most stupid person can see that this is a marketing ploy by Laocofen. But what Gushi thought was a small and exquisite item was actually not very eye-catching here in Laocofen. Gushi lost his previous excitement and kept looking at the resources sent to him. He discovered that even if he was not watching there, the resources that Old Coffin took out were all the same. Green quality supplies, with a small top quality item in every 20 or 30 units. This is exactly what hits Gushi's bottom line. At the same time, it is not a waste of Laocofen's resources, because there are many things in them that ordinary undead people don't like, and they are difficult to deal with. For some people, they are even worse than garbage. Now all of them have been packed up and given to Gushi. Moreover, Gushi would not refuse, but would be a little happy. No one is doing this business anymore. But for Gushi, he did make a profit. What he lacks now is this kind of thing that represents the foundation or foundation. It is hard for a normal person to imagine that Gushi already has a bone dragon in his hand. But only 7 heroes. Although there are many undead leaders, there are only 3 established troops: the Rose Corps, the Black Spear Battalion, and the Bone Cutting Battalion. The extreme imbalance between high-level troops and low-level troops has actually begun to affect Gushi's battle. Gushi felt something when he fought against the mountain gods and ghost villages before. The abilities of his basic undead were too weak, and they died too quickly. Normally, the average necromancer would not encounter such a situation. But Gushi's situation is obviously different. He is growing too fast. Not long has passed since he graduated. Depending on the situation of other players, he should now be doing some basic learning within the major guilds. As a result, he reached his current level by himself. There is a lack of buildings in the city, and there are problems with the organization of the troops. Everything else can't be seen when there is no fighting. But if you really find something wrong, that's when the situation collapses. These inconspicuous gadgets in front of him gave Gushi some new ideas. At this time, Lao Guan just came over, holding the list given by Luna in his hand and waving it. Everything is complete. Even if I don't have anything on hand, I have found replacement items. You were brought here by Miss Shea. I think you are a nice person, so I will give you a 20% discount. A total of 31,000 points of Yin Chi. Of course, you can also use other things of equal value to calculate. Gushi flicked his fingers, and an evil energy bead fell into the old coffin's hand. How about this? It's a very strange aura. Neither ghost aura nor Yin aura, but it can be transformed 1 to 1. No problem. This can be used. Lao Guan only took a glance and confirmed the situation of the strange energy bead. He was quite satisfied with it for trading. Looking at the old coffin's expression, Gushi knew that it was done. At this time, Gushi held the small masterpieces he had picked out before in his hands. Old coffin boss, what's the situation with these things? Lao Coffin was also shocked when he saw Gushi telling the matter directly. He thought that this was a good thing no matter how you looked at it. Even if most people found out, they would just accept it silently. It's either a kickback or a small gift. And I won't talk nonsense. After all, this is where they take advantage. But what does this mean? At this time, Gushi also expressed his thoughts. I want to buy this kind of thing specifically. Do you have it? Master Gu. This thing is just made of high-quality materials. No one values it. But it is actually a good thing. When the old coffin heard this, he immediately changed his face and complained softly. I want low quality. Even junk quality stuff like this. And I want a lot of it. Yes. The old coffin perked up upon hearing this. Don't worry. Mr. Gu. My channels are the most comprehensive. We have plenty of these things. Don't worry. We will have as much as you want. But at this point, the old coffin paused. But Mr. Gu, are you really sure you want it? Of course. I definitely want it. The old coffin looked at Gu Shi with some embarrassment, then turned to say a few words to his men. Then two undead came over carrying a box of things. Sir, please take a look at these first, and then make sure whether you really want this kind of thing. Looking at Lao Guan's attitude, Gu Shi's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. He opened the box and took a look, and found that it was all filled with thumb-sized dots of light, which looked like soul fragments, but were larger than the soul fragments. Champion's fighting spirit, Gray the fighting spirit, that can only be condensed by strong men who have experienced hundreds of battles, and won all the survivors. It can be used to strengthen the soul, or the undead. This is wrong. Gu Shi had heard of things like championship fighting spirit, and the desire to be victorious in school. That is a strong will that has been tempered bit by bit through at least hundreds of battles. Adding it to the soul can definitely elevate the quality of the soul to a higher level. Moreover, this kind of thing is the best material to improve the quality of warriors. His previous championship rings were forged by injecting this kind of championship fighting spirit. For this kind of stuff, the starting quality must be green or above. And most of them are blue. What the H.L. is this gray thing in front of you? Gu Shi glanced at the box full of gray championship spirit, and then looked up at the old coffin, which seemed to be waiting for his answer. These are the championship fighting spirit generated after hundreds of battles. As you know, there are more bugs. When he heard the word cricket, Gu Shi suddenly understood. It turned out to be a cricket. That makes sense. In ancient times in the East, where cricket fighting was common, it was not difficult to find a cricket that had survived many battles. In fact, in places where cricket fighting is more ruthless, there will be at least one or two such creatures in every village. Crickets can only live for a year at most, and there are new ones every year. I am afraid that the crickets in front of me are just randomly picked up by the undead. Seeing Gu Shi's stunned expression, the old coffin stepped on the box with his foot. If you want a junk-quality little masterpiece, I'm afraid they all exist like this. So I just want to ask, do you still want it? If you don't want to, I will pretend I didn't hear what you said just now. Gu Shi blinked and said firmly, yes. Chapter 615 Crazy Shopping. Following Gu Shi's decision, Lao Coffin quickly shipped out all the inventory in his warehouse. There is a gray fighting spirit in it. Arrows and blades that are so rotten that they cannot even be recast into metal. Herbs that have been pulled out. The last remaining grass roots, etc. Most of these things are gray, but they have some good properties, like arrowheads or sword heads. These things at least have sharp and armor-piercing effects. But they are all so rotten that they cannot be used even if they are recast. There are also the roots of herbs, which are not things like ginseng. After the herbs are pulled out, the roots left behind have a trace of medicinal properties, but not much. Don't let them go. They are worth a little money. But if you keep them, the money you make is not as much as renting a warehouse. The most important thing is that all these things are handed over by ordinary undead that come and go from the soul gathering place. They may have spent a long time trying to pick up these things. Naturally, they hope that the old coffin can accept them all. Otherwise, it is not a matter of running in vain. But they may have no food, no place to live, and cannot survive. Within a few days, I was completely devastated. If Lao Coffin dares not to accept it, his shop will be demolished in less than 2 days. Now that Gu Shi was willing to ask for these, Lao Coffin immediately shipped out all the great quality products in his inventory. Best of all, it's all organized and packaged. Gu Shi just needs to take it back as it is, and there is no need to tidy it up again. I can only fit this much here. There will be more later. Don't worry. As long as you are willing to accept them, we will take them by the box. Each box only costs 1 point of yin chi. What do you think? Okay. I want all of them. But boss, you have to lend me a place, and I have to transport these things. Gu Shi laughed when he heard it. He made a profit. He quickly took out a large number of devious energy beads and placed them in front of the old coffin. The old coffin pointed to the open space in front of him and said, use whatever you want. Labor here is very cheap. If you need someone to help you move your things, I can call some people over for you. No, I can do it myself. As Gu Shi spoke, a door opened horizontally appeared behind him. This is a school gate that can be opened and closed horizontally, and can also be considered a type of city gate. Previously, Gu Shi was considering building a city gate that looked like it had no defense. It wasn't until later that Gucci wanted to build a carriage station that he remembered such a thing. So this defenseless city gate was lined up behind the water channel fence, and became the 5th city gate in Aladovi City. And it was built directly near the giant garden. The main attraction is a connection to Sleeping Beauty Castle. Now that he has been released by Gucci, he also wants to make use of the large horizontally openable school gate, so that people can quickly transport the supplies in front of him. Old Coffin's eyes widened as he looked at the horizontal openable school gate that appeared behind Gucci. No wonder Gucci wanted to borrow a place. It seems that he has a way to transport the supplies directly. The old Coffin thought for a moment, turned around and gestured to his men. And boxes after boxes of gray supplies were shipped over. At this time, Gucci didn't even look at what these things were. He just wanted to accept everything that was sent to him. In his eyes, nothing could be worse than those broken swords, spears and arrows. These things can be fed to the bone-gnawing silt by Gucci. All the attributes on the sword fragments and arrowheads can be swallowed and digested by the bone-gnawing silt, becoming part of the resources for their growth. There are also those grass roots and the like. Even if they are useless, they can be thrown into the magic plant area to be used as fertilizer. No matter how bad these things were, Gucci could always find a use for them. So he simply didn't even look at them. For every box that old Coffin sent over, he would send one box to Arida City. More than half an hour later, the old Coffin stopped moving, and Gucci raised his head in confusion. "Boss, what's wrong? Everything has been evacuated. Mr. Gu, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, these tens of thousands of boxes of stuff are sitting in my warehouse, unable to be sold and thrown away with no place to throw them away. I really don't know what I would do. Just do it. Let me tell you, you have helped me so much, and I will definitely never forget you. I have some small authority here, and can sell you some higher quality things. What do you want? Just say it, and I'll figure it out." Gucci's eyes lit up when he heard this. Just now, while waiting for the box to be delivered, Gucci also inquired about what he could buy from Lao Coffin. Because of Gucci's Death Lord ability, he has a natural affinity for the undead. The friendliness and reputation value have directly increased to the friendly level. You can buy green quality things from the official store of Soul Gathering Land. As for what you can buy at the stalls outside, it all depends on luck. If you are really lucky, you may even get orange equipment. But is anyone willing to take the gamble? Most people come here to do tasks, earn reputation, slowly increase their reputation level, and then open the right to purchase blue and purple equipment. But for store owners, there are ways around these rules. As long as the quantity is not too large, 1 or 2 pieces is no problem. Gucci thought for a moment and immediately said, "Boss, if you really have something of higher quality, then I am not a stingy person. There is something of such great quality in the back, and I bought it. Then the relationship is good. It's settled. If you have anything you want, tell me, and I'll help you find a solution. I don't particularly want one, but I have a lot of people under me now, and not many of them can take charge. I need a way to produce a hero." Gucci picked up the tiger talisman from before. It was this tiger talisman that attracted Gucci's attention and made him willing to consider the so-called little best. But the old Coffin shook his head. "I say, Mr. Gu, you better not do this. The heroes created by this kind of thing may still be far from real heroes. They cannot lead leaders, because the leaders do not believe that they are stronger than themselves. They don't have any talent. The most important thing is that the probability of transforming heroes is not as high as you see. Moreover, if they take this step, the boss will be gone. If the transformation fails, nothing will be left." "Ah, is there such a thing? Of course. I have been running a shop here for so many years, and I have never seen anything. Otherwise, you would think that I don't know that this tiger charm is a good thing, and would throw it there as a gift to you. This thing is useless. If you want to take care of your men, I have something on hand that is more suitable for you. Just wait for me to show it to you." After saying that, Lao Coffin went to the warehouse at the rear and started searching seriously. Chapter 616 Broken Battle Flag. When Lao Coffin went to the warehouse to look for suitable products, Princess Shaya and Anna also came to Gucci. Both of them saw what happened just now. As soon as Shaya came over, she said softly to Gucci, "Sir, your price is still a bit expensive." Shaya's trip around the market during this period was not in vain. She knew the prices of various supplies very well. Every shop owner hopes to get rid of this kind of top-quality gray garbage as soon as possible. Generally speaking, as long as you don't want to buy it for free, the other party will be willing to sell it at any price. Gushi's approach of directly clearing the warehouse is very rare. Most stores will be willing to go cheaper in order to free up the warehouse. Gushi could have quoted a price of 5 boxes of 3 points of negative energy. Or 3 boxes of 2 points of negative energy. I believe Lao Coffin will grit his teeth and agree. Gushi also understood this. But he had no intention of doing so. He would still have to hang out in the soul gathering place for a while. And this time he took away not a lot of grey top quality garbage. He just wanted to try to see if it would be useful to Aladovi City. If it is useful, we will definitely purchase it in large quantities later. If you offend the boss now, how will he ask for goods in the future? Gushi is not stupid. He can still understand which is more important. Immediate interests or long-term interests. At this time, Gushi simply did not answer the question, but asked Princess Anna. How's it going? Did you see anything you liked? The quality of the things here is pretty good. I like a few of them. But I don't have permission to buy them. Gushi felt helpless when he heard this. Although he had a good relationship with the undead when he came in, the Death Lord did not increase his friendship level unlimitedly, since he didn't accept the mission of the Soul Gathering Land. His reputation couldn't increase. The permission to buy things is naturally also stuck. For Princess Anna, she doesn't like the green quality very much. And she still has to choose the right attribute for the purple quality. And she doesn't like the ordinary things. Regarding the green quality here, Princess Anna really has no intention of taking action. Shea, on the other hand, is interested in a lot of things. She is not as picky as Princess Anna. To her, the quality of the weapons and equipment does not matter, as long as they are suitable for use. At this moment, the old coffin also walked out of the warehouse, carrying a small copper box in his hand. Putting the copper box in front of Gushi, Lao Guan said, "Open it and take a look." Gushi opened the copper box and found a neatly folded battle flag inside. Gushi had the chief battle flag, and later his battle flag was further strengthened in the Chaoyang Guangguang Guild. Gushi was quite satisfied with his battle flag. Lao Coffin suddenly showed a battle flag, which made Gushi a little puzzled. But he still chose to believe the old coffin and picked up the battle flag. When the battle flag was taken out of the copper box, Gushi felt his hand sink, as if a city was being pressed in his hand. Broken battle flag, blue a broken battle flag. The quality of the original battle flag is at least purple or above. This battle flag still retains the characteristics of the original battle flag, which can give a hero the right to form an army. After that, the troops are equivalent to the garrison of level 7 or above. Note, this battle flag was originally a purple quality, and its characteristics are also retained from the purple quality. If this battle flag is used to form an army, each time this unit goes into battle, more than 300 enemies must be sacrificed for blood. Otherwise, the next time the battle begins, 300 soldiers in the army will automatically die. This is my greatest authority. After all, the battle flag is blue, but it is broken. It is fair to say that the broken blue color is of green quality. When Gushi heard this, he knew that it was Lao Guan who was helping him. Although this kind of thing is broken, it is definitely a blue prop, and it is of relatively good quality. Ordinary people should never even think about getting such a bargain for nothing. Thank you very much. You are too polite to say that. I didn't do anything. By the way, do you want these great things in the future? Gushi saw all kinds of calculations flashing across Lao Guan's eyes. At this time, Gushi was also wondering what other tricks this old coffin could play. He doesn't think he can sell the best gray ones. He probably wants to acquire them on a large scale. In fact, he didn't know that Lao Coffin's thoughts were not on Gushi at all. What Lao Coffin is thinking is that there are many official stores here, each of which stores a large amount of these top-notch great products. They have no way to get rid of these things. If Lao Guan has such a channel, then they will definitely come to him for help in order to get rid of these great products. At that time, Lao Coffin can make various requests. And as long as they are not too excessive, these requests will be met. When that time comes, his old coffin store will become the best store in the neighborhood. Thinking of this, Lao Coffin himself felt happy. Gushi looked at the change in Lao Coffin's expression and thought in his mind that this was probably not a plot against him. But he finally said, "Of course, I will definitely want it. But boss, you can't let it go and collect it. If the price goes up, I won't want it." Listening to Gushi's words, the old coffin burst into laughter. "Don't worry. I don't care about your little income." After laughing, old coffin asked again, "How about it? Do your 2 men like anything?" "No. My authority is still too low. It seems that I need to brush up some reputation in the next period of time." You're right to think so. By the way, don't do anything with those wanted orders that cost more than 100 spirit stones. They are not something you can handle right now. Is there anything special about this? Gu Shi thought of the wanted poster he had seen before and asked a question. Those ghost kings want to reincarnate and fight for dragons in the underworld. And they are now clearing out potential opponents. The old coffin explained the situation here. He didn't say much, but it was enough. Sometimes, some things don't need too much explanation. Those who understand will understand them themselves. If you don't understand, knowing too much is not good. Although Gu Shi didn't understand, Princess Anna beside him was a knowledgeable person. As soon as she heard Loud One's words, she pulled Gu Shi's clothes. There is a lot of work going on in this world, and our strength and level are not enough to participate in it. After hearing Princess Anna's explanation, Gu Shi came to his senses. With his current strength, it is better not to participate in the battle between the Ghost Kings. Oh, I get it. Shea, where do we go next? Shea also understood what Gu Shi meant in an instant. Let's go to the mission hall next, and take on some missions to increase our reputation in the soul gathering place. Everything here requires reputation. If you don't have enough reputation, no one will pay attention to you. Chapter 617 Accepting the Mission. After leaving the store, Shea took Gu Shi to the mission center located in the middle of the market. There should be other names here, but the signboard with the name of this place has long been obscured by the large number of task lists and wanted orders outside. Most people can't recognize the name here at all. They only know that this is the largest store in the entire market. Compared to the previous store, this place is more formal. When entering, Shea was no longer looking for someone, but was immediately greeted by a ghost-like clerk. Sister, you're here. Are you ready to take orders this time? No. I'll bring my adults here. As Shaya spoke, she gave up her position and let Gu Shi stand up from behind. The clerk's eyes lit up when he saw Gu Shi. Aren't you Mr. Gu? Welcome. I wonder what kind of tasks Mr. Gu wants to complete. Killing enemies will increase your reputation faster. As for rewards, just give the usual ones. Gu Shi also wanted the kind of tasks that would increase his reputation quickly. Give him a lot of experience. Make things simple. And give good rewards. But the problem is, the people in the soul gathering land are not stupid. How could they release such a task to outsiders? So Gu Shi could only settle for the next best thing. First pick out what you lack. As he said, rewards are not important. What is important is that he needs to improve his reputation. As soon as Gu Shi told the direction of the mission, the clerk immediately said, yes. There are too many such missions. I will look for them. I've also taken on all the other tasks along the way. Don't let us run one after another. Don't worry. Sister, we definitely care about you the most. The clerk quickly brought over a pile of to-do lists and explained them one by one to Shea. Sister, I stayed here specially. After leaving the city, walk 300 miles east, where there is an earthly demon cave. Inside is a group of monsters living outside the underworld. They feed on the undead on the Huangquan Road. We sent troops to attack them several times, but they escaped every time. Later we learned that it was not that we had failed to capture their position, but they have spies in the city. As long as an army of more than 30,000 people passes by, they will abandon everything and escape. If their numbers are less than 30,000, they will try to lure them into an attack. The last person sent there will become their food. For this mission, the rewards are actually great. The main task is to capture the demon cave. After taking it, the reputation will be directly increased by 2,000. In addition, the reputation will be increased by 1 for each enemy killed. There are also tasks that are together with the task of taking down the demon cave. Take a look at these 3. These 3 must be killed. They will definitely be in the demon cave. You have to get their heads back. If you meet these 5, you can meet them. If you don't, forget it. However, their value is relatively high. Each person has a blue outfit and 500 reputation. In addition, this is a mission that can be completed along the way. There is a crushed scale stone mine about 50 miles away from the demon cave. There is something called crushed scale stone produced there. But now that crushed scale stone mine is occupied by people. If you clear it out, you can get 30% of the output of crushed scale stone. Let me explain here that this output is given for 1 year. But this task does not give much reputation. I took it because it was on the way. And here, the mission is to leave the city and walk about 100 miles east. There is a wild temple there. I heard that this wild temple seems to be occupied by someone. You go over and check to see if someone really occupies this place. If so, clear out the demons occupying this place. This mission was not issued by the Soul Gathering Center. It was just a drop-in. So the reward was 3 volumes of red rope. The clerk took out many task lists and explained them to Shea one by one. Gushi looked on and couldn't help feeling speechless. He really didn't expect that Shaya's relationship here was so good. The clerk in front of her really helped Shea think of everything. Where to start, where to go, and what tasks to do along the way are all planned. It can be seen that this clerk really put a lot of thought into it. Shaya could naturally see this. She smiled and said to the clerk, "Shao-sun, thank you so much this time. Sister, you are a heretic now. Who is in our relationship? If anything happens in the future, just come to me directly. Don't worry. I promise to take care of everything." Shaya took the list and proudly smiled at Gushi. Gushi couldn't help but laugh. It seems that all 3 of his contracted undead have grown up. Shea, ask him for some nearby combat missions again. This time the reward is expected to be undead troops. Mainly zombies or ghosts. Shea glanced at Gushi and immediately started communicating with the clerk Shao-sun. Shao-sun thought about it and actually took out several task lists. But this time, the task list was not as long as the one he gave to Shea before. The most core task in the task list is to the southwest of the gathering place. There is a forest there. In the forest there are a large number of wild ghosts, who have left the team, but cannot leave. They have separated from the team leading to the gate of H.L. And now they have no idea of going back. It's just an excuse to destroy the route towards the gate of H.L. It can be said that they belong to the bandits of the underworld. There are not many troops. But it is quite troublesome. If a large army is sent to attack, it will be somewhat wasteful. But if fewer troops are sent, it may not have any impact on them. So it became a task and was placed here. These tasks are all small tasks. After all, the number of wild ghosts gathered together is not large, and they are relatively scattered. Therefore, the rewards given are quite special. The requirement is to bring back the heads of these wild ghosts to complete the task. 3 heads can be exchanged for a soldier at the soul gathering place. Whether it is a zombie, a ghost, or a skeleton soldier, all are 3 for 1. The more you kill, the more you get. As for other things, it is up to the person who makes the move to divide them himself. And the soul gathering place will not care. After taking these task lists, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. Shaya expressed her gratitude to Shao-sun, and then followed Gushi out of the mission center. After walking out of the door, Shea asked again, "Sir, where are we going next?" Gushi thought for a while, then turned to look at Princess Anna. "Anna, do you want to come with us this time?" "Okay. It's okay to be idle anyway. And this world is also very interesting. I want to spend more time in this world." Chapter 6:18 Several Heroes. When Gushi left the soul gathering place with the task list, he happened to meet players from other guilds entering the city. Seeing the opponent's players bringing a large number of elite undead into the city, Gushi's confidence returned. After leaving the soul gathering place, Gushi first determined the direction, then found a quiet place and released the main city gate. Princess Anna began to mobilize the troops. In the previous battles in New Aradovi City, Princess Anna was in charge there. At this time, she has more say. At this time, Gushi immediately called Demi out. "Demi, these tasks are for you." Taking the task list handed over by Gushi, Demi read it carefully for a moment. Just killing the enemy? Then Demi understood what Gushi meant. And now Demi had no way to prove himself in other aspects. Gushi was able to release her to fight in the field, which was because Demi joined Gushi earlier. If it had been anyone else, Gushi would have been sent to guard the mine long ago. Please rest assured. Sir, I will take care of all this. If all these enemies are killed, can I return to the city to take on other tasks? Can. Gushi did not refuse Demi's request. Gushi knew that Demi would not finish killing the enemies here so quickly. All the wild ghosts who marked Demi's to-do list were quantitative, although the number of wild ghosts in each group is not large. The number of wild ghost groups that cannot hold this place is quite large. Even the soul gathering place didn't expect to clean up the wild ghosts in the wild through such a mission. And Gushi didn't think Demi had such ability. However, Gushi didn't say much as he saw that Demi had wiped away the ladylike attitude before, and made herself imbued with an iron-blooded spirit. Just gave Demi one last chance. After receiving Gushi's approval, Demi rolled up the task list, turned to Yagyu and said, "Let's go!" As Demi left, Yagyu and Demi's troops also left. Looking at Demi's troops, Gushi couldn't help but shake his head. the 3 battalions of the Rose Corps, except for the Red Blood Battalion, which cannot speed up due to vampires. The Green Zombie Battalion and the Grey Soul Battalion are already fully staffed. Most of the Green Zombie Battalion is filled with electric zombies, and the Grey Soul Battalion is full. Most of them are battlefield ghosts. Even the Grey Soul camp is managed by a dedicated hero, Yagyu. It can be said that if she hadn't been unlucky, a unit like her would have been able to get away with it there. But on Gushi's side, her situation is not so good. Now she has to take the initiative to complete some of the most dangerous and difficult tasks. Don't look at the task list Gushi gave her. It was very simple. But everyone knows that once some things are taken to scale, the situation will become different. And in order to prove herself, Demi will definitely not fight simply. She may have to fight desperately this time. After Demi led the troops away, Gushi called out several other heroes under his command. After Amilka came out, she nodded to Gushi and stood aside alone. The other 4 heroes were divided into 2 groups, one with their own organization and one without. Arroyo. Has the Black Gun Battalion been replenished? The troops have been replenished and the soldiers have been transformed. But there is nothing we can do about the lost levels and experience. I have already told Fugu that all expeditions will give priority to the Black Spear Battalion. But even so, many soldiers are still only at level 5 and cannot reach their previous level. Gushi also had a headache after hearing this. That's the trouble with large army battles. If the losses are heavy and there is no definite plan to replenish the troops, the entire corps may be in trouble for a while. Like the situation of the Black Spear Battalion this time. More than 70% of the troops were lost, and there was no reserve force to replenish. So everything had to be reassigned and retrained. Of course, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. The altar of eternal slavery is waiting there. If you pay enough negative energy, any kind of troops can be resurrected. But no normal person would do that. They are not champion troops, elite soldiers, or undead leaders, and their levels are not even above 10. In this case, Arroyo's natural choice is to resurrect a small number of people and supplement the rest through various means. Up to now, the Black Gun Battalion can only be considered to have almost replenished its manpower. But it will probably take a long time to restore its original combat power. But this time, the Black Gun Battalion will definitely not miss this battle. Arroyo immediately promised, "Sir, don't worry. There are still some strong enough people in the Black Spear Battalion. As long as they participate in the battle, we can ensure the combat effectiveness of the Black Spear Battalion." Gushi didn't say anything, but turned his attention to the other 2 undead heroes. Of these 2 undead heroes, one is a ghost hero, and the other is a legal hero. At this time, they all paid attention to Gushi. The ghost hero Lewis's eyes are brighter, while the legal hero Yondo doesn't have that spirit. Both of them could see how their respective situations were. Lewis is a ghost hero, and his abilities are all on the ghost. In fact, he and Yagyu are the same kind of heroes. But Yagyu has now joined Demi. Now that Gushi has to choose a hero to command the ghosts, he is the first choice. As for Yondo, his route is actually better. He is actually qualified to control all the mages under Gushi. However, Gushi only has a few mage troops under his command, including skeleton mages, corpse wizards, and the withered ones. These are all the treasures of Gushi's men. Gushi can take them with him. There is no need for Yondo to take them. Therefore, the current Yondo is not as good as Lewis, who joined Gushi at the same time as him. Now when Gushi turned his eyes, their reactions were also different. Lewis' eyes flashed with excitement, but Yondo was still as calm as before, without any reaction, and lowered his head. If he had a newspaper in his hand, he might have covered himself. Gushi glanced at them, pointed at Yondo and said, "Yondo, if I give you a group of mages, what can you do?" When Yondo heard this, he immediately raised his head, looked at Gushi with disbelief, and finally pushed up his glasses and said, "What kind of mage group do you want? Sir? Taboo on large-scale attacks? Battlefield control skills? Or is it like a shooter, carrying out long-range attacks from behind?" After hearing what Yondo said, Gushi also laughed. "As for you, you have the power of Eagle Eye. You have a secret book that can record everything. I have also opened all of Aladovi's magic tower to the public. What have you learned and what have you mastered?" Chapter 6:19 Ritual Magic. I have learned all the spells in the magic tower, even the soldier spells. The most important thing is that I have mastered ritual magic. These are some of the things I have mastered during this period. If I insist on talking about it, battlefield rituals are my current thinking. Listening to Yondo's words, Lewis's eyes also lit up. He is not a legal hero. Nor is he a necromancer. In his opinion, if you fight bravely, you will lose a lot of points. It seemed that the hero of Gu Shi's 3rd Battalion was none other than him. Unexpectedly, Gu Shi became interested in Yongdo's words. He came to Yongdo and asked directly, "Tell me in detail." Looking at the situation in front of him, Louis was full of disbelief. He really wanted to tell Gu Shi that he was the best choice to control the ghost now. Not Yongdo. Louis' anxious look naturally caught the eyes of Gu Shi and the others. The situation of Robbie and Arroyo before was different from these two. They happened to encounter Gu Shi who had troops at his disposal. But now, Gu Shi is not worried about anything else. He has more choices. Because just before that, Gu Shi had at least a dozen more props in his hands that could transform bosses into heroes. Although Lao Coffin has always said that the probability of this kind of transformation is not high. More than 10 pieces can always be transformed into 1 or 2. So Gu Shi can completely overturn everything and make other choices. Now that he can say these words, he actually wants to test the personalities of these two heroes. After all, the commanding hero of an organized army may have no combat effectiveness, no talent, and no level. But he must not be without brains. This time Yudo's performance was passable. At least he knew what his position was. Louis's performance was unsatisfactory. He thought Gu Shi was the only subordinate like him. At this time, Yongdo also noticed that Gu Shi and the other three had something wrong with their expressions. He thought about it carefully before explaining to Gu Shi the ritual magic he had imagined. In Yongdo's opinion, during a battle, the mage cannot be used as a shooter in front. That would be a huge waste of the magician's role. The magician should be placed in the back, using altars or other means to perform magic rituals. And through magic rituals, they can change the weather and wind direction, and even summon volcanoes and thunder and lightning to attack enemies. After hearing this, Gu Shi thought about it seriously. You mean, move the mage further back? Yes, although moving the mage backwards will prevent the mage from attacking the enemy directly like a shooter. The existence of ritual magic can enhance the mage's power hundreds of times, as long as it is not an encounter. As long as we have time to set up the ritual altar, 100 skeleton mages can play the role of 1,000 skeleton mages. Hearing this, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. You sure? I'm sure. And I've researched 5 different rituals, 3 of which require altars, and 1 of which requires sacrifices. Speaking of his research, Yudo said it very seriously. Tell me the story. First, we need an altar and sacrifices. And we also need to prepare a long-lasting ritual magic. The slow spell. Huh? Gu Shi glanced at Yongdo in surprise. He did not expect that Yongdo would use the slowness technique as the most important ritual magic. The reason why slowness can reach this point is entirely because slowness is related to the power of the earth. And the derivative skills of slowness also have a similar idea. It only requires 100 skeleton mages, plus an altar, and 1 unit of stone to sacrifice. And the gravity within a diameter of 2,500 meters can be controlled with the altar as the center. It can speed up the movement of our troops, or slow down the movement of the enemy, or even make them unable to move. The magical effects last as long as the skeletal mage of the ritual is alive. After telling his research results, Yongdo was quite proud. But he finally knew what the situation was. So he suppressed the idea of explaining to Gu Shi how these magic rituals were researched, and quickly introduced them to Gu Shi other ritual magic. Ice Storm and Mana Extraction. One is a skeleton mage who specializes in the Ice Arrow spell, and the other is learned by most skeleton mages. So these 2 ritual magics are studied very quickly. All require special ritual altars. Ice Storm also requires skeleton mages who specialize in Ice Arrow spells to perform rituals, and a total of 100 people are needed. Mana Extraction is different. Skeleton mages and even corpse witches can participate. The more people there are, the better the effect will be. Ice Storm can expand the attack range of Ice Storm 15 times. And its power is twice that of a normal Ice Storm. The power behind is estimated by me, because the skeleton mage has never been under my control, and I have no experiments. So I can only perform the fall based on my data. But Mana Extraction is different. Mana Extraction can drain all the mana of all the enemy's magic units. This is also a problem. I think we need a way to store mana, such as a magic pool. Otherwise, when the ritual is over, the extra mana will really be wasted. 2 spells without ritual altars. The Ice Ring spell and the Curse of Blood Loss. I am currently researching these 2. And I feel that Blood Loss Curse and Mana Drain can go the same way, draining the enemy's life together. However, the follow-up ideas are a bit stuck. I think it might be better if there is a vampire blood mage. The ice ring technique can apply the idea of ice storm. The most important thing is that the ice ring will not hurt the person in the center of the ring. This is most suitable for self-protection. Now the problem also arises from the lack of manpower. Listening to Yongdo's introduction, Gushi asked seriously, Yongdo, how many of your 5 kinds of ritual magic can be achieved? It can all work. Yudo pushed up his glasses with a serious look on his face. And the wind blew by, blowing up the hair on his head. Okay. Then I will trust you once. You will arrange all the skeleton mages' battles in the future. Show me them one by one. Not too much. If you can achieve 3 of the 5 types of ritual magic, I will compile a magic army for you. Have you seen this battle flag? This is a way to get organized without the need for a resident base. And although it has some flaws, it is better than dragging it out forever. Listening to Gushi's words, the reactions of Lewis and Yudo were exactly opposite to those when they appeared before. Yudo was full of motivation, but Lewis felt like his sky was falling. Looking at Lewis's expression, Gushi finally said something. Lewis, think about Yagyu's choice. And then think about your performance. Gushi's words made Lewis sweat coldly. He understood where the problem was. He lowered his head and said, Sir, I understand. I will find my position. Chapter 620 Gushi's Path to Famous General. Over the next stretch of the road, Lewis became quite honest. He was no longer as arrogant as before, but honestly helped Gushi manage the ghost army. He might have looked down on the previous Yudo. But for Yagyu, Lewis was actually very convinced. As both ghost heroes, Yagyu is much stronger than him. At first, Lewis did not compare himself with Yagyu, and Yagyu followed Dimi, which made him think that he was the only choice for the hero of the ghost force. But after being told by Gushi once, Lewis realized that he had thought too much and that he was not the indispensable one. Even Dimi is trying hard to prove himself. If he still can't see his position clearly, he will slowly be abandoned by Gushi. Now he has directly considered his position, being a blue-collar snake oil. And whenever Gushi needs it, he can take over. When not needed, he can help manage the ghost troops and train ghosts. This surprised Gushi, who was about to stare at Lewis. Why are all the undead so realistic now? But Lewis was honest, so Gushi naturally wouldn't say anything. As they walked along, Gushi quite simply released his undead troops one by one. Use the lonely ghosts on Huangquan Road to integrate your troops. At the same time, most of the ownerless undead encountered along the way were deeply moved after seeing such an amiable army as Gushi, and took the initiative to join Gushi's army. When Gushi arrived at the first mission point, which was the occupied Wild Temple, Gushi had already subdued nearly 10,000 undead. More than half of these undead are civilians at level 1. They were immediately sent back to Aradovi City by Gushi, so that they could be integrated into the construction of Aradovi City. The remaining part, as long as it passes level 4, is considered a qualified soldier in Gushi's eyes. Gushi will assign them to various troops based on their situations. Either they are led by the undead leader, or they directly follow the undead of the same kind to build momentum. By the time Gushi arrived at the Wild Temple, more than 20,000 people had gathered around him. The Black Spear Battalion was at the forefront, and the Bone Cutting Battalion moved back and forth on both sides of the army, protecting the team's flanks. Gushi and his other men were in the middle of the team. At this time, he was discussing with Yudo where the mage troops should stand if a war really started. The original attack distance of the mages was about 200 to 300 meters. This attack range is almost the same as that of the shooter unit. Therefore, mages and shooters often work together. But now Yongdo is preparing to perform ritual magic, which requires a larger location and a much longer attack distance. So now Gushi estimates that the mage troops can be placed in the location originally planned for the siege equipment. But if that really happens, 1 or 2 specialized troops will be needed for protection. These 2 troops were the point of discussion between Gushi and Yongdo. Yudo believes that the number of people he can command is limited, and the altar needs to be built quickly, so he must have an engineering force in his team. If there are 2 more combat troops on the scene, then he can only choose the direction of ritual magic and use skeleton mages. There is no way to classify the skeleton mages as he thought, and prepare to play meteors, fire showers or chain lightning in the future. Large ritual magic. So if 2 more combat troops are sent out, he will have fewer routes to choose from. In order to ensure his future research, he was unwilling to add 2 more teams of defense troops to his army no matter what. Gushi also had some headaches about this. He can't arrange a special force to guard here just for the sake of ritual magic. As a result, The two of them had a conflict on this issue, and neither could convince the other. And Yongdo's temper was quite stubborn at this time. No matter what Gu Shi asked, he just stood firm and refused to give in. Until Gu Shi and the others came to Yimyo. Yongdo didn't let go. Looking at the wild temple appearing on the horizon, Gu Shi finally didn't want to communicate anymore. Yongdo, I am not communicating with you now, but directly ordering you to give me 2 of your 7 leaders. The temple is coming soon. I want to see 2 of them controlled by you. The defense force is in your ranks. After shouting this, Gu Shi turned his head angrily and headed towards the wild temple. He was still complaining in his mind about why he always met such careless heroes. At this time, Grand Duke Anna came to Gu Shi, patted him on the shoulder gently and said, "That's right." Gu Shi was completely confused and looked at Princess Anna with some puzzlement. "I said the way you handled it just now. You always wanted to handle everything clearly before. But you are not omnipotent. And you cannot always give in for some things. At such times, you have to make your own decisions. Let your subordinates see your decision." After saying that, Princess Anna patted Gu Shi's shoulder again and said, "Think about it carefully. Your subordinates are all undead. Are you afraid that they will rebel?" Sure enough, after this experience, Gu Shi's control over his subordinates was significantly strengthened. Yongdo became as obedient as before and arranged 2 zombie bosses for him. He accepted them honestly and discussed with the zombie bosses there. When nothing happened, he wondered if he could come together to help arrange the ritual altar. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi also curled his lips. That's right. That makes sense. It's not that there is no solution, so there's no point in trying to beat him. Does he look so easy to bully? While thinking about it, Gu Shi walked towards the front of the team. He didn't realize that he was becoming more and more confident at this time. The feeling of confidence that came from within made Princess Anna, who had been following behind, nod with satisfaction. It seems that Gu Shi is growing up slowly step by step. As long as he has experienced a few more battles, developed his own battle ideas, and polished off his shortcomings, he can be regarded as a famous general. Only such Gu Shi can be worthy of the profession of Dead Witch Lord. Normally, just relying on releasing the death incarnation and rushing forward to cause corpse explosions is not the right way. Gu Shi didn't know what Princess Anna expected of him. At this time, he was looking at the wild temple in front of him. This is said to be a wild temple, but in fact, judging from the current situation, it is already a big city. The city wall, which is more than 6 meters high, can almost block most enemy attacks. The only thing that was somewhat puzzling was that on the top of the city wall, there were no patrolling soldiers, but rather pillars as tall as a normal person, which were wrapped with blood-red silk threads. Chapter 621 Wild Temple. "Sir, we have caught a spy." While Gu Shi was observing the wild temple in front of him, Rami rushed over with several skeleton 2-handed swordsmen. In his hand was a man wearing a monk's robe. It was obvious that the man was alive. When he was caught, he was still struggling there. "I'm not a spy. I'm not a spy." Rami was not polite to this guy. He brought the material to Gu Shi and threw it directly on the ground. The man rolled on the ground and tried to stand up, but 2 two-handed heavy swords pressed on his neck. Faced with this situation, the man was almost crying. "No. You can't do this. I'm really not a spy." Gu Shi glanced at him and said, "Tell me, who are you? Don't lie to me. You are already on the road to H.L. I don't mind sending you a little further. I am a Taoist of the Kaishan sect. I originally wanted to go to the underworld through the Huangquan Wild View. But who would have thought that the underworld was taken over by others? My line to go through the Yin is still here, and I can only drag it here." "Going to Yin?" As soon as Gu Shi heard it, he knew that the so-called Huangquan Wild Temple referred to the Wild Temple in front of him. But Gu Shi was really not familiar with the situation of walking in the underworld. He had only heard of it. But this was not the scope of the necromancer. If a necromancer wants to enter the underworld, he doesn't need to go to the underworld so much trouble. Yes, our Kaishan sect mainly makes a living by walking in the underworld to help people contact their families, or looking for medicine from the underworld. We have professional methods and arrangements for traveling in the underworld. Every time we go to Yin, our priority is to ensure our own safety. When it comes to walking over Yin, there really aren't many things that are better than our Kaishan sect. Seeing that Gu Shi could communicate, the man started to blow. But as he blew, the sound became smaller and smaller, because he saw the impatience in Gu Shi's eyes. "You just said that your negative line is here. What do you mean?" "It's like this. When we go to the underworld, It's different from the adults, who directly enter the underworld. We enter the underworld as souls. In order to ensure that we don't get lost on the underworld road, we usually open the underworld road in a specific Taoist temple or temple. And at the entrance to Huangquan Road, a red thread was left. This is our dark line. After entering Huangquan Road, as long as the red thread is still there, we can find the way back and won't get lost in Huangquan. Gushi understood the situation as soon as he heard it, and he admired the people of Kaishan sect very much. This is obviously an example of public and private use. Originally, the wild temples on the Yellow Springs Road were for the undead souls who could not walk to rest. By resting in the wild temples, the undead souls could avoid the suffering of having their souls weakened, and could even recover some of their spiritual impurities. However, the Kaishan sect used this wild temple as a road sign and used it to enter and exit the underworld. The function became like the ghost village in Gushi's hands. This is like the streetlights on the roadside are clearly for lighting at night. But someone comes over and pulls a wire from the street light to charge his electric car. It can be regarded as harming the public and enriching private interests. But you usually can't find evidence. Naturally, Gushi wouldn't care too much about such a matter. It wasn't his business. So he just asked, "But if you do this, you have to go out from where you came in, right?" Yes. You have to go out wherever you enter. This Huangquan Wild View has been occupied by others. I can't go back now. If this continues, I really won't be able to return the sun. My lords, you have come here to accept the mission from the Soul Gathering Land. I can help you." Gushi glanced at the man, and without much hesitation, he stretched out his hand and said, "Breath of the Undead." Gushi. "Oh, Chimu, a yellow-robed Taoist from the Kaishan sect." "Sir, you can call me Chimu or Xiaoyan." The man honestly stated his name. "Akame? Do you know what occupies this wild temple?" "I'm not sure. I've sneaked in several times before, and found that the other party seemed to be a demon." "One?" Gushi didn't ask what kind of monster it was. Anyway, in his eyes, it was a creature of around level 15 at most. Gushi has been beaten by the evil god temple before. But what kind of monster can get into his eyes? Yes, one. But it is super strong. And he can control our negative line. We are no match for him at all. Instead, we let him use the negative line to control some passing undead. After hearing this, Gushi turned around and glanced at Akame. "Why does your Insian still have such a function? We didn't want to do that. But in order to come back safely, when we made the negative wire, we soaked it with some special materials to ensure that the negative wire would not suddenly break. There is inevitably something very special in these materials." "Okay. Then can I understand it this way? The soul controlled by the Yin line you mentioned is not actually the enemy?" When asked by Gushi, Akame was a little confused. "I don't specialize in this. I only know how to use the Insian. But if I let go of the souls controlled by the Insian, I don't know whether they will turn from enemies into friends." "Okay. Asking you means not asking. Let's just follow me later. When I attack the city, you can try it here. If you can unlock the trapped soul, we will be able to relax." "Les is right." Akame had a look on his face that said what you said made sense. But it could be seen from his eyes that he didn't understand a word he said. Gushi didn't have time to pay much attention to Akame. After asking Robbie to take Akame down, Gushi adjusted his troops. After getting the news that the enemy was a big demon, Gushi had a plan in mind. If Gushi had planned to let Arroyo take the lead before attacking the city, now Gushi had changed his mind. The Black Gun Battalion is suitable for frontal large-scale battles. If a group of Black Gun Battalions fights one enemy, there may be some problems. Robbie, the Bone Slashing Battalion, is ready to fight. The Black Spear Battalion retreats. The zombie troops move in front of the archer troops. The mage, Yondo, draw demons as soon as possible. I don't care what the enemy's condition is, turning them into melee mode. Upon hearing this, Yondo, who had fallen behind, quickly led the undead to make arrangements. Soon the altar on Yondo's side was arranged. It was a small one-story platform made of wood. There was a stone stove in the middle, and a useless crucible on it. The 4 leaders of the skeleton mages, together with more than 700 skeleton mages, all face the altar. They count as the total number of skeleton mages under Gushi. They raised their short staffs and aimed them at the center of the altar. At the same time, Yondo led more than 30 skeleton mages in a circle around the altar. About 2 minutes later, Yudo pointed in the direction of the Wild Temple. Extract Mana. Chapter 622 Giant Centipede. As a blue light flashed, a giant blue centipede over 300 meters tall appeared in the sky above the wild temple. The body of this blue centipede was completely a shadow. After it appeared, its body was still emitting a little dark golden light. And she could even faintly hear a trace of Sanskrit. Before the blue centipede could react, it was sucked away by a strong suction force, and finally fell into the crucible on the altar, turning into a pot of dark blue liquid. She was dumbfounded by this situation. Then he realized that the centipede that had just been taken away was the enemy's magic power in the wild temple. Then she heard a bang from the wild temple. As if something was about to jump out. Robbie is ready to step forward, fight bravely, and prepare the slow spell. At this time, she also quickly entered the state and decisively issued the order. When Robbie heard this, he quickly moved forward with the bone-cutting battalion. Unlike the Black Spear Battalion, which lost most of its members, the bone-cutting battalion did not suffer much losses along the way. Now, his bone-cutting battalion has reached 2,500 people, led by Robbie and 7 of his subordinates. They were not like the Black Spear Battalion, who were made of black smoke and tin soldier skin. In the eyes of the bone-cutting battalion, there was only the long sword in their hands. The same is true now. Robbie leads the bone-cutting battalion and strides forward. They move forward at different speeds. Some hold up their swords. Some drag their swords on the ground. And some carry their swords on their shoulders. Their levels range from level 6 to level 8. But no matter what, they kept moving forward without any thought of retreating. Just as the bone-cutting camp was rushing forward, a giant centipede over 100 meters long broke through the wall of the wild temple, slammed heavily to the ground, and rushed towards Gushi. Shoot! No need to pay attention to the order. When the centipede rushed out, the skeleton archers had already raised their long bows and pointed them at the enemy. Under the command of the skeleton archer leader, a wave of arrows was fired. At this time, Gushi also took this opportunity to see the appearance of the centipede clearly. All the legs of this centipede are more than 1 meter long, like sharp knives. On the back of the centipede, there is no way to directly see the chitinous SHL, where there is a thick layer of incense ash. You can even see unburned incense sticks in the ashes. Do you light incense when you go to the inn? Gushi glanced at Chimu beside him and asked. Ah? Chimu didn't expect to encounter such a big centipede here. At this moment, he didn't know how to deal with it, so he had no time to listen to Gushi's questions. Useless trash. Get out of the way. After speaking, Gushi waved his hand, and the ghost dragon and the white bone titan rushed forward. At the same time, the bone-cutting battalion led by Robbie also rushed in front of the centipede. They did not chop at the centipede's SHL, but placed the target on it. On the centipede's leg. Robbie's idea is very simple. The centipede has many legs, so he should cut off all the legs. Then he can't move, and then go back to deal with the centipede. This is actually the same as Gushi's reaction. After Gushi extracted the centipede's magic power, he immediately asked Yongdo to cast the slow spell for the same reason. At this time, Akame, who was standing aside, also reacted and shouted loudly. I see. He is using the incense ash to avoid disaster. Be off the incense ash on his body, or just use lightning to strike him. He is afraid of this. It turned out that this centipede was from level 14 to level 15, which was considered a great demon that had survived a thunder tribulation. He just wanted to find a place to hide his body and get through the most dangerous period. Unexpectedly, the wild temple he chose has long been regarded as a shady route, which is equivalent to hiding on the smuggling route. Sometimes things are beyond his control. When some people go to the underworld, the centipede that shrinks itself and hides it in the incense burner is taken to the road to the underworld. After that, he became the big boss occupying the Huangquan temple, and finally cut off this secret route. However, because the other party is in the underworld, his thunder calamity has not come down. What he is most afraid of now is thunder and lightning, which is why he is covered with incense ash. Although Gushi didn't know the reason behind this. As soon as he heard Taoist Chimu's words, Gushi ordered immediately, Skeleton Method, Bone Titan, Chain Lightning Attack. When Gushi wanted to order the skeleton mages just now, he found that he had arranged all the skeleton mages to go to Yudo. Although Yudo has plans to study rituals such as lightning, there are no spells to learn in the magic tower. Yudo needs to learn from the skeleton mage, which will take longer. Now the only one who can use the power of lightning is the Bone Titan in front. As a Titan, the Bone Titan actually likes to use lightning. But he has a problem. As long as the Ghost Dragon shows up, he must fight in close combat to show his strength. This is actually a provocation to the Ghost Dragon. It tells the Ghost Dragon that he can surpass the Dragon Clan in melee combat. It seems that only in this way can he show his strength. This time he did the same thing. When the Ghost Dragon flew out, he rushed towards the huge centipede. But just as he was about to rush to the centipede, Gushi's order came down. Without saying a word, the Bone Titan stopped on the spot, grabbed the bone spear, and threw it at the centipede. At this time, Yudo's slowness technique had also been completed. Just as Yudo said, the slowing technique used after the ritual and sacrifice was really that strong. Even though the centipede was still rushing forward after its legs were chopped off by the bone-chopping camp, it turned over on the spot and fell heavily to the ground, just like a strong brake on the highway. Taking this opportunity, the Bone Titan took a step forward, and the bone spear in his hand plunged into the centipede's body with lightning. Just as Akame said, what this centipede fears most now is the power of thunder and lightning. When the bone spear penetrated with lightning, a series of explosions rang out from the centipede's body on the spot. The centipede kept rolling and twisting on the ground, and a lot of the thick incense ash on its body was shaken off on the spot. Gushi and the others could clearly see that the cyan sh. L of the giant centipede slowly turned red under the action of lightning. He looked almost cooked. The more this happened, the less Gushi dared to be careless. Robbie, what are you stopping for? Move forward and attack. Yongdo, control it. Don't let the guy move around. Under Gushi's command, Yongdo in the back quickly mobilized his magic power to suppress the movement of the centipede. Under the effect of the slowing spell strengthened by the ritual magic, the centipede's twisting movement seemed to have been slowed down 1,000 times. If you didn't look closely, you would feel that it could no longer move. How could Robbie miss such an opportunity? He rushed forward with his bone-slashing battalion, and what rushed faster than Robbie was the Ghost Dragon that jumped down from the sky. Chapter 623 Demon Sacrifice Camp. When the Ghost Dragon saw that the White Bone Titan had accomplished a great feat, he felt quite unhappy. He immediately pounced on the centipede's abdomen, opened his mouth, and tore it apart. The sh. That could not be cut open by the bone-cutting battalion was easily torn open by the Ghost Dragon, revealing the white flesh and blood underneath. When the undead from the bone-cutting camp saw this situation, they stopped chopping off the centipede's legs. Under the leadership of Robbie, several undead jumped onto the centipede's body and pierced the white flesh with their heavy swords on the spot. They knew exactly what they should do. After piercing the heavy sword with both hands, they used their own strength to drag it outwards, tearing apart the carapace piece by piece, revealing the centipede muscles underneath. At this time, Centipede showed its super vitality to Gushi. Even after suffering multiple blows, Centipede still struggled to strike. At least his dagger-like legs still wanted to attack the bone-cutting battalion soldiers on his body. It's just that his movements are quite slow. When the leg is cut off, it is no different from slow motion. Some of the undead from the bone-cutting camp didn't want to dodge, so they cut off the centipede's legs with one knife just before the opponent's legs were cut off. Later, the undead of the bone-chopping camp discovered that the centipede's legs seemed to be quite good. Not only were they light, but they were also hard and sharp. The length is just right, and it is used to make a two-handed sword. So a skeleton two-handed swordsman threw down the long sword in his hand and replaced it with the centipede leg he had just chopped off. Then he waved a few times, each time making a wind-like sound. This shows that this newly made two-handed sword is much better than his previous two-handed sword. At least it's lighter and easier to use. Don't think that all two-handed swordsmen must use heavy swords. Sometimes the lighter the sword, the more effective their attack. After one undead discovered such a situation, the remaining undead immediately reacted, and one by one went to grab the centipede's legs on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the huge centipede was chopped into a snake shape, with not a single leg left. Even so, the centipede is not dead yet. The Bone Titan took this opportunity to jump in front of the centipede, pressed his hands heavily on the bone spear, thrust the spear down hard, and nailed the centipede to the ground. Then, the lighting power in the Bone Titan's body was continuously injected into the centipede's body along the spear, causing continuous explosions inside the centipede. The Ghost Dragon bit all the way to the centipede's tail, tearing the centipede into two pieces on the spot. At this moment, a blue ball flew out of the centipede's body. The Ghost Dragon happened to be at the point where the centipede's body was torn apart, and opened its mouth to swallow the ball. The color of Queen Who's Ghost Dragon actually changed from gray-white to dark blue. At the same time, his body seemed to be full of energy, making him want to vent this power. The Ghost Dragon just flew into the sky for a moment, and then quickly rushed downwards. He did not waste all his power in the sky, but pounced directly on the centipede. When he pounced down, the ghost dragon opened its mouth, and the soul-stealing dragon breath sprayed on the centipede. At this time, the bone titan was also within the attack range. He cursed fiercely, picked up the bone spear in his hand, turned the centipede's body over, and used the part that had not yet taken apart the SHL to resist the Soul Reaper dragon. Interest. Under the attack of this soul-stealing dragon's breath, the centipede also lost its last breath. A message also popped up in front of Gu Shi. Ghost Dragon, Summon, attacks the demonized giant centipede, level 14. You get 1 experience point. The Bone-Cutting Battalion gets 1 experience point. The Ghost Dragon gets 117 experience points. And other summons participating in the attack each get 96 experience points. As this message popped up, Gu Shi quickly ordered, Arroyo, send troops into the Wild Temple. Yongdo dismantles the altar and prepares to move forward. Under Gu Shi's order, Arroyo rushed out with the Black Gun Battalion. He had always seen the battle just now, and this was his chance. Even if his subordinates only get a little experience, that's fine. But all of them were occupied by people from the Bonjanaing camp. And now the Bonjanaing camp took this opportunity to change their clothes. Although the replacement was not comprehensive, more than half of their soldiers were equipped with new two-handed swords, and their combat effectiveness was obviously improved a lot. This was his chance. With these mutterings in his mind, Arroyo didn't pause at all. He led the Black Gun Battalion and rushed into the Wild Temple in front of him through the gap created by the centipede. At this time, Yongdo also led the skeleton mages behind Gu Shi. Looking at the skeleton mages coming over, Gu Shi actually already recognized Yongdo's ability in his heart. Although the large-scale magic attack has not yet been demonstrated, the 2 attacks just now were enough for Gu Shi. Gu Shi could definitely tell that the faint blue centipede that was taken away just now was all the mana of that centipede. If his mana hadn't been drained away, the centipede probably wouldn't have rushed out so easily, nor would it have been attacked by Gu Shi in the first place. It can be said that this brave fight made great contributions. So Gu Shi took out the copper box containing the broken battle flag and gave it to Yongdo. Everything you just said makes me very satisfied. This is the reward you deserve. After saying that, Gu Shi handed the copper box to Yongdo. Afterwards, Gu Shi pondered for a moment and said to Yongdo, from now on, your troops will be called the Demon Sacrifice Camp. After listening to Gu Shi's words, Yongdo lowered his head, stretched out his hands, and took the handed copper box. Thank you, sir. Go down and organize your troops first. In the next battle, you will be the main force on the battlefield. Yes, Yongdo said decisively, and then retreated with his men. The skeleton mages, who had just come with Yongdo, now retreated with Yongdo. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that after the battle just now, these skeleton mages had obviously changed significantly from those under his own hands. Now their movements have become much more orderly. It seems that there is a clear difference between being led and not being led. At this moment, Arroyo, who rushed into the Wild Temple, also sent back the news that there was nothing abnormal in the temple, and the place was safe. After hearing the news, Gu Shi turned to look at Talis Akamu. The Wild Temple is safe now. You can go back. When Gu Shi was fighting, Akamu was always watching from behind. In this battle, he did not do anything except reminding Gu Shi that centipedes could be dealt with by lightning. Now Gu Shi actually let him go like this, which somewhat surprised Akamu. Grown-ups. Why? What else do you want? Gu Shi glanced at Akamu. No. No more. I just feel for your righteous deed. Your grace is a life-saving grace for me. I can't repay it. This is a small thank you. Please accept it. Akamu reacted quickly, took out something, and brought it to Gu Shi. Chapter 624 Harvest from Huangquan Wild Temple. Sir, this is a wine transforming jar. We are people of Yin element, and our Yin energy is quite heavy, so we need strong wine to dissolve it. This wine transforming jar can be used to put the flesh and blood of monsters into it, and transform it into pure Yang blood wine, which has the strongest Yang energy. I think you are also a living person. Staying on this Huangquan road for too long is not good for your health. I will give you this wine jar as a thank you for saving my life. Wine transformation jar. Blue, a prop that can transform the flesh and blood of various monsters into wine. Any monster flesh, or herbs can be put in. There is also a corresponding formula next to the wine jar. If you follow the formula to transform, you can get higher quality drinks. Gu Shi took the wine jar sent by Chimu and found that the wine jar looked like a clay jar and looked ordinary. But when you look inside, you will find that there is still more than an inch of red liquid in the jar. Gushi just poked his head in, and felt the smell of alcohol, and the strong smell of blood coming to his face. Gushi took a sip and felt that the wine was like holy water that was 10 times concentrated, with a pure yang force in it. A normal person would not be able to sleep at night if he drank this stuff. I leaned over to take another look and found that there were actually 3 different recipes engraved inside the wine jar. One is to put down a tiger, and add various tonics to transform it into tiger body wine. The yang energy of this drink is much stronger than that which can be transformed at will. The other is the 5 poison wine, which needs to be transformed by the 5 poisonous monsters. After drinking it, it can strengthen the body. The last wine has no name, but it requires quite a lot of materials, such as antlers, fish scales, bear bile, etc. There are more than 10 kinds of materials that can be written down. The most important thing is that these materials are used in large quantities, and they are not listed. What does this wine do? Just ask for these materials directly. This made Gushi look a little dazed. But in the end, Gushi accepted Akame's kindness and put the wine jar away. At this moment, a slight vibration was felt in the wild temple. Gushi raised his head and looked over there, and found a large number of blue light spots spreading around. Thank God. Those trapped souls have finally been released. Akame looked at this situation and felt somewhat emotional. The centipede occupied the wild temple here before, and almost cut off this road. All the dead souls who came from here were trapped in the wild temple. Now as soon as the centipede dies, the undead souls are released, and they naturally flee in all directions immediately. However, Gushi noticed that the blue spots of light that were flying in all directions, like meteors, soon flew backwards. They did not turn into human forms, but were like light points, hovering around Gushi. Gushi understood what they meant as soon as he saw them. This is clearly an attempt to ask for shelter. Gushi didn't think much as the steel city gate appeared behind him on the spot. Then Gushi pointed behind him. If you are willing to come, come. Others cannot be guaranteed. There is still a safe place to live. Following Gushi's voice, a large number of light spots flew into the steel city gate, and messages kept popping up in front of Gushi's eyes. You have conquered 7,102 ghosts, and the Death Lord experience has increased by 7,102 points. In the end, the system thoughtfully gave Gushi some statistical data, telling him how many souls had entered Aladovi City. Seeing Gushi's operation, Akame was also a little shocked. Then he saluted Gushi. Sir, you are a good person. Don't say that. I just did what I should do. The wild temple has been opened. You can leave on your own. As Gushi spoke, he entered the wild temple. He wanted to go in and take a look at the situation in this wild temple. After entering the wild temple along the gap in the city wall that was knocked out by the centipede, Gushi saw an incense burner that was enlarged 100 times. The incense ashes inside have been scattered all over the floor, and it can be seen that the centipede just hid itself here. Behind the fallen incense burner, there is a statue whose face cannot be seen clearly. Although this place has been occupied by centipedes for who knows how long, the statue has not been damaged. It can be seen that the centipede is also somewhat afraid of the statue placed in the wild temple. Even if he occupies this place, he dare not do anything to the statue. While Gushi was looking at the statue, Akame also walked in. As soon as he entered the wild temple, he knelt down and bowed to the statue. After muttering a few words, he took a step towards the statue. Then a red thread popped out of the statue's hand, grabbed Akame and threw it outward. Seeing this situation, Gushi wanted to step forward to help Akame, but found that Akame took this opportunity to leave Huangquan Road. This situation surprised Gushi. At the same time, it also made him understand the function of the statue in front of him. Gushi thought for a moment, then turned to Yongdo and said, What are you going to do with the mana you just extracted? When I took back the altar, I transferred 30 bottles of micro-magic potions that added 100 mana. The rest have not been dealt with yet. As soon as Gushi heard this, he knew that what was said here had not been dealt with yet. In fact, there was no way to deal with it. The extracted mana is not so easy to save. The technology in the hands of the skeleton mage can only save 100 mana of miniature magic potion. Yudo hasn't developed a ritual to store mana, so the extra mana is somewhat wasted. During battle, skeleton mages can also sustain their own consumption by drawing on mana. Now that the battle is over, the extra mana really has nowhere to go. If I delay it any longer, I'm afraid it will all be wasted. But Gushi didn't have the skills to store it, and he didn't have the materials to store it. Even if it was a pity, Gushi could only choose to waste it. Fortunately, Gushi had a good mentality. After all, every time the incarnation of death attacked, Gushi would waste a lot of mana. Now he would not care about the mana. Now Gushi has an idea. Go and bring all the mana here and offer it to the statue. Hearing Gushi's words, Yongdo did not object at all. He had no way to deal with the mana now. So Gushi ordered him to immediately send the jar that had been placed on the altar to the wild temple. At this time, Gushi had already directed his men to straighten the incense burner again. All the incense ashes that fell to the ground were put back into the incense burner. As for the things in the wild temple, Gushi didn't touch any of them. At least, he didn't dig the ground for 3 nights or anything like that before. After Yongdo sent the mana drawn from the centipede, Gushi personally offered it as a sacrifice, using the centipede's mana as a sacrifice, and delivered it to the statue. After doing all this, Gushi was about to turn around. At this time, a voice came from his ear. You make offerings to the underworld in the wild temple, and are protected by the underworld. Your movement speed in the underworld can be doubled within 24 hours. Chapter 625 Battle in the Mining Area. After leaving the Huangquini temple, Gushi found that the centipede that had been killed before had been decomposed completely. The hard SHL on the centipede's body had been broken into pieces of armor of different sizes, and the flesh and blood had been turned into fist-sized white pieces of flesh. The internal organs were cleaned out and placed together with the poison glands. When Gushi came over, his men had already begun to send these things to Aladovi City. Grown-ups. Seeing Gushi coming, Lewis, who was cleaning the battlefield, ran over honestly. It is obvious that he has clearly recognized his position, and is ready to regard himself as a tool man. He would rush to do things like cleaning the battlefield and exploring the road ahead. He wanted to use this attitude to change Gushi's view of him. Well done. Tidy up and prepare to send troops. Under Gushi's order, the troops that had just fought returned to their original positions. Yudo has completed organizing the demon sacrifice camp, and is now following closely at the rear of the team. As the Black Gun Battalion had not gained any advantage in the previous battle, they now ran to the front of the team, apparently hoping to gain some experience on the way forward. As for the Bonjanain camp, who had taken advantage, none of them spoke now. While they were resting just now, they had already run to the city of Aridavi, bought some suitable materials, and are now making suitable two-handed swords themselves. That centipede leg was a good thing for them. If they didn't make good use of it, they would be really sorry for their situation. So when the troops were advancing, they just followed on both sides of the team, and did not keep wandering around like before. After jumping on the evil coffin and dispatching troops, Gushi was stopped by Princess Anna and listened to Princess Anna's analysis of the battle. Princess Anna did not interfere with Gushi's personnel arrangements. He didn't say whether the existence of the demon sacrifice camp was good or bad, but just helped Gushi review the battle this time. Gushi also put forward his own ideas, thinking about whether he had done anything wrong. Princess Anna recognized Gushi's efforts and said directly, famous generals are all made by fighting. Any flash of inspiration or battlefield awareness are all fake. Only after you have suffered losses will you know what fear is. Only by being beaten can you know how to defend yourself. For us, using combat to improve ourselves is the most cost-effective. The undead are not afraid of death at all. Even if something goes wrong, they can just make up for it afterwards. They learned and moved forward in this way, and soon came to the location of the broken scale stone mine mentioned on the task list. Gushi stopped when he saw the crushed scale mine in the distance. He looked at the stone mine over there, which seemed to be working in full swing. This situation made Gushi's expression a little solemn. You must know that this place is actually not far from the Soul Gathering Land. And the fact that this mission can appear in the Soul Gathering Land's mission center shows that the people in the Soul Gathering Land are already a little angry. But they were digging like this openly. Either there was someone behind them, or they were very confident in their own force. No matter what, Gushi felt that this battle was going to happen. Lewis, bring some ghosts forward and lure the enemy over. Having seen Lewis' efforts before, Gushi was also willing to give Lewis a chance to perform. When Lewis heard this, he immediately called the 7 ghost leaders, and the ghost soldiers he usually brought with him, and rushed out quickly. At this time, Gushi quickly set up the battlefield. The reason why he asked Lewis to attract the enemy was because he did not want to fight on the enemy's battlefield. Before the enemy came over, Gushi naturally had to arrange the battlefield. The Steel City Gate, the Garrison Gate, and the main city gate were lined up in a row. Yongdo led the demon sacrifice camp, located between the Garrison Gate and the main city gate, where various altars were quickly arranged. The Black Gun Battalion directly positioned themselves at the Steel City Gate, becoming the first wave of troops to come into contact with the enemy. As for Gu Shi's location, it was in front of the Steel City Gate and the Trooping City Gate. He did not stand on the top of the city gate as usual, but instead released the Soul Summoning Tower and stood on the top of the tower, because it has been upgraded to 1 level. The Soul Summoning Tower has risen a lot at this time. The Soul Summoning Tower is now more than 50 meters high. Standing on the top of the Soul Calling Tower, Gu Shi could clearly see the situation below. No wonder you asked me to come up here. Standing on it, commanding the battle will go smoothly. Princess Anna, who was standing behind Gu Shi, smiled and said, "That's because you have a tool that can directly connect you to the heroes and bosses on the battlefield. If you didn't have this ability, I wouldn't let you leave the battlefield directly. But at this point, your spells are of little use during combat." Upon hearing this, Gu Shi understood that what Princess Anna said was the truth. At present, except for necromancy and death incarnation, the rest of the spells cannot be used. Various attack spells are too far away to hit the main battlefield. As for the Bone Shield and Bone Canopy, Gu Shi can't use them for the time being. It's okay. There is always a time to use spells. Once you learn them, you won't waste them. While Gu Shi was speaking, Lewis, who had been sent out, also retreated with the ghost troops. Gu Shi's eyes lit up. The enemy is coming. As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, Princess Anna moved her hand forward, and a mirror made of water appeared in front of Princess Anna. Princess Anna suddenly said after taking a look at the situation behind Lewis through the water mirror, "Something is not right with these undead. What's wrong? Let me take a look." Gu Shi leaned over and took a serious look. Then he understood what Princess Anna said was wrong. The undead army chasing Lewis was obviously an organized force. Among the troops that rushed out, there was an obvious undead hero. At the same time, there are various types of soldiers in his team, including skeleton soldiers, skeleton shooters, skeleton mages, and even a team of skeleton knights with more than 100 people. The other 3 teams are ghosts, zombies and vampires. Each army is led by a dedicated undead leader. Behind the undead hero, there was a battle flag. On the vermilion flag, there were 3 skulls stacked on top of each other, forming a big one. When he saw such a battle flag, Gu Shi's heart moved. He actually automatically deciphered all the information on this battle flag. The Bone Battalion under the first pioneering group of the Tempered Skeleton Guild. Which player guild placed this hero here? Before Gu Shi could react, the enemy had already rushed to the Steel City Gate. Arroyo's Black Gun Battalion had raised their spears and was ready for the attack. At this time, Gu Shi had no time to think anymore. He immediately turned around and ordered, "Yongdo, extract mana." Chapter 626, The Great Battlefield. After hearing Gu Shi's order, Yongdo immediately activated the ritual magic. Princess Anna frowned, but didn't say anything. In her mind, she must first slow down the enemy's movement speed, and then deal with the enemy slowly. But now it was Gu Shi's battle. Even if she thought it was unreasonable, she would not oppose Gu Shi's opinion. This time, the skeleton mages under Yongdo were organized, and their operations became faster and more effective. As they made such a move, all the skeleton mages, vampires, and the undead hero who rushed over from the Diegu camp were completely drained of their mana. The action of charging forward is a meal. Gu Shi decisively seized this opportunity. Shooting. The skeleton archers, who had been prepared long ago, shot the arrows in their hands immediately. This time, because they were prepared in advance, Gu Shi's skeleton shooters were all arranged on top of the Steel City Gate, occupying relatively high positions. And they also used projectiles against the enemies rushing towards them. But the direction they were pointing in was not wrong. It was aimed at the vampires in the enemy team. Among the undead soldiers, who takes the most hits from shooters, it should actually be guys like vampires. Skeletons are immune to some puncture effects. Zombies have thick blood. And ghosts are immune to some physical attack effects. We are all undead. In a battlefield like this, who should we target if not vampires? So the skeleton shooter directly targeted the vampire. The group of vampires in front of me turned out to be vampires from the vampire mansion. The kind who held 2-handed swords and liked to teleport when there was no way to go. Their biggest feature is that they can send themselves behind the enemy. But their biggest weakness is also this. When their mana is exhausted, they cannot teleport, although they will not be able to move. But they are not as relaxed as when teleporting. At most, I can only run on my own legs. And just now, The vampires' teleportation ability was accidentally broken. They immediately changed from the fastest moving troops to the slowest moving troops. Just at this time, the skeleton archers' arrows fell from the sky and hit these vampires. They were still thinking about using the ability to move through teleportation to dodge. As a result, as soon as they moved, they were directly nailed to the ground by the arrow rain. As soon as Lewis saw this situation, he immediately led his troops back. While luring this troop over, Lewis had been observing its situation. He had already locked on to his target. Fight the skeleton shooter troops at the back. Lewis led the ghost troops. Their movement speed might not be the fastest, but the ability to fly surpassed many undead troops. The most important thing is that they are immune to more than 70% of physical attacks. Therefore, ghost troops are the most advantageous troops used to fight various physical attacks. But now that the enemy's mana has been drained and the vampires have been attacked, the most suitable person for them to attack is naturally the skeleton shooter behind them. Not to mention the combat effectiveness of the archer unit after being approached by the enemy. Even in the current situation, they must first destroy any point where the enemy can counterattack. As soon as Lewis turned around and made the save, Arroyo also rushed out with the Black Gun Battalion. The Black Gun Battalion's goal was different from Lewis's. They rushed towards the enemy skeleton soldiers immediately. Gushi could clearly see the Black Spear Battalion's charge while standing on the Soul Calling Tower. Why is he so cruel? Robbie's side is also attacking. If he continues to be picky, he will have nothing to do with the rest of the battle. Princess Anna pointed aside. Gushi then realized that if the Black Gun Battalion chose to fight the zombies and avoid the skeleton soldiers at this time, although they could kill the enemy safely, the troops of the Bone Cutting Battalion would arrive soon. The skeleton two-handed swordsmen of the Bone Chopping Camp are not picky about their enemies. They can fight skeleton soldiers, zombies and ghosts. By then, the targets of the Black Spear Battalion will be taken away by the Bone Cutting Battalion, and Arroyo's men will not gain much experience. For this reason, even if they face skeleton soldiers they don't want to face, the Black Spear Battalion will attack them head-on. At this time, Arroyo knew his choice very well, and immediately rushed towards the enemy head-on. Prick! When the Black Gun Battalion lined up and charged forward, the skeleton cavalry on the enemy's side had also rushed out. The Black Spear Battalion took this opportunity, raised their spears, and stabbed forward, starting the attack process of the Black Spear Battalion. The Black Spear Battalion's attack method had no intention of recycling. After the spear was thrust out, the spearmen who were mentioned later quickly stepped forward and thrust out again. The spears were like waves, attacking everything in front again and again, regardless of whether the opponent was cavalry or infantry. As long as they appeared in front of them, 7 or 8 spears would be thrust out. Although skeleton soldiers can dodge many piercing attacks, if there are too many of them, how many can they dodge even if they can? After they attack, they will immediately give up their position to allow the attack from behind. With every attack, some skeleton cavalrymen would die. At the same time, their advanced speed will become faster and faster. And finally the nearby skeleton soldiers will be involved. At this time, the troops of the Bone Cutting Battalion had just broken out of the attack range of the Steel City Wall, and had not yet rushed to the battlefield. At this time, Yu-Do in the rear had also completed the second magic ritual. The slow spell was activated, causing the zombies in the enemy team to stop immediately. The zombies themselves moved extremely slowly, and coupled with the large-scale slowness spell, they were directly killed in the rear. The skeleton soldiers who rushed into the attack range of the Black Spear Battalion also encountered the same situation. Originally, they were thinking of fighting against the soldiers of the Black Spear Battalion. Under the influence of the slowness technique, it was very difficult for them to even raise their hands. It was like a rock fixed to the ground. Even if a big wave hit them, they would not react at all. On the contrary, the Black Spear Battalion took this opportunity to have more time to attack the enemy, and penetrated the skeleton troop in front of them in a few clicks. The Bone Slashing Battalion that came from behind could only follow the Black Spear Battalion to take advantage, and hit the skeleton soldiers who fell on the ground. Good. Seeing this situation, Gushi also started talking happily. Good timing. Princess Anna also nodded at the side, expressing her affirmation of Gushi's battle this time. At this time, the enemy's undead hero said loudly, "Do you know who we are? How dare you?" Before he finished speaking, a bone spear with lightning was thrown out and pierced the body of the undead hero. Under this attack, the undead hero, who still wanted to resist, was knocked to the ground on the spot and could no longer speak. Chapter 627 Two Identical Heroes. Spiritualism. Not until almost all of the Daegu camp that had rushed over were killed did Gu Shi cast his first spell since the battle. Spiritualism. With the large-scale effect of the soul summoning tower, Gu Shi immediately summoned the souls of all the enemies on the scene. Although there are vampires in the enemy's team, Gu Shi's level of spiritualism is only at the ghost level. Whether it was the spiritualism to recruit vampires, corpse witches or bone dragons, Gu Shi hadn't had time to learn it yet. Of course, Gu Shi did not transform all the undead bodies into ghosts. That was not in line with Gu Shi's ideas. At least this does not meet Gu Shi's requirements for military strength. Gu Shi needs to ensure the diversity of his troops. As the spiritualism fell, one undead soldier climbed up from the ground. They took off various weapons and equipment from the previous corpses and armed themselves. Because Gu Shi summoned the souls in the direction of the original undead from the beginning. No matter what level the undead were when they got up again, their profession and race would not change much. Gu Shi had no idea of turning the skeleton into a ghost. At most, the level of the undead summoned by Gu Shi is not as good as the level of the opponent's undead. Also, the vampire has no way to keep his skills. But this time it is not without its benefits. The enemy obviously has an undead hero and 7 undead bosses, and these cannot be escaped. So Gu Shi's attention immediately turned to the direction of the undead hero, who was killed by the Bone Titan. At this time, under the influence of Gu Shi's spiritualism, a zombie-like undead climbed up from the flesh and blood. After he got up, a black magic circle immediately appeared behind him, and a bone warhorse jumped out of the black magic circle. The zombie rolled over and climbed onto the bony warhorse. Then he raised a flagpole. It's just that there is no battle flag on his flagpole, and it is just as empty as an ordinary wooden stick. You use spiritualism successfully and get an undead hero, level 4. Spiritualism experience 1 point. Stacked bones, level 4. Summon. Undead hero experience, 0/2500. Attack 2. Defense 3. Life 45. Mana 30. Talent, bone armor each level up. You can add a layer of bone to your subordinates A. Skills, charge, when charging. All soldiers attack power +1. And every 50 soldiers charged, the attack power will be +1. Curse mastery. Leader, can command 65 soldiers plus 7 boss troops at the same time. Looking at Dai Gu's condition, Gu Shi felt that he had made a mistake. Is this a patchwork hero? His talent is obviously defensive, but his first skill is clearly a knight-type skill. If these two were the only ones that might be better, Gu Shi could charge as if he were a knight with stronger defense. But the second skill is of the curse type, which shows that he is from the legal system. This hero's situation is a mess. Gu Shi felt that his situation was worse than Lewis. At least Lewis is well positioned as a ghost hero. The tool man in front of him won't be able to do this for long, and can only be a cannon fodder hero at best. But he is quite marketable as cannon fodder. Think about giving your men bone armor before attacking. Then he led the charge and finally cast a curse before dying. If you think about it, you will know that this is the cannon fodder route. Seeing this, Gu Shi pointed at Dui Gu. Arrange the troops, who have just been summoned, and lead them to lure the enemy. Lewis retreats to the city gate. After arranging Daegu's attack, Gu Shi suddenly thought of something. If spiritualism summons a hero, what about the double death effect of his talent? Will there be a hero who died at the hands of Gu Shi and was finally resurrected in the city of Aladovi? So Gu Shi quickly notified Aladovi city and asked them what they had just added to the city. As soon as he turned around, an undead army walked out of the main city gate. Gu Shi was also shocked when he saw this troop, because this new troop was in exactly the same condition as the Daegu camp that had died in Gu Shi's hands just now. Gu Shi just thought about it for a moment and understood the situation. After all, Gu Shi's double death talent can directly transform dead enemies into undead spirits that appear in Aradovi city through the root of the Death Edict. The enemies in this battle are all undead troops. Even if Jin changes his Death Edict, their situation will not change. So how did they die? At what level they died? And now what level, and what type of arms they came out with? The only difference is that the weapons in their hands have not been transformed together. Now these undead soldiers are holding weapons that have just been taken out from Aladovi city. Because they were in a hurry. These weapons did not correspond to their situations, and had not been adjusted. But their level was higher than the undead that Gu Shi had just summoned. And they had automatically stood up and followed the undead hero, who was also affected by double death without Gu Shi's command. This undead hero is somewhat similar to Dai Gu. They are both zombies, and both ride skeleton horses. But he didn't hold the flagpole in his hand at all. but a long sword. When he saw Gushi, he lowered his head to Gushi and explained his obedience to Gushi. At the same time, Gushi also saw his condition. Kagegyegu, level 8. Summon. Undead Hero Experience, 0/7500. Attack 6. Defense 5. Life 85. Mana 50. Talent, Bone Armor, for each level. You can add more to your subordinates a layer of bone armor. Skills, Charge. Curse Mastery. Thorn Aura. Vampire Touch. Leader, can command 105 soldiers plus 7 boss troops at the same time. Looking at the attributes of this hero, Gushi couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had already clearly seen that the Dyegu he had summoned before was a weakened version of Kagegyegu. It can also be said that Kagegyegu is Diegu's growth path. At this time, Gushi finally understood why Daegu learned to charge first and then curse. Because he was learning the Halo of Thorns and Vampire Touch later in order to prepare for a melee counterattack. After all, the talent is there, and the defense will increase as his level increases. After the defense is improved, there are only two options. One is to further strengthen the defense and use it as a defensive force. But Kaga is obviously unwilling to take this route. If he wants to become a main combat hero, he must transform his defense into combat power. That's why there is such a weird choice. But at this time, Gushi was thinking about one thing. If these two cards were combined to lead the team, would there be any different effect? Chapter 628 Repeating Heroes. Looking at the undead hero in front of him, who looked exactly like Daegu, Gushi suddenly had an idea in his mind. Kagegyegu. Right. I'll call you Kaga from now on. Can you feel anything over there? Gushi pointed at the position where Daegu struck. At this time, Daegu was leading the recently summoned undead towards the broken scale mine under Gushi's orders. His goal was to lure out other enemies from the broken scale mine. But for Kaguya, it's a different story. He looked up in that direction and narrowed his eyes slightly. There seems to be a being over there who has the same origin as me. Is he an imitation? Gushi shook his head. It can't be considered an imitation. You can only say that you took the first step. I really want to know whether the cooperation between you and him is more tacit or mutually exclusive. Kaguya understood Gushi's thoughts as soon as he heard it. But Gushi really thought too much. Although Kaguya and Daegu have the same origin, they even share the same name, Daegu. But they really are not one. They all have independent personalities. And the difference between them is much bigger than Princess Anna and Gushi and Princess Anna in the dungeon. It's like they are connected. But they are not twins. But Kaguya also had an idea in mind at this time. When he chose to take the route in front of him, he actually had other options. But he made the best choice and gave up the other path. If the opposite team's starting point is the same as my own, then there may still be a chance. He had heard of this kind of thing before with two identical starting points. Taking divergent paths. And finally cooperating with each other. That's not the level where 1 + 1 = 2. The most important thing is that his current level is definitely higher than Daegu over there. If this path can really be taken, he will definitely be the one taking the lead. Thinking of this, Kaguya said decisively, Sir? Does he want to lure the enemies out of the mine? What? Do you have an idea? Gushi glanced at Kaguya and asked casually. Yes, my lord. Do you think what would the enemy think if I suddenly appeared on the enemy's flank when the enemy was being led over? Gushi also became interested after hearing this. Yes. If two similar troops suddenly appeared on both sides of the team, normal people would think that they were induced by illusion or spell copying such as mirroring. If both sides attack at the same time, the enemy will probably be confused. Furthermore, if the two armies appear to have the same origin, but have different roots and different fighting styles, in that case, these two troops can play a greater role in the battle. Thinking of this, Gushi's eyes changed when he looked at Kaguya. And Princess Anna, who had been following Gushi, was also thinking about something. When clearing the Westminster Abbey dungeon, should I kill another Princess Anna? There is no need to summon the soul directly in the dungeon. Just kill the person. At that time, there will be a new undead Princess Anna in the city of Aladovi. Even 4 dungeons can be used to farm 4 Princess Annas, so that she can even arrange a brain trust for Princess Anna. If you think about it this way, you may succeed no matter what. Gushi had no idea that Princess Anna's thoughts were all over the place. At this time, he glanced at Kaga and thought he could give it a try. Come on. I want to see the effect. If the effect is good, I will find a way to get an establishment for you. Mix you and Daegu together, and let you take the lead. As for the name, it's called Twin Camp. Kajia thought about it for a while, and realized that the twin camp was not bad. After all, Gushi had promised that as long as things were done, he would be the main one. This way, he can realize his plan more easily. Please rest assured. Sir, this battle is up to us. After saying that, Kaga rushed out with his troops. Gushi took a look and felt that there was a reason why Kajia had died in his hands before. He has some abilities, but he is also really reckless. Without even looking at the situation in front of him or the weapons in his hands, he just rushed out. Is it wrong for such a person to give him an organization? At this time, Princess Anna also reacted. She looked at Gushi's expression and smiled helplessly. Some people have this kind of personality during life, and their personality cannot be changed after death. For this kind of hero, just arrange for him to do some charge tasks, and don't arrange other tasks. Gushi also nodded, and then began to mobilize the troops. Yondo, prepare your ritual magic. If the enemy gets close, draw your mana first, and then slow down. Arroyo, I'll give you another chance later, and let the Black Gun Battalion charge first. After this time, the next enemies will be the Bone Cutting Battalion and the Black Gun Battalion acting together. Get the Skeleton Archer leaders ready. Attack the vampires or other flying troops first. Don't worry about their magic troops. The enemy magic troops can't use any spells. Gushi's words spread directly. Yudo, who was arranging the altar at the back, felt quite stressed. He didn't expect that Gushi would take the matter of suppressing the enemy's power into his own hands. Yudo thought to himself that he couldn't go on like this. He is someone who uses ritual magic to control or attack enemies on a large scale, instead of existing specifically for the purpose of extracting mana. It seems that we need to prepare some more routes for extracting mana and hand over this matter. Otherwise, if the mana is extracted every time and then transferred to other rituals, the battle will be over, and the second ritual magic may not be used in time. This is not possible. The reason why he studies ritual magic is to show off his abilities. You can't always be a mana extraction machine. Yondo thought about this matter quickly, and at the same time, the movements of his hands did not stop. The undead men under him transformed into construction workers in a short time and began to build a new ritual altar. This time Yondo needed to use other spells, and at least let Gushi take a look to see that his research direction was correct. At this time, Kaga, who rushed out, had already approached the undead troops that had just been let out. This undead army, like the previous Diegu Battalion, is affiliated with the 1st Land Development Regiment of the Steel Skeleton Guild. The name of this unit is Cyborg Battalion. Different from the previous situation in Diegu Camp, this army is a pure skeleton army. All the skeletons in this team have their bodies flashing with metallic light. At the same time, all the skeleton soldiers held heavy weapons such as hammers or battle axes. Even the skeletons were obviously taller. It can be seen that they are quite violent melee troops, and mana is of no use to them. Chapter 629, the troops moving forward recklessly. Yudo didn't even have a chance to extract the enemy's mana from behind, and Kaga had already taken action. Although he rushed out headfirst, he was so reckless that he didn't even consider the weapons of the undead under his command. But he was not really stupid. As he rushed forward, he had already started his own actions. In the previous battle, he didn't even cast any spells, and all his mana was drained. It's different now. He has to use all his spells in advance. As a result, sets of bone armor began to appear on the undead soldiers rushing forward. This kind of bone armor is actually an enlarged bone shield, hovering around every undead soldier. Because Keiji's level is level 8. If we had to count, he is probably the highest level hero under Gushi. The effect of the bone armor has also reached level 8, and the 8 sets of bone armor have begun to overlap. From a distance, it seemed as if every soldier was surrounded by a layer of white ash. This situation is a bit like what it was like when the Black Gun Battalion started. However, compared to the Black Gun Battalion, Kaga's methods are even more terrifying. After putting on the bone armor, Keiji waved his arms twice more, using up all his mana. At the first strike, a green halo of thorns appeared around all the soldiers. With the second blow, a layer of vermilion blood line appeared above the heads of all the soldiers. This was the original correct way of fighting in Diegu Camp, through the hero's super defense and the halo of thorns. It focuses on a defensive counterattack. Vampire touch is used to replenish blood. After all, even the skeleton mage will rush forward. What if one is accidentally hit? Vampire touch can just suck blood. As for the vampire rushing in the front, he is the key to this army. The vampire's teleportation ability can send them directly to the rear of the enemy team. This is no longer called a sneak attack. This is called long-range airdrop of the main force. As long as the enemy's rear is in chaos, the skeleton cavalry can follow Kaga and launch a charge. And then, the battle will be almost over. If it's not over yet, the skeleton archer or skeleton mage behind will be enough to finish it off. He had fought like this before. But when he encountered Gu Shi's methods, his mana was drained. Without the 8-layer armor, the combat effectiveness of his unit was actually average. Without the counterattack of the Halo of Thorns, without the blood replenishment of the Vampire Touch, it is normal for someone to easily crush him. Now after Kagia suffered a loss, he directly arranged everything in advance. Before the Daigu over there had lured the enemy over, Kaga was already ready for an attack. On this side, Daigu was leading his undead troops towards the city gate. When he saw the troops appearing in front, his eyes popped out. What is this situation? Why is this army's fighting style similar to mine? Before he could react, Kaga's vampires had already been put into the core of the cyborg battalion behind them. As soon as these vampires entered the enemy's rear, they immediately struck the enemies around them with their first sword. The location they deployed was quite coincidental. Right in the middle of the enemy's pursuit. As the vampire appeared, the skeleton soldiers, who were chasing behind them, immediately launched an attack. However, the skeleton soldiers that had already chased out in front did not react so quickly. Before they had time to look back, they had already rushed out some distance. So it will take some time for them to turn back. During this period of time, the vampires started fighting, with the skeleton soldiers rushing up from behind. The skeleton soldiers of the cyborg battalion are characterized by great strength, hard bones, and strong attack power. Relying on their strength and toughness, they don't consider their own defense at all. They use it as a means of attack against all enemies. Rush forward and perform a whirlwind or jumping slash. This kind of attack method has great benefits, but it also has some problems. It can lock the enemy before taking action, but it is not certain whether it can hit people after taking action. The vampires were exactly the ones they were least suitable to fight. By the time the skeleton soldiers were ready to jump and slash or tornado, the vampires had already teleported to other places. The attacks of these skeleton soldiers not only failed to hit the enemy, but also disrupted their forward battle formation. Kaga seized this opportunity and rushed to the forefront of the battle with his skeleton cavalry. As soon as they rushed in, they took action separately. Kagia directly made trouble for the enemy heroes, and Kagia's soldiers also joined the melee when they saw this situation. When Daigu, who was leading the enemy to run forward, saw them, he felt quite unhappy. He had led these guys here by himself. So why did they disappear as soon as he changed hands? So Daigu didn't think much about it, and turned around to kill back. Gu Shi, who was standing on the soul-calling tower, couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this situation. You can see it now. This guy is just reckless. The hero summoned from his corpse is just as reckless. Princess Anna, do you think he has mobilized us with his own strength? Gu Shi laughed helplessly, and with a wave of his hand, he released the Black Gun Battalion that had been prepared for a long time. At this time, Arroyo had also seen the situation in front of him. He understood that if he couldn't win anything in this battle, he would have to fight with the Bone Slayer Battalion next. So Arroyo immediately led the troops to charge with all their strength, at least with the momentum of the attack. At this time, Yudo, who was in the rear, saw the situation in front of him and let go of the half-prepared mana extraction on the spot. Turning around, he started making arrangements for the slowness technique. Although he did not see the situation on the battlefield, one thing was very obvious. The steel-framed battalion simply couldn't reach the city wall. At this time, the mana extraction is fake, and the slowness spell is the most effective effect. Afterwards, Yudo was still waiting there, wanting to see if he had a chance to unleash an ice storm or something. Every time he prepared the ice storm ritual altar, but he never had the chance to use it. This time it seems that I am afraid that it will not be okay again. At this moment, Gu Shi, who was standing on the soul summoning tower, suddenly raised his head. The enemy is not stupid. It doesn't matter once. If they were fooled twice in a row, they would have been destroyed long ago. It turned out that when Gu Shi raised his head, he saw a flying undead army flying straight past the battlefield below and pounced on Gu Shi's position. Yondo, your chance has come. Use the slowness technique to defeat them. Then go to Ice Storm. Chapter 630 Flying Legion. The troops flying from the sky are the 3rd undead army guarding the broken scale mine. This force also has a headwind battalion, whose main focus is flying raids in the sky and air combat along the way. When the front flew up, There were 300 feathered snakes with whole bodies of bones. This could be regarded as a relatively special unit. Following behind were a large number of ghosts, and a kind of vulture with only bones left. The total strength is about 2,000. But considering the situation at hand, this is the best way to break the situation. You can either fight the flying units flying in the sky with the same flying units, or stand below and shoot them with a shooter. The others were able to hit it, but that was because the flying units did not fly high enough. The hero in this flying unit also wanted to throw it in the same way. After seeing the cyborg battalion being blocked on the road, the heroes of the adverse wind battalion immediately rushed towards Gushi. This is their fighting habit. The main focus is to target the enemy hero or leader and decapitate the enemy. Looking at the flying troops rushing towards them, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought there was no need for me to take action. The next moment, the bone storm and the bone sky curtain unfolded at the same time, setting up 7 or 8 lines of defense in front of Gushi. As long as the enemy dares to rush in, they will be attacked by bone fragments from all directions. At the same time, at the steel city gate in front of Gushi, 30 black dragons and 34 red dragons flew out immediately. Although they adapt to the environment in front of them, the black dragon and the red dragon are the central focus no matter where they are. As soon as they appeared, they gathered together and blew out dragon breath at the flying troops coming over. The hero never expected to encounter so many dragons here. Forget about the red dragons. These red dragons are all fakes. Those who can't advance to the black dragon level can only attack weaker enemies with more than 30 dragon breaths. But black dragons are different. The black dragons in Gushi's hands are all the purest black dragons. It's not a problem for a black dragon to fight 2 bone dragons. The hero in the sky went numb immediately at the sight of him. There are less than 10 bone dragons in their land reclamation group. But there are 30 black dragons here. What do you think this is? If you want the mine in front of you, just say it. It's okay if we give the mine to you. Is it necessary to play with us like this? While complaining in his heart, the hero got ready. Speed up the group. Rush over. Ignore the dragon. And kill their leader directly. Seeing the magical light coming from the sky, Princess Anna glanced at Gushi. Do you understand anything? It's no use. His magic is too weak. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the ceremony on Yongdo's side was already completed. The slow spell fell on the enemy. Originally, the slowing technique and the acceleration technique were opposite pairs. The effects of slowness are counteracted by haste. But there is a problem here. The hero from the Against the Wind camp used the acceleration spell with his own power. Moreover, it is still a group acceleration, and the speed of improvement is not much at all. On the other hand, Yongdo borrowed the magic power of the skeleton mage, as well as the ritual magic, and coupled with the triple effect of the sacrifice. It was a magic that was prepared early. This can't be redeemed by any magic from the opponent's hero. The moment the slowness spell fell on these flying troops, all the flying troops felt as if the weight of their whole bodies had increased countless times. Except for those ghosts. Most of the flying troops lost the ability to fly and fell to the ground immediately. At this time, the black dragon's breath came over again, and the ghosts faced the attack of the dragon's breath immediately. Although the black dragon's breath is not as good as the bone dragon, the incarnation of death under Gushi. But there are so many black dragons that they can't stand it. The dragon's breath mixed together, and the temperature in the sky became much higher. At least 500 ghosts were enveloped by the dragon's breath. After that, these ghosts sprayed by the dragon's breath turned into black ash in the sky, leaving nothing behind. The flying troops who fell to the ground also felt uncomfortable. Although they escaped the black dragon's attack, they could not escape Yudo's desire to express himself. After putting down the slowness technique, Yudo finally found an opportunity. Ice Storm immediately locked onto the flying troops that landed on the ground. Just as Yongdo said to Gushi before, after the Ice Storm was blessed with ritual magic, the attack range was expanded, and the power of the Ice Storm was also doubled. Before the flying troops had even landed, a large number of icicles as long as daggers fell from the sky, piercing the flying troops like a rain of arrows. These flying troops were originally affected by the slowness spell, and could not even fly. This wave of ice storm fell on them, and directly wiped out their last chance. Those weaker flying units were torn into pieces by the ice storm on the spot, and turned into a large number of bones. The most unlucky ones here are the ghost troops. They will be selected into the flying army, not only because they can fly, but also because their bodies are incorporeal. This advantage allows them to deal with many situations. But in various situations, there are no magic attacks and elemental attacks like this. Just after escaping from the Black Dragon's flame dragon breath, he encountered such a wave of ice storm. These are all things they have no immunity to. It can be said that they are now being targeted. How arrogant they were before. How unlucky they are now. Under the ice storm, the enemy's ghost troops were destroyed immediately. The next ones who died in the battle were some creatures that looked like vultures. At this time, the bone-slashing battalion located in the rear saw an opportunity. Robbie immediately led the bone-slashing battalion towards the flying troops. This is a rare opportunity to beat a drowned dog. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when it will be until the next time you want to fight the flying army. When Robbie rushed out with his men, he yelled immediately, "Don't worry about other people. When you see someone who can be killed in front of you, go ahead and kill him. Don't worry about anything else. Kill the person first." The soldiers of the bone-cutting camp also knew that this was a good opportunity. So they raised their two-handed swords and rushed towards the enemy. The two-handed swords they had just replaced were just right for the situation in front of them. When he rushed in front of those flying troops, he didn't care whether they were dead or alive. He first stepped forward and cut off the opponent's head with a knife. When they had fought their way through the battlefield and were about to touch the tail of the Black Spear Battalion, Yudo's third ritual magic fell down.